A bloody war raged on in a remote corner of a large continent. However, it would be more fitting to call it a genocide due to the significant military superiority one side had over the other and how they did kill every man, woman, and child in their path. Heavily equipped soldiers in blue military uniforms, alongside tanks and other forms of armored fighting vehicles carrying guns, invaded a large city, butchering its people. The city, whose streets were stained red with blood, was the home of the Crimson People, a race known for their characteristic white hair and eyes with red irises. Crimson People were a reclusive race that reached the desert hundreds of years ago. Despite the harsh environment, through their hard work, they managed to thrive, constructing a country that resisted the passage of time. Unfortunately for the Crimson People, the desert they occupied drew the greed of the Great Star Kingdom. Previous Star Kings had never cared for those territories since they believed it was impossible to make them habitable, but the Crimson People did it. Now that the desert had value, the current Star King, Sunnet the Great, decided to take it. The Crimson People have proven to be too tenacious and hard to control, so he chose a more direct approach instead of wasting time making them part of the kingdom. At first, the Great Star Kingdom implemented a diplomatic approach, but the Crimson People would never accept the kingdom's conditions since it basically degraded them to slaves. The Star King knew that would happen. After putting on a charade for the masses, vilifying the Crimson People, and making it clear that diplomacy was no longer an option, he took a random excuse and began a war of extermination. Although the Crimson People fought bravely, they were no match for the enormous Great Star Kingdom, and in less than a month, the enemy army invaded their country's capital. A boy no more than 5 years old sat on a nearby mountain. His white hair and red eyes made it clear he was part of the Crimson People. He saw everything that happened in the city. The brutality and atrocity of any war could create deep psychological wounds in any adult, so that horrible scene should have been too much for a small child to handle. Yet, the boy showed nothing. Those small eyes showed no fear, no hate, no sadness, nothing at all. Footsteps alerted the child, and he turned to the right only to see 5 men clad in military uniforms rise through the mountain edge and reach his location. He saw their weapons and how some of the soldiers had smiles full of madness and bloodlust, but even then, he showed nothing. After giving the 5 a glance, he turned his eyes toward the city. Here is one of them. Let's finish this small rat. One of the soldiers raised his rifle and aimed at the boy. A twisted smile emerged as he pictured what would happen once he fired the bullet. Stop! Another soldier yelled to his fellow countrymen while pushing down the rifle aiming at the child. This man's eyes were so full of rage and guilt that he could not hide it even if he wanted it. Seeing how someone dared deprive him of his fun, the soldier with the twisted smile burst with rage. What do you think you are doing, Jonah? Our mission is to kill every single one of these rats. The guilt and rage in the soldier named Jonah only grew stronger as he heard that. They order us to kill women and children. How the fuck can we obey such insane orders? You should know the price for going against our orders. The soldier with the twisted smile was relentless and would not give up. We can say we did not see him. There is no need to keep falling into this depravity. Jonah did not let go of the rifle as he turned toward the child. Child, run now. The child did not move and kept looking toward the city. Anyone that saw such behavior would think that the child's mind had broken and could not process what was happening. You see, he has lost his mind. It is best if we end his suffering now. The soldier, full of bloodlust, managed to push Jonah away and aimed the rifle at the child. Before the soldier could pull the trigger, the boy aimed his hand toward them before clenching his fist. Immediately after that, earth spikes emerged from the ground, impaling the 5 soldiers and killing them instantly. The child killed both the good and the bad with that mere hand movement. Just like seeing his people dying did not cause anything on him, killing those soldiers also failed to generate a reaction. Now that the distraction was over, the boy concentrated on the city again. Had I dominated this power sooner, I could have saved them. Those words sounded like a man riddled with guilt, but the boy expressed them without emotion. He was merely stating a fact, nothing more and nothing less. He gave one last glance to the city before standing up and leaving. As he walked away, he aimed his hand toward the dead soldiers, pulling the blood out of their bodies and toward him. Blood streams moved around the child's body before solidifying and forming a red robe. There were 2 words in the back written with milky white threads. Red King. At the tender age of 4 years and 3 days old, the Red King saw how everybody he ever knew perished. A little over 10 years after the Crimson War of Extermination, a vast military parade occurred in the Great Star Kingdom's capital, Neptuno. There were fireworks, music, and cheers as soldiers in blue garments crossed the streets. Fathers raised their children on their shoulders to see the soldiers, and no one among the crowd did not smile and respectfully salute those men. Most soldiers smiled and kept their heads high as they marched, but there was a considerable portion whose eyes betrayed the shame hidden in their hearts. While for the Great Star Kingdom's people, the Crimson War of Extermination was a cruel but necessary conflict to get rid of a race whose goal was to invade their lands and kill their families, the soldiers part of the war effort knew the truth. Only one term could correctly describe the Crimson War of Extermination: genocide. Suddenly, people began to exclaim with shock as they saw a young man walking on the pristine street where hundreds of soldiers were marching. No one should be in that street other than the military, but that was not really important. The young man's appearance truly shocked the soldiers and civilians of the Great Star Kingdom. He was a majestic and handsome young man with a fearless aura and a body that thrived with vitality. However, his white hair and red eyes were the most important features responsible for the upheaval. No one could believe that a member of the Crimson People, the exterminated race, would appear inside the Great Star Kingdom, much less during the parade that celebrated the war in which the army eradicated his people. The young man calmly walked through the immaculate street toward the soldiers, and as people looked at the back of his robe, they could see 2 words: Red King. Silence reigned as some of the civilians could not adapt to the bizarre scene before them, and they were the lucky ones. While ordinary people only saw a young man, the soldiers felt they faced a natural disaster, an emotionless force of destruction that would erase everything in its path. A young soldier could not resist the psychological pressure projected by the Red King, and he hastily loaded his gun before firing it. Boom! The Red King stopped walking after the soldier fired the gun. Unlike what people expected, the bullet did not harm or even ricochet out of his body. That small piece of metal remained suspended in the air less than 5 centimeters away from the Red King's head. Under the shocked sight of soldiers and civilians, the Red King grabbed the bullet with his fingers before making it glow with a crimson light. The Red King focused on the soldier that fired the gun at him and threw the bullet. Boom! A blast like the one made by a tank firing its cannon occurred when the Red King thrust that crimson bullet from his hands. Due to the bullet's kinetic energy, dozens of soldiers, including the one responsible for the shot, were blasted to pieces. People began to cry due to that gory scene, but they did not do it for long. The Red King slapped his hand on the ground, making a crimson light cover the earth for hundreds of meters around him. That crimson light was the last thing those civilians and soldiers saw before earth spikes rose from the ground and killed them all. No emotion appeared in the Red King's eyes after that carnage. He knew that was only the beginning, and he focused on fighting jets that appeared in the sky. What happened next could only be described as a clash of military technology against supernatural powers. Explosives, missiles, and high-power bullets rained down on the Red King, and this one responded by unleashing fireballs, lightning arcs, storms, acid rain, and many more supernatural abilities. Like during the Crimson Extermination War, where one side controlled much greater power than the other, there was no doubt who the winner would be. Neptuno, the crown jewel of the Great Star Kingdom, a city with 55 million people and renowned for the planet's highest military power, was reduced to ashes in less than 15 hours. Only 2 people were alive in the city, and both were in the sky watching the flaming ruins. One showed no emotion, while the other had fallen into utter desperation. Sunnet the Great saw everything he held dear destroyed and could barely speak. His body had already given up, not that it mattered much since he only remained in the sky thanks to the Red King's tight grasp on the back of his neck. Monster. The Red King turned toward Sunnet, as that was the first word the Star King pronounced since the moment of his capture. Monster, demon, hellish creature sent to destroy my godly kingdom. The Star King began to yell all his strength. It seemed that the shock of losing everything drove him crazy. The Red King only shook his head as he heard Sunnet's words. Mysticism and fairy tales. The tools of the weak and stupid to explain something beyond their understanding. 3 days after my birth, I could already understand words and perceive my surroundings. 1 week later, I acquired the ability to talk and solve advanced mathematical problems. Of course, I hid all that from my progenitors, as I knew an existence like mine could incite fear in ordinary people. During my first birthday, I perceived the force that permeated every corner of this world. Before I was 3, I learned how to use it to unleash elemental spells and strengthen my body. Sunit could not understand what force the Red King was talking about, but that did not matter, as the young man never expected feedback. You are a demon. God will punish your unholy existence for what you have done to my people. Those words provoked nothing in the Red King, and he only shook his head. So in your mind, ordering the extermination of the Crimson people followed God's desires, but exterminating your kingdom goes against his divine will. Ah. I thought the king of the largest force in the world would be better, but you are yet another hypocrite. The Red King said nothing else before letting go of the Sunit. Ah! The Star King of the Great Star Kingdom screamed as he fell from the sky before clashing with the ground and shattering every bone in his body. 10 days before his 15th birthday, the Red King destroyed the Great Star Kingdom, the mightiest power in the world and responsible for the extermination of the Crimson people. The Red King stared at the broken city and understood he had become the mightiest entity in the world, but that only made him feel shallow. The night had reached its end at that moment, and the sun came out. As he felt the warmth of that majestic heavenly body, a goal that genuinely passionate him appeared in the Red King's mind. This world is too small for me. The Red King stared at the mighty heavenly bodies that covered the firmament as a smile emerged on his face. A young man with black hair and green eyes walked through the halls of what seemed to be a school. He was 1 meter and 65 centimeters tall, very high considering he had just recently turned 14. Although the boy was not particularly handsome, he had a stoic expression, and his eyes glowed with a resolute light. That, plus his well-defined body, should have made him pretty attractive. However, all those who saw him walking through the hallway stared at him contemptuously. Some even make mockery remarks and do not bother to lower their voices. The young man was used to those stares and did not let them affect him as he kept walking to the exit. Unfortunately, someone shouted from behind just as he was about to leave. "Kane, are you leaving without saying hello to your old friend?" The one that shouted those words was a skinny young man. He was not even 1.5 meters tall, and his constant smirk made his face quite unpleasant. Unlike their behavior with Kane, when the other students saw that skinny young man, they all adopted respectful expressions, with some people even bowing. Kane's eyes narrowed as he turned around and stared at the skinny young man. He saw 2 people accompanying this one, and his eyes landed on the only woman before looking away. "What do you want, Jonathan?" Kane's voice was cold, clearly showing how he felt about that skinny young man. Before Jonathan could answer, one of the people accompanying him shouted with rage. "Garbage with a low tier 1 wave talent, how dare you use that tone with Lord Jonathan?" The youth that roared had a large body. He wanted to initiate a fight, but Kane did not even look in his direction and kept focusing on Jonathan. Being ignored only angered the youth even more, and he was about to jump toward Kane when Jonathan raised his hand. "There is no need to be hasty, Kyron. But I must say, Kane, that your coldness harms my feelings. We used to be close last year, so I wanted to say goodbye now that school has finally ended." Jonathan's words sounded nice, but everybody saw how the smirk on his face only grew nastier. "By the way, are you going to enroll in some wave university? The Hellblazer University has already accepted me. They did me a favor, allowing me to bring Cynthia with me." Jonathan grabbed the waist of the girl by his side, and his eyes were full of mockery as he stared at Kane. When the girl felt Jonathan's grasp, she only giggled. However, when she stared at Kane, the same disgust the other students had in their eyes appeared in hers. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw that. Just the previous year, the 3 were very close friends. He used to protect the skinny Jonathan from everybody, and his relationship with Cynthia was not as simple as friendship. However, all of that changed when they turned 13 and took part in the Wave Talent Test. Unlike Kane, who scored a low Tier 1, Jonathan reached an impressive peak Tier 3. As a reference, the second highest score in the school was Middle Tier 2. Kane did not believe their relationship would change just due to some score, but he was too naive. In this cruel world, where humanity was in a constant war against supernatural forces, being weak was the same as being a waste of space. As soon as Jonathan realized he would no longer need to depend on Cain for protection, he showed his true colors. It was not enough just to sever their friendship. He made sure to torment his old friend and influence the rest of the school to do the same. Before Cain could answer, Chiron began to laugh and did not lose the opportunity to mock him. Ha ha ha, young lord. How can this trash enter a wave university? His only path is to join the Imperial military force, and even then, he will become nothing more than a war pup just like his father. Chiron had not even finished speaking when his eyes widened, and a sense of utter danger assaulted him. He saw a fist coming to his throat, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Luckily for the large youth, a sky-blue mantle covered Jonathan's body before the attack could land, allowing him to display a speed an average human should not be able to achieve. Cain's punch almost reached Chiron's throat, but Jonathan's palm clashed with his chest first, pushing him with so much force that he crashed against a wall. Cain threw up a mouthful of blood. He did not scream, but the expression on his face showed the agony he felt. HMPH, you dare to attack one of my people without any form of provocation. I am a mighty level 2 wave warrior, and you are nothing but trash. Consider yourself lucky I went easy on you. Jonathan had a self-righteous expression on his face as he shouted those words. Everybody knew that Cain acted due to Chiron insulting his father, but no one dared to contradict Jonathan, and they remained silent. Since he had already got his fun, Jonathan walked away accompanied by Cynthia and Kieran. The trio was laughing, but the last one had an insidious light in his eyes as he gave one last glance at Cain. It took almost 20 minutes for Cain to gather the strength to stand up. He cleaned the blood from his mouth and walked out of the school under the students' scornful stares. Cain felt pain with every step he took but did his best to walk straight. He knew that attack would be useless with Jonathan present, but there were no regrets. More than a year of mockery and bullying had tempered Cain's will, and there were many things that he could resist. Still, no matter what, he would never accept someone disparaging his father, the man he respected more than anyone. As he walked to the train station, the buildings around him were all not only incredibly high but featured futuristic characteristics that proved the tremendous technological advance of humankind. Cain was not in the mood to admire those buildings. He took the train, which levitated and did not need any tracks. Despite the train's speed, the youth still required around an hour to reach his residence. He was one of the last people to get out, and after walking another 15 minutes, he saw his home. Cain lived in a small apartment, and unlike the futuristic buildings near his school, this one appeared ordinary. Despite the decrepit exterior, everything inside was immaculate and tidy. After entering his home, the first thing Cain did was head to a small shrine with the picture of a man. The man had black hair and green eyes full of resolution. He was wearing a black military uniform. "Good day, sir." Cain kneeled in front of the picture and bowed for an entire minute before sighing. "AI chip, analyze my body." Right after that, Cain heard a robotic voice in his mind. "Bip. Scanning host. Bip. Scanning host." The AI chip deployed a stream of information in front of Cain's eyes 2 minutes later. It was like a virtual screen that only he could see. Scanning completed. Name, Cain Lorifer. Stats. Strength. 0.8 Vitality. 1.1 Agility. 0.9. Note. The host presents multiple internal injuries. The 2 lower left ribs have fractures, and there is also internal bleeding and torn muscles. There is no direct threat to the host's life at this moment. Suggestion. Seek medical attention immediately. The AI chip that Cain had used was nothing special. All children have one implanted in their brains during their infancy. While extremely practical in day-to-day life, their computational abilities were not impressive. Cain only shook his head as he heard the AI chip's suggestion. He barely had enough money to eat and pay the rent, so while the hospital's installations would help him heal his wounds in minutes, he could not afford it. The youth went to a cabinet and took a bottle of pills with "soldier drugs" written on the label. After taking a couple, the expression on his face eased as he felt the pain diminishing. Father's soldier drugs are impressive. However, it makes sense for them to have such a fantastic effect on me since the drugs are for wave warriors, and I am yet to enter level 1. Cain sighed as he thought about his lack of talent but did not let those emotions bother him for long. He could not do much until his wound healed, so he began to look through the house for something to do, and his eyes fell on a small bookshelf. Only 3 books were on that shelf, but each was in pristine condition. While the AI chip digitalized the information long ago, Cain enjoyed reading those solid books as he found it relaxing. The 3 books were History of Godslayer Humankind, Introduction to Wave Cultivation, and Soldier Military Manual. Cain's father obtained those books during his time in the Imperial Military Force, and while they were not precisely valuable, a commoner would find it very hard to get them. Cain took the first book, History of Godslayer Humankind, and began to read it with an excited smile. Humans lived on a small blue planet more than 10,000 years ago. It was the birthplace of humankind and granted all we needed for hundreds of thousands of years. Its original name was purposely forgotten through the ages and was now only known as Old World. Unfortunately, due to humankind's greed and lack of control, we poisoned the Old World and made it uninhabitable. As the planet reached its end, many of the brightest human minds saw a path to survival in the stars, leaving our ancestral home for a new world. However, one man, one absolute genius, did not look into the stars for salvation and instead put all his effort into an even more daring path. Using his immense wisdom, he created a portal into a new dimension. At first, the leaders of humankind were thrilled with that discovery. After all, the path to the stars would only allow a few to survive, while that new dimension was much easier to access. Sadly, humankind did not enjoy that happiness for long. A team of soldiers and scientists were the first to cross the portal. Their mission was to explore the new dimension and see how hard it could be to terraform it and establish the first human settlement. Less than half an hour after the human expedition crossed the portal, a horrible monster attacked and decimated them. Things went from bad to worse as the monster crossed the portal and lay havoc in the old world. Thousands perished before the military finally managed to end the creature's life. Not even a day after that, the leaders of humankind commanded the armies to shut down the portal and destroy all research about it so that catastrophe would not happen again. As for the great genius behind it, he went from a hero to a sinner. Some humankind leaders wanted to incarcerate him, while others demanded even harsher sanctions. However, that great man refused to give up on his dream. He saw in that horrible creature capable of fighting entire armies not only a path to survival but something much greater. Before humankind leaders could use him as a propaganda tool to further their agendas, he crossed the portal into the new dimension. People thought the man had gone crazy, and since there was no way he could survive in that dimension, everybody gradually forgot about him. 10 years later, as the old world reached a precarious period and civilization was about to crumble, the great genius returned. Not only did he survive a decade in the other dimension with all those monsters, but he had obtained supernatural abilities. He could fly, destroy tanks with his bare hands, and even endure the explosions of bombs point blank without suffering any damage. He informed the people of the old world about the force that permeated the new dimension named Wave. It was an incredible power that would allow humankind to grow stronger and expand their lifespan. The new dimension was full of danger, but it was also heaven. Humankind could be fearful, but if there was a word that described our essence, it was greed. A new world where we could gain supernatural powers and have the chance to obtain immortality. The masses immediately rallied behind the great genius, but things got complicated soon. Humankind leaders saw the dangers of that dimension. How could they control people with supernatural powers capable of decimating their armies? They enforced harsh laws, so those trusted by them would be the first to benefit from the new dimension. Those actions would harm humankind as a whole but benefit those politicians and leaders, so they did not hesitate to take that path. Unfortunately, they failed to understand how much that great genius had changed after returning. When the man saw those leaders' plans, he acted fast and without mercy. Thousands perished in less than a week, and the entirety of humankind fell under his control. That massacre transformed that man into the emperor of humankind. Under the guidance of the emperor of humankind, the political and military structure of the old world changed immensely. Paper money lost its value since it would be useless in the new world, and the true value of a man fell into his mind and brute strength. Strategists, generals, and soldiers became the most significant figures of the New World. Politicians and the likes found that rallying the masses mattered little when one man could kill all of them with a single strike. After spending almost a year raising talents and teaching people the basics of the New World and the wave, the Emperor of Humankind led humanity out of their ancestral home and into a new world. Thanks to the Emperor of Humankind's protection and the rise of soldiers that mastered the wave, humankind obtained a foothold in this new world. One of the first hurdles of the new world was the approach toward science, as the physical laws of this new world were different from the old world, making the current technology useless. However, humankind persevered. Our territories expanded, and the creatures that were unstoppable monsters became nothing more than food. 76 years after leaving the old world, humankind learned two pieces of crucial information. The first was that the new world had the name Ether, and we were currently in the Gaia continent. The world's size remained a topic for discussion, but the Gaia continent was 1,000 times larger than the old world. The second information was the presence of other sentient races as wise as humans and who mastered the wave to a much higher level. A bloody war began soon after meeting those new races, and although humankind was powerful, we were still too young. Our lack of power and the enemy carnage pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. We called them dark races, and their leaders responsible for humankind's setbacks were known as gods. Unlike the deities of our old world, the dark races' gods were not mere ephemeral entities that no one could touch or see. They were supernatural life forms with the power to crush mountain ranges and burn oceans. Just when everything seemed lost, humankind did the best they knew how to do. We destroyed. After almost 100 years of research, humankind managed to adapt one of the most potent weapons of the old world to work in the new world. The weapon we used was named H-bombs. A nuclear weapon can trigger an explosion capable of unleashing heat 100 times higher than the old world's sun's core, and H-bombs could be 1,000 times deadlier. The Emperor of Humankind and his most trusted generals tricked the gods into marching toward the territories of humankind. When the dark races' armies and the gods reached the core of humankind's territories, the only thing they found was empty lands. And 1,000 H-bombs. It was night, but the blast of those H-bombs illuminated the sky for 15 minutes. Such an explosion would have doomed the old world, but Ether managed to endure without a problem. Millions of dark races' warriors perished along with a great number of gods, and while some gods managed to survive, none of them did it without suffering horrible wounds. The Emperor of Humankind knew that the H-bombs trick did not mean they had won and would only give them some time to improve their power. Humankind went into hiding and slowly improved their strength while the dark races healed. Peace reigned for 500 years until a new war erupted. However, this time, it was not the dark races that started it, but humankind. We came out of our hiding and marched toward the dark races. Humankind warriors could match their counterparts, but against the gods, they were nothing. Yet, while the dark races had their gods, humankind obtained its own spiritual leaders, the Titans. As for the first and mightiest of all Titans, he was no other than the Emperor of Humankind. It was brutal and bloody, and hundreds of millions perished, but after almost 1,000 years of war, humankind expelled the dark races and got total control of the Gaia continent. That war was known as the War of Supremacy and canonized humankind as the Godslayer Humankind. Cain always felt excitement running through his heart as he read the book. While that period was bloody, it was also a time of legends and myths. He closed the book and read the words in the back, which was the motto of the Godslayer Humankind, making his heart beat faster. We can comprehend the supernatural. We can dominate the supernatural. We can kill the supernatural. Adam, Emperor of Humankind, the first Titan. Cain returned the book to the shelf and took out Introduction to Wave Cultivation. For the Godslayer Humankind, the most basic path of power that almost all followed in wave cultivation used a sacred organ located in the lower belly named evolution core. In its natural state, the wave finds itself as life wave. One must draw it into the evolution core, which will transform into essence wave. The faster one can draw life wave into your evolution core, the greater your talent would be. Someone like Cain with a low tier 1 wave talent would need 10 years to become a level 1 wave warrior, while those with high talent like Jonathan only need a few months. There were methods to improve one's wave talent, but obtaining them without background and extraordinary wealth was impossible. Kane read the book for almost an hour and only stopped when he felt how the pain finally subdued. Although there was still some damage left in his body, it would heal alone and won't bother him during his training. Before leaving his home, the youth ate something and gave one final bow to the small altar. He began to run at full speed toward a small forest not too far away from his location. Kane was too engrossed in his training and failed to notice two eyes looking at him from the shadows. Kane ran for almost an hour before reaching a secluded part of the forest. He enjoyed training here due to the serenity of the location. After resting for around 5 minutes, Kane took a couple of rusty weights covered by the roots of a large tree and continued exercising. Another hour went like that, and then the youth performed a series of martial arts moves. The improvement granted by physical exercise could not compare with wave cultivation, but Kane knew that being in peak physical condition helped the body draw life wave faster. While the help it provided was minuscule, it was the only method someone like Kane could get access to. For his final training, Kane put arm guards and leg guards before adopting a martial stance in front of a large tree and began to strike it. Kane's attacks were precise and carried great control, proving how diligent he was with his training. Performing those blows put significant pressure on Kane's body, making a sharp pain appear in his ribs where Jonathan had punched him, but that only made him put more strength into his strikes. The sharper the pain in his ribs, the more strength Kane put in his punches. He only stopped after feeling blood leak through his arm guards. "Damn it!" Kane yelled with all his strength as he finally expressed the rage that had built inside him. "I trained so hard, so why'd I have to be so weak?" He may present a stoic front and do his best to ignore all the bullying done to him, but Kane was still 14 years old. How could he accept that despite his hard work, he would never succeed? Rage and frustration burned inside him, but Kane's eyes showed his resolution and that no matter how hard the path ahead was, he would not surrender. The youth took a deep breath to calm his raging heart when a feeling of utter doom suddenly assaulted him. He threw himself to the ground just in time to dodge a spear. Kane saw how the spear had pierced the tree he had been striking, and cold sweat ran through his back as he imagined what would have happened if he had not dodged. "I guess even garbage can have good instincts." Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard those words. He stood up and turned around to see a bulky youth walking toward him. The attacker was none other than the youth accompanying Jonathan through the school in the morning, Kyron. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" Kane's voice was full of rage. That spear would have killed him had he moved 1 second later. "HMPH, is not obvious. I am here to teach you a lesson. How can I let garbage like you offend me and do nothing?" Kyron spoke in such a relaxed manner as if he saw Kane's life as nothing important. "Do you think you can just kill me, and nothing will happen to you?" Even if the Godslayer humankind empire accepted that power reigned above everything, society still had codes and rules. Otherwise, civilization would have fallen a long time ago. "Ha ha ha, who will notice if orphan garbage were to disappear? Besides, no one will know what happened here." Kyron's smile grew wider as he spoke those words, and he took a black metallic orb out of his pocket. Kane got a bad feeling as he saw the orb, and when he attempted to use the AI chip to call the authorities, he found some form of interference. That orb must be projecting an electromagnetic field that blocks signals from going out. Despite the danger in which he found himself, Kane remained calm. Unfortunately, what happened next totally shocked him since it meant the danger in which he found himself multiplied exponentially. A sky blue aura emerged from Kyron's lower belly and soon covered every corner of his body. It was similar to the aura Jonathan had used to reinforce his body but much weaker. Kane clenched his fist as he saw it since it meant that Kyron was a level 1 wave warrior. "How do you like my wave cloak? Now that I have it active, your little tricks are useless." Kyron lunged toward Kane as soon as he finished speaking, covering the more than 40 meters between them in 4 seconds. Despite the immense danger in which he found himself, Kane did not let fear cloud his judgment. Turning around and running away would be the same as suicide since there was no way he could escape from a level 1 wave warrior. Kane used those 4 seconds to calm his heart and analyze his next movement. At the last moment, he put his back against the tree and dodged the blow toward his head. Kyron's punch made the tree tremble, and splinters blew everywhere, blocking his vision. It was then that he felt a fist land directly in his temple. Chiron only felt a little disoriented thanks to his wave cloak's protection, but things grew worse as a sharp pain assaulted his leg when a kick landed on his right knee. Cain knew he lacked the brute power to overcome Chiron's wave cloak, so he aimed at points where a little strength was enough to weaken someone's ability to fight. While a newly advanced level 1 wave warrior was capable of superhuman prowess, that was only when they had activated their wave cloak. Once their essence wave ran out and they could no longer project the cloak, there was not much difference between them and an average human. Cain immediately pulled back after striking Chiron's knee, avoiding a sudden blow to his chest, before kicking his opponent's jaw. Chiron felt his senses weakening again due to that kick, and rage flooded his heart. Those blows would have been enough to incapacitate him if it weren't for his wave cloak. How could someone as narcissistic as Chiron accept that his martial arts were inferior to those of someone he considered nothing more than garbage? Fucking trash, Chiron roared, and there was nothing left from the arrogant smile he arrived with. He attacked like a madman, sending blow after blow. Cain dodged those punches while taking advantage of any opening to deliver precise strikes that gradually weakened Chiron's onslaught. Although it seemed that Cain had the upper hand, nothing could be farther from the truth. His attacks did not really harm Chiron, and the moment one of those punches coated in sky blue aura landed, it would be game over. Cain and Chiron fought for more than 5 minutes, reaching their limit. The first had landed more than 100 strikes while the other none, but neither showed visible injuries. That should be enough to tell you how mighty a level 1 wave warrior was. Finally, Chiron's wave cloak began to fluctuate and show signs of instability, meaning that his essence wave was about to dry out. Cain's eyes narrowed, and when he ducked to the ground to dodge a fist, he took the opportunity to grab something. Chiron knew he had little essence wave left, so he lunged toward Cain with arms wide open like an enraged animal. Such an attack had a wide range and made it almost impossible for Cain to dodge it, but it also left Chiron totally exposed, which the first did not hesitate to take full advantage of. Cain punched toward Chiron's right eye, and hidden between his fingers was a sharp rock. If the wave cloak was at full potency, the rock might have difficulty piercing the tissue, but it buried itself very deep due to Chiron's exhaustion. Ah! Chiron screamed due to the horrible pain, but his body still carried on with immense momentum, striking Cain right in the chest. Cain felt as if a car had just run over him. That crash sent him flying away while puking blood. Ah, my eye! Chiron continued screaming as his sight stained with red. He finally reached his limit, and his wave cloak vanished, making him feel he would pass out at any second. Still, Chiron's rage allowed him to remain awake. He stared at Cain, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed, most likely unconscious due to the internal damage. I will kill you, Chiron roared as he threw himself toward Cain, with both hands aiming toward this one's neck. Just as Chiron was about to choke him, Cain opened his eyes, raised his ways, and wrapped his legs around his enemy's neck. Before Chiron could get past his shock, Cain grabbed one of his arms and twisted it until it broke. Ah! Chiron screamed again, but it lacked strength due to the pressure on his neck. The exhaustion and pain, plus the disruption of his blood flow due to Cain's legs, made him pass out in seconds. Cain unlocked the triangle choke only after seeing that Chiron's turned blue due to the lack of oxygen. Just breathing was painful, and blood filled his mouth due to the severe internal trauma he had endured. Despite all that, a smile emerged on Cain's face as he realized what he had just achieved. He defeated a level 1 wave warrior. After almost half an hour, Cain finally gathered the strength to stand up, using the help of a nearby tree. He went through Chiron's clothes and grabbed the small metallic sphere jamming his AI chip signal. Cain was about to turn off the metallic sphere so he could call the authorities when he froze. I call them. The authorities will take out our testimonies, but what then? Cain slowly came to a realization. He could denounce Chiron's attack, but it would be his words against the word of a wave warrior. There was no one to back him up, and Chiron suffered even more severe wounds than him, with the right eye of this one gone. Of course, if one were to make an effort to analyze the circumstances around the battle, it would not be hard to see who the initial attacker was, but why would the authorities do that? Who would side with Cain, an orphan with no background and zero talent, against a level 1 wave warrior? As for the truth, Cain was not a child and knew that the truth meant nothing without the power to back it. Things could go on an even more dangerous path, with the authorities taking Chiron as the victim and prosecuting him. Ugh! Cain trembled as he heard Chiron's groan. Time was running out, and he needed to make a decision. Deep down, Cain knew the path he needed to take, but his sense of morality pushed him back. As he questioned whether or not to do it, he remembered the first line of the soldier military manual. It was then that he stopped trembling, and all his doubts vanished. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Chiron regained consciousness, and the first thing he saw was a kick coming to his face. It pushed the rock in his eye deeper into his head, all the way to his brain. The youth trembled for a few seconds before his brain stopped working, and he perished. Cain began to breathe faster and faster as he saw the dead body lying at his feet. However, he heard a voice in his mind before he could process all of that. Congratulations, human. You have fulfilled the conditions and are worthy of becoming the vessel of the absolute life form system. Cain was shocked by the new voice in his head. It was similar to the AI chip robotic voice, but something told him this was unique. Unfortunately, a horrible pain assaulted him before he could ask any question as he felt his AI chip melting and fusing with something deep inside his mind. The pain was so immense that he fell to the ground and passed out. Night had already fallen by the time Cain woke up. He felt dizzy as he stood up and cleaned the dust out of his body. When he felt the blood in his clothes, his eyes widened, and he remembered all the things that had happened. Cain was confused as he saw how there were no wounds left on his body, but the corpse next to his feet pushed away that concern. Yes, I killed him. The youth began to tremble as he remembered that he was a killer now, but there was something else that happened before he passed out. Was that voice an illusion? Not illusion at all, brat. Cain almost jumped when he heard that voice. It was a male's voice, and although it sounded young, he could swear he felt a sense of ancientness in it. Like the AI chip's voice, while it sounded like a voice reaching his ears, only Cain could hear it since it originated inside his mind. Cain opened his mouth and was about to speak, but he stopped at the last minute. A meaningful light appeared in his eyes, and he remained silent. You can read my mind. Cain made that thought appear, and that was not a question but a declaration. Brat, you are smarter than you look. Yes, I can read your thoughts. Not that it makes any difference since there is no way a child like you could trick or hide anything from me. The voice carried a tone full of certainty. He was not boasting or bragging, just stating a fact. Before you start with your endless barrage of questions, I explain what happened to you. Cain did not particularly like the man's bossy tone, but there was not much he could do, and he was full of questions, so he listened attentively. First of all, congratulations on becoming the vessel for the absolute life form system. As its name suggests, the system's goal is to raise you to the world's highest stage. As for me, I am the absolute life form system's spirit. You can call me Apex. My mission is to guide you and assess whether you are worthy of being the vessel. I would have normally fused the system directly into your soul, but I take a detour since you had an AI chip. First, I fused with the AI chip, assimilating it and creating the AI chip module, before going into your soul. Through the absolute life form system, you can access all the functions of the AI chip, but now they are improved and will continue growing as your soul becomes stronger. As I waited for you to regain consciousness, I used the AI chip module to access the Godslayer Humankind Empire's digital network. I only managed to scratch the surface, but the amount of data I have collected has taught me a lot. Regarding your wounds, I used the little energy I brought with me to heal them. That was my introduction, brat. Now, you can ask me 3 questions, and no matter what secrets they hide, I will answer them. Any other person would be thrilled at obtaining a supernatural system that could raise him from a carp into a dragon, but Cain took a deep breath and did not let his emotions get out of control. Cain walked away from Chiron's corpse before taking a meditative position. He stood like that for almost half an hour, but Apex seemed to have no hurry at all. Why was I chosen as a vessel for the absolute life form system, and what would happen if you were to consider me unworthy? The cruelty of this world had shown Cain there was not such a thing as a free meal, and everyone had their agenda. Apex did not let the youth waiting and replied immediately. Those are technically two questions, but I will take them as one since they involve the same subject. First, the reason the system chose you as the vessel is quite simple: you fulfilled the criteria. You have a strong and resolute will capable of facing adversity and a ruthless heart capable of making the hard choice when needed. Cain immediately frowned when he heard that. He did not sell himself short and knew that his willpower was impressive for a 14-year-old man, but if that was all it needed, there were surely thousands of others that could become the vessel. Apex knew the doubts in Cain's mind, and what he said next made things clearer. And most importantly of all, you are a reincarnator. That makes your connection with the eternal river of the afterlife flawed, allowing the absolute life form system to work. Utter disbelief appeared on Cain's face as he heard those words. A reincarnator? Oh, I see. You have yet to awaken your memories. Yes, you are a reincarnator. A unique soul that resisted the purge of the eternal river of the afterlife. That is why your willpower is so strong and your mind so keen despite your young age. Apex gave Cain a moment to process his words before continuing. I presume you have experienced vivid dreams of different worlds or ages from a very young age. Cain instinctively nodded as he heard that. He had experienced recurring dreams but felt so distant and always found it hard to remember anything specific about them. The most explicit memory of those dreams was a destroyed city and sunlight reaching his face. Everything else was foggy. The memories of your past life will eventually come back, but whether or not that is a good thing is hard to say. You might not like what you see. Cain's eyes narrowed. Being a reincarnator sounded very good, but what if your mind could not endure the darkness of your past? Apex once again gave Cain some time to adjust to the information before continuing to answer the original question. Regarding what will happen if I found you unworthy, that is also simple. I will command the absolute life form system to devour your existence and look for a new vessel. A rueful smile appeared on Cain's face as he heard that. The system that seemed to have the keys to a great future could kill him if he failed to prove his worth, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. If he were to ask for someone's help, they would either think he was crazy or dissect him to take the system away. Not to mention that Apex could read his thoughts, so trying to hide anything from the system spirit was virtually impossible. Cain sighed and shocked his head before a calm expression appeared on his face. Who created the absolute life form system, and what purpose do they have in mind? According to Apex, the absolute life form system's purpose was to make him stronger, while the system spirit's purpose was to determine the vessel's worth, but Cain knew that was not necessarily the creator's purpose. The purpose of food on a farm is to feed the chickens, but the farmer did not do it out of kindness. The universe created me, and my goal is to raise a perfect warrior that will one day stand for what is right and just. Cain's eyes narrowed when he heard Apex's answer and immediately knew there was something flawed with it. He did not understand some of the terms the system spirit used, but Apex spoke about something called the eternal river of the afterlife and that the system worked due to a flaw. If the universe created the absolute life form system, why would it need the help of a flaw to work? Cain knew Apex knew the thoughts crossing his mind, but he chose to ignore that fact since there was nothing he could do about it. Final question. Tell me, Apex, how can I know you are telling me the truth and not just full of shit? Unlike previous times, Apex did not answer immediately. It took around 5 seconds before Cain could hear the system spirit's voice again. Ha 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 ha, brat, you are indeed smart. Only a fool would trust the words of someone they have recently met just because they told them they would be honest. Apex laughter resonated through Cain's mind, and the youth could see there was no anger in it. If anything, Cain felt a sense of approval in the system spirit's tone. Okay, there is no way for you to be sure what I say is true, but you will see with your own eyes how the absolute life form system makes you stronger. As for my killing you, if you are unworthy, that will also happen. Regarding the answer about the universe being my creator, that was a total lie. Cain did not really like being subjected to someone else. Still, he at least discovered something about the absolute life from system and, more importantly, about Apex, the one with the power to end his life at any moment. Now that is over, you should get familiar with the system. You can command it similarly to how you did with the AI chip. You can take this chance to make a scan of yourself. After hearing Apex's words, Cain nodded and called for the absolute life form system. System, scan. Immediately after that, Kane felt an electric current move through his body at a shocking speed before a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Scanning vessel. Name, Kane Lorifer Race, Godslayer Humankind. Path of Power. None Lineage, Human Wave Talent, Low Tier 1. Stats. Strength. 0.02 Agility. 0.04 Vitality. 0.01. Wave. O0 Arts and Skills, Soldier Cultivation Technique. System Modules. AI Chip Module, Pseudo-Cellular Analysis. Basic Data Gathering and Analysis. Basic Virtual Simulation. Basic Scan Force Field. Basic Hacking. Destiny Force. 10.2 points. Kane was surprised by the amount of information and how fast the absolute life from system acted. It took the system less than 1 second to do what the AI chip did in minutes. He took a moment to process things, and only after having a clear picture did he start to ask Apex questions. Although the system spirit was arrogant and aloof, Kane was sure that Apex would not slack off and do his best to help when it came to the questions regarding the system. Apex, why does the system show my stats so low? I did an analysis yesterday, and the numbers were much different. Kane was right that Apex would help him, but the system spirit did not lose the opportunity to bother the young man. Brat, the AI chip used mortal parameters to analyze your stats. Thanks to the basic hacking tool, I recollected helpful information. The system uses the parameters of your Godslayer Humankind Empire to determine Wave Cultivator's stats. I must say I am surprised, your stats are in the 3 digits. Although Apex did not laugh, Kane could hear the teasing tone in his voice. The youth was slightly annoyed, but he was also amazed. For the Godslayer Humankind Empire to give mortals such a lower number meant that Wave Cultivators were monstrously more powerful. Kane could not even imagine the prowess of someone with 10 points in strength could achieve. He did not let his fantasies run wild and focused before asking a new question. Apex, what do the question marks in the virtual screen represent? Regarding the one in the arts and skills, that is a unique ability that came with the system. It will manifest itself when the right time comes, or maybe never. Apex gave a moment for Kane to understand his words before continuing. As for the ones in system modules, those are the modules saved in the absolute lifeform system. Kane got so excited by the new modules that he momentarily forgot his last question. The AI chip module did not seem that impressive, but the youth was sure it would benefit him in the future. Not to mention that, according to Apex, it would grow stronger along with him. How can I activate a new module? You can activate a new module in each primary cultivation stage. You already have obtained the AI chip module in this stage, but due to the unique circumstances of this one, you can still unlock a new one. Kane could not help but smile at the idea of getting a new module. The absolute life from system's goal was to make him stronger, so he was sure the new module would be of immense help. There was one problem. Kane had no idea what module to choose. Apex knew the youth's predicament and explained. The creator ordered the modules according to how useful they would be for you during each cultivation stage. Of course, you can choose a different one, but since you lack the ability to perceive the system and the sealed modules, you would only be tempting your luck. Kane was not dumb enough to ignore Apex's words and choose a different module out of curiosity or a sense of rebellion. System, activate the next module. Kane almost yelled those words. The next second, he felt a sense of immense heaviness, but soon it vanished, and he heard the system's robotic voice. Genetic coder module activated. Genetic coder module activated. Kane was surprised and confused by those words. As a member of the Godslayer Humankind and having access to an immense amount of scientific knowledge, he knew what genes were. Still, he had no idea what this new module would do for him or why the absolute life form system's creator thought it would be good to have it at the start of his journey. Luckily, a moment after Kane activated the module, the absolute life from system gave him a detailed explanation. Genetic coder module. Module meant to grant vessel the means to control life's fundamental building blocks. Tools. Basic genetic stimulation. Basic genetic suppression. Basic genetic enhancement. Although Kane got an idea of those tools' purpose by their names, he was still full of doubts, but a voice interrupted his train of thought. It is late, and remaining here is not a good idea. Get rid of the body, destroy the jamming sphere, take the weapon, and burn your clothes before returning home. I will guide you since it's your first time using the genetic coder module. Apex's voice drew Kane back to reality, and he stared at the corpse close to him. When he decided to kill Chiron, he already shredded any idea of involving the authorities, so he followed the system spirit's instructions. Kane did his best to harden his spirit and grabbed the corpse before running for almost 2 hours. He reached a cave home to some wild beast and threw the corpse. No one should know that Chiron came here. After all, how could that youth go telling people he would go to kill someone? By the time people found his body, he would be nothing more than animal waste. After that, Kane went to a river where he started a small bonfire. Before washing his body, he burned all his clothes, destroyed the sphere, and threw the pieces in the water. After ensuring there was no iota of Chiron's blood or DNA, he returned to his training center. He started a controlled fire to burn any sign of struggle and evidence left from the battle before going toward the spear still embedded in the tree. As soon as Kane touched the spear, he felt an electric current emerge from his body into the weapon. Done. I have erased the serial number and any digital information about it. You can use it freely now. Kane was surprised by Apex's words. He trembled for a moment as he imagined what would have happened had he shown this spear on the outside. It would be like shouting to the wind that he had killed Chiron. As for how Apex did it, Kane guessed that he used the basic hacking tool from the AI chip module. It took a lot of effort to bring the spear out of the tree, but once Kane did it, this one shrunk to a small rod less than 20 centimeters long. Next, a somewhat bizarre scene occurred, as a naked youth ran through the forest before sneaking back into his home. Luckily, it was night, and few people were on the streets, so he went unnoticed. Kane put on some clothes, and after making a reverence to the altar with the picture of his father, he sat down and adopted a meditative position as he figured out all that had happened. Apex allowed the youth to rest and spoke only after seeing Kane's eyes regain their usual firmness. Pay attention, brat, as I don't like to repeat myself. You have unsealed the genetic coder module and accessed 3 tools, including the basic genetic stimulation. According to your Empire Science Academy records, members of the Godslayer humankind have different types of bloodlines latent inside their bodies. Your ancestors obtained those bloodlines in many different ways. However, due to the descendants' lack of training, they were diluted and slowly became dormant, with only some genes left, so weak that they were incapable of expressing their might. The basic genetic stimulation will locate and activate those hidden genes, allowing you to awaken a dormant bloodline. Kane's eyes widened as he heard that, and he could not help but tremble as excitement filled his heart. There were many ways to improve one's wave talent, and bloodlines were one of the most common and effective ways. Before you get too excited, unlike the AI chip module, which was part of you from the beginning, to use the genetic coder module, you need to spend destiny force. When Kane heard that last term, he immediately remembered the last question he had about the absolute life form system. Apex knew the question that appeared in Kane's mind, so he began to explain what destiny force was. The absolute life form system is not omnipotent, brat. Everything must come from somewhere, and the system uses destiny force as fuel. To understand destiny force, you must first grasp the concept of destiny. A life form's destiny can be considered the amalgamation of his entire existence. Its core components are talent, willpower, perception, background, and even luck. Destiny is not static. It grows and weakens according to your actions and decisions. When you decide to enter a danger zone searching for a treasure, and against all odds, you manage to return alive, that will evolve your destiny. And when you chose to escape as fear overcame your will, that would also change your destiny. Lucky chances present themselves at all times. Whether or not one takes them is what separates shooting stars from mere moths. Thanks to the flawed connection between your soul and the eternal river of the afterlife, the absolute life form system can transform your destiny into a quantitative force, useful for its modules. You are lucky as the system came with 10 destiny force points, which will be enough for the first activation of basic genetic stimulation. Although the concept of destiny still felt illusory for Kane, he understood enough of it from Apex's explanation. Still, there were 2 questions in his mind. Will the absolute life from system give me missions to obtain more destiny force? Also, you say the system came with 10 points, but I have 10.2, so where is the rest from? HMPH, Brat, do you think the absolute life from system is your babysitter, guiding you by the hand? If you want destiny force, go out and get it. Only garbage needs others to tell them what to do when the answer is right in front of them. Apex's tone showed that he clearly had a negative picture of those who refused to take their lives into their hands and let others decide for them. He made a slight pause before continuing speaking, and this time his voice carried a sense of viciousness. As for the extra 0.2 points, while lucky chances are the most effective way to obtain destiny force, they are not the only ones. You can steal destiny, and the way to do it is very straightforward. Kane froze as he figured out the hidden message behind Apex's words. Ha ha ha, that is right, Brat. You can steal the destiny of others by killing them. The one you killed before was garbage, but his destiny was still great enough, so killing him granted you that 0.2 destiny force. Killing a man who wanted to take his life shook Kane to his core, yet the absolute life form system wanted him to go on a killing spree. Brat, the world is cruel and full of danger. Killing is a part that no one can avoid. Showing mercy to your enemies will only bring you suffering. You should learn that soon, or else you will regret it. Kane did not attempt to argue with Apex since he knew he would not win. He took a deep breath before stabilizing his emotions, and then he sent a command to the absolute life form system. System, activate, basic genetic stimulation. Basic gene stimulation requires 10 destiny force points. Does Vessel want to continue? Yes. Activating basic genetic stimulation. Kane felt how his blood and flesh began to burn the next second. A sense of utter exhaustion assaulted him, and he fell asleep. As the power of the absolute life from system through the genetic coder module changed the essence of his body, Kane began to dream. He had lost his body and was now mighty lightning that moved through storm clouds. All creatures beneath him lower their heads except for one. A giant gorilla, the size of a mountain, roared at the sky. However, it did not do it for long, as a lightning pillar descended and split its body in two. After the lightning pillar butchered that massive gorilla, it began to condense into a majestic 2-meter-tall wolf. Kane's size was nothing compared to the gorilla, but he managed to kill the latter in a single strike. There was blood all over his fur, giving him a terrifying look. Kane woke up the next day and immediately noticed that something had changed. A surging strength ran through his body, and some of his senses worked exceptionally well. The youth went to his bathroom and was shocked by the picture in the mirror. He was 5 centimeters taller, had larger muscles, and his eyes turned blue. Your ugly face won't change no matter how much you look at it. Apex's voice woke Kane up. He took a deep breath and called for the system with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Since he had awoken a bloodline, his wave talent should have changed. As for how much it did, that was the mystery he was about to solve. System, scan. Scanning vessel, name, Kane Lorifer. Race, Godslayer humankind path of power. Nun lineage, lightning lupus. Wave talent, low tier 4, stats. Strength, 0.04 agility, 0.06. Vitality, 0.06 wave. 0. Kane could not help but tremble as he saw the change in his wave talent. Jonathan could bully him due to having a peak tier 3 wave talent, but now he was superior. He even saw how his stats had improved, with his vitality, which used to be the lowest, reaching a shocking level. After taking a moment to calm himself, Kane noticed how his lineage had changed from human to lightning lupus, which drew some confusion. Initially, the youth had not given too much importance to the lineage section, but it seemed that would be a mistake. Apex, can you explain to me what a lineage is? Like always, when it came to something related to the system, Apex did not slack off and gave Kane an accurate description. Lineages are unique constitutions. One can obtain them in different forms, the most common through a bloodline. Technically, all bloodlines are lineages, but not all lineages are bloodlines. While the description was not long, it solved Kane's doubts. Before, he was a pure-blooded human, but thanks to basic genetic stimulation, he awakened a bloodline and obtained a lineage. As for the lightning lupus lineage, According to the Empire Science Academy's records, it is a mighty one, but also tagged as flawed. Cain grew worried when he heard that last part. A flawed bloodline was not a small matter, as it essentially meant there was a flaw in his body. Luckily for the youth, Apex did not make him wait and explain what he meant by flawed. A bloodline can be considered flawed for many reasons, but yours fell in that category because it has an emotional instability. There will be times when your emotions go out of control, and whether or not you can control yourself will depend on your willpower. Although emotional instability was dangerous, it was not that bad. Cain was more than willing to accept that defect in exchange for such a fantastic wave talent. Not to mention that he still had the genetic coder module, which might help him fix that. Anyway, now that you have fixed your wave talent, you should focus on training. According to the information I have recollected, it won't be long before you have to go to the Imperial Military Academy. Apex's words reminded Cain of something very important, his military service. All members of the Godslayer humankind must spend 1 year of military service in the Imperial Military Academy, except those entering a wave university. Sending 14-year-old boys to military service would have caused an uproar in the old world, but no one found it odd in the Godslayer humankind empire. They were in perpetual war, so the culture made everybody strive to become stronger. I have 2 months before embarking on the Imperial Military Academy. I need to take advantage of every second. Cain was eager to train and test his wave talent, but Apex stopped him. Wait a moment. Since you have awakened a lineage, instead of embarking on the essence evolution path of power, you should consider taking the astral rebirth path of power. Cain was utterly oblivious to the term astral rebirth path of power mentioned by Apex, something the system spirit knew. Usually, most commoners have no actual knowledge about the astral rebirth path other than knowing of its existence, so you should not feel bad for not knowing what I am saying. I am about to share what I obtained from hacking the Empire Science Academy, but there is no need to worry. It is basic information that anyone in a wave university would learn, so there is no problem if people know you have it. Apex gave Cain a moment to process his words, and after seeing that the youth was focused, he carried on. As you already know, wave cultivation consists in drawing the wave, which finds itself as life wave in the environment into our bodies and using the sacred organ that is the evolution core to transform it into essence wave. That is the essence evolution path of power, the most common for humanity and the one everybody has access to. Those that have a lineage have also awakened their rebirth hearts. That is the second sacred organ of the Godslayer humankind and the one that allows you to transform life wave into astral wave. Of course, I am talking about the astral rebirth path of power. Unlike the essence evolution path of power, which focuses on controlling elements, the astral rebirth path of power takes the body as its core. Both are strong, but the Empire Science Academy accepted that the second is more powerful. Of course, the astral rebirth path of power is also more challenging, and the resources you will need in the future will be much greater than those in the essence evolution path of power. So, you need to consider what path you want with caution. Cain's expression showed how much importance he gave his next decision. Still, it did not take long for him to make a decision. He sat down and used the soldier cultivation technique to draw life wave into his body. However, instead of sending it into his evolution core, he sent it to the rebirth heart. Since when did hard work ever scare Cain Lorifer? The sun had just come out when a military truck levitating above ground entered the slums and reached what seemed like a dilapidated apartment complex. Usually, such an expensive vehicle would draw the attention of the worst kind of people in the slums, but no one dared to get close to it. The reason was the words on the side of the truck. Imperial Military Force. No one was dumb enough to try and steal something from the Imperial military. There were easier ways to kill yourself. 2 men with bulging muscles left the vehicle. One was bald, while the other had a large scar around his neck. That is Cain Lorifer's home, right? Yes. After that small exchange, both men began to frown. Cain should have received a message that someone from the Imperial military force would pick him up, so he should have been waiting for them, yet no one was in sight. The Imperial Military Academy was a branch of the Imperial military force. Most of the instructors were seasoned soldiers, so the fact they would have to drag people out of their homes was not something they were fond of. Just as the duo determined who would have to enter the apartment, One fat youth came out of the truck and approached them with a servile smile on his face. "Sir Tristan, Sir Ladon, there is no need for you to dirty your hands. If you allow me, I could go and bring that man. I know him, and one could say we were schoolmates." Tristan and Ladon were soldiers who had experienced war, and there was no way they would not notice the intent in the youth's eyes. He clearly wanted to cause problems for Cain. Usually, the duo would not entertain such silly games, but since Cain failed to obey the instructions given days ago, it meant a lack of discipline, which was not allowed in the military. So they let the fat youth do it. Once he saw the soldiers agreeing, the fat youth's smile grew wider, and he ran toward Cain's apartment. He did not even bother to knock on the door and just gave it a clumpy kick, busting the lock. "Hey garbage, how dare you make Sir Tristan and Sir Ladon wait?" The fat youth roared those words and entered the apartment as if it was his. However, he had taken less than 3 steps before being sent flying away while vomiting blood. Ladon and Tristan were surprised by the sudden events, but they immediately acted, with one of them jumping toward the fat youth to catch him, so he would not suffer more. The bald soldier, Tristan, narrowed his eyes as he noticed how someone charged out of the department and lunged toward the fat youth in London's arms. Tristan's sky-blue wave cloak manifested as he jumped in front of his comrade before aiming a hand toward the incoming target. A blast of super-compressed air emerged from his palm and struck the assailant, sending this flying away. Cain crashed against the ground and rolled a few times but managed to reincorporate himself. His eyes then focused on Tristan as his wave cloak burst. Tristan and Ladon were once again surprised as they saw that, unlike theirs, Cain's wave cloak was dark purple, meaning he was an astral wave warrior. According to their records, Cain was just an average youth from the slums. The only remarkable thing about him was his absolute garbage wave talent. Yet now they found out that he was not only already a wave warrior, but one that took the astral rebirth path of power. Although the duo found it impressive for Cain to have awakened a lineage, they were not that shocked. Humans have bloodlines sleeping inside their bodies, and there are times when these would spontaneously awaken. While it was not exactly common, it was not unheard of either. Despite their surprise, Tristan and Ladon's gazes immediately grew cold when the duo saw the savagery in Cain's eyes. Tristan's aura grew multiple times stronger, and blades of air that cut the ground beneath his feet began to manifest themselves. Cain's instincts kicked in as he felt the danger of a warrior who had experienced the brutality of the battlefield, allowing him to grow calm and overcome the emotional outburst from before. As he regained control, Cain began to frown. The fat youth surprised him during his training, drawing his wrath at the worst possible moment. His emotional instability acted. He might have killed the fat youth if Ladon and Tristan had not protected this one. "I need to do something about this emotional instability. It is not so simple to subdue it by sheer willpower." Cain took a deep breath and deactivated his wave cloak before giving a slight bow to the soldiers. "I am sorry for my behavior. I let my anger and fighting drive get the worst of me." Cain apologized to the duo, giving an excuse. Of course, he would not reveal the flaws of his lineage to strangers. Tristan and Ladon glanced at each other and knew that Cain was hiding something, but it was not their job to screen the recruits. "Gather your things and get in the truck." Tristan only spoke that before turning around, but someone else began to shout. "Sir Tristan, that garbage attacked me. You should punish him." The fat youth had difficulty breathing, but he still gathered the strength to scream. How could he accept that someone like Cain, who everybody bullied in school, harmed him? In his mind, Cain was a nobody that no one would help, so the soldier should immediately side with him. However, things did not go the way he expected, and Tristan and Ladon looked at him like they were looking at a clown. "He is a level 1 astral wave warrior. I wonder how great your talent is to call him garbage." Those words made the fat youth's face grow pale. He and his friends used to insult Cain, and now that this one was powerful, he could not help but tremble at the idea of future retaliation. The truth was the fat youth was overthinking things. Cain was not contemplating any form of revenge against this one, not because he was merciful, but because the fat youth did not even enter his sight. Before getting in the truck, he went to his department and gathered his most important belongings. Cain's imposing body and sharp blue eyes drew the attention of everybody in the military truck. Some women looked at him with coquettish smiles, but he did not care. His experiences with Cynthia had left a painful mark, and he was not particularly interested in things like romantic love. After Kane and the fat youth were in the military truck, this one rose above all the houses and flashed away incredibly fast. Despite its speed, the people inside felt nothing due to the inertia gadget. Some of the recruits were mesmerized by the view, but Kane did not lose his time with it. After finding a conformable location, he immediately restarted his cultivation. As soon as Kane began to train, all the youth noticed the change in the surroundings, and they were not alone since even Tristan and Ladon glanced at him. While the youth only noticed something different, the soldiers were the ones that perceived the change in the life wave. Kane was like a black hole and devoured everything, leaving nothing for the others. This brat's talent is definitely above tier 3. Yes, who would have imagined that there were geniuses even in the slums? Kane was utterly oblivious to what happened around him. Before obtaining his lineage, the feeling he got when training was as if drops of water fell on his head, but now it was as if he stood at the end of a mighty waterfall. The feeling was intoxicating, and he could not get enough of it. Of course, Kane did not let his guard down since he did not know anyone. That is where the basic scan force field came in. Using that tool, Kane projected an electromagnetic force field around his body that worked as a form of sonar. He commanded the system to wake him if anyone invaded his personal space. The basic scan force field also could jam signals and electronic communication, but Kane did not activate that function as it would draw suspicion. Kane began to smile as the military truck got closer to its destination. 72 sectors formed the Gai continent, and the closer you were to the core of each one, the mightier the density of the life wave would be, which would manifest itself as an increase in the speed at which you improved your cultivation. The sector that Kane lived in was the Hellblazer sector, and after more than a day of travel, the military truck finally arrived at Hellblazer military base. After they arrived at the location and the military truck's door opened, Kane woke up from his training and glanced at the base, and what he saw shocked him. "Go into that Star Cruiser. Once all the recruits have arrived, we will march." Kane was shocked by that and was not alone, as all the recruits looked at the soldiers with doubt. The Star Cruiser resembled a futuristic aircraft carrier and was beyond massive. Tristan did not bother with the recruits and left soon after saying those words, but Ladon took a moment to speak to them. The Imperial Military Academy has many bases, but none in the Hellblazer sector. Therefore you will be traveling to the Collapsing Lightning sector. The Gaia continent was immense, and traveling from one sector to another was like traveling between planets in the old universe, so there was no surprise none of the youths ever left the Hellblazer sector. Many of the youths showed fear at the idea of leaving the sector. Kane was trembling, but there was no fear on his face. He did not know why, but the idea of exploring and traveling large distances filled him with a sense of thrill and excitement that was hard to control. Kane smiled as he began to walk toward the Star Cruiser, and the others soon followed behind him. Tristan had already reached a zone where many more soldiers had gathered. "Ha ha ha, Tristan, you are one of the last to arrive. How did the cadets you brought end up to be?" A large man, almost 2 meters tall with tan skin and large scars all over his face, spoke loudly. Although he wore a simple military uniform, it was clear to all how high his status was by how the other soldiers behaved around him. "Vice Captain Joseph, you sent us to the worst parts of the sector. Those brats either lack talent, or their willpower is too weak to make proper soldiers. They are not fit for the battlefield." The soldiers only nodded after hearing those words. Unlike the old world wars, where humans fought humans, the battlefield against the dark races was countless times bloodier, and few could handle that. "We did find one that is promising." Ladon had reached the group and spoke a few moments after Tristan. Joseph's eyes narrowed after hearing Lodon's words, and he focused on the recruits that arrived with the duo. It took him a moment, but his eyes finally landed on Kane. "I suppose you are talking about that brat." As soon as Joseph saw Ladon nod, his eyes grew colder and projected a powerful intent. Kane's eyes widened as he felt that a beast targeted him, and then without hesitation, he unleashed his wave cloak and made his aura explode. The dark purple astral wave drew the attention of everybody, but Kane could not care less as he turned around and adopted a battle stance. He did not know what happened but felt incredible danger. However, the danger vanished the next second, leaving Kane extremely confused. He looked at the surroundings but did not find anything. In the end, he just shrugged his shoulders and walked into the space cruiser. Good, very good. That brat did not hesitate before unleashing everything the moment danger arrived. I cannot say much about his power or martial skills, but when it comes to perception, he doesn't fall behind a second lieutenant. Joseph smiled and nodded, something the other soldiers did as well. While talent and martial skills were crucial, you could quickly die on a battlefield if your perception was weak. Kane had no idea of the soldiers' discussion and found a place to sit in the Star Cruiser. He was about to resume his training when he noticed something and focused on the cruiser's entrance. A youth with a body equally imposing that of Kane entered the Star Cruiser. He was very handsome, with black hair and fiery red eyes. Unlike everybody else in the cruiser, the youth wore expensive clothes, and there was a majestic red ring on his right hand. He ignored the gazes of everybody and sat down before closing his eyes. Kane's interest in the youth grew as he noticed how this one began to draw massive amounts of life wave. After some consideration, he decided to use one of the AI chip module tools. System, use pseudo-cellular analysis on that man. Pseudo-cellular analysis was the tool Kane used to make a scan of himself, and he could also use it on others. Of course, there were several restrictions if employed that way. An electromagnetic force emerged from Kane and reached the red-eyed youth. It did not take long for a virtual screen to appear before him. Scan of target completed. Name, race, Godslayer humankind. Lineage, path of power, astral rebirth, level 2 astral wave warrior. Stats, strength, 0.49 agility, 0.29 vitality, 0.54. Wave, 0.41. A serious expression appeared on Kane's face as he saw those stats. So he is one of the abnormals. Kane's eyes narrowed as he focused on the youth's stats. The Imperial Military Force used the term abnormal for those with more than enough talent to enroll in a wave university and still chose to enlist in the Imperial Military Academy. There are many reasons, the most common being children of noble families that sought to make a name for themselves. That was something Kane learned from the information Apex gathered with basic hacking. Kane saw how more and more cadets entered the Star Cruiser before some officers made their way in. He only recognized Tristan and Ladon. Finally, the gates of the ship closed down, and everybody received a message through their AI chips. The message contained information about the COTS and the day-to-day life on the ship. Still, the archives named Imperial Military Guide, Wave Beast Compendium, and Dark Races Compendium drew all of Kane's attention. Those archives had a lot of helpful information, but they carried a warning about any form of unauthorized copy or distribution. Not long after the gates closed, the Star Cruiser rose thousands of meters above the ground before flashing at supersonic speed. While invisible, a force field around it would protect it from damage. Although Kane spent most of the days focused solely on his cultivation, he had to stop from time to eat and would use those small windows to learn more about the Imperial Military Academy and read the compendiums. Of course, the information he had access to was basic but was still extremely interesting and valuable. Kane and the red-eyed youth were not the only ones cultivating, but their training had a diametrical effect on those around them. The duo drew the life wave with so much strength that it generated a vacuum, forcing the cadets in cots around them to move away. That drew the ire of many, but since Kane and the red-eyed youth were more powerful and possessed greater talent, no one dared to offend them. After 4 weeks of travel, the Star Cruiser finally reached its final destination. The youths looked through the windows, and even Kane was no exception. He saw a massive metallic city at the center of a tremendous forest. The most impressive of all was the tower at its center that rose for more than 10,000 meters. Such structure would have been impossible in the old world but not in Ether. As for the name of that tower, Kane knew it. Titan Tower. The name may sound simple, but the implication was something that made Kane tremble. In it, there was a Titan, a member of the Godslayer humankind with more power than a nuclear bomb. Kane saw many Star Cruisers come in and out of the city. However, his cruiser diverged from the others and headed to an isolated section of it. As Kane felt the Star Cruiser landing safely, he could not help but show a funny smile. When he first saw the ship, Part of him thought that something epic would happen on the journey here, but he understood that those thoughts were too naive. Their borders would be a joke if the Godslayer humankind empire could not protect its ships while moving inside the Gaia continent. Under the guidance of the soldiers, the thousands of cadets left the star cruiser. A beautiful woman was waiting for all of them, clad in an immaculate uniform. Kane was just about to walk toward her when a loud voice echoed. "All those that had become wave warriors must come with me. Lady Sonia will handle the rest of you." The one speaking was the same Vice Captain Joseph that had tested Kane. Despite the sound of the star cruiser's engine, everybody heard him clearly. Although most did not know what was happening, no one dared disobey the man, and all those who had already become wave warriors walked toward him. Of the more than 5,000 cadets inside that star cruiser, only 42 walked toward Vice Captain Joseph. The ratio was abysmal, but no one found it odd. Unless your wave talent was above low tier 2, reaching level 1 wave warrior in less than a year was almost impossible. Everybody adopted a military stance in front of Joseph, but this one did not give any more instructions and remained silent. Yet, none of the cadets could relax as the man unleashed a pressure that made all of them uncomfortable. Half an hour later, after the star cruiser that left Kane in the city departed, a new one arrived. Like before, Vice Captain Joseph summoned the wave warriors toward him before remaining silent. 4 hours passed like that, and only after the number of cadets surpassed 200 did Joseph give new instructions. "Follow me." Joseph said nothing else before turning around and starting running. Some cadets knew what happened, but most of them were oblivious. Still, both sides did as Joseph told and followed him. At first, it was easy, but things grew harder as Joseph's speed increased with each step he took. Less than 20 minutes after the race started, around half of the cadets summoned their wave cloaks to keep up. Many cadets even threw their luggage as the extra weight pushed them down. Kane was lucky since he had only brought a small military backpack. Kane's figure soon drew people's attention. Not only did he look fine despite the speed, but his clothes made it clear he was a commoner. While the essence wave enhanced an individual's constitution, its effect could not compare with the brought by the astral wave. However, Kane was still just a newly advanced level 1 astral wave warrior, so he was also forced to summon his wave cloak by the time the race continued for more than an hour. Once again, Kane drew people's attention as they saw his dark purple wave cloak. He was not the only astral wave warrior but was the only one that did not come from a noble clan. If everybody were not so focused on the race, people would have already approached Kane with all sorts of questions. After 1.5 hours of running, Joseph seemed to have finally reached his destination. He looked to the cadets and saw that everybody else had used their wave cloaks other than the red-eyed youth, and many of them barely had any strength left. Kane had difficulty catching his breath, but at least he remained standing. He glanced at the place where Vice Captain Joseph brought them and saw it was a massive gate that led out of the city. Right next to the gate, there was an old man. He had a military uniform like Joseph, but his was all worn out. Unlike the imposing Captain Joseph, the old man's body was skinny and seemed to lack any strength. Yet, when he opened his eyes, all the cadets felt a crushing pressure. Luckily the pressure did not last long, or else most cadets would have lost consciousness. "So these are the brats?" The cadets trembled since the old man did not open his mouth, and they all heard those words directly inside their minds. Even those that came from noble families were not an exception. "Yes, Sir Oliver." Joseph's words gave the cadets an idea of how high the old man's status was. Oliver gave a soft nod before closing his eyes again. All the cadets wondered about this old man's might, but they soon regained focus as they heard Vice Captain Joseph's words again. "Listen up, brats. Since you are already wave warriors, you have the right to participate in the military academy's secret trial. Behind that door is a Tier 0 danger zone, with hundreds of wave beasts, some of which even reach level 2. Wave beast was a term everybody understood by now. Those were animals that mutated after obtaining the ability to observe life wave. However, unlike humans with their sacred organs, they cannot refine it. Therefore, a level 1 wave warrior would usually have no problem defeating a level 1 wave beast. Joseph gave the cadets a moment to process his words before continuing. There are also treasures, some of them including wave artifacts. The words wave artifacts made the eyes of all the cadets glow. Even the most crappy one was worth more than what a commoner family could earn in their entire life. A cold smile appeared on Joseph's face as he saw the greed in the cadet's eyes. Oh, before I forget. Other than Wave Beast, there are also Dark Race's Wave Warriors in there, some of them very powerful. Those words erased the cadets' smiles, and some even began to tremble. Although Wave Beasts were not easy to kill, they were sure to at least be able to escape with their lives in the worst-case scenario. However, if they fought Dark Race's Wave Warriors, there was a decent chance they could die. The Godslayer humankind taught its children how to hate the Dark Races from a young age, depicting them as horrible monsters. While that did the trick, making every human loathe them, it also generated great fear in their hearts. All the youths present were Wave Warriors, but none of them was a proper soldier, so the idea of facing the Dark Races still scared them. Even those coming from noble families who seemed to have an idea of the military academy's secret trial adopted solemn expressions. Do we have to take the test? Vice Captain Joseph's eyes grew immensely cold as he heard that and focused on the one who uttered those words, making the youth tremble non-stop. Although Joseph was angry, he noticed how that was a question many wanted to ask, so he only sneered. HMPH, the Imperial Military Academy can offer you even better resources than Wave Universities, but if you want them, you have to take them. Background doesn't matter here, only your strength does. Joseph's aura exploded as he uttered those words, and a furious dark purple wave cloak emerged from him. It unleashed so much power that it almost sent some of the youth flying away. Those too scared to face the danger ahead should get the fuck out of my sight right now. After Joseph uttered those words, several cadets lowered their heads and left, reducing the number that would take the secret academy test by a quarter. Vice Captain Joseph did not bother to glance at the cadets leaving and focused on the ones remaining before nodding and waving his hand, making rectangular flying drones fly to every cadet. Since you have decided to take the Military Academy secret trial, I will give you the instructions, but before that, you must hand over all your wave artifacts and treasures. You can also leave your belongings there so they do not disturb you during the test. Make sure to take out the special military backpack. It has soldiers' drugs and survival equipment and can be used even in battle. No one dared to disobey Vice Captain Joseph and did as he told them. Although some noble families' youths would have liked to keep their treasures, they knew there was no way they could trick the Imperial Military Academy. Kane took out the special military backpack and deposited his belongings in the drone. He was about to leave the spear he stole from Corinne but stopped and looked at Joseph. Can I keep this? It is not a treasure nor a wave artifact. Joseph stared at the spear for a moment before nodding. It was not against the rules to bring something like the spear since it was not of much use for a wave warrior. Some commoners could not help but show envy as they saw that, but none of them brought something like that. Those of noble families were close, if not at level 2, and a weapon like Kane's was useless for them. Joseph saw how the cadets had stored their belongings and carried on. While there are dangers, and I encourage all of you to test your limits, there is a difference between courage and stupidity. The power of the enemies you will face inside is proportional to how deep you go into the danger zone. Of course, accidents can happen, but as long as you remain less than 50 kilometers away from the entrance, you should not face anyone above level 1. Kane and the other cadets smiled as they heard that. A safe zone made things easier, and it seemed that as long as they were careful and did not overestimate their capabilities, they would be fine. If the cadets that left knew that, they might have chosen to remain, but since they were too scared to face the prospect of danger, there was nothing they could do other than blame their weakness. During the Military Academy secret trial, the Imperial military credits you obtain will be multiplied by 10. Also, your final scores will determine the secret test rank, with those at the top obtaining a bonus. Imperial military credits were something Kane had already familiarized with. The folder given to him after entering the Star Cruiser described it as the currency used by the Imperial military force and one of the main currencies of the Godslayer humankind empire. Obtaining it was very hard for a commoner, and its uses were almost endless. Not to mention it also worked on calculating the merits one individual obtained through his career in the military. The gate into the danger zone will open in 5 hours when the sun comes out, and the trial will last for 3 months. You need to use your AI chip to record your killings. Are there any questions? Is there infighting allowed? Joseph and the other cadets immediately focused on Kane when they heard that question. Although the cadets frowned, Vice Captain Joseph smiled as if showing approval toward that question. As long as you don't kill or maim someone, infighting is allowed. Kane nodded before closing his eyes. The idea that because they were all humans, they would fight together was something extremely naive, and he had already learned that. No one else asked questions, and they all began replenishing their strength. However, the atmosphere grew tense since they knew that if a treasure were to present itself, chances were that a fight would happen. Kane did not care about the others and instead used one of the techniques in the soldier military manual, internal breathing. Of course, he also used this opportunity to command the system to scan all the other cadets. He drew life wave into his astral heart. Still, instead of using it to improve his cultivation, he circulated it through his body, replenishing his strength and diminishing his fatigue. Joseph shook his head as he saw some cadets trying to improve their cultivation, but he smiled as he focused on Kane and saw the youth using that basic military technique. Smart brat. From time to time, roars coming from inside the danger zone would reach the youths. Although it would have been easy to block that noise, the wall purposely allowed them to pass so they could generate psychological pressure in the cadets. The first thing that breaks in war is not the body but the mind. If a soldier could not endure some roars, what use would they have on a battlefield? When the first ray of sunshine reached their faces, all the cadets opened their eyes. Some could not rest due to the roars, but most were at their peak. The gate into the Rank 0 danger zone opened, and all the cadets marched in. Once the last one crossed it, the gate closed. Less than 50 meters ahead, a massive forest packed with trees blocked everyone's view. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw groups forming. Some were small with only 2 people, while others were larger. Those larger had members of noble families as their core, with some commoners added to the mix. It did not take long for someone to approach him. Kane saw the youth coming with a smile, but he also noticed the hidden scorn in this one's eyes. HMPH. Kane only sneered and did not wait for the youth to get close to him before flashing into the forest. Although there was safety in numbers, Kane knew those nobles would only be using him as a pawn, so he did not bother them. The scion that had walked toward Kane showed immense rage when he saw this one run into the forest. Although part of him wanted to chase and teach a lesson to the commoner that ignored him, he did not dare to leave alone. Other than Kane, someone else had marched into the forest moments after the gates closed, the red-eyed youth. Many nobles would have liked to have someone with such power in their teams, but the red-eyed youth was too strong, and they could not control him, so instead of giving the leadership, they preferred to avoid him. Kane walked forward at full speed, yet his movements made little sound. Once again, the youth used one of the techniques from the soldier military manual. This time it was called silent step. It did not precisely involve wave, but an average human would find it very hard to use it due to the high physical requirements. He was not walking blindly, as he had already picked up a scent and was approaching it. System, scan me. Scanning vessel. Name, Kane Lorifer. Race, Godslayer humankind path of power. Astral rebirth, level 1. Lineage, lightning lichen wave talent, low tier 4. Stats. Strength, 0.13 agility, 0.17 vitality, 0.14. Astral wave, O12 arts and skills, soldier cultivation technique. Soldier skills lichen physiology lightning conversion. System modules, AI chip module, pseudo-cellular analysis. Basic data gathering and analysis basic virtual simulation. Basic scan force field basic hacking genetic coder module. Basic genetic stimulation. Basic genetic suppression basic genetic enhancement. Destiny force. 0.2 points. Kane was satisfied with his current stats and abilities and was sure they would be enough for this test. It did not take long for him to reach the origin of the scent he followed. He did not reveal himself and carefully approached the creature without being noticed. The youth realized the scent he had picked belonged to a wave beast that resembled a 2-meter-tall lion with brown skin. Due to this being the first time he met a wave beast, Kane was a little surprised, but he managed to focus soon. Thanks to the wave beast compendium, he knew the beast was an earth lion, known for its sturdiness. System, scan the target. Like before, an electromagnetic force emerged from Cain and soon reached the wave beast before a screen with its information appeared in front of him. Target scanned. Race: Wave Beast Lineage, Earth Lion. Path of Power: Wave Beast, Level 1, Stats: Strength, 0.16. Agility, 0.13. Vitality, 0.21. Life Wave, 0.19. Even if this was not Cain's first life and death battle, it was still the first time facing a wave beast, so he was nervous. Luckily, once again, the AI chip module came handy. The Wave Beast Compendium had all kinds of information about each wave beast, including this Earth Lion. Alone, that knowledge was not very helpful, but after the pseudo-cellular analysis scan, Cain got all the data needed to use the basic virtual simulation system. Use basic virtual simulation to simulate a battle between the Earth Lion and me. Using basic virtual simulation, Cain did not have to wait for long before virtual simulations appeared in his head. It was like watching a movie. All sorts of scenarios were presented, such as a direct attack, using a more furtive method, and even drawing the Earth Lion to a different location. Of course, the simulations were not flawless, and things could differ from reality, especially if they involved more intelligent life forms. However, with a wave beast, their trustworthiness was around 95%. Cain took a deep breath and waited for the creature to close its eyes before taking out and arming his spear. His wave cloak emerged, enhancing his strength but also alerting the Earth Lion. The wave beast immediately rose from the ground and turned toward the origin of the danger. A green wave cloak was about to manifest when a spear was embedded in its neck. HHHHH. The Earth Lion attempted to scream, but the spear impeded it. An immense agony assaulted the wave beast, but it did not last for long as a youth clad in dark purple astral wave lunged toward it and kicked the spear's end, pushing it deeper, and killing the beast. Although the battle was extremely short and easy, the basic virtual simulation tool showed Cain how easily things could have gone wrong, so he was agitated and found it hard to relax. Luckily, it did not take long for Cain's mind to focus, and he acted. First, Cain took out the spear, then used it to open the creature's chest and remove the heart. A wave beast's body could be considered a treasure, but Cain could only carry a limited weight, so he kept the most valuable part. After storing the heart in the backpack, Cain spread dirt on his weapon and hands to mask the scent of blood and left. Cain made sure to move far away from the dead Earth Lion, and only after almost half an hour did he focus on another scent and follow it. Once again, the scent belonged to an Earth Lion, but Cain found two of those wave beasts now. Before choosing whether to take the two beasts at once, Cain analyzed them and used the basic virtual simulation tool to see how good his chances were. After ensuring his chances were good enough, Cain took a deep breath and waited for the Earth Lions to look in the opposite direction before attacking. Cain invoked his wave cloak and sent the spear to one of the Earth Lions. Like before, his spear found its way to the beast's neck, but there was another threat he needed to handle this time. Unlike its partner, the other Earth Lion managed to fully invoke his green wave cloak, raising its offensive and defensive might exceptionally. Cain knew he could not just wait, so he lunged toward the unharmed Earth Lion. As the basic virtual simulator had shown him, a claw aimed at his head. Following his plan, Cain slipped through the ground, dodging the claw and appearing right beneath the Earth Lion's belly. Cain's fist clad in astral wave buried itself in the Earth Lion's belly, causing severe internal damage. He immediately rolled away, avoiding the wave beast's body from stumping him. Without losing momentum, Cain rose and fired another blow. This time, he aimed at the Earth Lion's shoulder, breaking it and, in doing so, crippling the beast. Ah! The Earth Lion screamed in pain, and blood leaked out of its mouth, showing the internal damage it suffered. Cain's eyes grew cold as he heard the beast's scream since it alerted everyone in the surrounding of a battle occurring. He immediately jumped over the Earth Lion, tightened his legs around the beast's neck, and began to bash the back of its head. It took less than 5 blows for Cain to kill the Earth Lion. He then gave the final blow to the agonizing wave beast before taking out his spear. Cain used the spear to take the heart of one Earth Lion before his eyes narrowed as he detected the scent of a group approach. Humans. Kane immediately stored the heart and spear and flashed away. He had no intention of interacting with other cadets, especially if they were in a large group. Although he left one wave beast's heart behind, it was better to avoid conflicts for the time being. A few minutes after Kane had left, a group of 8 cadets arrived. The one leading it was a handsome youth with green hair and eyes. He stared at the 2 dead earth lions, and his eyes narrowed at the lack of wounds. Whoever killed them, they did it fast, and all their attacks aimed at vital points. Their knowledge about these wave beasts' physiology and martial skills are vast. The youth with green hair did not expect any feedback from the others, and he was just thinking out loud. After that, he glanced at the 3 people behind the group. "What are you 3 waiting for?" The trio trembled as they heard the man's cold voice. Their status was inferior to those of the rest of the group, which did not seem to be a problem initially since they all treated them very well, but once they were alone, the group dynamic changed significantly. Unfortunately, even if they regretted their decisions, there was nothing they could do. The group's leader did not care about the trio's thoughts, and his eyes focused on the direction where Kane had left. Kane ran for almost an hour, changing routes from time to time and doing his best to hide any sign of his presence. Only after making sure no one was near him did he escalate to a large tree and sit on a branch. All the running and the battles had awakened his appetite. No one provided them with meals for this test, but there was food all around them. However, Kane did not plan to eat the fruits in the surroundings. He took out one earth lion's heart and bit it, taking a large piece into his mouth. A wave beast's heart had a large concentration of life wave, something beneficial for any wave cultivator. There were downsides, such as the possibility of food poisoning, but that was not something Kane had to worry about, thanks to his lichen physiology. Of course, there was also the fact that cooked meat was much better, but Kane would not risk revealing his presence with fire just to satisfy his palate. Kane's eyes widened as he felt the surge of life wave inside him, and without hesitation, he adopted a meditative position and began cultivating. While Kane focused on his cultivation and had chosen a location where no one should bother him, he did not let his guard down. The basic scan force field never stopped working and would alert him if anyone entered it. Kane did not stop cultivating until the last surge of life wave transformed into astral wave. The day had ended by the time he came out of training, but that was not a problem for him. Wolves had always been great nighttime predators. Kane's night vision allowed his field of view to be around 80% as good as during the day. He quietly descended the tree before picking up a scent and following it. It did not take long for him to see a group of wave beasts. They were 5 rhinoceros-like creatures with spikes all over their bodies. Just 2 wave beasts pushed him to the limit, so fighting 5 of them was not something Kane would do. Still, that did not mean he would just leave. System, scan targets. A few seconds later, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Target scanned. Race, wave beast lineage, porcupine rhinoceros. Path of power. Wave beast, level 1, stats. Strength, 0.14. Agility, 0.07. Vitality, 0.20. Life wave, 0.18. While there were slight variations, the 5 porcupine rhinoceros had around the same stats. As Kane analyzed them, he realized those beasts were a perfect example that stats did not fully represent the danger of an enemy. Porcupine rhinoceros had lower stats than earth lions, but Kane would find it much harder to face them due to their racial traits and his lack of long-range attacks. Kane left without alerting the porcupine rhinoceroses and soon reached the location of another wave beast. This time the beast was only 1, but he did not take it lightly as the feeling it gave him was that of immense danger. The wave beast resembled a 2.5-meter tall gorilla with shining metallic fur. After the system showed him the beast's stats, Kane understood the reason for the dangerous feeling. Target scanned. Race, wave beast lineage, metal gorilla. Path of power. Wave beast, level 2, stats. Strength, 0.42. Agility, 0.22. Vitality, 0.51. Life wave, 0.41. The metal gorilla was a level 2 wave beast, surpassing Kane in everything, especially in strength. Kane knew that facing a level 2 wave beast would be dangerous, but he also knew that he would not always be able to fight easy enemies, and running away from every danger would only harm him in the long run. Of course, that did not mean he would blindly charge toward the metal gorilla. Using the information gathered by the pseudo-cellular analysis, he projected the battle inside his mind with basic virtual simulation. He spent almost half an hour going through the simulation, and only after considering everything did he decide to fight. Even then, he waited another hour for the metallic gorilla to lower its guard and generate an opening. Just as the metallic gorilla stretched its body due to boredom and tiredness, a sense of danger assaulted it. A burst of aura appeared near it, and from that same direction, a spear flashed toward it. The metallic gorilla managed to move in the last second, stopping it from piercing its chest, but it still landed on its shoulder before it could unleash its wave cloak. Kane emerged from the tree's cover, and his eyes narrowed as he saw how the spear barely managed to penetrate the metallic gorilla's flesh. While the simulation showed that outcome, he was still surprised by the beast's resilience. Ah! The metallic gorilla roared with pain and anger as it saw the one responsible for its wound. Its wave cloak burst with power and increased the amount in its right arm as it attacked. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw that giant fist enhanced by life wave approaching him at a shocking speed. He managed to dodge the attack while continuing advancing and used the momentum to strike the spear's rear, pushing it deeper into the metallic gorilla's shoulder. Ah! The metallic gorilla roared in pain as the spear practically drilled through his shoulder. However, just as Kane was about to continue his onslaught, he saw the waver beast's left arm coming at him. According to the simulation, that attack should have crippled the metallic gorilla's left arm, giving Kane enough time to break some of the beast's ribs, but things did not go that way. Kane only managed to form a cross with his arms, using them as a shield against the beast's slap. Although the slap sent Kane flying away, it did not harm him other than numbing his arms. While the AI chip module's simulation was not perfect, it was correct that the spear would greatly hinder the metallic gorilla's left arm. Kane's eyes focused, but he was still a little shaken. This experience showed him that he should only take the simulations as a guide and not blindly trust them. Wave burst. Kane pronounced those words as his astral wave output increased exponentially. The ability Wave Burst was something all wave cultivators could use, just like Wave Cloak. It allowed one to increase their wave output, enhancing their strength but affecting their stamina and the amount of time they can have their Wave Cloak active. Ah! The metallic gorilla roared, this time not with pain but rage, as it also used Wave Burst. Kane and the Wave Beast flashed to each other, with the first taking a turn to the beast's left in the last second. Not only did Kane dodge the metallic gorilla's attack, but he landed a heavy blow on the beast's knee. That strike was enough for the metallic gorilla's legs to bend, allowing Kane's kick to land straight in the back of the beast's head. Such a blow in the back of the head caused massive trauma to the metallic gorilla's brain, which Kane took full advantage of. Kane used all his strength as he began to strike the metallic gorilla's liver, making the creature feel immense pain while at the same time taking away its focus and drive. Although he only used his fist, Kane was an astral wave warrior, so the might of his punches was stronger than what an essence wave warrior could provoke by striking with a hammer. Of course, only low-level and weak essence wave warriors that lacked skills and technique would use their essence wave like that. The liver was the largest gland and a center of blood circulation, and unlike the heart, it lacked a rib cage to protect it, so one could imagine the amount of damage it would take by receiving Kane's blows. The metallic gorilla felt it suffocated, while blood did not stop emerging from its maws, forcing it to get down on all fours. Kane's eyes became cold as he saw that, and he immediately jumped on the beast's back. He grabbed the metallic gorilla's head with his left hand and began to strike the upper section of the spine with his right one. A boom, crack. The sound of crashes and cracks emerged from the impact area as Kane shattered the cervical vertebrae and severed the spinal cord, killing the wave beast. Kane felt his blood burning due to the thrill of battle and the flaw of his lineage, but luckily he managed to calm down fast. The youth deactivated his wave cloak as a sense of exhaustion assaulted him. The battle had been short but using Wave Burst took a toll on his endurance. He took his spear out of the beast's body, opened its ribcage, and extracted the heart before flashing away, only stopping once he was sure there was no one close to him. The following month went like that, with Cain hunting down wave beasts and using the hearts he obtained as both food and a source of life wave to improve his wave cultivation. Every day, he went deeper into the forest, and like Captain Joseph told him, the enemy's power grew. Sometimes he would find a pack of peak level 2 wave beasts. Of course, Cain was not suicidal. Other than scanning them and marking their location, he did nothing to those packs. Cain picked up a sulfur smell on the 39th day inside the military academy's secret trial. As soon as he did that, he pushed his focus to the limit. The reason was that the sulfur smell did not come from a wave beast. According to the Dark Race Compendium, that was a characteristic of the Infernus demon race, one of the dark races. Cain made sure he was in peak condition before following the scent. After 20 minutes, he was able to see his target. It was a man with a large muscular body, obsidian skin, and an expression full of savagery and chaos in his eyes. There was a scar on his chest, but other than that, he seemed in perfect health. He stood meditatively in a deforested zone next to a river. While that made it hard for him to hide, it also forced opponents into revealing themselves to attack. That display of strategy alone was a testament to why a member of the dark races was so much harder to handle than a wave beast. As soon as Cain's eyes landed on the member of the Infernus demon race, he felt hatred. He had never seen one and much less interacted with them, but as a member of the Godslayer humankind, he was taught from a very young age to see them as the enemy and loathe them. And if the Godslayer humankind empire indoctrination was not enough, Cain felt resentment because he lost his father in the war against them. System, scan him. Cain even slowed his breathing as he focused on the enemy and waited for the system's analysis. Target scan successful. Race, Infernus demon race. Lineage, Abyssal demon path of power. Astral rebirth, level 2 wave warrior. Stats. Strength, 0.61 agility, 0.33 vitality, 0.54. Astral wave, 0.51. Note: there is a foreign object hidden inside the target's body. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw those stats, and by the amount of astral wave, he deduced that the abyssal demon was already at peak level 2. As for the foreign object inside the abyssal demon, while it drew some interest, it was not Cain's main concern right now. System, scan me. The absolute life form system followed Cain's command, and a new virtual screen appeared for him, this time with his data. Scanning vessel, name, Cain Lorifer race, Godslayer humankind. Path of power, astral rebirth, level 1 wave warrior. Lineage, lightning lupus wave talent, low tier 4. Stats. Strength, 0.15 agility, 0.20 vitality, 0.17. Wave, 016, arts and skills, soldier cultivation technique. Soldier skills Lycan physiology lightning conversion. The system showed Cain the immense difference between their stats, but that did not mean he would give up. First, he used the basic virtual simulation tool to project the outcomes of a battle between him and the abyssal demon. In most of the simulations, he died or had to run away with severe injuries, but there was a path he could take that would allow him to win. Cain took a deep breath, hid in the shadows, and waited for the right time. The chance presented itself after 5 hours when the abyssal demon took a moment to begin circulating his astral wave. He had just started training when a spear flashed toward his back. The abyssal demon felt the incoming spear. The ambush forced him to suddenly stop his revolving astral wave, which made a metallic taste appear in his mouth, and he turned around while a dark purple wave cloak manifested. He fired a punch toward the spearhead, making the weapon burst into pieces. However, his eyes widened as he saw the youth that managed to get next to him by hiding in his blind spot. Cain had not activated his wave cloak to thrust the spear, which is why the abyssal demon managed to intercept it with such ease. Nevertheless, that also allowed him to hide his presence until he was ready to strike. The youth manifested his wave cloak and aimed his palms at the abyssal demon's face before part of his astral wave mutated into arcs of lighting. Ah! The abyssal demon screamed in pain, and the lightning arcs exploded in his face, igniting his eyes. A cold smile appeared on Cain's face as he saw that, but it did not last long as a blow landed in his stomach, sending him flying away while puking blood. Kane felt immense pain but did not have the luxury of resting as a tremendous sense of danger assaulted him. He clenched his teeth and gathered his strength before jumping to the right. A boom! The youth did it just in time to avoid the abyssal demon crashing down on his previous location. Even then, Kane continued retreating as the enemy lunged toward him. Kane found it hard to believe the incredible tenacity of the abyssal demon. The abyssal demon's eyes were useless, but he used his other senses to follow Kane. His attack lacked precision, but their strength made it so that one was more than enough to break several bones. Despite the immense danger, Kane was able to keep a cool head. He made his way back to the trees, and once there, he deactivated his wave cloak and hid his presence. Ah! The abyssal demon roared as he began to destroy the trees around him but could no longer feel Kane's presence. Kane slowly moved away from the abyssal demon. He was having difficulty breathing and was sure there was internal damage. If another blow had landed, he might have lost the ability to fight and perish. As the abyssal demon continued to destroy everything around him in rage, Kane returned to where the spear had broken and retrieved its head. Kane focused and did his best to ignore the pain as he approached the abyssal demon. He activated his wave cloak, enhancing his strength before throwing the spearhead. That projectile lacked any skill. Not to mention dodging it, the abyssal demon could have stopped it with bare hands if he was in peak condition. Unfortunately, due to the state of his eyes, the abyssal demon only managed to block it by putting his arms in what he perceived could be the spearhead trajectory. The abyssal demon felt a sharp pain in his arms as he blocked the spearhead, but that was all, and it did not manage to harm him. Sadly for the abyssal demon, the spearhead was only a distraction, and the next instant, he felt immense pain as a kick had just landed on his right knee, shattering it. Ah, you disgusting human! The abyssal demon cursed as he waved his hand like a madman, but he hit nothing. Things went from bad to worse for the abyssal demon. The next second, a punch landed on the base of his skull. Kane saw how his attack momentarily paralyzed the abyssal demon and continued punching. Savagery appeared in his eyes as he felt his blood burning. Even when the abyssal demon landed on the ground, Kane did not stop his relentless attack and carried on until he felt his wave cloak about to vanish. The youth regained his composure after the emotional outburst passed, and his eyes widened as he saw the bloody paste that was once the abyssal demon's head. It is fine. He was a member of the dark races. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Kane heard Apex's voice. So those are your thoughts after killing another intelligent being. Apex took Kane by surprise. Although the youth was a little shaken by the bloody scene, there was not the guilt or psychological pressure he felt when he ended Chiron. There is no mercy for the dark races. Kane clenched his bloody fist as he replied. If that is all you have to say, then I must compliment your Godslayer humankind empire for their indoctrination. Kane did not know why, but the system spirit's words irritated him greatly. Did you not say that killing is a part one cannot avoid? Apex did not immediately reply to Kane's words and waited for the youth to calm down. Brat, there is nothing wrong in killing someone, but do not let others' beliefs affect your heart. You took that man's life because you wanted to. Own it, and do not hide behind excuses like a coward. Those words shocked Kane's spirit. He knew Apex was correct. As soon as he saw the corpse, he attempted to distance himself from the act. Kane stood up and did not take his eyes away from the abyssal demon's bloody corpse. I killed you because you were my enemy, don't waste time. Take out the abyssal demon's heart and search for the foreign object inside his body. Apex did not comment on Kane's words, nor did the youth expect the system spirit to do it. Kane did not expect a pat on the back. He spoke those words because he believed them. He picked the deformed spearhead from the ground and used it to open the abyssal demon's chest. By cutting over the scar, Kane did things much easier and faster. Just like wave beasts' hearts were valuable, so were dark races as they contained a tremendous amount of astral or essence wave. After saving the heart in his backpack, Kane searched for the foreign object and soon found it. What is this? Kane took a black orb the size of a fist out of the abyssal demon's abdomen. So this is where those soldiers hid them. Apex's words only confused Kane more, but luckily he continued speaking. Do you remember the vice captain's words about wave artifacts inside this place? We have been here for more than a month and explored a lot yet found nothing. Kane did not need Apex to say anything else to understand where he was heading to. Of course, he remembered the part about wave artifacts. It was one of the main reasons why he wanted to enter the military academy's secret trial alone. A commoner would find it almost impossible to get a wave artifact. Even level 4 wave warriors considered them as treasures that could save their lives, and it seemed that the orb in his hand was one of them. Kane felt an electromagnetic current emerge from his hand and reach the orb. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes. Wave artifact branded through AI chip module, displaying information. Name: Kinetic Gauntlets grade, high bronze details. Artifact meant for astral wave warriors, able to protect the hands and forearms. Active ability: Kinetic Blast. Once you charge enough astral wave, it can fire a blast of kinetic force on impact. It has 3 levels. Along with that description, a detailed explanation of the Kinetic Gauntlet's abilities and how to use them reached Kane's mind. Normally, one would brand and get the information out of the wave artifacts through a digital data package left in it through the AI chip, but you did it through the system. Apex made a slight pause to make sure Kane understood before carrying on. To activate the wave artifact, just channel your astral wave into it. Kane could not wait to test the wave artifact, so he immediately followed Apex's words and sent his astral wave into it. A large smile appeared on Kane's face as he saw the orb glowing before melting and transforming into gauntlets covering his hands and forearms. Although Kane was eager to try the gauntlets, he knew that his fight with the abyssal demon drew some attention, so he hid his presence and left immediately. Kane ran for at least an hour and hid his presence before climbing a tree and resting. He used internal breathing while devouring a wave beast's heart and consuming soldier drugs. 3 hours later, Kane's body regained vigor and his internal wound diminished, but he could not say the same about his mind. The surveillance and fight with the abyssal demon had pushed him to the limit, so he needed a proper rest. After tying a rope around his waist and then to the tree, Kane began to sleep. Only someone like Kane, who had the basic scan force field at his disposal, could sleep so calmly while taking this trial alone. Kane woke up in the middle of the night after sleeping more than 10 hours. He felt refreshed but still felt some pain around his abdomen. The first thing he did was survey his surroundings, and only after making sure there was no one near did Kane test his wave artifact. As soon as he activated his wave cloak, Kane noticed the effect of the kinetic gauntlets. They automatically channeled and condensed the astral wave around them, enhancing both offense and defense. Kane began to strike a large tree. Thanks to the data gathered by the AI chip module, he discovered that his punches were 17% stronger now. That was just the kinetic gauntlet's passive ability. Following the instructions of the wave artifact, he fueled it with a significant amount of astral wave, activating a matrix. Kane saw that the kinetic gauntlet's ability was ready and punched the tree. He was almost pushed back and felt his arms numb, but that mattered little after he saw the might of his attack. A large hole appeared in the tree, and this one then fell. That attack carried a greater force than the level 2 abyssal demon displayed, and that was only the first level of kinetic blast. Of course, such might did not come cheap. Kane noticed that the first level kinetic blast charging on both gauntlets had drained half of his astral wave. Kane's excitement did not diminish after seeing kinetic blast's cost. He was still a level 1 astral wave warrior, so it was no wonder his reserve drained so fast. After resting for a little more, pushing his body back to the peak, Kane picked up a familiar scent and followed it. It was not long before the youth saw a pack of 3 porcupine rhinoceroses. He scanned the wave beasts and discovered they were all level 1. Before, just fighting one would have been a challenge, but now that he had a wave artifact, things were different. Kane could almost not believe the images shown by the basic virtual simulation tool, as they were incredible. He did not lower his guard and quietly approached the pack before flashing toward the one in the rear. The porcupine rhinoceroses entered battle mode, activating their wave cloaks as Kane flashed toward them, but before they could do anything, the youth had already reached one of them. Kane fired a fist toward the porcupine rhinoceros side. His right gauntlet glowed as the matrix activated and kinetic blast fired. Ah! The wave beast yelled in pain as the punch completely disregarded its wave cloak and physical defenses, blasting a bloody hole and sending it flying away. Shock appeared in the porcupine rhinoceroses as they saw their companion's fate. Kane would have reacted the same if not for the simulation, but since he did not, he could take advantage of the wave beast's distraction. He reached the next porcupine rhinoceros and punched with his left arm, firing another kinetic blast. This time the wave beast did not yell as the strike landed on its head, killing it instantly. It still sent it flying away, crashing against the last porcupine rhinoceros. Kane saw how the last porcupine rhinoceros crashed to the ground after being struck by its companion's body. He ran toward the beast and, before it could stand up, began to hit its head. 7 blows were all that Kane needed to kill the final porcupine rhinoceros. As Kane saw the state of the battlefield, he could not help but feel shocked. He killed the 3 porcupine rhinoceroses in less than 30 seconds and suffered no damage. That was enough for one to understand the mighty wave artifacts. Kane did not lose much time being amazed by the might of his kinetic gauntlets. He took out the spearhead, which was now only useful as a blade, and removed the hearts of the wave beasts before flashing away. Obtaining that wave artifact was like giving wings to a T-Rex. Kane's killing speed increased exponentially, and he could now confidently face level 2 wave beasts. His rush stopped after he again picked up a sulfur scent for the second time. Unlike wave beasts, facing a wave warrior of Infernus demon race was difficult, even with his wave artifact. Kane followed the scent, which led him to a large mountain. It came from a cave, which immediately drew some problems for him. Since Kane could not establish eye contact, using the pseudo-cellular analyses tool became much harder. He would have to get close enough so that the Infernus demon could enter the range of his basic scan force field. As he silently approached the cave, the system sent a warning signal. Warning. Warning. Basic scan force field has detected several magic matrices in the surroundings. If touched, they will trigger a spell. Magic matrices locations marked. Kane's eyes narrowed, and his alertness spiked as the system marked invisible magic matrices hidden around the cave. Abyssal demons, while intelligent enough to put traps, usually disdain to do it, so the one inside the cave must be a hell devil. Just like the Godslayer humankind had many lineages, the Infernus demon race also had more than one. According to the Dark Race Compendium, the Infernus demon race had 3 main lineages, and the hell devils were fond of traps and schemes. Kane dodged all the magic matrices and got close enough to the cave for the basic scan force field to cover the Infernus demon. It did not take long for the system's voice to appear in his mind. Target scan successful. Race, Infernus demon race. Lineage, Hell devil race path of power. Essence evolution, level 2 wave warrior. Stats. Strength, 0.14 agility, 0.19 vitality, 0.27. Essence wave, 0.48. Note: there is a foreign object hidden inside the target's body. As Kane suspected, the one inside the cave was a hell devil. As for the fact it had taken the essence evolution path of power despite having a lineage, that did not surprise him. Not because you have a lineage, you would necessarily embark on the astral rebirth path of power. Some chose not to take it because of its harshness, and others had lineages that were more suitable for the essence evolution path of power. Just marching inside the cave would be suicide. A barrage of spells would come to greet me before I could even get close to the hell devil. Kane began considering the best path forward and ran many simulations with the system. It did not take long before a plan appeared in his mind. He got next to the mountain that held the cave and began to strike it in several locations before charging the matrix in his right gauntlet and giving a final blow. Those strikes were not thrust randomly since the system marked them as weak points. A second after that, Kane connected a kinetic blast, and the cave began to tremble. It was a matter of time before it collapsed. Since running into it would be suicide, he forced the hell devil to come out. A beautiful humanoid woman emerged from the cave. She was similar to a human, other than her red skin and horns. Despite her appearance, the woman's eyes were cold as she surveyed the surroundings. The hell devil felt the astral wave and knew an enemy was near. She quickly discovered the youth covered in a dark purple wave cloak flashing toward her. "Wait, please don't do this." The woman's plight and the sad expression on her face could have moved anyone's heart, especially that of a youth. Yet, Kane's expression remained resolute no matter what he heard or saw. It was not that he did not find the woman attractive. If he was honest, the red color of her skin hit the right spot. Unfortunately for the Hell Devil, Cain would not back down now. He had decided to join the Imperial military force in the future, which would mean killing members of the dark races. While he no longer hid behind an excuse, letting the indoctrination of the Godslayer humankind empire guide him, that did not mean he would show any mercy. The woman saw that her words did not work, and her sad expression turned cold as she raised her hand and fired a fireball. That spell was fired almost instantly from her hand because she had been preparing it from the moment she saw the youth. Cain had expected such an attack and was ready to counter it. His left gauntlet glowed as he connected a kinetic blast to the ground, triggering an explosion that fired dozens of large rocks forward. The rocks and the fireball counter each other, allowing Cain to appear right before the Hell Devil. Just as he was about to send a blow toward her neck, he heard the system's voice. Warning. Incoming spell from 8 o'clock. Cain's eyes widened as he heard that. He had made sure to survey the surroundings before the battle started, but he found no one, and if not for the basic scan force field, he would have never known until it was too late. I cannot dodge it nor form a proper defense in such a short time. Cain's mind worked extremely fast, searching for a way to survive, and he found it. He continued advancing, but instead of striking the Hell Devil's throat, he grabbed it in her waist before turning around. The youth used the Hell Devil as a shield against the spell. Dozens of small shadow blades landed on the Hell Devil's back, cutting the flesh like nothing and leaving deep lacerations in the spine. Due to the hasty defense, some blades also landed on Cain. Cain clenched his teeth as he endured the pain and focused on where the attack came from. Surprise and rage emerged in his eyes as he saw that the attackers were not members of the dark races but humans. A man and a woman walked out of the tree's cover. A shadowy aura emerged from the latter that covered both. The duo was a man and a woman, and their dark purple and sky blue wave cloaks revealed the path of power they had taken. Oh, I am sorry for those wounds. I did not see you. Luckily you were able to react to my shadow blades. Cain saw the woman smiling toward him, but the evident disdain in her eyes told him all he needed to know. He felt his rage growing stronger and was doing all he could to stop himself from lunging toward them. Without saying a word, Cain raised the Hell Devil by the neck and calmly began walking toward the cave's entrance. Although Cain's composure surprised the duo, they never cared about his response. What mattered to them was the dying Hell Devil in his hands and the wave artifact. Filthy commoner, how dare you to ignore Lady Nira, a member of the Viscount Calor's household? The man roared, showing a righteous expression as if they were doing Cain a favor by talking to him. Nira's smile vanished as she saw Cain's coldness, but she remained calm. The Hell Devil was mortally wounded, but if they wanted the Imperial military credits for her death, they needed to be the ones that gave the final blow. If they charged toward Cain, this one might break the Hell Devil's neck before escaping, which was not good. Hand over the Hell Devil and the wave artifact you stole, and we will let you leave unharmed. Nira's words were harsh and seemed not to leave room for discussion. She never considered the wave artifact as Cain's property, as a commoner could not possess something like that in her mind. Cain felt his rage soaring without control as he heard how those two spoke to him. It reached the point he had to bite his tongue to remain calm. Luckily Cain did not have to endure for long since once he reached a specific point, he activated Wave Burst. Nira and the man thought Cain wanted to fight and sneered since not only did they outnumber him, they were both level 2 wave warriors. However, instead of attacking, Cain used his enhanced strength to break the Hell Devil's neck and bury his hand in her stomach. Cain's coldness and savagery surprised the duo, giving him enough time to extract the wave artifact and run away. You dare to run? The man roared as he saw Cain escaping and immediately chased. Sadly, he walked over a magic matrix, which triggered an explosion. James. Nira had just started to charge her spell when she saw the blast. While the explosion seemed mighty, spells engraved on the ground in the form of magic matrices were not particularly strong, so James was only sent flying away with some burn mark over his body. Nira walked over to James and helped him stand up. Both of them could still fight, but Cain had already vanished. Filthy commoner. James roared in rage as he felt his skin burning. It is not worth bothering with him. Let's explore the zone and see if we find something valuable. Nira was also furious, but since Cain had already vanished from their sight, it would be almost impossible to track him down now. Cain ran through the forest for more than an hour before stopping. His face twisted due to the immense rage that filled him. It was as if his blood was burning, demanding him to fight. The way the duo looked at him as if he was a mere insect that should happily bow down to them sickened him. He rose to a tree and adopted a meditative position, focusing on resting and calming his fury. It took him a while, but as night fell, he finally relaxed. That woman's shadows. Not only did it hide the presence, it even covered the scent. Cain was able to quickly deduct how the duo was able to get so near without him noticing them. As for how they located him, that had many answers, with one being pure bad luck. They might happen to stumble upon him by chance. The truth was that the reason did not matter. Those shadow blades almost killed him, and Cain was not the forgiving type. According to the scan I did before entering the trial, they were both level 2 wave warriors, with the man having advanced recently. Fighting a single level 2 wave warrior almost cost him his life, and was when he had a plan and was able to set an ambush. Fighting the duo with his current strength was suicidal. Cain shook his head as he threw away the notion of fighting the duo inside the military academy's secret trial. He could not win in a direct battle, and unlike Nira and James, he was not willing to break the rules about killing other humans and infuriate Vice Captain Joseph. He took out a wave beast's heart and soldier drugs, and after a session of cultivation and healing, he focused on the wave artifact taken out of the Hell Devil. Wave artifact branded through AI chip module, displaying information. Name: Fire Sword Grade. High Bronze Details. Artifact meant for Essence Wave Warriors. Able to enhance spells with fire attributes. Active ability: Fire Burst. Once you charge enough Essence Wave, it can fire a 2-meter tall arc of fire capable of crossing 100 meters in 3 seconds. Cain was surprised by the wave artifact's information. Not only about its power, but the fact that Essence Warriors would use something like swords. It is more common than you might think. Apex's voice surprised Cain. The system spirit usually spent all his time using the basic hacking tool to gather information, so they have not talked a lot recently. Can you elaborate? Although all the information Apex obtained was at his disposal, Cain would prefer not to go through millions of files right now. Luckily for Cain, Apex did not leave him in suspense. Essence Wave cultivators are not the typical mages of your fairy tales. If that were the case, their usefulness on the battlefield would be limited. Although Essence Wave warriors do focus on long-range attacks, they can deploy impressive melee skills, especially those that train some auxiliary body refinement techniques. Cain nodded to Apex's words and proceeded to save the white orb in his backpack. Using the sword without proper skills was useless, especially since the damage he could do with his fists was higher. Cain spent the next few days going deep into the forest, killing all the wave beasts he found in his path. It was not up to 5 days after the encounter with the duo that he found another dangerous target again. He followed the sulfur scent and discovered an abyssal demon resting in an area full of broken trees. To his surprise, this one seemed severely injured, and the youth figured out a large fight had occurred by the blood pattern across the ground. Cain did not waste too much time and immediately scanned the abyssal demon. Target scan successful. Race: Infernus Demon Race. Lineage: Abyssal Demon Path of Power. Astral Rebirth, Level 2 Wave Warrior. Stats: Strength: 0.54 Agility, 0.30 Vitality, 0.47. Astral Wave: 0.44. Note: Target is heavily wounded and cannot fully deploy his battle power. There is a foreign object hidden inside his body. Not only was this abyssal demon weaker than the one Cain faced a month ago, but he was severely injured, making things even easier. There were many paths Cain could take to handle this abyssal demon, and due to the broken trees, setting a sneak attack was not hard. Nevertheless, as he saw the fearless expression on his enemy's face, his eyes glowed with determination. The abyssal demon was doing his best to recover his energy when he saw a youth coming out of the tree's cover and walking to him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the surroundings but detected no one else. Ha 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 ha, finally, one of you is not a coward and fights heads on. Kane did not say a word, but his aura exploded as he used wave cloak and wave burst at once. Let's do this. The abyssal demon roared as he also triggered wave cloak and wave burst before charging toward Kane and firing a fist. Kane countered with his own fist, making the sound of a small shock wave appear due to the strength they unleashed. None of them could surpass the other, but Kane did not remain still and fired a kick that landed straight in the abyssal demon's jaw. Before Kane could get too happy, a fist had landed on his chest, sending him flying away. The abyssal demon would have wanted to chase, but that kick shook his brain, temporarily paralyzing him. Kane used those seconds to step up from the ground as a metallic taste appeared in his mouth. That punch was hurtful but not enough to reduce his battle power. I lowered my guard after my attack landed. The damage would have been much worse if he was not so wounded. One of the reasons Kane chose to take a direct approach was to train himself. He would not always be able to count on ambushes or sneak attacks, nor would he always have time to simulate the battle beforehand, so he had to learn how to adapt at the moment. The abyssal demon shook his head as he regained his focus, just in time to a fist bathed in astral wave fired toward his throat. He raised his arm just in time to block it, but a kick landed directly on his knee the next second. Kane had just landed that kick before jumping back, dodging an elbow strike that targeted the top of his head. Like that, the battle carried on with both exchanging blows. Kane's attacks and reactions became faster, but the abyssal demon could not say the same. The abyssal demon's wounds worsened as the battle continued, making his movements sluggish. Kinetic Blast. After 3 minutes, Kane ended the battle as he connected a fist right in the center of the abyssal demon's chest and triggered Kinetic Blast. The abyssal demon trembled as the impact caused massive internal trauma and pushed him back a few meters. He fell to the ground and no longer stood up as his heart stopped beating. Kane approached the abyssal demon and was surprised to see a smile on this one's face. A good death is its own reward. I guess what they say about abyssal demons is true. They live for the thrill of battle. Kane nodded toward the fallen enemy before using the spearhead to take out the heart and wave artifact. He left and rested after running for at least 30 minutes. First, he rose to a tree, took out some soldier drugs and a wave beast's heart, and recovered. Although the fight was not easy, he did not have broken bones, at most some bruises. Once Kane was fully rested and managed the worst of his injuries, he inspected the wave artifact. Wave artifact branded through AI chip module, displaying information. Name. Light boots grade. Medium bronze details. Artifact meant for astral wave warriors. Able to enhance wave's density around legs, improving the force put into the ground, propelling your body forward with greater strength, therefore increasing your speed. Active ability. Burst. Once you charge enough astral wave, it will propel you forward with great speed. Kane could not be happier with the wave artifact. Even if the light boots lacked an offensive ability, he could use burst in many ways. It would help him during a battle and also improve his survival skills. Taking advantage of his resting, Kane called for the system to show him his current Destiny Force. Destiny Force. 0.2. As soon as he saw those numbers, Kane frowned. Apex, didn't you say that I could steal destiny by killing others? Why did I obtain nothing from the abyssal demons and the hell devil I killed? Kane was sure there was no difference between races for the absolute life form system, so he did not believe that only humans could work regarding stealing. Brat, when it comes to stealing someone's destiny, there are 2 points to consider. The might of their destiny and how high is yours compared to theirs. If your destiny is much higher than the ones you kill, you will get nothing no matter how much you slaughter. The reason you get nothing from those inside the military academy secret trial is simple. Just what kind of destiny could those abyssal demons and hell devil have? Kane immediately understood Apex's words. Every member of the dark races inside the secret military trial was bound to die, so their destiny was basically zero. Kane spent the next couple of weeks hunting wave beasts and faced 2 hell devils during that time. All the dark races warriors he found were part of the Infernus demon race, which told Kane that those warriors were packed together according to their races. He also detected humans multiple times but avoided any meeting. There are less than 2 weeks until the trial is over. I will keep exploring for a couple more days before returning. That thought just crossed Kane's mind when he detected a human scent. Coldness emerged in his eyes since he knew the owner. It was the same duo that almost cost him his life. Cain felt his blood burning as his desire to kill grew stronger. Remembering how the duo looked at him still made him feel an endless fury. Not yet. Cain calmed himself and began walking in the opposite direction of the duo. Although he had grown stronger, he was still a level 1 wave warrior, and facing 2 level 2 would be suicide. Not long after that, Cain picked up a strong smell of blood. Due to the killing, he was used to it, but the scent was too potent and fresh. Cain's eyes narrowed, and he hid his aura the best he could as he approached the scent's origin. It did not take long for him to find the source, and what he saw drew an absolute dread in his heart. In the youth's vision, there was a man with silver armor made of thousands of blades beneath a waterfall. There was destruction all around him, and the water reaching his waist was pure red. That color came from the almost 20 bodies lying impaled around him. Most of them were wave beasts, but there were 3 that belonged to cadets. Aatrox Immortus race. Cain remembered the words he read in the Dark Race compendium about them. As he focused on the cadets impaled in the rocks around the waterfall, his eyes widened with sheer terror since he saw they were still alive. Just like humankind earned its title through their massacre of gods, the Immortus race gained theirs due to the terror they infused on their enemies. Cain felt his heart beating faster and faster, forcing him to do his best to control himself. There was no way he would face that monster, but still, he commanded the system to scan him. Target scan successful. Race: Aatrox Immortus race. Lineage: Path of Power. Astral Rebirth, Level 3 Wave Warrior. Stats: Strength 0.75, Agility 0.69, Vitality 0.19. Astral Wave 0.66. Note: target's vitality is in a state of severe disarray. There is a foreign object hidden inside his body. Absolute shock appeared on Cain's face as he saw those stats. He could not believe that the soldiers had let a level 3 wave warrior inside the military academy's secret trial. Even worse, one of the Aatrox Immortus race. The fact that the Aatrox's vitality was in disarray meant nothing for Cain, as he knew that if they were to fight, he would die before landing even a single blow. Without second thoughts, Cain slowly made his way out of the vicinity. He had moved for less than 100 meters when it happened. Eeeeeee. The sound of a screech made Cain's entire body tremble. He turned to the side and saw a wave beast with the form of a hawk looking at him. The wave beast was outside his basic scan force field range, and Cain failed to pick up the scent because he focused solely on the Aatrox. Cain couldn't care less about the wave beast. What mattered to him was that he felt 2 eyes focusing in his direction, making his instinct scream like crazy. Eeeeeee. The wave beast screeched again as it lunged toward Cain, but the youth's boot glowed before he flashed away like a lightning bolt. Ah! Less than 3 seconds later, Cain heard that horrible scream of pain, making his blood run cold, and pushing him to run even faster. He was burning his astral wave like a madman and constantly activating his light boots ability. That man already discovered your presence. After he finishes with the wave beast, he will come for you. Running will not help since he is several times faster than you. You should think of something quick, brat, or else you will die. Cain heard Apex's voice and knew he needed to think fast, but there was a problem. He could usually react to a dangerous situation very fast, but right now, fear clouded his mind. What he saw near the waterfall terrified him, and the idea that it could happen to him affected his reasoning. Luckily for Cain, the system spirit seemed to have recognized his plight and decided to give him a hand. Members of the Aatrox Immortus race are inclined to inflict intense pain on their opponents. That wave beasts will buy you a few seconds, but if you want a chance, you need to give him prey he wants as much as you. A cold light crossed Cain's eyes as he heard those words and knew what kind of prey could give him enough time. Other humans. If he guided the Aatrox toward another cadet, Cain could obtain enough time to escape. Just like when he decided to kill for the first time, uncertainty appeared in Cain's eyes, and just like back then, he remembered his father's words. What is the point of surviving if you do it full of regret? Cain yelled those words. He did it to reaffirm his heart, as he would never take that path. Ha ha ha, well done, brat. You are right. People willing to sacrifice the weak and innocent so they can prolong their disgusting lives are worse than garbage. Apex's voice was full of thrill, but viciousness appeared as he continued. However, not everybody here is innocent. Kane's eyes grew cold as he heard that, and there was no hesitation in them this time. He focused on his sense of smell and found the scent he was looking for. He made a sharp turn to the left and ran with everything he had. The muscles on his legs were burning, but he did not care and kept pushing harder. Suddenly, a sense of absolute doom assaulted Kane. He felt a presence about to reach his back. Just as fear was about to freeze his mind, his eyes glowed with red light. Kane felt all the fear vanish, and his mind suddenly heightened, making everything around him move extremely slowly, and mobilizing his astral wave became several times easier. He did not know what happened, but that did not matter, as he found a way to survive. He arched his body and turned around as the matrix in the kinetic gauntlets shone. By the time he had fully turned, a fist was about to land on his head, but Kane smiled since his attack landed first. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the forest as the Aatrox received a double kinetic blast right in the chest. The Aatrox puked blood before being sent flying away, piercing through a tree on his path. Kane did not resist the recoil and instead used it to propel his body away. His mind returned to normal, but there was no time for questions as he continued running. That attack harmed the Aatrox, but Kane knew it would only buy him a few moments, nothing more. Luckily, that was all Kane needed, as after jumping past a small river, he found the ones he was looking for. Nira and James were surprised to see Kane appear out of nowhere. Before the duo could react, the youth only showed a cold smile and used his light boots to flash away. That trash got another wave artifact. James's eyes showed his greed, as did Nira's. A boom, however, both froze the next instant as they heard a small crash behind them. The duo turned their heads and saw a 3-meter-tall man covered in blade armor. Kane heard the sound of cries and explosions behind him but did not look back and just continued running. He did not know how long the Aatrox would spend with the duo, so he needed to use this time to get as far away as possible. His astral wave finally depleted after 5 more minutes of running, but he kept going forward despite feeling he would pass out from the exhaustion. An hour later, Kane had finally reached his breaking point, and with the last strengths left in him, he climbed a tree before falling asleep. 10 hours later, Kane's eyes slowly opened. At first, there was drowsiness, but when the memories of what just happened reached his mind, he almost jumped from the branch and focused his senses. Kane calmed only after ensuring he was alone and there was no one in the vicinity. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at his arms and remembered the blow he landed on the Aatrox. However, along with that happiness, there was also confusion. Kane did not understand how his mind reached such a heightened state and why his astral wave mobilized so smoothly and fast all of a sudden. Apex. The youth knew that Apex constantly used the basic hacking to obtain information from the Godslayer humankind network, so he hoped there would be some insight into his previous state. Sorry, brat. Although there are some mentions of your state in the Empire Science Academy, the data I have collected is too shallow. I might come up with an answer after more digging. If I do, you will know. Kane sighed and nodded toward the system spirit's words. It seemed he would have to wait. After using some wave beast's hearts as food and replenishing his astral wave, Kane got down from the tree and continued his journey back to the entrance. He did not distract, avoided all fights, and just ran. It took Kane almost 1 week and a half to race back to the entrance. He was surprised to see many cadets already present, and there was also Vice Captain Joseph standing there. Kane's appearance drew a lot of attention due to the wave artifacts in his arms and legs. Many showed greed, but not even those cadets from noble families would dare to do something with Vice Captain Joseph present. Although Kane felt those stares, he did not bother with them. After finding an empty spot to sit down, he began to take Wave Beast's hearts to train and eat. Once again, Kane drew attention. Since the cadets all hunted in groups, none of them had Wave Beast's hearts left. Some cadets got near Kane to see if they could buy the hearts, but the youth did not even glance at them. He was just too engrossed in his training and had no interest in selling something so beneficial for him. A few days later, Kane's body trembled and felt a rush of strength as his wave cloak manifested on its own, growing stronger. Vice Captain Joseph turned toward Kane, and a small smile appeared on his face for a second before returning toward his stoic expression. Kane opened his eyes and could not help but smile as he understood what had just happened. Level 2. The eyes of many nobles focused on him as they saw that, although they could not be sure, they had deduced that Kane entered the trial as a newly advanced level 1 wave warrior. So, for him to advance so fast, his wave talent was above tier 3. Kane couldn't care less about the gazes of the cadets and immediately commanded the system to scan him. System, scan me. Scanning vessel, name, Kane Lorifer. Race, Godslayer humankind path of power. Astral rebirth, level 2 wave warrior. Lineage, lightning lupus wave talent, low tier 4. Stats, strength, 0.19 agility, 0.25 vitality, 0.22. Wave, O21, awesome. Kane was thrilled with his advance and improved stats. Had I been this strong at the start of the trial, my gains would have been much higher. Kane did not linger too much on those thoughts since they did not matter. He closed his eyes and continued training. While the feeling of strength was great, he did not forget the immense might of the Aatrox and how close he came to losing his life. After a few days, a metallic sound woke Kane out of his training, and he saw how the gates out of the danger zone were opening, and many soldiers crossed it. Most of the cadets were already here, and soldiers would explore the danger zone to catch the wave beasts and warriors of the dark races still alive, and they would also pick up the corpses of the dead cadets. Kane stood up with a smile on his face. He had grown a lot in this trial, both in body and mind. Just as he was about to reach the open gates, he heard a voice that shocked him. You. That voice belonged to someone Kane was sure was dead. He turned around and saw Nira's frail figure. Large wounds were all over her body, and her right arm was gone. Fuck. Nira's pitiful figure did not just call Kane's attention, as everybody from the cadets to the soldiers on their way to explore the danger zone, and even Vice Captain Joseph turned to her. The first one to walk toward Nira was a handsome young man with pale skin, dark hair, and yellow eyes. Despite his somewhat thin appearance, there was a powerful aura around him. He was not alone as a group of 9 cadets followed behind him. Most were nobles, but at least 2 came from a humbler background. What happened, Lady Nira? The man's voice was soft yet possessed a powerful sense of authority. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw that pale youth. He had already scanned him, and after the red-eyed man, he was the strongest of this batch of cadets. Unlike Kane's cautious gaze, Nira's eyes glowed with happiness as she saw that pale youth. However, that happiness vanished as soon as she focused again on Kane. That was visible to all, and clearly, there was a story between them. It is all that man's fault. He led an Aatrox toward James and me. He did not even give us a warning before running away, leaving us to face that monster on our own. Nira began sobbing before throwing herself toward the pale youth's chest. Still, that did not mean she would stop speaking. We only met once, but he left after we refused to take him as part of our team. How could we have imagined that he would be so spiteful to do such a thing? Poor James used all his strength to give me a few seconds to escape. He is now. Nira began to cry at that moment. Although she did not finish her sentence, everybody could imagine James's fate. Kane's eyes grew incredibly cold as he heard Nira's words. It was all right if she told everybody about him guiding the Aatrox to them. He felt no regret or shame for his actions, but her lies made him furious. I am Zamir Jarkin, third son of Count Jarkin. You use fellow humans as a shield against members of the dark races. There can be nothing more despicable than that. How do you plan to atone for your sins? Zamir's face carried a sense of rightful indignation, making all the other cadets look at him as some sort of hero. Kane froze for a moment as he heard Zamir's words. This one demanded that he atone for his sins, declaring him guilty without even bothering to listen to his side of the story. The other nobles remained silent, but it was clear with whom they would side. As for the few commoners present, they all stick with their groups. Vice Captain Joseph saw all this and did not interfere. Still, his eyes had a profound light as he waited for everything to play out. Kane could explain everything that happened with the duo. How Nira and James ambushed him when he fought a hell devil and almost killed him. The AI chip module recorded everything through the basic data gathering and analysis tool. Nevertheless, as Kane saw all the scornful stares the other cadets gave him, he knew it would be futile. They have already found me guilty. No matter what I say, even if I show definite proof of Nira's wrongdoing, they would just twist the truth and turn it against me. As realization reached his mind, all the growing doubt and fear in his heart vanished, and Kane stared back at all those cadets with nothing but calm in his eyes. Samir's eyes narrowed as he saw that look. He secretly wanted Kane to rebel and yell at them, allowing him to display his diplomatic skills to all those watching, but things didn't go his way. "Victor, go and arrest him," Samir spoke to a cadet in the back of his group. The one that received the command was a tall youth, almost one head higher than the others, with commoner clothes. Despite his size, he was among the weakest as he was still a level 1 essence wave warrior. Victor unconsciously shook his head as he heard that command. Kane was a level 2 astral wave warrior. How could he possibly handle someone like that? Of course, the tall youth did not dare to refute. He knew very well what Samir was capable of. "You are carrying out my orders. Anyone that goes against them is my enemy. Do it, and you might get his boots." Samir did not hide his words and made sure everybody heard them. He displayed his managing skills and how those who followed him could benefit, even if they were commoners. As soon as the tall Victor heard those words, all his reluctance was pushed away by greed. He almost ran toward Kane, fearing someone else would take his job. As he was about to grab Kane, a nasty smile appeared on his face. The fact both came from a similar background did not matter, as the only thing in his mind right now were the boots. He was sure that this one would not dare to resist after Samir's words. The moment Victor put his hand over Kane's shoulder, his entire body froze as he saw two cold eyes that seemed capable of piercing his soul. Before Victor could do anything, Kane grabbed his head and blasted him against the ground. That scene shocked everybody, and before they could even process it, Kane stamped Victor's chest, making this one puke blood, before unleashing his wave cloak. "You want me to atone for my sins? Make me." Kane spoke those words and put more pressure on Victor's chest. Kane's savagery shocked everybody. Only Vice Captain Joseph could see the calmness behind those actions. Had Kane truly lost control, he would activate his wave cloak before stomping on Victor's chest, which would have resulted in the death of this one. Samir was taken back by the sudden events, and things only grew worse as he saw how all the cadets turned toward him for guidance. Everything went smoothly up to this point, but now that an unexpected change had occurred, he did not know what to do. Just like one would expect from someone so young and inexperienced as Samir, he chose violence in the first setback. Unfortunately for Samir, Kane spoke before he could do anything. "Take one step forward, and I shatter his ribcage." Kane put even more pressure on Victor's chest, making agony appear on this one's face. "Of course, if you don't care about the fate of the man following your orders, go ahead." Kane knew that he could not defeat Samir in a physical contest, so he targeted this one's ego and reputation. He hit the right spot since Samir froze and dared not move a single step. The other nobles looked at the soldiers in the nearby area, but none of them dared to move without Vice Captain Joseph's orders. Now that Kane had handled the masses, he took a deep breath and was about to talk to Vice Captain Joseph. There was no point in speaking with the other cadets, and he no longer cared about their opinion. Kane had just opened his mouth when his eyes narrowed, and he focused on the trees, only to see the red-eyed youth emerge from them. Large wounds on the red-eyed youth's body gave everybody an idea of the battles he endured. The worst injuries were a deep cut on his right leg and an ugly bruise on his right shoulder that indicated broken bones. The tense atmosphere shattered when the red-eyed youth appeared due to the shock that assaulted everybody when they saw the body he dragged. It was an Aatrox. The young man with red eyes resembled a mighty hero, standing there with a stoic expression on his face and the body of an Aatrox in his hand. Kane was even more shocked than the others as he recognized the Aatrox. It was exactly the one at level 3 that almost killed him. Samir's eyes narrowed as he saw the red-eyed youth. He had stood away from this one before as he enjoyed being the center of attention, but now he smiled. The situation was out of his control, but he could not just back down, so Samir chose to rely on the red-eyed youth's momentum to handle the situation and pressure Kane into submission. "Brother, it is good that you are here. The situation might seem strange, but what happened?" Samir had just started speaking when the red-eyed youth stopped him. "First of all, don't call me brother, and second, I heard all of it. Your yelling was hard to ignore. That short exchange enraged Zamir. He was being polite, and yet the red-eyed youth practically insulted him. Had anyone else done that, he would teach them a lesson, but things were not so simple this time. The red-eyed youth calmly walked toward Cain while dragging the Aatrox's body. His face showed nothing, and after Zamir's fiasco, none of the nobles dared to talk to him. Cain's breath slowly as he prepared to handle anything. The red-eyed youth was undoubtedly more powerful than him, but that did not mean he would just give up. The distance between the two was reduced until they were 5 meters apart. That length was nothing for level 2 astral wave warriors, and silence reigned as everybody waited to see what would happen. My name is Levi. I know for a fact that you did guide the Aatrox toward the duo. Could you tell me why you chose those two specifically? Levi's words shocked all those present. He assured that Cain did indeed guide the Aatrox toward Nira and James, but not only was there no sense of rebuke in his words, he even politely asked for an explanation. Lord Levi, he did. Speak to me again, and I will break your jaw. Just like with Zamir, Nira could not finish her sentence because Levi interrupted her. However, the red-eyed youth's behavior toward her was much colder. Levi did not bother to hide his emotions, and his eyes showed evident disgust as he stared at the woman. Nira was surprised by that. She had never met the red-eyed youth, yet this one clearly had a bad impression of her. Despite her anger, she did not dare to antagonize Levi and kept quiet. Cain was surprised by the sudden events. He had already given up on explaining what happened to the other cadets since they would never support him, but since Levi gave him a chance to speak, he took it. I did guide the Aatrox toward them. I needed to use someone to distract that monster, and since they did not have a problem attacking me while I fought a hell devil, I chose them. Liar! Cain had barely finished speaking when Nira yelled at him. However, before she could continue, she felt Levi's cold eyes focus on her neck. Levi's gaze was full of savagery as he stared at Nira, but calmed down as he focused on Cain. Do you have proof that what you say is the truth? Cain nodded toward Levi and sent a file from his AI chip module to the chip of this one. Levi closed his eyes for a moment as he went through the video recorded by Cain that clearly showed Nira and James attacking this one during the fight with the Hell Devil. Once Levi went through the video, he turned toward Nira and sneered. HMPH. You attacked him before and almost took his life, yet now you are crying because he did something similar to you. I wonder how hypocritical can someone be? Nira froze and saw how the nobles who before looked at her with pity slowly moved away. If Cain had shown the video before, she would have just said it was fake, and the others would have backed her, but no one dared side with her against Levi. She even saw how Zamir let go of her. The pitiful expression on her face vanished, and a poisonous hatred emerged in her eyes. So what if I use him? He is just a lowly commoner. Die to help someone of a noble family like me should be an honor to him. James's death is all his fault. Everybody was shocked by Nira's words. Her twisted mentality surprised even the nobles, and all the goodwill they had toward her vanished. Although many of the nobles did indeed see commoners as inferior, none of them would dare to say those words out loud, especially in the military. Commoners made up the bulk of the imperial military force, and many captains and other higher ranks came from such backgrounds, so Nira's words severed any path she might have in the military. Many of the commoners felt rage at those words, but the most potent killing intent did not come from them but from Levi. A burning astral wave burst out of the red-eyed youth as he stared at Nira, and without saying a word, he walked toward her. Nira froze as she felt that killing intent and saw Levi approaching. All the nobles had already moved away, and there was no way one of the commoners would step up to help her. Luckily for her, someone did intervene, and not even Levi could handle that man. The military academy secret trial is over. You are not allowed to harm someone unless it is in self-defense. Vice Captain Joseph's words reached everybody, and they knew things would not escalate anymore. Levi's eyes narrowed as he turned around and stared at Joseph. Unlike the others, there was a calm smile on the man's face, showing that the youth's fierce aura caused nothing on him. Nira took a breath of relief after hearing Vice Captain Joseph's words, but when Levi focused on her again, this time with a cold smile, she knew something horrible would happen. I know he led the Aatrox toward you because I had been lurking in the shadows waiting for a moment to attack this level 3 wave warrior. I was honestly surprised by the sudden events, but I adapted and chased while remaining hidden. Meaning that I was also there when the Aatrox attacked you and that man named James. Do you want me to show everybody what happened during that battle? Levi's words confused people as they saw Nira's complexion grow pale. Please, no, Nira's plea did not stop Levi. The next second, everybody received an archive through their AI chips. Curiosity made it so that all opened the archive containing a video. In it, the cadets saw how Nira and James fought against the Aatrox. At one point, Nira fell to the ground, and James jumped in front of the Aatrox to protect her. Instead of showing gratitude, the woman fired a shadow blade toward James's leg. That allowed Nira to run away, certain that someone would be left behind to entertain the Aatrox. That is how the video ended. What happened later, including the battle between Levi and the Aatrox, was omitted. The cadets could only assume that James perished and that Levi managed to perform his ambush, allowing him to kill the Aatrox. If before the nobles stood away from Nira to not be dragged down with her, now they did it as they could not stand her presence. Nira did not know what to do. She became an absolute pariah in a second, and no one bothered to hide their scornful looks. Lord Zamir. Nira attempted to get closer to Zamir, but this one gave him one final look full of disdain and walked away. The woman crumpled to the ground as despair filled her eyes. She was alone, and her life in the military was over before it even started. However, no one cared about her. Those despicable actions and mentality had already pushed both commoners and nobles away. Zamir walked toward Cain with a smile on his face. There was nothing of the scorn he had shown before. He even gave Levi a polite salute when he got near the duo. I had been deceived. I hope you can forgive my small mistake, but I could not simply ignore the words of a fellow cadet in her times of need. Anyway, you are a proud warrior, so what do you say if you let go of Victor and we get a fresh start? I am sure that a county's assistance will greatly help someone like you. When the other cadets, soldiers, and even Vice Captain Joseph heard that, they all gave one meaningful look at the duo. Zamir was smart enough to adapt to the circumstances. He apologized while wisely putting all the blame on Nira and even mentioned his county's assistance, hinting that he could mobilize some of that wealth to help Cain if this one was smart enough. Cain saw Zamir extend his hand, and he knew that if he were to shake it, he would get access to great opportunities. Of course, that would also mean putting himself beneath the scion. There was a broad smile on Zamir's face as he was sure that Cain would accept his apology and prove to the others he could handle things without the need for violence. True friendship is valuable because very few are worthy of it. Those words confused Zamir, but Cain did not care as he was reciting some of his father's teaching. Cain then stared at Zamir's palm, and a disgusted expression appeared on his face. What kind of man would I become if I accepted the shallow friendship of someone who a few minutes ago was insulting me? The idea of shaking Zamir's hand and accepting to become part of this one's group vanished before it appeared. Cain took his foot out of Victor's chest, finally allowing the poor cadet to lapse into unconsciousness. He did not do that to quarry favor with Zamir but because he no longer needed to have a hostage. Zamir's eyes twitched as he saw his hand still extended, yet there was no one to shake it. In all his life, he had never found himself in a situation quite like this one. Even though Zamir's status was inferior to that of his two older brothers, he was confident that his time in the military would be smooth due to his background. He even dreamed of the moment that his status would rise to the level he could control Jarkon County. However, everything went out of control, and whether or not he could recover from this setback was unknown. You! Zamir yelled as he activated his wave cloak and fired a fist toward the one he considered the origin of all his problems, Cain. Cain had predicted that such a thing would happen. That is why he did not deactivate his wave cloak. However, a smile appeared on his face as he felt a wind of air reach his back and knew he would not have to act. Boom! A small blast occurred as Zamir's punch clashed with Vice Captain Joseph's palm. All the cadets were surprised to see Vice Captain Joseph move at such striking speed without even needing to activate his wave cloak. I warned you all. None was allowed to harm someone unless it was in legitimized self-defense. Crack! The cadets heard Vice Captain Joseph's words before the sound of broken bones echoed. Ah! Zamir yelled in pain while Vice Captain Joseph shattered the bones on his hand. Vice Captain Joseph's face showed nothing as he kept squeezing, making the sound of shattering bones louder. The Saiyan fell to the ground, and he did his best to stop tears from rolling down his cheeks. Rules are something we soldiers take very seriously. Vice Captain Joseph spoke to the cadets as he squeezed Zamir's fist into a bloody mass. He then focused on Nira, and his eyes grew cold. Had you and James killed Kane, I would have cut your heads after the trial ended. If you think a measly Viscount could have protected you, you are even more stupid than I thought. Nira trembled when she saw those eyes. She had initially thought nothing would happen to her if she broke the rules because of her background. All the nobles adopted a solemn expression as they reconsidered their understanding of the imperial military force. The weight their background carried around here was much smaller than they thought. Vice Captain Joseph finally let go of Zamir's hand before turning around and walking toward the gate. Everybody must gather in an orderly fashion outside the danger zone in 10 minutes. No one dared to disobey Vice Captain Joseph's words, and they all walked toward the gate. Some nobles helped Zamir, and a few commoners did the same with Victor. Kane was walking toward the gate when he noticed something coming toward his chest, and he caught it. His eyes narrowed as he saw a silver orb, similar to the ones he found in the Dark Race's warriors he killed. The main reason I managed to defeat the Aatrox was the severe lung trauma your attack caused on him. I always pay my debts, so that is yours. We are even. Levi said those words to Kane before walking away. Kane's eyes narrowed as he found the red-eyed youth extremely odd, but he said nothing and stored the orb before walking toward the gate. All the cadets gathered outside the Tier 0 danger zone and formed orderly following Vice Captain Joseph's instruction. Even Zamir was not an exception, as the Saiyan was terrified of what would happen if he disobeyed again. Vice Captain Joseph glanced at the cadets and nodded as he saw how the eyes of many had lost their original naivety. Normally, the first 3 months in the Imperial Military Academy involve an intense program of martial arts, physical exercise, and wave cultivation, but you took the route of the secret trial. However, from now on, you will be together with the rest of the cadets. You will only have 3 classes for the next 3 months. They are military tactics, dark race assassination, and wave mastery. The schedule and other miscellaneous information should have already reached your AI chips. Seeing how Vice Captain Joseph made a slight pause, the cadets exceeded their AI chips and saw all that information. Now, you have access to the Imperial Military Academy network. You can find our armory, stores, missions, and many other things in it. You can also use it to monitor your Imperial military credits. Joseph paused again. He even signaled the cadets to enter the Imperial Military Academy network this time. Kane was excited thinking about all the treasures that the Imperial Military Academy network might have and immediately accessed it. He wanted to head into the stores directly, but a message appeared when he entered the network. Welcome Cadet Kane Lorifer to the Imperial Military Academy network. Please select a code name that will work as your online ID. Kane frowned as he heard that message. There was no real problem with it, but what bothered him was that he had always sucked at creating names. It was only after almost a minute of contemplation that Kane's eyes glowed as a name came to his mind, one he was sure was awesome. Saint of Killers. As soon as Kane chose that name, the robotic voice appeared again in his mind. Welcome, Saint of Killers, to the Imperial Military Academy network. Primary interface, personal information classes. Stores missions, Imperial military credits, 282. Kane took a moment to review the information in the Imperial Military Academy network. After seeing the wave artifacts, he was surprised by their variety and price. The military credits obtained by killing all those wave beasts and dark race warriors in the Military Academy secret military trial were multiplied by a factor of 10, meaning what he gained in those 3 months of killing was just 28.2. And the cheapest wave artifact that Kane could find in the stores was worth 30 Imperial military credits. Out of curiosity, he looked for his kinetic gauntlets. To his shock, they were worth 950 Imperial military credits. To buy them through the store, Kane would have to kill 30 times the amount of dark race wave warriors he did inside the Military Academy secret trail. No wonder commoners find it almost impossible to get wave artifacts. They're incredibly expensive. Brat, why did you choose the word saint for your ID? Apex's voice woke Kane up from his thoughts, and that question made him frown. Can't you read my thoughts? I can, but there is a moment when an idea comes into birth, and even I cannot reach that level of precognition. I want to know what impulsed or inspired you to use that word. Was it a feeling or something else? Kane felt a level of seriousness in Apex's words that confused him greatly. The absolute life form system seemed to be a miracle of the universe, and as the system spirit, Apex was also a unique entity. For him to act this way due to a word was strange. Although Kane was curious about the reason behind Apex's reaction, he was sure the system spirit would not reveal that information. So, he chose just to tell the reason. Honestly, it just sounded cool. I see, Apex only said that before remaining silent, leaving Kane full of questions. Kane kept exploring the Imperial Military Academy network when suddenly, a new message appeared. Saint of Killer, upload all the documentation regarding your killing inside the Military Academy secret trial. Kane followed the instructions, uploading all the videos and pictures to the Imperial Military Academy network. Of course, he only showed the final blow. There was no need to reveal any more of his abilities. The AI chip module uploaded the videos extremely fast, and less than a minute later, Kane saw a new section appear in the Imperial Military Academy network. Collapsing Lightning Military Academy ranking. Kane selected it, and a screen with several names appeared. Collapsing Lightning Military Academy ranking. -1. Blood Inferno, 864. -2. Ice Lotus, 856, -9. Saint of Killers, 282. -10. Beast's Master, 264. Kane was a little surprised to see his name in the ranking, but after some thought, it made sense. Unlike the others, he did not have to share his Imperial military credits, and thanks to his wave artifacts and the AI chip module, his killing speed was pretty fast. Vice Captain Joseph saw that everybody had enough time to go through the Imperial Military Academy network and watch the Collapsing Lightning Military Academy ranking. All of you should have already seen the Collapsing Lightning Military Academy ranking. The cadets with the 10 highest accumulations of Imperial military credits are in it. Each month, those in the ranking will get 500 Imperial military credits, with the top 3 getting an additional 500. Desire appeared in all the cadets' eyes as they heard those words. 500 Imperial military credits was a lot, and when they read the name at the Na Degree 1 position, they all turned toward Levi. Although their batch of cadets was not the only one taking the Military Academy secret trial, they assumed Levi to be Blood Inferno due to the fiery nature of his astral wave. Levi felt the gazes of the cadet but showed nothing. He had the strength to back up his position. You have all the information needed at your disposal for your stay in the Collapsing Lightning Military Academy. Use the time to familiarize yourself with the city if you wish. Classes will start in 2 days. Vice Captain Joseph said those final words before turning around and leaving the cadets on their own. All the cadets had already formed groups among themselves during the Military Academy secret trial, so they remained in them. Even those commoners who were unhappy with how things went inside the trial preferred to stay together. There were only 3 people that were utterly alone. One of them was Levi, whose powerful and hostile aura kept people away. The other was Nira, who was a complete pariah. And the last one was Kane, who had no intention of making friends with the people who had rallied against him. Kane's experience with Jonathan had taught him a harsh lesson, and although he did not believe everybody was the same, he would not offer his friendship easily. Since he had nothing to handle with the cadets, Kane read the information regarding his residence and headed to it. He took the chance to explore the surroundings on his way but did not find anything remarkable. It made sense when he got a better understanding of the city. This massive metallic structure built with a Titan tower at its center was the Lightning Imperial Fort. As for the place where Kane and the other cadets stay, that was an isolated section. The youth were not stuck together with the rest of the army. Kane reached the building where he would stay after almost an hour of walking. It was nothing impressive, and the entrance led directly to a series of elevators. Less than 2 minutes later, Kane reached his apartment. It was very simple, with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Of course, it was a palace compared to his home in the slums. The first thing Kane did was head into his bedroom, where the drone that took his belongings before the trial started was supposed to be. Good, nothing happened to it. A smile appeared on Kane's face as he took out the picture of his father. He went to an empty cabinet and formed a small shrine, similar to the one he had in his house. I am sorry for spending so many days without showing respect, sir. However, the military academy's secret trial was not a place where I could get distracted. After speaking those words, Kane bowed to the altar for 5 minutes before standing up. Kane went to the bathroom, took a shower, ate some food that was not raw meat, and then collapsed in his bed. Those 3 months inside the trial had forced him to spend every second on high alert, and now that he finally relaxed, his mind needed proper rest. It was 10 in the morning when Kane finally woke up. He slept for roughly 12 hours, a lot considering his powerful vitality. Brat, you have rested enough. It is time to focus on your next step. Apex's words made Kane focused, and a serious expression appeared on his face as he went to the living room and ordered his belongings. I have 5 wave artifacts. The kinetic gauntlets and light boots are very useful for me. The other 3 use essence wave, so I should sell them. Kane had killed 5 Dark Races wave warriors inside the military academy secret trial, 2 abyssal demons, and 3 hell devils. He got his gauntlets and boots from the abyssal demons, and from the hell devils, he got a sword, dagger, and arm guards. You can directly sell the wave artifacts you don't want to the Imperial military force, and you will get 50% of their selling price. Kane could not help but frown when he saw that. If he sold them that way, he would lose a lot of Imperial military credits. There is a second path we can take. That is through barter with someone else in Lightning Imperial Fort. Oh, is that legal? Although the idea of barter interested Kane, he was not willing to risk angering the hegemon that was the Imperial military force. He knew that wave artifacts were important for the military and did not know what type of market you could find outside of the Imperial military force. We can consider it a gray area. While barter is somewhat shady due to the massive amount of stolen goods moved in that way, we will be fine if we don't meddle with those highly regulated. The most important part is to find a reliable broker in the Godslayer Humankind network, which I already did while you slept. Apex's explanation handled many of Kane's worries, and after a moment, he chose to go down that path. The duo soon found someone interested in the dagger and arm guards and managed to exchange them for full body armor. As for the fire sword, he kept it for the time being. Kane deposited the 2 medium bronze wave artifacts in the drone and put in a series of coordinates before letting it out of the building through his window. If everything goes well, it should return in a couple of hours with the armor. After handling that, Kane took out the silver orb that Levi had handed to him. He had made a quick scan and knew it did not contain a wave artifact but something else. Kane used the AI chip module, and soon a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Fiend Devourer. Astral Rebirth Path of Power Cultivation Technique. A total of 10 levels. The first 9 levels correspond to Astral Wave Warrior level 1 to level 9. The 10th level focuses on the Advanced Wave Champion. Allow the user's digestive system to consume flesh and blood of Dark Races wave warriors to strengthen the body and extract wave for cultivation. If branded, the device will transfer the cultivation technique's information to the AI chip's database. The unauthorized distribution of this information is considered treason and punishable by death. Kane's eyes widened as he saw that information, and in the next second, a smile appeared on his face. Of all the things the silver orb could have contained, a cultivation technique was the best. Of everything available in the Imperial Military Academy Network Interfaces stores, the most expensive was not the wave artifacts but the techniques, with cultivation techniques reaching a sky-high price. After taking a moment to get over the excitement, Kane went into the network and searched for the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique, and the price shocked him. It was worth 3,500 Imperial military credits, almost 4 times more than a high bronze wave artifact like his kinetic gauntlets. Until now, Kane had been using the soldier cultivation technique, which only guided his cultivation up to level 4. That severely limited him, although, to be fair, going from level 3 to level 4 was a significant bottleneck, which would mean the end of most people's path of power. Kane was sure he wanted this new cultivation technique, but just as he was about to brand it and access its information, he heard Apex's voice. Not so fast. Cain froze as he heard Apex's voice and did not dare to brand the silver orb. What happened? Is there a hidden threat? As he got over the shock, coldness appeared in Cain's eyes as he guessed that Levi had left a trap in the silver orb. Don't let your imagination fly, brat. There is no trap or anything else inside the silver orb. It is just that I want to try something. Wait for a moment. Cain felt waves after waves of electrogenic energy emerge from his hand and enter the silver orb. It went on for 5 minutes before he heard Apex again. Ah, I guess it would not be this easy. Apex's words confused Cain, but this one clarified things the next second. I wanted to use basic hacking to get the information about the cultivation technique without the need to brand it. That way, you could sell it later on. Unfortunately, the AI chip module lacks the strength to do it. If your soul force were higher, things might be different. When Cain heard that, he also sighed. Although he knew hacking the silver orb should break some rules, it harmed no one, and no one would find out. If that was the case, why not do it, and get an extra 1750 Imperial military credits? I could use Destiny Force to temporarily improve the might of the AI chip module, which should be enough to hack the silver orb. It would only cost 3 points. Cain smiled for a moment before sighing again. I only have 0.2 points. Your understanding of Destiny is still too shallow, brat. Check out your Destiny Force. Cain's eyes widened when he heard that, and without hesitation, he commanded the system to show him his Destiny Force. Destiny Force. 16.7. How did my destiny grow so much? I did not kill anyone, improve my talent or get a high upgrade in my cultivation. Destiny was too ethereal, and even after Apex's explanation, Cain still failed to understand it truly. Brat, you survived the military academy secret trial, stood firm against all those other cadets drawing the attention of influential people, obtained an excellent cultivation technique, and gained fame through the Collapse Lightning Military Academy ranking. Something would be wrong with the universe if your destiny did not improve after all that. Cain's eyes widened as a flash of enlightenment appeared in them. Destiny was much more than just brute power. Now, do you want to spend 3 points of Destiny Force to hack the silver orb? There was no hesitation in Cain's mind as he accepted that trade. Although he needed to save Destiny Force to get rid of his bloodline's flaw, basic genetic suppression, cost 50 points, so he would rather get the 1750 Imperial military credits now. There was no point in saving wealth if he perished before he could use it. Do it. Vessel wants to spend 3 points of Destiny Force to temporarily enhance AI chip module. The robotic voice of the absolute life form system appeared in Cain's mind, and as soon as this one nodded, his Destiny Force diminished by 3 points. The next moment, the electromagnetic force that emerged from his palm grew exponentially more potent. Apex hacked the silver orb and transferred all the information into Cain's AI chip module. Cain did not lose time and immediately started analyzing the information. The introduction was somewhat similar to the soldier cultivation technique, but this one was much more detailed and profound. The first rank of wave cultivation took the name of Wave Warrior. At this rank, the body rebirth path of power and essence evolution path of power follow similar routes. From levels 1 to 3, the wave cultivator would draw life wave into their sacred organs, refine it, and then use it to form meridians. Those meridians will emerge from the rebirth heart in the case of those following the astral rebirth path of power and from the evolution core for those that took the essence evolution path of power. The meridians will encompass all the thorax viscera and work as a circulatory system for wave, just like veins and arteries with blood. A wave cultivator only needed to supply life wave to their sacred organs, which would handle the meridians formation on their own up to level 3. However, to advance to level 4, the wave cultivator had to guide the meridians and make it so that they penetrated inside the bones. That process was incredibly complicated, and only those with a solid foundation could take it since weak meridians could never achieve that feat. After your meridians have penetrated the bones, to enter level 5, you must branch them and make it so that they reach the muscles. Once you enter level 6, your meridians would have fully pierced your skin, allowing the distribution of your wave from the sacred organ to the outside many times faster. Next came level 7, which involved branching your meridians again, generating an entirely new set that would originate in your skin and return to your sacred organ. At that point, your entire body automatically drew life wave from the surroundings, making your recovery speed much faster. At level 7, a wave warrior could try to evolve to the next rank and become a wave champion. The amount of power they have is extraordinary, with some achieving supersonic speed. When Kane read the last part, he was shocked. Even the most modest estimate of supersonic speed would mean that someone could move 343 meters per second. The Fiend Devourer cultivation technique had 2 more levels for Wave Warrior. You did not need to take them, and entering them was even more challenging than evolving into a Wave Champion, but they would help you solidify your foundation. After increasing his knowledge about cultivation, Kane focused on the uniqueness of the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique. Kane adopted a meditate position and began to train in the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique. He would have to start from the first level of the cultivation technique despite being already a level 2 Wave Warrior. Of course, the process would be much faster since his cultivation was higher. The Fiend Devourer cultivation technique taught him how to make his meridians wider and thicker, allowing them to contain more astral wave and for this one to flow faster. That, of course, translated into a higher amount of wave needed for each level, but that is where the uniqueness of the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique came into action. It allowed humans to consume flesh and blood from dark races wave warriors and obtained refined astral or essence wave from them. Kane followed the instructions of the cultivation technique and gathered his astral wave inside his stomach, making it revolve faster and faster. Once the astral wave reached a temperature that made Kane feel his intestine was ablaze, he took something from his military backpack. He took not a heart but a container where all the blood dripping from them had gathered thanks to the backpack's special filters. There was no need to use something so packed with astral wave like the heart for the first part. Kane felt sick when he first consumed that blood, but that burning astral wave purified it. Soon the new energy reached the meridian formed during level 1, improving them. Other than eating and sleeping, Kane did nothing else until it was time to go to his first class. He was about to leave when he noticed the drone waiting for him in the corner of his room. The armor. His training had engrossed him so much that he almost forgot about the armor. He opened the drone and found a black orb almost twice larger than the one containing his kinetic gauntlets. Without hesitation, he accessed the information inside the Wave Artifact. Wave Artifact branded through AI chip module, displaying information. Name. Nullity armor grade. High bronze details. Artifact meant for astral wave warriors. Able to enhance wave's density around the body, improving physical defenses. Active ability. Nullity. By consuming significant amounts of astral wave, the armor can project a force field capable of nullifying a percentage of the strength behind an attack by wave warriors. Attacks with level 3 battle power would find 85% of their damage nullified. Attacks with level 5 battle power would find 35% of their damage nullified. Attacks with level 7 battle power would find 12% of their damage nullified. Kane smiled as he sent his astral wave into the black orb, making this one melt before reaching his back and forming a metallic structure protecting his spine. That was its inactive state, but it would take less than a second to be ready for battle. It did not take long for Kane to exit his home, and then he followed the instructions through the AI chip module to reach the building where the class would take place. The building was an auditorium, and many cadets were already seated. Kane looked around and noticed that many of the cadets that took the military academy secret trial with him were in the auditorium. There were around 200 people in total, and there were none that did not manifest a dangerous aura. I see, so we were divided according to our skill. I guess it makes sense. After all, it would be pointless for someone who had yet to enter level 1 Wave Warrior to have the same classes as me. He noticed that most people were in groups, but some sat alone. Like in the secret trial, Levi's aura rejected those around him, and while the cadets glanced at him from time to time, none dared to get closer. Kane found an empty seat in an area without many cadets and sat down. He did not think of sitting beside Levi since even if he had a good impression of this one, calling it a friendship would be an overstatement. All of a sudden, Kane noticed an uproar in the auditorium as everybody focused on the entrance. He also did it, and what he saw shocked him. At the entrance stood a beautiful woman. She had a small face, sky-blue eyes, and short white hair. There was not a question in Kane's mind that the woman was the most gorgeous he had ever seen in his life. Fuck! Kane almost yelled that word as he felt his blood burning. His emotional instability did not just affect him when he was full of wrath. Lust could also do the trick. He rose from his seat so fast that it almost sent it flying away, drawing everybody's attention. The woman also turned to Kane, and when she saw those eyes full of unrestrained lust, a monstrous coldness appeared on her face. She was not just a pretty face. Anyone who thought that would surely regret it. Kane felt a powerful desire to jump toward the woman, but before taking a step, he bit his tongue with so much strength that blood filled his mouth. The pain allowed Kane to regain his focus, but his previous actions had already made a ruckus. Many men looked at him with mockery, while the women showed disgust. Those gazes reminded Kane of his time in school, but instead of feeling depressed, a smile appeared on his face. I have grown. Unlike in school, he did not ignore those eyes full of disdain. There was no need since they could not affect him. However, Kane soon focused, and a stern expression appeared as he approached the woman. The woman's coldness did not vanish, and she saw how Kane stopped 10 feet away from her. Kane looked at her directly before bowing and shouting so loud that his voice echoed through the entire auditorium. I am sorry for my rude behavior, I am sorry for my rude behavior. Those words echoed through the entire auditorium, and everybody heard them clearly. The one most surprised by those words was the beautiful girl. It was normal for men to lust over her. Even when they did their best to hide it, she always knew it. Of course, once they faced the girl's cold and indomitable aura, they would shrink and remain silent. Some would apologize when caught, but they always did it in secrecy away from the eyes of the public, and even then, it was clear they had a hidden agenda. Never before had she encountered someone like Kane who would apologize in public and whose words were full of sincerity. There was no hidden meaning, nor was he trying to get closer to her through them. He sincerely regretted his rude behavior and immediately apologized. A wisp of interest appeared in the girl's eyes as she saw how Kane straightened his body and turned around. Kane apologized to the woman because he was sure being stared at like a piece of meat must have been aggravating. His father always told him that a true man recognized his mistakes and did his best to fix them. After returning to his seat, Kane felt that the eyes of everybody remained in him, and he allowed some of his bloodline's wildness to emerge. What the fuck are you looking at? Those imposing words and Kane's savagery made most cadets look away. Of course, some powerful scions remained focused on him, like Samir, but Kane did not back down. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter broke the tense atmosphere in the auditorium, and everybody saw how Levi stood up from his seat and approached Kane. Is this seat taken? Kane was slightly surprised by Levi's actions, but since there was no reason to say no, he just shook his head. Levi sat down and stretched his hand toward Kane, to which this one responded, and they shook them. The duo seemed about to speak when something that drew surprise in the entire auditorium happened. The duo felt how the cadets' gazes focused on them, but after a moment, they saw it was actually on the beautiful girl that had just sat at Kane's left. She did not say a word and just sat there, completely ignoring the stares of the rest of the cadets. However, she did look at Kane and Levi after a moment. What, do you two have a problem with me sitting here? Kane and Levi immediately shook their heads. They had no reason to reject her. It was just that they were surprised since they had never spoken before and were sure that the actions of the first had offended her. Before any more chatter or commotion could happen in the auditorium, everybody saw a skinny middle-aged man approach the podium. As soon as he did, a giant virtual screen appeared above him. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw that middle-aged man. He could feel an immense power inside that skinny body, much greater than his. My name is Wink, and I will be your teacher for wave mastery. I will start with some basics and explain the main difference between those that follow the astral rebirth path of power and the essence evolution path of power. Wink had just finished speaking when a noble youth began to shout. What do you think you are doing? We all took private lessons before coming here and learned about the basics. What is the point of wasting time on them? Many other cadets surrounded the scion that shouted, and there was a smug smile on his face. Clearly, he wanted to draw attention, but things didn't go as he expected. Wink did not show anger, nor did he raise his voice. He only lifted a finger and aimed at the scion. Ah! The scion began to cry the next second, as a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Terror, shock, and awe appeared in the eyes of all the cadets as they saw that, or more accurately, they did not see it. None of the cadets saw the attack. Their eyes only perceived Wink pointing at the scion's shoulder before a bloody hole appeared in it. Their hearts grew cold as they imagined what would have happened if the middle-aged man had pointed at the youth's head. Kane was equally shocked as the other cadets, but he saw how Levi and the cold beauty by his side reacted differently. Levi saw the curiosity in Kane's eyes and sent a message through his AI chip. User Levi Inferno wants to establish a communication channel. Does Vessel accept? Kane immediately accepted, and the next second, he heard Levi's voice in his mind through the AI chip module. For someone to accurately teach wave warriors about wave mastery, that person could not be in the same rank. Although Levi did not say the words, Kane understood their meaning, and a solemn expression appeared on his face as he stared at Wink. That skinny middle-aged man was a monster that could live for hundreds of years and tear down old world skyscrapers with his bare hands. The reason no one saw that attack was simple: it moved faster than sound. If that middle-aged man wanted, he could kill anyone here with a wave of his hand. AA Wave Champion. Those who interrupt me will be disciplined. There will be time for questions at the end of the class. Until then, remain quiet. Wink spoke with a lazy voice, but no one dared to utter a single word in his presence. Kane's eyes could not help but glow as he saw the change in the auditorium. That display of power was better than any speech. Now, the basics about the astral rebirth path and essence evolution path of power. The virtual screen above Wink showed two identical humanoid figures. However, one had wave emerging from his rebirth heart while the other emerged from the evolution core. Astral wave is known for its brute power and the incredible degree to which it can temper the mortal body. It not only improves your offense and defense but also grants immense stamina and regenerations abilities. The virtual screen focused on the man with a dark purple aura. Everybody saw simulations where this one destroyed huge buildings with his hands and resisted the might of tornadoes and other natural disasters with nothing but his bare body. Those following this path can fight for much longer than their essence evolution counterparts. Wounds that could prove deadly for an essence wave warrior would only leave the astral wave warrior temporarily incapacitated. The Empire Science Academy stated that astral wave cultivators are stronger than essence wave cultivators. Of course, that is during the battlefield, and in a one-on-one battle, things are not so simple. Next, the virtual screen focused on the humanoid with the sky blue aura. People who follow the essence evolution path of power have an easier path than those that follow the astral rebirth path of power. For starters, our talent doesn't need to depend on our lineage. We can constantly improve it through several methods, the simplest being the perception and understanding of the elements and natural phenomena. On the virtual screen, the cadets saw how the humanoid stood in the center of a wildfire, and soon, his essence wave began to burn with the same intensity while at the same time growing mightier. Essence wave lacks the physical enhancement and vitality of astral wave, but it improves our connection with the wave in its raw state, allowing us to comprehend it. Not to mention that essence wave can mutate into different powers and elements with little effort, unlike astral wave. There is also the fact that essence wave cultivation can use it to fire long-distance attacks, something highly complex for astral wave cultivators. That information was something almost every present already knew but was new for Kane. Both paths of power had unique qualities, and depending on how you use them, it would determine the battle's outcome. Thinking that an astral wave warrior could defeat an essence wave warrior as long as they were at the same level was extremely naive. Kian saw how the virtual screen above Wink changed for the second time, and now, the humanoids began to fight. They stood 100 meters apart. When the battle started, the essence wave cultivator immediately began to shoot fireballs while keeping the distance between himself and the opponent. The essence wave cultivator initially restrained the astral wave cultivator, forcing this one to dodge the fireballs while shrinking the distance. It was hard at the beginning, and some attacks landed, leaving ugly burn wounds. The astral wave cultivator persevered and reduced the distance to less than 3 meters. That was nothing, and he could send a blow with ease. However, the essence wave cultivator stumped the ground at the last second, generating a large wall of fire in front of him that rose for more than 10 meters. Unfortunately for the essence wave cultivator, the astral wave cultivator lunged past the wall, granting him horrible injuries but also giving him a chance to land a devastating blow. The essence wave cultivator could do nothing, and a punch carrying a horrible power landed square on his chest, sending him flying away while puking blood. As you can see, the bottle's outcome was not determined by their path of power but by their tenacity. Had the astral wave cultivator not dared to cross the wall of fire, the essence wave cultivator would have had time to put distance between them and give the final blow. Wink gave the class a moment to process his words before carrying on. For those that follow the astral rebirth path of power, you must keep in your mind the word foundation. As for those that follow the essence evolution path of power, remember that the key to advance is your perception. After explaining the basics, Wink again modified the virtual screen, and 4 humanoids appeared this time. Now I will explain the 4 wave arts. You have already come in contact with these arts, and they will accompany you forever. Even godlike life forms like Titan must train them. I am talking about wave cloak, wave burst, wave focus, and wave transmutation. Kane's attention reached a peak as he heard Wink's description. He already practiced wave cloak and wave burst in the military academy secret trial, but his understanding of wave focus and wave transmutation was almost null. First, I will start with wave cloak. You all understand it as releasing our wave out of our sacred organs before forming a protective mantle around our bodies. Practically everybody who becomes a level 1 wave warrior knows how to deploy this art. According to the Empire Science Academy, the reason for that is a genetically specified latent memory, similar to the one in birds that allow them to fly. Many in the auditorium could not help but open their eyes as they heard that information. The last part regarding the genetic factor was something some scions from lower nobles' families were unaware of. The virtual screen above Wink focused on one humanoid, who unleashed wave cloak. It manifested as a flaming colorless aura. First of all, the most basic and primordial training of wave cloak is to make it evenly distributed around the body and condense it. That is called synergy flow. As soon as Wink spoke those words, the wave cloak in the humanoid stopped its erratic movements. Slowly, it began to rotate evenly around the body while condensing, reducing its length. In that state, not only are our wave defensive capabilities improved, but the amount we needed to maintain wave cloak active is lesser, allowing us to fight for more time. After those words, the screen above Wink showed a melee battle between a humanoid that mastered synergy flow and one that did not. The victor was obvious, but the fact that the first overwhelmed the other surprised many. The second training of wave cloak is called free flow. It allows our wave to lose its defined state, letting it flow freely. This exercise enables us to push our wave to its limits, slowly improving its quantity and thickness, despite not having improved our cultivation. Think of it as body training. When once the muscle is pushed to the limit and allowed to recover, it will grow larger despite the number of muscle fibers not changing. Unlike before, the screen this time did not change, and everybody saw how Wink's wave cloak manifested. It was sky blue, and the amount of essence wave in it was roughly that of a level 4 wave warrior. It was clear that the middle-aged man was not showing his true power. The one thing that drew the cadets' attention was how dense and evenly distributed the essence wave was. It is better to show it in person if you want to understand the battle use of free flow. Wink said nothing else, and his wave cloak lost its defined state, transforming into a fog that covered the entire auditorium. All the cadets frowned since the essence wave in that fog state exerted tremendous pressure on them, similar to the pressure of being at the bottom of a river. Their bodies felt incredibly uncomfortable, and things only worsened as Wink began unleashing more of his essence wave. Soon it reached the point where the cadets had to trigger their wave cloak to resist, and that was all they could do. Fighting in that state was impossible. Some of the cadets failed to control their nausea and puked. Luckily small drones would come and pick it up as soon as it happened. Wink retracted his essence wave after a minute. By then, all the cadets had cold sweat running through their backs. They were more than 200 so-called geniuses, but Wink could have killed them without moving a muscle. That showed the power of a wave champion and the might of free flow. Free flow is also an exercise all of you should master. Not only will it improve your wave, but its use on the battlefield and against crowds is phenomenal. Wink gave the cadets a few minutes to rest as he saw that some almost fell unconscious. Had he continued for longer, there was a good chance he would have killed them. After 10 minutes and seeing that most cadets regained their focus, Wink continued. Now, I will teach you directed flow for the final wave cloak exercise. Its essence is enshrouding an object with your wave, enhancing its offensive and defensive capabilities. Due to its malleability, Essence Wave is much more suitable for it. This ability is key in using Essence Wave artifacts like swords and daggers, so all Essence Wave warriors must pay special attention to this exercise. Astral Wave warriors cannot neglect it. Directed flow has excellent uses, and if you grasp it, there is nothing that would stop you from using melee wave artifacts. Of course, you should first master a weapon to the same level as your arms, or else there would be no point in it. The virtual screen above Wink focused on the humanoid with the wave cloak again, and everybody saw how a sword appeared in his hand. Slowly the wave cloak that was limited to his body expanded to the sword. Next, the virtual screen saw how two humanoids carrying swords fought. One of them used directed flow while the other did not. The weapon clad in wave broke the other in less than 10 strikes. Wink saw how the might of directed flow failed to impress the class as free flow did, so he waved his hand, and a small steel marble appeared in it. He poured his essence wave into the steel marble before throwing it against a wall. Boom! An explosion that resembled that of a tank cannon echoed through the room. The steel marble encrusted itself in the wall, and massive cracks appeared around it. If you can pour enough wave in an object, even a simple steel marble could compare with a cannonball. As you can see, we Essence Wave cultivators can achieve the same brute destructive might that Astral Wave cultivators. When Wink spoke those words, many cadets could not help but show a smile on their faces. They chose the Essence Evolution path of power but were still youths, so the idea of unleashing destructive power made their blood burn. Of course, if an Astral Wave cultivator managed to master directed flow to my same level and injected the same amount of wave into that steel ball, that person would have pierced the wall. After all, they would have combined their physical might plus the enhanced object. Now it was the time for the other cadets to show smiles. They all understand that to match an Essence Wave cultivator in directed flow was incredibly difficult, but it did not stop them from adopting cocky attitudes. Now, those are the 3 basic exercises of wave cloak that you all shall practice. Every time you raise the amount of your wave, you will have to perfect them again, meaning they will accompany you forever on your paths of power. Wink gave a couple of minutes for the entire class to digest the information he had just passed them before the virtual screen above him focused on the second humanoid. Now I will explain Wave Burst. Unlike when Wink began with Wave Cloak, this time, there was not a single cadet that did not pay full attention to his words from the beginning. Now, the principle behind Wave Burst is straightforward. You improve the output of wave, enhancing your wave cloak and all that came with it. Everybody saw how the humanoid in the virtual screen deployed wave cloak. On the humanoid right side, the cadets also saw a bar signaling the amount of wave, which was decreasing steadily. Next, the humanoid used wave burst to increase the amount of wave leaving the sacred organ. That made the wave cloak almost double in size, but the rate at which it depleted nearly tripled. Wave burst improves not only our physical might but also the speed at which we can deploy spells and their power. However, as all of you that have used it should know, there are drawbacks. The virtual image on the screen focused on the edge of the bursting wave cloak, and the cadets saw how some wave left and dispersed. During wave burst, it is harder to control our wave, increasing its depletion due to the higher output and our inability to keep it inside our wave cloak. Wink's words made it clear to everybody why the amount of wave in the humanoid reduced so fast. All the cadets had used wave burst, but none ever felt wave loss like that. There is also the physical stress put on our bodies. Our body automatically regulates the might of our wave cloak when we unleash it, so it doesn't exert more pressure than it can safely handle. During wave burst, we ignore that limitation, affecting our stamina. Kane could not help but nod as he heard that explanation. He remembered how tired it felt to use wave burst and the soreness of his muscles. Now that I explained the drawbacks of wave burst, I will demonstrate its might. Those words pushed the cadets' attention to their peak. Wink's demonstrations were visually striking, and they were sure this one would not be different. A wave cloak covered Wink's body, and the amount in it was not impressive at all. I regulated the wave in my body to be around the same as a newly advanced level 3 wave warrior. Now I will show you 200% wave burst. Wink's wave cloak improved its power. It was still far from being shocking, but what happened next showed everybody how mighty wave burst was. 400%. As soon as Wink uttered those words, the wave cloak grew even mightier, and it was far from over. 600%. The air inside the auditorium began to move chaotically due to the might of Wink's bursting wave cloak. 800%. Wink's wave cloak was so powerful that the platform beneath his feet was trembling. I have currently unleashed a wave cloak that could match that of a level 4 wave warrior who themselves is using a basic wave burst. That statement made the eyes of the cadets show some level of shock. Everybody already knew that from level 3 to level 4, there was a significant watershed that many could not pass. Wink saw how the entire class was now full of expectation, and he did not disappoint. 1000%. A boom. A minor shock wave occurred when Wink unleashed 1000% wave burst, and cracks appeared beneath his feet. In this state, I have the power to kill a newly advanced level 4 wave warrior incapable of deploying 200% wave burst in a direct battle. Although it would not be inconceivable for a level 3 wave warrior to defeat someone at level 4, that was if they used sneak attacks and the likes. Winning in a direct battle was impossible. Or at least that was what Kane thought until he saw the might that 1000% wave burst could unleash. The time a level 3 wave warrior could fight in 1000% wave burst was extremely short, not to mention their bodies would crumble unless they were training some high-grade auxiliary technique. I must also say how hard it is to surpass 400% wave burst. Using the full power of my wave cloak, I can barely reach 350% wave burst. Wink gave the class a few minutes to assimilate the new information before carrying on. Due to the astral rebirth path of power's sacred organ being the heart, which increases its functions according to the body's requirement on its own, it is easier for astral wave cultivator to master wave burst. Wink's explanation made perfect sense for the cadets. The rebirth heart had always regulated the body's blood flow, increasing it when needed, so it was not odd for it to increase the output of wave more efficiently than the evolution core. As for the flaw regarding our inability to keep all the wave inside the wave cloak during wave burst, that is where combining the arts came into place. The cadets saw how the virtual screen above Wink showed two humanoids. One was using wave burst, while the other trained in synergy flow. Next, both figures fused, and the class saw how the bursting wave cloak grew thicker and its edge denser. By mastering synergy flow while using wave burst, we can limit the amount of wave dispersed. Of course, training synergy flow while your wave cloak is bursting is much harder. Shortly after that, the virtual screen focused on the third humanoid. Now that we are over with wave burst, it is time to tackle wave focus. This art's main principle is focusing our wave on a single point. If done during wave cloak, we will enhance a specific part while diminishing the amount covering the rest of the body. The virtual screen showed how the humanoid used wave cloak before increasing the amount in the right fist. That made the wave covering the rest of the body grow thinner, diminishing the amount of protection it could provide. That is the most basic use of wave focus and one that astral wave cultivators must master as it heavily influences a melee battle. However, you are sorely mistaken if you think wave focus is just that. Wink raised his right hand and opened it, showing the palm to the cadets before cutting it with his left index finger. The cut was deep to the point it almost reached the bone. The virtual screen above them showed a magnified version of the palm, making the edges of the cut clear for everybody. Pay attention to the screen and see the might of wave focus. Wink said nothing else before his essence wave began to gather in the wound, and not long after, under the odd gaze of the cadets, the cut started to heal with speed visible to the naked eye. It took Wink less than a minute to heal that wound. I used wave focus to speed up the regeneration process by giving the tissue more vitality and hyper-activating the red blood cells. Next, Wink focused his essence wave into his eyes and focused on the cadets, making all of them feel that this one could see every corner of their bodies. If I focus my wave into my eyes and the optical nerve, my eyesight improves to a level surpassing that of old world's telescopes. And the same goes for my other senses such as smell and hearing. The cadets understood the might of wave focus after that description and how amazingly useful it was, both in battle and out of it. Wave focus can also be used for defense, as we can enhance the amount of wave in our arms before using them to cover our bodies from an attack. Those in higher cultivation ranks can deploy extremely refined uses of this art, which are incredibly powerful. Wink saw the cadet's attention had peaked and proceeded to deploy a level 3 wave cloak and 200% wave burst. Then, under the utterly shocked sight of the cadets, all that wave focused on his right hand. If I conjure a fireball using my right hand, it will be several times more potent than if I were to do it without wave focus. And a level 3 astral wave warrior would have enough strength to land a blow that could surpass the defenses of someone at level 5. Silence reigned in the auditorium as the cadets heard Wink's words. They could not help but wonder how powerful could mastering wave focus could make you. Of course, in that state, the rest of their body was defenseless, but did not using traps and ambushes solve that? As long as they land one blow, it would be game over for the enemy. That was wave focus. There is no difference between the speed of training of astral and essence wave cultivators regarding this art. It all depends on your individual talent and hard work. Now I will explain the last of the 4 basic wave arts, wave transmutation. The virtual screen above Wink focused on the last humanoid. This one first triggered wave cloak, then used wave burst, and finally employed wave focus to concentrate most of his wave in his right hand before finally shooting a fireball. That is wave transmutation. In a nutshell, it is the conversion of our wave into something else. It can be simple elemental forces like lightning, fire, water, or even more complex like gold or poison. Wink raised his hand and focused essence wave in it before making fire, water, and even earth appear. This art plays a fundamental part in the use of spells. Not only does it improve our proficiency in them, but it also diminishes the amount of wave we need to use them. Of course, although anyone could change their wave into flames, someone that does it following the principles taught in a technique can show much greater destructive power. The wave in Wink's hand transformed once again into a ball of fire, but while the amount of wave was the same, the power in it was greater. When it comes to proficiency in this art, essence wave cultivators have a much higher innate talent, which can increase even more as our cultivation advances, and our perception develops. Those words did not surprise anyone. Essence wave lacked the enhanced vitality and durability of astral wave, but it was more malleable, so it made sense for it to be easier to transmute. Astral wave cultivators usually focus on the element related to their lineage since, at least in it, they do not fall behind their counterparts. Some with powerful lineages can even transmute their wave at an intuitive level. Kane nodded as he heard that. Among the skills learned after obtaining his lightning lupus lineage, there was lightning conversion. Transforming his astral wave into lightning was not hard, but he found it highly challenging to do it with any other element. As for things like poison or gold, that was simply impossible for the current Kane. Those are the 4 basic wave arts. As all of you should understand by now, the word basic is not a reference to their power but the fact that everything else emerges from them. They are the essence of spell casting and any battle style. Wink waved his hand after that, and all the cadets received a file through their AI chips. In that file is all the information I just gave you about wave mastery. While you have it at your disposal at all times, sharing it without consent from the Imperial military force is a crime. Now put some distance between yourself, and we will train synergy flow, free flow, and directed flow. There are 3 hours left, and we will use 1 for each exercise. I will monitor you and advise you when I see the need for it. Kane, Levi, and the Cold Beauty stood up and moved away before unleashing their wave cloaks. The men's wave was dark purple, but the woman was sky blue, meaning she followed the essence evolution path of power. Kane did not lose time and immediately focused. According to Wink's teachings, synergy flow consists in making your wave dense and evenly distributed. The file mentioned it would help you think of your wave as a river. It was a wild force you needed to use your mind to bring into order, making it steadily revolve around your body while condensing it. Kane's wave cloak gradually lost its flaming state, becoming more defined and smaller. Wink advised some cadets and guided those that were having difficulty. Despite his seemingly carefree attitude, he was very diligent in his work. After an hour passed, it was time to exercise free flow. Kane found it a little easier than synergy flow, as he only needed to focus on making his astral wave expand as far as possible. According to the file, it was good to visualize your wave cloak as a pool of water losing its atomic density and transforming into vapor. The auditorium filled with dark purple and sky blue fog during the next hour as the cadets trained free flow. Since they were all level 2 wave warriors, none of them felt discomfort by the wave of the others. Finally, it was the turn of the cadets to train in directed flow. Everybody got a small steel marble, and the goal was to extend their wave cloak into it flawlessly. As expected, Essence wave cultivators had a much easier time in directed flow than astral wave cultivators. Kane managed to extend his wave cloak into the steel marble, but he constantly had to focus on it, and a lot of astral wave dispersed due to his inability to control it once it left his body. Okay, that is all for today, Wink's voice echoed through the auditorium, and all the cadets sat. All those youths were exhausted, but they were also smiling. The cadets felt that their mastery over wave cloak had increased significantly. As long as they kept training synergy flow, free flow, and directed flow, their power would increase even if their cultivation did not. Kane, Levi, and the Cold Beauty had just risen from their seats as Wink left the auditorium when they saw a youth walking toward them. He was a man with black hair, almost 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. It was impressively tall, considering the youth was just 14 years old. And that was not all, as the Saiyan's skin was green. Those characteristics would have been considered a disease in the old world, but the Godslayer humankind thought differently. Clearly, the Saiyan had a powerful bloodline running through his veins. Neither Kane nor Levi recognized the green youth, but they saw a familiar face in one of the people walking behind him. Among the 3 people following this one, there was Zamir. Kane and Zamir locked eyes, and the second showed a vicious smile for a moment before regaining his composure. Although Kane did not know what this was about, he got a hint when the green youth did not even bother to look at him and instead focused on Levi and the Cold Beauty. I am Lumir Hurin, second son of Count Hurin. I will advise you two to stay with your own kind. Lumir did not lower his voice, so he soon became the center of attention for the entire auditorium. Kane's eyes grew cold as he heard those words and saw the disdain with which Lumir treated him. Of course, Kane did not care about the green Saiyan taking him into the noble's social circle, but the way Lumir spoke made it seem he was not worthy of breathing the same air. Levi only smiled when he heard those words, and the Cold Beauty remained indifferent. Oh, and what will happen if I choose to do the opposite? Lumir's eyes narrowed when he saw Levi's carefree attitude. You are of noble breed. Mixing up with commoners lowers not only yourself but all of us. Levi's smile grew wider as he heard those words, but everybody felt how the auditorium temperature began to rise. It was clear those words upset him. I did not know you could be lower than a piece of shit. Those words surprised not only Lumir but everybody else, since the way Levi put it, all nobles were shit. Lumir also grew furious as he heard Levi's words, but he did not lose his composure and instead turned toward the Cold Beauty. A flash of lust appeared in his eyes, but he hid it quickly. My lady, do you share the same thoughts as this heathen? Everybody focused on the Cold Beauty, including Kane and Levi. The duo knew almost nothing about her, so they could not help but be curious. Having the eyes of more than 200 people on her did not disturb the Cold Beauty. She looked at Lumir and showed a pleasant smile. Status is extremely important, and everyone should focus on it. Kane and Levi were slightly disappointed when they heard that, unlike Lumir, who showed a radiant smile. However, before the green youth could open his mouth again, the Cold Beauty spoke again. Of course, I am referring to the status you earned with your own effort and not one passed down to you. Your so-called status is only due to your whorish mother opening her legs and letting your father hump her. Silence reigned for a moment as none of the cadets could believe that such a refined girl like the Cold Beauty could utter such outlandish words. Eh ha ha ha. Eh ha ha ha. Kane and Levi began to laugh with so much strength that it almost made them shed tears. And while they were the only ones that did not bother to hide it, many other cadets in the auditorium giggled. Lumir's eyes twitched. He came with such grandeur, and the only thing he got was becoming a laughing stock. You dare to insult my family, you little WH. Lumir roared with rage, but he was unable to finish his sentence and much less take a step toward the cold beauty as he felt two pairs of eyes focused on his neck and chest. Cain and Levi had stopped laughing, and their eyes were full of killing intent as they targeted Lumir's neck and heart. Lumir did not doubt that the duo would attack him full of murderous intent if he dared to carry on. He was confident in facing each of them alone, but he might die if Cain and Levi attacked simultaneously without regard for the consequences. Of course, there were more scions behind him. Each was a level 2 wave warrior, but that would mean starting an unprovoked fight and going against the Imperial Military Academy's rules. HMPH, Lumir did not dare to bet and just sneered at the trio before walking out of the auditorium. Oh, my heroes. Cain and Levi could not help but puff up their chests with pride when they heard those words coming from the cold beauty, but when they turned and saw the expression on her face, it was clear she was mocking them. The duo felt embarrassed for the childish behavior but immediately shook their heads and got over it. I could have handled that garbage easily, but thanks for having my back either way. My name is Beelza. Cain's eyes narrowed as he heard the cold beauty's name. Wait, your name is Beelza, like in Beelzebub? Biblical names were not only not strange but pretty standard in the Godslayer humankind due to the name of the first titan of Godslayer humankind, Adam. Cain himself was a perfect example, but Beelzebub was a demon in the old world, so he found it odd and was not alone since Levi thought the same. Beelza noticed the weird look the duo gave her, and some irritation appeared on her face. Stinky geezer. She spoke those words quietly, but Cain and Levi heard them. Clearly, she also did not like the name her father gave her too much. What? Do you have something to say about my name? Cain and Levi immediately shook their heads as they saw the piercing gaze of Beelza. Even if they were 10 times braver, they would not dare to mock the girl's name. Anyway, I am Levi, and he is Cain, we should leave. Cain and Beelza nodded, and the trio exited the auditorium. Once outside, they separated. Cain went home while the other two headed to different parts of the Lightning Imperial Fort. On his way home, Cain thought of something and triggered his wave cloak before using wave focus to direct most of his astral wave into his legs. He intended to increase the astral wave around his legs to run faster. In theory, that made sense, but as Cain stomped the ground, he found himself jumping more than a meter before falling and rolling. It was not hard for Cain to understand what had happened. The sudden rise in the strength of his legs made it so that instead of putting enough force to impulse his body forward, it was high enough to propel him into the air. In essence, Cain had the strength but could not use it properly. Strength without control is useless on the battlefield. That thought crossed Cain's mind before hearing laughs from a distance. Some cadets were laughing about his mishaps, and while it made Cain slightly embarrassed, he did not care too much and just flashed back to his home. Once there, he bowed to the altar with his father's picture, took a quick shower, and ate some food. While he would like to begin cultivating immediately, he was exhausted, so before anything else, he took a nap. An hour later, Cain awoke full of energy. An average human would have needed much more time to recover. However, not only was he a level 2 astral wave warrior, but he also possessed a powerful lineage that granted him vigorous vitality. Cain headed into the living room, took a container with Dark Race's blood, and continued training the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique. The hours passed as Cain trained, and he felt his meridians growing stronger. He only stopped after almost 8 hours before going to sleep. Although cultivation was boring for someone like Cain, who spent month after month working hard the past years while receiving nothing, there was nothing better than feeling his cultivation increase by the hour. Besides, there were few things to do inside the Lightning Imperial Fort, especially for cadets. Cain woke up when the first ray of sunlight appeared. He washed his face and ate something light before marching into the auditorium. Levi was already in the auditorium and sat in the same place yesterday. Cain headed there and nodded to the red-eyed youth before sitting by his side. A few minutes later, Beelza entered the auditorium, and to the dismay and envy of many cadets, she chose to sit by Cain's side just like before. Cain and Levi nodded to Beelza before closing their eyes. The duo was using the time to cultivate. While many others could consider their behavior rude, Beelza liked it. She was sure that everybody else would barrage her with all sorts of questions. not because they care about the answer but to get closer and force some kind of relationship. Compared to that, the duo, whose minds seemed to care only about cultivation, was a breath of fresh air. In the end, the trio sat silent as they enhanced their wave until the teacher finally arrived. The one that arrived was not Wink but someone else. A short man, not more than 1.5 meters tall, with a robust body full of muscles. His long brown beard and bald head made him look like one of the dwarfs of the old world's fairy tales, but the truth was that just like Lumiere's green skin, those physical characteristics were an effect of his bloodline. He stood in front of the auditorium and remained silent for a moment as he stared at the cadets. Despite his short stature, he unleashed an imposing aura that made everybody adopt a solemn expression. "My name is Razman. I will be your teacher for the Dark Races Assassination class." "My name is Razman. I will be your teacher for the Dark Race Assassination class." When Teacher Razman spoke those words, a solemn aura invaded the entire auditorium. Even noble families did not dare to be arrogant when it came to the dark races. Razman nodded as he saw the expression of the cadets. Next, he waved his hand, and the virtual screen above him showed 3 groups of obscure figures. As all of you should know by now, when we talk about the dark races, we refer to the Infernus demon race, Legio Eldritch race, and the most dreaded of all, the Aatrox Immortus race. Cain clenched his fist as he heard that last part. The image of that Aatrox still hunted him, and the idea of what would have happened had he not managed to escape terrified him. He did not feel ashamed since, even with all that fear, he remained courageous in the face of danger and refused to sacrifice an innocent person. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. That was a quote his father mentioned several times to Cain. The one who uttered those words was a great man from the old world. Cain was not lost in his thoughts for long as Razman carried on soon after. To know how to kill someone, you must first understand them. I will begin with the Infernus demon race. When it comes to Godslayer humankind, they are the most similar in both physiology and culture. Above Razman, the screen focused on the first group of obscure figures before they came to light, showing a bulky abyssal demon, a petite hell devil, and a third figure. The last ones had silver skin, and on his forehead, there was a third eye. The Infernus demon race has 3 main lineages: the Abyssal Demon, Hell Devil, and Nether Fiend. Each of those lineages has countless subbranches, but that is not the topic of this class. If you want to learn about them, you can use your military credits to purchase books from the Empire Science Academy. Cain and many other cadets focused on the last Infernus demon race's lineage that Razman mentioned. They all took part in the military academy's secret trial, so most faced abyssal demons or hell devils, but none ever encountered a nether fiend. Razman noticed the curiosity of the cadets regarding nether fiends, but he made the virtual screen focus on the large man with obsidian skin. This is an abyssal demon. Due to the characteristics of their lineage, 99.9% of them embark on the astral rebirth path of power. Regarding their behavior, they are ferocious warriors that usually disdain any form of traps or schemes and would instead embark on a frontal battle. Following that, Razman began to show different images of the abyssal demon's anatomy. He explained the position of the heart and other vital organs, the best way to cause massive damage to them, and how to defend in case of a counterattack. The explanation was boring and somewhat repetitive, but all the cadets put their full attention into it as it could save their lives in the future. Now that we are over with the abyssal demons, let's begin with the hell devils. The virtual screen focused on the petite woman with red skin and small horns. Hell devils usually embark on the path most suitable for their lineage. That is why all those you face will surely be essence wave cultivators. Unlike abyssal demons, hell devils are fond of schemes, making them hazardous targets. They might feign weakness, only to draw you into a death trap. Just like he did with abyssal demons, Razman explained the anatomy of hell devils, their weak points, how to land deadly blows, and the most suitable defenses against them. Once Razman was over with the hell devils, it was finally time to focus on the last of the 3 main lineages of the Infernus demon race, the Nether Fiend race. When it comes to battle strength, the Nether Fiend lineage is the weakest of the 3, but make no mistake, they are dangerous. Their power comes from intelligence and innate talent in professions like wave crafters and rune masters. The creations at their disposal are incredibly deadly. Rasman's face showed a level of seriousness even greater than when he spoke about hell devils and abyssal demons. You will not usually find them on the battlefield, not because they are cowards, but because they are better at strategy. If you ever storm the enemy's encampment, do your best to kill as many of them as possible. Believe me when I say that every nether fiend kill is worth as much as 10 of their counterparts. Cain could not help but show awe as he heard that. Nether fiends were the weakest regarding battle strength, but their impact on the battlefield made them the most dangerous. Rasman explained the best way to land deadly blows in a nether fiend. He was much more detailed in this information than the one related to abyssal demons or hell devils and took a lot more time as well. By the time Rasman finished with the nether fiends, the class had ended, and everybody headed back to their rooms. Cain trained in the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique and was ready to call it a day and go to sleep before the next class when his body trembled. The youth opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He had finished the first level and could finally advance with the second, not longer just solidifying his foundation but also improving his cultivation. Although tired, excitement filled Cain's body and commanded the system to scan him without hesitation. System, scan me. Scanning vessel, name, Cain Lorifer. Race, Godslayer humankind path of power. Astral rebirth, level 2 wave warrior. Lineage, lightning lupus wave talent, low tier 4. Stats, strength, 0.19 to 0.19 agility, 0.25 to 0.25 vitality, 0.22 to 0.23. Wave, 0.21, greater than 0.22. Although there was not a shocking improvement in his stats, Cain expected such a thing. At the lower level, one could not see much difference between techniques, but as his cultivation advanced, those improvements accumulated and showed an incredible effect. Cain went to bed the next minute with a happy smile. As usual, he woke up with the first ray of sunlight and headed to the auditorium where his class would take place. He was just about to enter the building when he noticed Bielsa in the distance. She was speaking with a handsome blonde man around 20 years old. The man was striking not only in looks but also had a powerful aura and vibrant vitality. His attire also drew attention, resembling that of a high-class butler. Suddenly, the man's eyes grew cold, turning toward Cain. When he saw those eyes, Cain's entire body trembled. That gaze had the power to freeze his mind, but then a flash of red light appeared in his eyes. Cain did not know what happened, but all the fear vanished, and a sense of absolute certainty appeared in his eyes as he stared back at the man by Bielsa's side. Now, it was time for the blonde man to be surprised. There was shock on his face as he saw Cain's eyes full of determination and absent of any fear. However, before the man could do anything, he turned back toward Bielsa and saw the girl's cold stare. He gave Cain one final glance before nodding toward Bielsa and walking away. Cain's eyes did not leave the man until this one vanished from his view. He then turned to his side and saw that Bielsa was already there. "Who is that man? Oh, don't tell me that you were jealous." A small smile appeared in Bielsa, but she noticed Cain's stoic expression. "He is very dangerous." When Bielsa heard those words and felt the concern in them, her smile became more natural. "You are right. That man is dangerous, but there is no reason to worry. He works for my family." Cain was slightly surprised when he heard that. The fact that Bielsa's family could infiltrate a person in the Imperial Military Academy meant their background was truly impressive. Since Bielsa told him the man was no danger and she seemed fine, Cain did not dig anymore. The power of her family was not something that he cared about. "What are you lovebirds doing?" Cain and Bielsa turned around and saw Levi walking out of the auditorium. The duo only sneered when they heard his words, but the silver metallic structure covering his spine drew their attention. "You got full body armor. It is a high bronze wave artifact." Since Levi did not have it activated, Cain could not see the appearance of the armor, but it seemed composed of silver blades. "Haha, even better, it is a peak bronze wave artifact." Levi was very pleased with his armor, but his good mood did not last long. "You know what they say about people that like to show off their belongings. Are you overcompensating for something else?" Bielsa did not specify, but Levi and Cain understood what she meant. The first one's face almost grew red, while the second did his best to contain his laughter. You. Levi stared dagger at Bielsa, but this one only kept smiling. Clearly, the girl was not the forgiving type and was taking revenge on the youth's previous remark. HMPH. In the end, Levi only sneered and did not say anything else. Although he seemed angry, he was not a child that would lose control over his emotions for something so trivial. Anyway, you two better get in. The teacher arrived early, and he is someone you and I know. Kane was curious, and when he walked into the auditorium, he saw a bulky man with scars all over his face. Oh, Vice Captain Joseph. I take it that you two had encounters with that man before. Levi and Kane nodded to Bielsa's words, and the second began to relate the events at the end of the military academy's secret trial as they walked toward their seats. Overall, Kane had a good image of this strict, cold, yet fair man. I see. Bielsa nodded toward Kane's words and said nothing else. She reserved her opinion of Joseph for herself. Vice Captain glanced at Kane and Levi but said nothing else and silently waited until the class finally started. My name is Joseph, and I will be your teacher for the military tactics class. My name is Joseph, and I will be your teacher for the military tactics class. Vice Captain Joseph's voice echoed through the auditorium, and all the cadets paid full attention. Although his aura seemed weaker than that of Wink and Razman, its ferocity was something he could only gain on the battlefield. The Imperial military force works in military units. These are similar to the old world, but those at higher ranks not only reached that level due to merits but also brute power. Although the idea of granting military ranks according to brute power might seem idiotic in the old world, even the cadets could understand the reasoning behind that. As humans advance in cultivation, it's not only their bodies and destructive power that grow stronger. Their cognitive ability and speed of thought also improve. There are indeed cases of people with an innate talent for warfare, but most of the time, those with experience and greater intelligence create better plans. Not to mention that a wave warrior would find it very hard to give order to a wave champion, especially once they are far from the domains of the Godslayer humankind empire, and the rules are harder to discern. Following that short description, the virtual screen above Vice Captain Joseph showed different military units and the different roles available such as combat, engineering, medical, and more. Joseph was diligent, accurately describing how all those moving parts work together and sharing his experiences in the army. All that information was monotone and, unlike wave mastery and dark race assassination, failed to make the cadets' blood burn. However, Kane and many others were paying full attention, as they understood that information could save their lives and help them understand their roles once they entered the battlefield. Once that part of the class was over, the virtual screen above Vice Captain Joseph changed. When it comes to the battlefield where wave champions participate, wave warriors beneath level 4 would only be sending themselves to their death if they step in. That is especially true for those that follow the essence evolution path of power, as the shock waves would be more than enough to harm your bodies. Soon the cadets saw the picture of what seemed to be a futuristic rifle on the virtual screen. That is why those at level 3 and beneath who take a combat role will use these wave rifles. It is a very common and practical wave artifact used by the Imperial military force. It has a power cell that can be charged with wave and fire a very concentrated energy beam. They have no recoil and can fire up to dozens of shoots per minute. The virtual screen soon showed the cadets the wave rifle's power. It did not take more than 5 shots to blast a large tree to pieces, and a dozen of them could destroy an old world building in less than a minute. However, those with good battle awareness soon realized the grave problems with the wave rifles. As some of you might already notice, there are flaws in the wave rifles. The attack pattern is too rigid and depends too much on the soldier's aim and speed of thought. They have limited use against a battalion of level 5 wave warriors. A smile appeared on Kane's face as he saw the wave rifle. It was the same weapon Kane's father used during his time in the military. Cannon Footer's weapon. A youth sitting next to Zamir and Lumir uttered those words as he saw the wave rifle. He spoke in a low voice, but everybody could hear him due to the auditorium's silence. There was a smile on the youth's face as he did not care that the other would know his thoughts. It made sense since many among the Scions saw soldiers that used wave rifles that way. Kane's eyes widened when he heard that. and his blood began to burn as his astral wave burst. Levi and Bielsa were surprised by Kane's reaction. Although the duo felt the Saiyan's commentary disgusting, their response was far from reaching Kane's level. The reaction was a combination due to Kane's rage and his bloodline's emotional instability, and, unlike in previous cases where it happened, the youth did not intend to control it and was ready to attack. However, someone acted faster than Kane. The Saiyan still smiled when someone appeared before him and slapped him with so much strength that it sent him flying into a wall. All the cadets were shocked as they saw the unconscious cadet bleeding on the ground. Luckily the Saiyan was a level 2 astral wave warrior, or else that slap would have shattered his skull. Fear appeared in the eyes of the cadets as they turned to the responsible for such a ferocious attack, Vice Captain Joseph. May this be a lesson for all of your brats. Anyone that dares to mock my brothers and sisters who risk their lives for the safety of the Godslayer humankind will pay the price, and next time, I will not be so merciful. A deadly silence reigned in the auditorium as the cadets heard those words. That youth bleeding next to the wall had a strong background, or he could not have sat next to Lumir and Zamir. Yet, it was clear that Vice Captain Joseph did not care at all, and the cadets did not doubt they would suffer the same fate if they uttered disrespectful words. Vice Captain Joseph stared coldly at Lumir and Zamir before turning elsewhere. The cadets followed his eyes and were surprised to see Kane's bursting astral wave cloak and killing intent. Kane sat in a desolate area of the auditorium, and since the cadets were all focused on Vice Captain Joseph, no one besides Levi and Bielsa noticed his outburst. When Kane saw the bloody figure of the youth that dared to call people like his father cannon fodder, he calmed down and dispersed his wave cloak. Vice Captain Joseph did not say anything about Kane's actions and calmly walked toward the podium. As for the wounded Saiyan, no one dared to help him. What I have spoken up to this point is the standard distribution and roles of the Imperial Military Force. Specialized military units fulfill missions where an army's notoriety would be a disadvantage. I will not give details of these since unless you become a level 7 wave warrior, you will never interact with them. Vice Captain Joseph carried on with the class as if nothing had happened. It was clear that he did not fear retaliation for his actions. That was all for today's class. For the next one, we will discuss battle formations and information about our allies in the Deus Behemoth race and the Anima Mechanicus race. Kane could not help but grow excited as he heard that last part. The Godslayer humankind was powerful, but they were far from being able to contend against the Infernus demon race, Legio Eldritch race, and Atrox Immortus race alone. Once Lumir saw Joseph leave the auditorium, he went toward the wounded Saiyan and helped him out, marching immediately to the hospital. Kane noticed that but did not care and left the auditorium with Levi and Bielsa. Just as they were about to split apart, the red-eyed youth spoke. Kane, your lineage grants you enhanced tracking abilities, right? Although Kane found that question odd, it was not a secret, so he nodded. Great, I intend to take on a mission, and I need the help of someone like you. Levi naturally knew that Kane would want to know what the mission was about, so he used his AI chip to send a folder with all the information. There were only 3 classes in the week. Most cadets spent the rest of the days taking advantage of the high wave density in the Lightning Imperial Fort, but those like Kane and Levi had the strength to leave and carry out missions. Before Kane could analyze the folder, the duo felt a freezing chill. Oh, I am not invited. Do you think I am too weak? Levi and Kane grew tense as they felt the cold gaze of Bielsa. The red-eyed youth raised his hand and immediately explained. Haha, nothing like that. Actually, I could handle the battle component of this mission alone, but my tracking abilities are not very good. That is why I asked for Kane's help. Bielsa's eyes narrowed, and after seeing the duo grow even more nervous, she smiled and walked away. When the duo saw that, they could not help but grow annoyed. Clearly, Bielsa did not care about the mission and was just making fun of them. After that minor interruption, Kane finally analyzed the folder and saw the contents of the mission. It is a combination between product recovery and detention or killing. We should not face anyone above level 3, so Levi is right in that our combined power is more than enough to handle it. Kane considered everything, and after a moment, he nodded. Okay, I accept. I assume we will use the merit ruler to determine the Imperial military credits each will get. The merit ruler that Kane mentioned was a tool accessible in the Imperial military network. When a group performed a mission, the ruler could objectively quantify the completion percentage of each individual. Of course, we must leave soon, as it will take around 7 hours to reach Rook City. That, plus the time to travel back, would only leave us 3 days to complete the mission. Levi had already analyzed all the information and had developed a plan. We should leave at midnight. That way, we can rest on the road and arrive at Rook City as the sun comes out. Kane did not have a problem and accepted Levi's proposition. The duo went to their homes to gather their belongings and pack rations for the trip. Back in his room, Kane bowed to his father's altar, took a shower, and ate a meal before arranging things for the mission. He packed a second set of clothes, his soldier's drugs, and a container with abyssal demon's blood. There was not much else to load in the military backpack since the mission would only take around 3 days. As he glanced at the soldier's drugs, a contemplative expression appeared in Kane. While extremely useful during the military academy secret trial, he was a level 2 astral wave warrior now, and their effect would not be as good as before. After some thinking, Kane used the Imperial Military Academy network and searched for new drugs, one suitable for his level. It did not take him long to find something useful. Warrior Pill. Heals non-lethal wounds, improves wakefulness, decreases the sense of fatigue, and increases the ability to concentrate. Fully effective up to level 5. Warning. Only Wave Warrior above level 1 can use them without severe side effects. Cost. 25 Imperial military credits. Their effect was impressive, and so was the cost. Kane also found the soldier drugs in the Imperial Military Academy network, and a batch of 10 costs only 5 Imperial military credits. Although Kane had more than 2,000 Imperial military credits, that did not mean he could just spend them without care. He was actually saving them as he wanted to buy something that would be useful for his foundation, but there was no point in having wealth and not a life to spend it. Even if the mission did not seem that dangerous, they would still face wave warriors, who would want to kill them. So, after some deliberation, Kane bought 3 warriors' pills. Instead of waiting for the package to arrive, Kane adopted a meditative position and began training in the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique. Following the cultivation technique, Kane's meridians grew larger and extended over his chest. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the time to depart arrived. The package with the 3 warrior pills had arrived while Kane trained. He put them in his backpack and left for the south gate. Levi was already there, waiting by the side of a military truck similar to the one Tristan and London used as they picked up the cadets. The red-eyed youth nodded to Kane, and the duo got up in the truck before approaching the gate. Cadets could not simply leave, but once Levi showed the mission code, the soldier in charge opened the gate and let the duo go. The military truck could drive on its own, and since they were on a secure highway, neither Kane nor Levi worried too much about dangers despite the dense forest surrounding them. Godslayer humankind had more than enough power to destroy those forests and pave everything, but there were 2 main reasons for not following that path. One was the teaching of the old world about how to live in equilibrium with the environment. There was also a selfish component as a loss in wildlife correlated with a decline in the wave's density. The second reason took into consideration the wave beasts. Although the Godslayer humankind had a hostile relationship with them, it did not reach the point of mutual destruction. If they destroyed the forest and left no one with enough power to protect whatever they built in those places, powerful wave beasts would level any construction as retribution. Kane's eyes narrowed as the military truck had left the lightning Imperial fort and glanced at Levi. The red-eyed youth returned the gaze and nodded. Both level 2 wave warriors send a small amount of astral wave into the artifact protecting their spine, and soon every piece of their bodies was covered by armor. Kane's nullity armor was utterly black, made of hundreds of light scales. A black glass also covered his eyes, and a membrane refined the air he breathed. It did not hinder his movements and fused with his light boots and kinetic gauntlets, leaving no opening. Levi's armor was shockingly similar to the level 3 Aatrox that Kane saw in the military academy's secret trial. It also covered the entire body, leaving no opening an enemy could take advantage of. Inferno. Saint. Their wave artifact distorted the duo's voice as they uttered their code names. They did not know who they would face, and it was best to hide their real identities. Besides, during this mission, they only needed their status as cadets of the collapsing Lightning Military Academy. The duo slept after ensuring everything was fine, and there were no dangers in the surroundings. The military truck had a scanner that would warn them of any threat. Of course, they kept a light sleep and were ready to act in case of any danger. It will take Kane and Levi less than a second to mobilize their astral wave. If the attacker were so fast that they could kill them before that, it would not make a difference even if they were fully awake. When the first ray of sunlight appeared, Kane and Levi saw Rook City in the distance. It had a giant wall around its perimeter, and in the center, there was a large tower. That tower barely reached 500 meters, nothing compared with the striking 10,000 meters tall Titan Tower of the Lightning Imperial Fort, but it provided energy for the entire city. Kane's eyes narrowed as they approached the gate and saw the soldiers stand there with wave rifles. Rook City was a somewhat small city with a population of nearly 1 million people. It was under the Lightning Imperial Fort's sphere of influence. Its defenses were enough to keep its people completely safe from wave beasts and other dangers. Of course, there were mighty wave beasts that could overcome Roku City's defenses, but just like humans, those creatures grow brighter as they grow stronger. They are intelligent enough to understand that if they attack the city, the Lightning Imperial Fort will send wave champions after them. The military truck stopped outside the gate that led into Rook City. A soldier approached the passenger seat and froze for a moment as he saw the two people covered in wave artifacts. Not only were the duo's armors visually impressive, but the soldier was smart enough to understand that anyone capable of having something like that could not be simple. Identification, please. Levi handed the soldier a card with the information about their mission and status as cadets from collapsing Lightning Military Academy. The soldier's eyes narrowed as he saw the duo's status, but he did not dare to look down on them. Even if they were just cadets, there was a great chance they could be powerful scions that chose to enter the military academy. Levi and Kane saw how the soldier stood in silence for a moment as he possibly used his AI chip to pass the information to get the clearance for the duo to enter. There should have been no problem since even if Kane and Levi were not in a collapsing Lightning Military Academy's mission, they could enter Rook City. However, out of nowhere, a look of surprise and confusion appeared on the soldier. He did his best to hide it as soon as possible, but Kane and Levi saw it. I am sorry, there has been some disturbance in the city. You two will have to wait for a moment before passing. Don't leave the military truck for the time being. The soldier handed Levi the card, and before they could ask anything, he walked back to his post. Levi and Kane stared at each other and frowned as they did not know what had happened. If there were a problem with their identities, the soldiers would have arrested them or told them to go away if they were too afraid to do that. However, the soldier just told Kane and Levi to wait. As for the disturbances, it was almost certainly a made-up excuse. All that, plus the fact that the soldier was surprised to hear that he should not just let the duo enter, made it clear that there was something fishy about their mission, and someone was trying to keep things quiet. Kane stared at the soldiers guarding the gate and commanded the absolute life form system to scan them. Surprise appeared on his face as he saw that all the soldiers were wave warriors, many at level 2, and even one who seemed to be the squad's leader reached level 3. What, since when are wave warriors so common? Before obtaining the absolute life form system, becoming a wave warrior was a dream for Kane, yet now he found one at level 3, working as the guard of a small city's gate. Brat, shouldn't you have gotten smarter after reaching level 2? Kane was surprised to hear Apex's voice in his mind. The system spirit had been quiet the last few days, mainly focusing on his hacking efforts. Listen, in your old home where the wave's density was shockingly low, so only those with great talent and backing could become a level 3 wave warrior, but here is different. Their wave in the air is much higher, so their cultivation is easier. All those people entered the military academy just like you and learned the cultivation basics. After decades, in a wave-rich environment, it is not odd for someone with even little talent to become a level 3 wave warrior. Kane calmed down and began to analyze everything with a more critical mind. He saw how the squad's leader appeared to be a man in his 50s. Of course, those that cultivate like that have horrible foundations and find it almost impossible to cross bottlenecks. Not to mention the after effects of their cultivation stagnation. When Kane heard that last part, he focused on the stats of the squad's leader. Scan of target completed. Name, race, Godslayer humankind. Lineage, human path of power. Essence evolution, level 3 essence wave warrior. Stats. Strength, 0.13 agility, 0.11 vitality, 0.22. Essence wave, 0.24. The physical stats of the squad's leader matched those of a level 3 essence wave warrior with a human lineage, but his wave was too low. A level 3 wave warrior usually had above 0.5 of wave inside their bodies, yet the squad's leader had less than half of that. The lack of advance on his cultivation atrophied his meridians, which led to that state. The other soldiers should be in the same condition, if not worse. Kane nodded and better understood the different types of wave warriors. Apex learned all that from hacking the Empire Science Academy. Of course, even if they are weak, it would be hard for you and the other brat to defeat them since they outnumber you and have those wave rifles. Not to mention that things would only grow more complicated for the two if you use force. A profound light appeared in Kane's eyes as he heard Apex's words. In the military academy secret trial, he used brute power to handle all his problems, but things were not so simple now. Suddenly an idea came to Kane's mind, and he almost laughed as he thought of the implications. Levi attempted to figure out a way beyond this point when he saw how Kane got out of the military truck and walked toward the city's gate, only for the soldiers to grow alert and raise their wave rifles. "Stop right there. Who do you think you are to disobey our commands?" the squad's leader yelled at Kane as he pointed his wave rifle. Kane knew his nullity armor's ability would be able to block most of those blasts' power, but he would still end up injured. Nevertheless, he did not lose calm and looked at the soldiers without pure contempt and disdain. "Who do you think you are pointing your punny weapons to? I am Zamir Jarkan, third son of Count Jarkan." "Who do you think you are pointing your punny weapons to? I am Zamir Jarkan, third son of Count Jarkan." When the soldiers at the gate heard those words, they all trembled and lowered their weapons. For a family to become part of the nobility in the Godslayer humankind empire, they needed more than just powerful backing and military merits, they also required incredible brute power. Although none of those soldiers knew how strong Count Jarkan was, he was definitely someone that even wave champions, entities capable of moving at the speed of sound, would dread. Even the squad's leader, who was shouting orders a moment ago, grew nervous. Of course, the idea that the cadets were lying crossed his mind, but he immediately discarded it. He did not believe that someone who was not a Saiyan could wear such impressive wave artifact armor. God damn it. How did I get involved in this? They told me to delay them for at least a couple of hours, but how am I supposed to do that now? Just as the squad leader was trying to figure out what to do, the cadet turned around and walked back to the military truck. "Open that gate now, unless you think you can bear the responsibility of delaying me during my mission." Kane's voice carried a narcissistic tone, similar to the one Zamir used with him when they first met. The moment Kane got in the truck, Levi immediately commanded the military truck to move forward, forcing the squad's leader to make a hasty decision, not giving him any time to call for assistance. In the end, the squad leader did not dare to test the duo and commanded for the gate to be open, allowing the military truck to enter the city. Levi immediately headed for the city hall as soon as they entered the city. Places like Rook City, with a population beneath 10 million people, were ruled by a group of civil officers, with the mayor at the head. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw the city and its people, most of whom were wave warriors but suffered from the same meridian atrophy as the soldiers at the gate. Still, he did not lose much thought and focused on the mission. His lies might have easily fooled the soldier at the gates, but it would not be so easy with the mayor. Those civil officers might not have impressive battle power, but most of them were extremely cunning. Levi glanced at Kane, and when he saw this one focusing, he chose to remain silent. While using Zamir's name could end up blowing in their faces, there was nothing he could say since he failed to devise a better strategy. In less than an hour, the duo arrived at the city hall. It was a large pristine building, with people coming in and out. After parking the military truck, Kane and Levi head into the building, drawing the attention of many people in their way. They did not speak with anyone and walked as if they owned the place. Initially, the duo's approach would have been much smoother, but they had adopted the facade of the arrogant scion and needed to stick to it if they wanted this to work. Just as they were about to barge into the mayor's office, a woman appeared in front of them. She was around 20 years old and had an attractive figure. "Young Lord Zamir, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Veena Sarin. I welcome you to Rook City. Had we known someone of your status would come to our humble city, we would have prepared a proper welcome." Veena spoke pleasantly and stretched her body so Cain could get a better look before turning toward Levi. And who could this gentleman be? Cain was a healthy man and would certainly get aroused if an attractive woman got so close to him. However, compared with the drive Bielsa generated when he first met her, this was nothing and could not cause an emotional outburst. "That is not something someone like you should care about. We are going to speak to the mayor." Veena's gaze changed for an instant as she saw the evident apathy of Cain. She hoped to distract the duo for a moment and stir the conversation away, but things had a rocky start. "I am sorry, Mayor Classius is currently in an important meeting and cannot be disturbed. I can arrange some company for the two of you as you wait. I am sure the trip from the collapsing Lightning Military Academy was boring, and you would want to have some fun." Another delay. Cain's eyes grew cold as he saw the woman's scheme. "I was not asking permission." Cain grabbed the woman's shoulder and moved her out of his way before barging into the mayor's office along with Levi. As soon as the duo entered the office, their expressions grew solemn. There were already two people inside, one fat man sitting behind a desk, presumably the mayor, and another standing by his side. It was the second man that made them nervous, and once Cain scanned him, he saw that he was a level 4 wave warrior. Cain took a deep breath and pushed his focus to its peak as he smiled. Time to shine. As soon as the fat man noticed the duo barge into his office, a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Mayor Clackius's wave talent and fear of battle made it he barely reached level 2, but that was also a testament to his sharp mind. Or else, there is no way he would have become the mayor of a city with almost 1 million people with such poor personal strength. Cain and Levi's mission consisted of hunting down a group of criminals that broke into the city's armory, stole military goods, and killed a guard. All that took place 2 days ago, and the criminals had since vanished into the forest beyond the city's walls. Rook City had soldiers and a well-structured police force, as one would expect. Still, while they were enough to keep order inside the walls, sending them after the criminals into the forest would result in significant casualties. Not to mention that it could provoke chaos among the city's population. The Imperial military force handled all problems beyond a city's scope to avoid unnecessary losses. Those missions helped train their soldiers in other aspects beyond the battlefield, so it was a win-win situation. The fact they were detected and forced to use violence made it clear that the criminals were beneath level 4, which is why the higher-ups assigned the mission to cadets. As the mayor, Classius should have been doing everything in his power to assist the cadets so that they would resolve the crime in the shortest amount of time possible, but anyone could see by now that things were not so simple. Although Cain and Levi looked imposing with their wave armors, there was no fear in Clackius's eyes. The Godslayer humankind empire had rules, and even if not, there was still the level 4 astral wave warrior by his side. "Damn brats, how dare they barge into my office like that?" Classius was furious but did not dare his emotions to show themselves and greeted the duo with a cordial smile. "Those wave artifact are definitely at the high bronze grade, with what makes sense for science, but it is odd for someone of the Jarkin family to take a mission like this one. Those of powerful noble families usually disdain anything that would require investigation and the likes." All those thoughts crossed Clackius's mind when the squad leader guarding the gate informed him that Zamir Jarkin had marched into the city. Although part of him did not believe the duo, he needed to be careful as the wrath of the Count's son was not something he could endure. That is why he had already crafted a plan to search for the truth, and even if the duo were not lying, it would buy him time. Unfortunately for Classius, before he could open his mouth, Cain marched toward him and slammed his desk with so much strength that it almost broke it. "How dare you make us wait like that?" Classius was slightly surprised, but that sudden outburst did not prove anything. However, what happened next changed things. "Less than 2 months ago, you begged the Jarkin County to solve an internal problem, yet now you dare to make me wait. You really know how to repay a favor." Cain spoke with a voice full of certainty and arrogance. Although it was just a small phrase, it immediately changed the attitude of Classius and the level 4 astral wave warrior. It was not that they cared about the favor, but the fact that the cadet knew about it meant that he was privy to secret deals between Rook City and Jarkin County. Kane was still furious on the outside, but internally, he was thrilled. After using Zamir's name, he immediately asked Apex to dig up secret information between Rook City and Jarkin County. The system spirit focused all the power of basic hacking tool on that task, and just as the duo got out of the military truck and headed to the city hall, he got that information. Every minute you make us wait is another minute those criminals have to run. Are you ready to answer for your sins to my father if we fail our mission? Even with his voice distorted, Kane made a perfect copy of the tone Zamir used when they first met. Clackius's face grew pale as he heard that threat. He could not bear to offend a scion, much less a godslayer humankind empire's count. There is no need to do that. I had just cancelled my previous appointment when I learned that young lord had come into my city. Vina will guide you to the crime scene, and I will send a detailed report of the events of that day to your AI chip immediately. Classius did not dare to delay and called the woman, who walked into the room shortly with surprise on her face. Kane could see that Vina was confused by the sudden change in Clackius's attitude toward the crime, but he did not care. While furious at the mayor's corruption, he did not have the luxury of time. HMPH, you should have done that from the beginning. I wonder how someone so incompetent as you got a mayor's position. Kane left those final words as he and Levi walked away under Vina's guidance. Despite being insulted, Classius only smiled toward Kane. However, rage appeared on his face once the doors to his office were closed. Has everything been taken care of? We took care of all the visual evidence and tracks but did not complete the decontamination process. It required a total of 72 hours, so we were forced to leave the job half done. The level 4 astral wave warrior spoke in a solemn tone. A sharp light appeared in Clackius's eyes as he heard that. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath of air and relaxed. That should be more than enough. I refuse to believe that a couple of brats could solve it. Still, it is better to be cautious. If they find anything, we will erase any trace of our involvement. I assume you know what to do in that case. Clackius's eyes were cold as he uttered those words, just like those of the level 4 astral wave warrior. Kane and Levi follow Vina to a large building less than 10 minutes from City Hall. 2 guards were at the entrance but moved away once they saw the woman and allowed the trio to enter. On the outside, the armory resembled a little one-story building, but once they entered, Kane understood that it was an underground facility with many sublevels. The trio took the elevator and went down 1 floor. As soon as the gates opened, Kane and Levi saw a corridor with large shelves containing all sorts of boxes. Each of them was tightly closed, and the only designation was a barcode, making it hard for anyone to know what was inside. Vina was about to speak when a loud and cold voice interrupted her. Leave. Kane did not even bother to turn to the woman as he shouted that order. He and Levi then walked to the place where the murder took place. A flash of rage appeared on Vina's face as she stared at the duo's back. As Mayor Clackius's assistant, she enjoyed quite a bit of power in the city, yet Kane treated her as an annoyance. However, no matter how angry she was, the woman did not dare to defy them. Even if she did not count their background, she was just a level 1 essence wave warrior, and either could kill her. She returned to the elevator and left the duo alone. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw the woman leave. Of course, they were not alone as several cameras were on the walls. He was sure that the fat mayor saw every movement they made. Unfortunately for them, Kane already had a way to handle that. If they were outside, it would have been more complicated, but since they were inside, Apex could use the basic hacking tool to trick the cameras, showing made-up footage. We can speak freely for the time being. I have hacked the cameras, and we will be fine if we don't move too much. Levi was slightly surprised to hear that, but it all made sense. Like in the old world, there were hackers in the Godslayer humankind empire. So that is how you learn that information about Jarkin County. Well done. Since time is short, let's research the place and see if we find any clues. There is no need for that. We will find nothing visible to the naked eye. That fat asshole might seem incompetent on the outside, but he sure is crafty. He definitely erased all visual evidence and tracks. Levi's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He would have to be a fool not to see that Classius was trying to hide something, but people always make mistakes and might find something if they looked carefully. Kane knew that Levi would be doubtful of his analysis, so he proceeded to explain things. This is not the first time they do this sort of thing. Rook City can be considered a warehouse for the Lightning Imperial Fort, so it is not odd that many materials are stored here. No matter what type of organization, one can always expect some level of corruption. Some losses from time to time would not raise suspicion as long the culprit hides their tracks and is not too brazen. Classius is in the perfect position to do that, and since there have not been incidents reported in the past, it is easy to see that he knew to hide them. Of course, the lack of reports could also mean that no one stole anything, but there is no way that greedy ball of grease would not do it. Surprise appeared in Levi's eyes as he heard all that. He trusted his intelligence and was confident he could arrive at that conclusion given enough time, but never as fast as Kane did. Then this time was different because the folder with the investigation Classius sent us is mostly useless. Video surveillance did not capture anything, and the witness reports are full of contradictions. The only helpful thing is the information about the victim. He was a man named Mark Johnson, a level 1 wave warrior. According to the schedule, a woman named Karen Finner should have guarded this level that night, but she conveniently reported being sick at the last minute. Therefore no one should have been here, but a human error put Mark Johnson on guard duty at this level that night. The higher-ups could turn a blind eye to some goods gone missing, but not the death of a guard. That incident forced Classius to report the theft and homicide. Had he not done it, he could have lost his position as mayor. The surprise in Levi's eyes only grew stronger. Although the Godslayer humankind worshipped brute strength above everything, intelligence was still worthy of respect and admiration. I must admit that I am impressed. You have a tremendous scheming mind. It makes me wonder just what kind of background you have. Levi smiled. He was curious but was smart enough not to ask about it. Everybody had their secrets, and he was not the exception. When Kane heard that compliment, an odd smile appeared on his face. Although his father taught him a lot, none of it was related to investigations and the like. Those skills were related to his state as a reincarnator. I wonder just who I was in my past life. That was a question Kane had been pondering from the moment Apex revealed the truth about his dreams. Still, Kane did not lose too much time on unnecessary thoughts and focused again. Anyway, Mark Johnson was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Investigating him or his acquaintances would be useless. Kane's voice could sound cold and detached as he spoke about the victim, but he did not find it odd. Why would he be sad about the death of someone he had never met? Since the fatso handled all visual evidence and tempered everything else, what do we do now? Levi did not have a problem handing Kane the lead in this part of the mission. If the other party excelled in something, why get in the way? Of course, not everybody thought that way and was capable of such maturity. Many would rather do a mediocre job and take all the glory than share the spotlight. Kane's helmet vanished, showing his face just before his wave cloak manifested. He pushed his focus to its peak and used wave focus. Levi saw how Kane's astral wave began concentrating around the nose. Even if his wisdom did not reach that of the reincarnator, he was still smart enough to understand what was happening. Visual evidence is easy to handle, but particles in the air that form a scent are harder to erase. After almost a minute and having used a great amount of his astral wave, Kane opened his eyes, and a sharp light appeared in them. I found it. Mayor Classius stood at the gates of Rook City with a large smile as he waved the military truck leaving. There was a poisonous contempt on that smile, but there was also genuine happiness. After wandering around the armory for almost 10 minutes, spending a few hours searching the city, and going through witness statements, Kane and Levi decided to give up and leave. Of course, Mayor Classius kept his facade of a fearful civil servant and accompanied the duo to the exit. Ha ha ha, fucking brats. You came waving your background, yet leave with your tail between your legs. Kane and Levi had no idea what Classius was thinking, although they could get an idea. But none of them cared as they readied themselves inside the military truck. Once Kane and Levi were beyond the scope of Rook City's surveillance, the duo jumped out of the moving vehicle and into the forest. The military truck was racing at almost 400 kilometers per hour. Still, they landed without problem beneath the cover of the trees. Cain had found the criminal's scent and could easily track them, but if he hinted that he had a way to solve the crime, there was no way to say what Classius would do. That is why he and Levi performed that small show before leaving. Even after the duo jumped out, the military truck kept advancing. Neither Levi nor Cain knew of the reach Classius had. While he couldn't influence the collapsing Lightning Military Academy, there was the chance Rook City's mayor could get intel on the vehicle's coordinates. Due to the central server of the Lightning Imperial Fort storing the military truck's data, not even Cain could hack it. That is why they would let it move on its own and only call it back after they finish the mission. Cain and Levi did not waste a moment before marching back to Rook City, now under the camouflage of the forest. They moved at a shocking speed, easily surpassing the 100 kilometers per hour. They could move much faster if they wanted, but they would grow exhausted. In the old world, the fastest human alive could reach a speed of approximately 50 kilometers per hour. Levi and Cain were level 2 astral wave warriors, and even without their wave cloak, they were more than 6 times faster. Cain stopped just as the duo was about 2/3 of the way back to Rook City. His helmet vanished, and a focused expression appeared on his face. What is happening? Levi knew they needed to return to Rook City's edge so Cain could pick up the criminal's scent and, from there, make their way into their camp. It seems that luck has finally favored us. I picked up the scent. It seems that garbage is not too far away from here. Levi smiled as he heard that, and then under Cain's guidance, the duo headed west for around a couple of hours. It was night by the time they approached a cave by the side of a large mountain. The duo stared at each other and nodded before making their best effort to hide their presence and slowly made their way into the cave's vicinity. It was almost half an hour before Cain and Levi returned to their previous position. Not wasting time, the duo shared the information they collected. What did you find? Levi could see that Cain's eyes had a special glow, usually found in those with night vision, so he wanted to know his assessment first. There are a total of 15 criminals. All of them are Essence Wave Warriors. 8 at level 1, 5 at level 2, and 2 at level 3. Almost all suffer from meridian atrophy, so their battle strength is mediocre. However, one level 3 is fully capable and has no sign of meridian atrophy. Cain spoke all of it calmly, but he saw the shock in Levi's face. Although he could have hidden that information, this was a life and death situation, and failure was unacceptable. Of course, there was no way he would reveal his secrets, and he had already thought of an explanation. I have a wave artifact that helps me measure people's cultivation and the density of their wave. Levi's eyes narrowed when he heard that. There are indeed wave artifacts with such functions, some even available in the Imperial Military Academy network, but they were extremely expensive. He knew that Cain was hiding something but did not dig in. Levi knew that Cain had already shown him enough trust by sharing that information. Okay. Facing them head-on is not a good idea. We are astral wave warriors, and thanks to our wave artifacts, we could overwhelm them if we take them by surprise. It seems they are preparing to leave in a large cargo truck, which I assume has the stolen goods. I will handle the 2 level 3 wave warriors, and you will take care of the others. I propose we assault them while they are in motion. Taking advantage of the commotion, we strike fast and strong, neutralizing as many of them as possible in the shortest amount of time. What do you say? Although Cain would be fighting 13 wave warriors and Levi only 2, those at levels 1 and 2 with atrophied meridians would be unable to overcome his armor's defenses as long as he kept wave burst active. On the other hand, the level 3 wave warriors could do much damage, especially the one that is in peak condition. Cain nodded without hesitation, and then the duo began focusing on their plan's details. Deep into the night, a large truck began to move out of a cave less than a day away from Rook City. Despite its size, the vehicle made no noise and silently moved through the forest. 2 men were sitting in the cab. One was very old with a large scar over his left eye, while the other resembled a middle-aged man with dark hair. Unlike the elder's stoic expression, the younger smiled as he watched the trees passing by. You sure are relaxed. It is your fault that we need to move so fast. You could have incapacitated the guard but immediately went for the kill. The older man spoke harshly, but the middle-aged man kept smiling. Of course that I ended him. Although it was unlikely, He might have caught a glimpse of my face. Unlike you, I don't intend to waste my life as a lowly criminal. My only goal is to get enough resources to enter level 4 and get a comfortable life as a guard in some noble family. The middle-aged man spoke mockingly and did not bother to hide his disdain. Haha, what family would hire someone with your taste as a guard? The old man's special emphasis on the word taste hinted there was a hidden meaning to it, and the cold reaction of the middle-aged man affirmed it. HMPH, I never leave evidence, and you should watch your mouth unless you want to become one. A tense atmosphere formed between the duo as the middle-aged man issued that threat, but then, out of nowhere, their eyes widened as they felt a powerful aura coming to them. Before the duo could do anything, a man covered in blade armor and enveloped in flames reached the truck's cab. And at the same time, another man with black scale armor attacked the trailer. Kane used Light Boot's burst and Kinetic Gauntlet's kinetic blast to achieve an immense speed and struck the truck's trailer with such strength that it deformed it. Levi's body was like a giant fireball that crashed with the cab at more than 400 km per hour. The cadet's military truck could have easily resisted an impact like that, but the criminal's truck was like a dried branch. With Kane hitting it on the right and Levi on the left, the truck made an ugly sound before splitting in two. The trailer only rolled a few times, but Levi sent the cab holding the two level 3 wave warriors flying away for almost 20 meters. Levi and Kane glanced at each other briefly before flashing to their targets. The red-eyed youth had already decided to take care of both level 3 wave warriors, and since both of them were in the cab working as lookouts, it made everything easier. Kane was impressed by Levi's attack. The truck's cabin must weigh around 15 tons, so one could imagine the strength behind that lunge for it to fly for more than a dozen meters. Still, Kane did not let his thoughts wander and focused on the battle ahead. He jumped over the trailer and put his hands over its metallic surface before using lightning conversion. The astral wave on Kane's bursting wave cloak transformed into lightning that soon spread inside the trailer. He did not contain it all and unleashed the full power of his skill while making sure the charge would not disperse in the ground. Although the mission would end with a better score if they managed to trap the criminals alive, neither Kane nor Levi were naive enough to hold back during a life-and-death battle, especially when outnumbered. A boom! Kane's eyes narrowed as someone blasted the trailer's doors, and 6 figures flashed out from it. It was not a surprise for him that the level 2 Essence Wave Warriors could make it, but it seemed that one of the 8 at level 1 managed to endure the crash and electric waves. If the rest of the level 1 Wave Warriors had the strength to fight, they would have left the trailer when the doors were busted open, so Kane stopped sending his lightning and flashed to the group. Before any criminal could get over the shock and get used to the dark surroundings, Kane had already appeared among them. He sent a vicious punch to the throat of level 2 Essence Wave Warrior with the highest stats. The level 2 Wave Warrior could not even scream, and if it weren't for his wave cloak, that attack would have broken his throat, drowning him in his own blood. 1 down, 5 to go. That thought was the only one to cross Kane's mind as he saw the Essence Wave Warrior falling to the ground. When the other criminals saw that, they immediately triggered wave burst to the maximum they could achieve and moved away from Kane. An Essence Wave Warrior would always put some distance when fighting an Astral Wave Warrior. The criminals would then attempt to surround Kane before firing all their spells. Their strategy was good, but they were too slow. Before the 5 Essence Wave Warriors could move more than 20 meters away, Kane used his Light Boot's burst to reach the second strongest criminal. The criminal was able to react this time, forming a cross with his arms before a layer of dense ice covered them. Regular attacks would have required a few seconds to cross that cover, allowing the other criminals time to fire their spells. However, Kane only sneered as his right kinetic gauntlet glowed, allowing him to fire a kinetic blast point blank in the ice shield. Crack! The ice shield shattered, as did the bones in the level 2 Wave Warrior's arms before being sent flying away. 2 down. Kane had just sent the level 2 Wave Warrior with the ice shield flying away as the earth beneath his feet began to liquefy. He was honestly surprised that one of the criminals could do that. The criminal that did it was the only level 1 Wave Warrior conscious. He had pierced his hands in the ground and used his essence wave to control the earth and release the spell beneath Kane's legs. His wave talent is mediocre, but it seems his mastery over the 4 basic wave arts is the strongest of the 6. Kane had initially thought that the level 1 wave warrior would be the easiest, which is why he focused his attention on the strongest of those at level 2. Unfortunately, that proved to be a mistake. The other criminals smiled, ready to rain down their spells on him. I need to be more careful. Well, it is not like I cannot overcome it. As those thoughts crossed Kane's mind, his astral wave had already filled the light boots, allowing him to stomp with so much strength that he was able to overcome the swampy ground. That was not all, as he directed his body toward the level 1 essence wave warrior. The smile on the criminal's face vanished, and before he could summon a wall of earth, Kane's body clashed against him. Kane's weight with his armor surpassed 100 kilograms, and his wave cloak, in a state of almost 200% wave burst, exponentially enhanced the hardness of his body. One could imagine the fate of the level 1 essence wave warrior after colliding with that at a speed of over 200 kilometers per hour. Kane sent the man flying over 20 meters, and whether he was still alive or not was hard to say. However, that did not matter to him, and he sent a kick to a middle-aged criminal that was near him. Unfortunately for Kane, a fireball clashed on his chest before he could connect the attack. The criminals smiled as they saw that and were sure the attack would incapacitate the black demon long enough for them to counterattack. Nevertheless, their hopes shattered the next second. That fireball that could have exploded an old world's car barely pushed Kane 5 meters before this one stamped the ground and regained control over his body. That fireball was powerful, and it could have done real damage to any other newly level 2 astral wave warrior, but not only was Kane in a state of wave burst, but his nullity armor focused on defense. Kane felt a metallic taste on his mouth, and viciousness appeared in his eyes as he flashed back to the fray. "Fucking monster, die!" One of the criminals shouted in fear as his wave morphed into 5 arrows of air and shot toward Kane. Kane did not back down or stop his march. Instead, he dodged the arrows by getting down on all fours and, in that position, continued marching forward. A criminal saw with horror how Kane's body propelled toward him like a spear. A shoulder collided with his stomach, making him puke blood and thrusting him to the ground, right before a punch almost cracked his skull and sent him into unconsciousness. Kane did not lose his momentum and jumped forward, sending a kick into a criminal that was trying to fire a spear of earth. With that one, he had already incapacitated 5 criminals. He then turned to the last level 2 essence wave warrior and dashed toward this one. "Wait, I surrender," the criminal screamed and raised his hands, signaling he no longer wanted to fight but was answering his plea of a fist to the temple. Kane did not contain himself. That punch sent the criminal crashing to the ground, and there was no doubt this one would suffer a severe concussion. "Well done, brat." That garbage was trying to mobilize his essence wave quietly and would have surely attacked if you stopped. Kane heard Apex's voice in his mind and nodded. He did not know whether the criminal was willing to surrender or trying to trick him, but there was no way he would lower his guard in a life-and-death battle just because of some words. He acted the same when he fought the Hell Devil female in the military academy secret trial. When it came to an enemy, their race made no difference for him. After taking care of the 6 criminals that managed to escape the trailer and using the basic scan force field to ensure the others were unconscious, he turned toward the battle between Levi and the 2 level 3 essence wave warriors. Immediately, Kane adopted a solemn expression as he saw the might of that battle. The old man had a large staff that allowed him to fire earth spells fast, while the middle-aged man had a blade bathed in a green wind. On the other hand, flames flowed through Levi's armor, and explosions would blast from his feet, allowing him to move all over the battlefield. Levi's armor had small lacerations and minor indentations, but they were nothing. On the other hand, the 2 level 3 essence wave warriors were full of wounds. The old man had the left side of his body thoroughly burned, and the left arm was so twisted that you could see bones through the skin. Levi provoked most of those wounds when he clashed against the truck's cabin and sent it flying away. The middle-aged criminal was luckier, as he was on the opposite side of the clash. Still, Levi had burned half his face and left a fiery fist print in his chest. Unlike the other criminals, the duo not only was at a higher level, but they also had wave artifacts that allowed them to fire spells faster and with greater precision and power. Yet, they had barely been able to touch Levi all this time. Levi's fists and legs would shoot explosions that allowed his offensive power and speed to reach an incredible level. Those were not effects from his wave artifacts but a skill that perfectly used the power of his fire lineage. The middle-aged man saw how Levi flashed toward him, and the power of wind burst around his body, allowing him to move back at great speed. That was not all, as a wall of reinforced earth appeared between them. Of course, the responsible for the wall of earth was the old criminal. Although they did not like each other, they were smart enough to understand that working together was the only way they could win. The middle-aged man smiled as the green wind on his wave artifact grew more potent, ready to unleash a barrage of wind blades. Unfortunately, the duo had already used that trick before. Levi smiled, and instead of pushing through the earth wall, he flashed to the side toward the old criminal. Panic appeared on the old criminal's face as he saw Levi's imposing figure coming toward him. Creating a powerful earth wall took time, which he did not have, so instead, he used his essence wave to shoot earth spearheads. Levi raised his guard and gathered most of his astral wave in his arms through wave focus, allowing him to take the spearheads head-on. The middle-aged man also panicked as he saw Levi getting near the old man, but there was nothing he could do in such little time. In a last desperate act, the old man gathered his essence wave around his staff, making this one glow with a brown light, and waved it toward Levi's head. Essence wave enhanced the staff, and sharp earth spikes also emerged from it. A direct strike could surpass Levi's armor defenses. However, before the old man could wave it down, an explosion emerged from Levi's feet. His staff was still in the air when Levi clashed against him, shattering many of his bones. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he saw the old man flying through the air while puking blood. "I need to run." That was the only thought that crossed his mind as he saw his comrade's fate. To take care of the old man, Levi had gotten far from the middle-aged criminal, giving this one a chance to run, and since he specialized in wind spells, his agility was impressive. Sadly for the middle-aged criminal, a figure emerged from his blind spot and dashed to his back. He had been so focused on Levi that he failed to perceive the sneak attack until it was too late. Damn it, there was nothing he could do other than try to mobilize as much of his essence wave to his back as fast as possible. Kane's punch landed point blank in the middle-aged man and used the last bit of astral wave left to fire a kinetic blast. Ah! A cry of agony emerged from the middle-aged criminal as he felt his spine cracking under the kinetic blast. Had he not mobilized most of his essence wave, the attack could have killed him. And things only worsened as the attack sent him flying in Levi's direction. Still midair, the man received a kick from Levi, which cracked his skull and knocked him down. Well done. Luckily you finished your side fast, or else that man could have escaped. Kane only nodded to Levi's words. Although they had decided to divide the targets, he would obviously come to help. Of course, since he took part in the defeat of the level 3 wave warrior, his completion percentage would increase, distributing more of the mission's reward toward him. If Levi had been the type of person that would rather fail a mission than lose Imperial military credits, Kane's interference could have been a problem. Without wasting time, the duo began gathering the criminals, and then Kane stared at Levi with an inquiring gaze. Since this mission involved capturing criminals, the collapsing Lightning Military Academy had to give them sleep tiaras. A sleep tiara was a special type of wave artifact that could induce a deep state of unconsciousness. Levi should have obtained it when he took the mission. Levi extended his right hand, and Kane saw how a red ring glowed before several sleep tiaras appeared out of nowhere. Space ring. Kane was surprised to see that Levi had a space ring. That was a wave artifact without offensive power but useful in and out of battles. There is no need to be surprised. For truly powerful noble families, these are so normal that they give it to any child. Levi acted like nothing and began to put the sleep tiaras on the criminals. Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard that, but he did not attempt to dig for information and help with the tiaras. The wave artifacts began to glow once in place, using the wave of the criminals to work. That would have been enough, but Kane and Levi went the extra mile and dislocated the criminals' arms and knees. Sleep tiaras could fail, but without working extremities, they could neither fight nor run. Just like that, Kane and Levi went against 15 wave warriors and came out victorious without suffering significant wounds. After taking care of the criminals, ensuring they could not pose a threat or contact anyone, Kane and Levi removed several metallic containers from the truck's trailer. Levi scanned the barcodes and confirmed that those were the ones stolen from Rook City. A smile appeared on the duo's faces once they confirmed that. Now that Kane and Levi had apprehended the criminals and recovered the stolen goods, their mission was over. They needed to return to the Lightning Imperial Fort and reclaim their reward. It will take some time for the military truck to reach this place, and they will not go anywhere. We should check the cave where they came from. Kane could see the greedy light in Levi's eyes, and the same thing appeared in his. The criminals were in a hurry to escape and might have left something valuable hidden inside the cave. Although neither Kane nor Levi dared to think of taking something from the containers, the possessions of these criminals were entirely different. Levi's space ring already contained the staff and sword from the level 3 Essence Wave warriors. Levi and Kane had large smiles as they flashed toward the cave. Even if the chances were small, the idea of great wealth enticed the youths. However, the moment they entered the cave, the smiles of Kane and Levi were replaced by utter shock. The cave was mostly empty, except for 2 bodies. The criminals had thoroughly burned them, leaving nothing but their bones. Kane and Levi had seen their fair share of death, so it was odd for some corpses to affect them that way. Their minds froze because those bodies were small, really small. Kane took a deep breath and attempted to calm himself as he used the pseudo-cellular analysis tool on the corpses. Just as the information was about to reach him, he heard Apex's voice in his mind. "Are you sure you want to know?" Apex's words only made Kane's suspicions grow, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he nodded. After obtaining the confirmation, the system spirit no longer interfered. Scan of targets completed. Both corpses belong to female humans. The bone analysis puts one's age at 10 years and the other at 11. Severe damage to the pelvic bones on both bodies, most likely the result of raw. "Enough!" Kane shouted in his mind, not letting the absolute life forms system continue. His heart beat faster and faster as a sense of absolute bloodlust invaded his mind. Kane was trying to control himself as the desire to kill burned in his veins. Yet, when he detected a scent in the bodies, his emotions went out of control, clouding his mind. Bloodlust overflowed his eyes as he flashed out of the cave. He reached the criminals very fast and immediately detected the one whose scent had impregnated those bodies. Kane appeared next to the unconscious middle-aged level 3 Essence Wave warrior and stomped his head. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed through the forest. The man was still alive, but his face was completely deformed. Nevertheless, that was far from enough to calm Kane, who raised his leg again, intending to shatter the middle-aged man's skull with the next stomp. Just as Kane was about to kill the criminal, someone grabbed his shoulder and threw him back. Kane regained control over his body immediately. The bloodlust in his eyes exploded as he saw Levi standing in his way. Levi's eyes narrowed as he saw Kane's killing intent. The feeling he now got from the blue-eyed youth was that of a feral beast. Deep down, Kane did not want to contain that rage. That is why his emotional outburst was so strong as to be willing to go through Levi to kill the middle-aged man. Levi frowned as he saw where things were going. He could win against Kane since he still had around 20% of his astral wave left. However, the battle would not be easy, and he was certainly not willing to risk it for someone that disgusted him. Death is too easy. Remember the price people like this garbage pays once convicted. Kane's eyes widened as he heard Levi's words, and a cold smile slowly emerged on his face as the bloodlust in his eyes vanished. The Godslayer Humankind Empire was a well-developed civilization, and different crimes carried different sentences. Theft and the likes where no one perished would only give you a few years of prison and forced labor. As for things like what the middle-aged man did to those children, the price for that was something that the old world would punish with death or at least a life sentence. The Godslayer Hue-making empire would not waste resources incarcerating garbage until they died of old age. However, they would neither kill them. Their fate was much, much worse. Kane had forgotten that fact due to the rage that clouded his mind, but once Levi mentioned it, he calmed himself. The desire to kill was still there, but it could not overcome his willpower. Clarity returned to Kane's eyes after a few seconds, and he sighed. "Ah, I am sorry for that. I could not, at that point. Kane made a slight pause, and resolution appeared in his eyes as he corrected himself. I did not want to hold back. Kane knew he had made a mistake by not resisting the emotional outburst but would not use excuses. He would learn from his mistake and accept the consequences. Levi stood silent for a moment before also sighing and shaking his head. I understand where that came from, so let us pretend nothing happened. After all, I would have done the same if I thought this garbage would not regret being alive. Levi did not criticize Kane. The duo then returned to the cave, took out the corpses, and dug a grave for them near a large tree. In the Godslayer humankind empire, being buried in the forest where your body would return to the world was considered a good final rest. The military truck reached their location an hour later, and the duo loaded the container along with the criminals before getting in the cabin and setting off. Kane and Levi remained silent the entire way back into the Lightning Imperial Fort. The excitement they felt after completing their first mission was over. The only thing either could think about were those two small bodies. The military truck containing Levi and Kane did not have a problem returning to the Lightning Imperial Fort. After advancing a little deeper into the area restricted to cadets, the duo got down. Levi used his AI chip to give a detailed report about the mission, including the behavior of Mayor Classius, along with the state of the stolen goods and criminals. Then, the military truck moved on its own, heading to the Titan Tower, where the higher-ups would check the containers and interrogate the criminals before clearing the mission and sending the duo their reward. I was thinking of handing over the 2-wave artifacts to the military academy. They will give us half their market value, but since we obtained them during a mission, those Imperial military credits would count in the collapsing Lightning Military Academy ranking. Of course, if you have a better idea, I am listening. Levi explained to Kane his plan to handle the staff and sword they got. Since neither was an Essence Wave warrior, they did not have use for them. Kane could use Apex's connections in the Godslayer humankind network to barter the 2-wave artifacts, but in the end, he preferred Levi's idea. He already had full armor, gauntlets, and boots. Although he could obtain pills, drugs, and cultivation resources through barter, he was not willing to consume shady substances from an unknown origin. Fine, let's do it your way. Good. Merit Ruler will automatically distribute Imperial military credits, so we don't have to worry about it. I will be going now. Levi shook Kane's hand before departing, leaving the second alone. Kane did not dally and made his way home. Although his face showed little, his mind was in turmoil. No matter how hard he tried, the image of those two bodies did not leave him. Things only grew worse as he pictured the horrible fate they endured before their deaths. Apex, why did the report sent by Rook City's mayor not mention those children? Kane heard the voice of the system spirit immediately, but it did not give him an answer. You already know why. Apex's voice was cold and detached. One could misunderstand that the system spirit did not care about those children, but the fact that he showed coldness told a lot to Kane. And the system spirit was also right in that Kane already knew the answer to the question. It was just that he loathed it so much that part of him refused to accept it. Classius could not hide the death of an Essence Wave Guard, but there was no problem if he made some children disappear from an orphanage. That is right, that greaseball could have just altered some documents, and it would be like those children never existed. Kane clenched his fists as he kept walking to his residence. The idea of Mayor Classius enjoying the pleasure of life while condemning little children to a horrible fate made his blood boil. What exactly will happen to the criminals? Kane had an idea, but Apex would surely be more informed as he spent all his time investigating all aspects of the Godslayer humankind network. According to my understanding, the Imperial Investigation Force is in charge of criminal investigations related to wave cultivators. Among their methods is the ability to read minds. So there is no way that garbage could hide any information. There is a good chance they will find some relation between the mayor of Rook City and criminal activities, but I doubt that will make a difference. What? Why? How could they turn a blind eye to something like this? Kane could not believe that the Godslayer humankind empire could be so rotten as to allow something like what happened to those children to go unpunished. It is not so simple. Classius surely hid his involvement very well, and even if there were suspicions, the Imperial Investigation Force would only act if they found irrefutable evidence. After all, that fat bastard is nothing, but the one above him must have some background. In the end, a combination of apprehension and lack of evidence will allow Classius to get away with it. They will, at most, send a letter of reprimand, trying to scare him into not doing it again. I suppose you could find some consolation in knowing that the middle-aged man that harmed those children will become a Tier 0 criminal along with all the other garbage you captured. According to the severity of their crimes, the Godslayer Humankind Empire classified people according to tiers, and becoming a Tier 0 criminal was the worst punishment possible. The Empire modified them with drugs and machinery, transforming them into living puppets useful for dangerous and even suicidal tasks. Such behavior would have drawn outrage in the old world, but no one would dare to defy the Godslayer Humankind Empire for a bunch of killers and rapists. People like that, who would choose to fight for the rights of the lowest type of garbage while the entire race was in a war for survival, were nothing but clowns. Since they did not value the life of their race's children, they lost the right to call themselves humans. That is the way of the Godslayer Humankind. Cain knew that all those criminals would regret having been born. That is why he overcame his desire to kill them on the spot back in the forest. After hearing everything Apex said, Cain began to walk slower and slower until he finally stopped. The guard's death at the hands of the criminals did not truly bother him. That person was an adult and mature enough to understand the consequences of choosing that sort of job. Yet, children were different. They were innocent and should be protected until they could bear the weight of their decisions. So, I should just accept the judgment of the higher-ups and pretend I don't know the part that the bastard had in those little girls' death? Cain's eyes were full of murderous rage, scaring all the cadets walking near him. Apex did not reply immediately, and it was only once Cain's wrath was about to explode that he spoke. There are people who behave no differently than cancerous cells. They consume everything good and never have enough. Cain's eyes narrowed as he heard that, and his attention focused entirely on the system spirit. Only fools and cowards think that you can reason with cancer. There is only one path. Kill it and everything infected by it. Those words full of killing intent calmed Cain, and a cold smile appeared. Apex, hack into Classius's agenda. I want to know every move he makes and when he is most vulnerable. Also, search the Godslayer Humankind network for a wave artifact that could hide my identity and any trace of my presence. I will begin the hacking immediately. As for wave artifacts of that kind, some in the form of helmets can hide your appearance from most high-level recording devices and even alter your astral wave in some way. Apex was extremely efficient and followed Cain's instructions without wasting time. Great. Please inform me when you complete your analysis of Classius's patterns. As for the helmet, if you can, get one red. Cain returned to his room, and after paying his respect to his father's altar, he took a quick shower and went to sleep. Although he wanted to train, he needed to rest properly. In the following days, he spent every free moment training the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique. Using the dark race's blood still proved effective, allowing him to save the hearts for a higher cultivation step, where the amount of astral wave needed would be higher. Cain had decided to kill Classius, but although taking care of that man in a one-on-one battle would be easy, there was no way a mayor would not have protection. He would likely have to face that level 4 astral wave warrior he saw in Classius's office, so he needed to grow stronger. He had just woken up on Monday and was ready to march into the auditorium for his wave mastery class when a message arrived through the AI chip module. Saint of Killers, you have been awarded 950 Imperial military credits for fulfilling Mission C-23. Saint of Killers, you have been awarded 520 Imperial military credits for handing over wave artifacts found during Mission C-23. Cain's eyes narrowed as he heard those messages and saw his Imperial military credits skyrocket. Part of the reason he gained so much was an extra reward for the criminals being captured alive. Besides, all missions that involved investigation had a bonus. Although seeing so many Imperial military credits was exciting, Cain did not let it go to his head. The mission paid a great deal, but you have to consider that they faced several wave warriors, and a wrong step could have meant their death. It did not take long for Cain to reach the auditorium, and he sat alongside Levi and Beelze. The trio made some small talk when Cain suddenly noticed someone. Cain glanced to a corner of the auditorium and saw a woman completely isolated. No noble or commoner wanted to be anywhere near her. Bielsa and Levi noticed the coldness in Kane's eyes and turned to the woman. The first showed nothing, but the second released a small killing intent. The woman noticed their gazes but remained calm and kept looking forward. I assume that the two of you know her. Bielsa could see the coldness and killing intent, which incited her curiosity. Her name is Nira Kalor. I did not see her during last week's classes. Part of me thought she had found a way out of the military academy, but it seemed she had been recovering. Kane's eyes focused on the woman's right side and saw a new arm where a stump used to be. Recovering a lost extremity was not impossible, but the amount of wealth needed was immense. Not to mention that the stronger your body was, the higher the price. Nira could count herself lucky since she trained the Essence Evolution Path of Power and was only a level 2 wave warrior. Oh, so that is the infamous Nira Kalor. The one loathed by everybody. Bielsa did not have many friends, but even she heard the rumors about the treacherous cadet that sacrificed her friend to escape. Yes. Kane nodded, but as he saw Nira sitting by herself, he felt odd. Of course, Kane did not feel guilty, sad, or anything else like that. If given a chance, he would have ended the woman. What bothered him was the cold and reserved aura he now felt from Nira. It was unlike her arrogant and impulsive personality in the military academy secret trial. She has become dangerous. Kane was surprised to hear Apex's voice and frowned. That new arm must have drained a lot of vitality, affecting her cultivation. I'm confident in killing her if we fight. Brat, her battle power is not what makes it dangerous. In most places, you will find 3 types of people. There are those like you and the other 2 brats by your side. You don't hide your power, and while you don't seek the spotlight, you neither hide from it. Others like Lumir and Zamir are in constant pursuit of the spotlight, and they tend to overestimate their capacities. You will find many people like that in your path, but they are mostly fools. The third type could be considered the most dangerous. This type is the one that keeps a cold head and maintains a low profile, saving their strength until it is time to strike. Kane's eyes narrowed as a flash of enlightenment appeared in them. The trauma had turned Nira from the second type to the third, making her much more dangerous. I need to do something about her. Kane was sure that Nira had not forgotten about him. Sadly, there was little he could do inside the Lightning Imperial Fort. Total silence reigned in the auditorium once Wink appeared. No one would dare to show disrespect to the mighty Wave Champion, who could unleash attacks faster than the speed of sound. I hope all of you have trained during these few days. Today we will focus only on Wave Burst. We will use the first half to test our wave output. As for the second half, we will combine Wave Burst with Synergy Flow. Wink said nothing else before making the cadets stand up and train. He would move through the auditorium, giving hints from time to time and fixing flaws of anyone having a hard time. As Wink told them, the first half was about improving the amount of wave they could unleash. Kane's maximum was a 205% wave burst, while that of Levi's was 211%. Bielsa was an essence wave warrior, so she had a more challenging time in that art and only reached 178%. However, she proved to be much more talented than the other Essence Wave Warriors cadets since the second best only achieved 161% wave burst. Wink gave the class a half-hour break before going to the second half. Using Synergy Flow with a normal wave cloak was already hard, but using it with a bursting wave cloak pushed everybody's concentration to the limit. Once the class ended, every cadet was both physically and mentally exhausted. Kane and Levi were sweating a lot, like everybody else. The duo and all the other males did not have a problem with it, but it was harder for women, as not only did they tend to care more about those things, but the sweat affected their clothes. Many males threw furtive glances at some women, doing their best to hide their lust, and the center of their attention was the one sitting to Kane's left. Sadly for all of them, Bielsa continuously unleashed a cold breeze that kept her body clean. Still, she gave all those that looked at her a piercing gaze. Kane and Levi only shook their heads toward the other cadets. Once the class was over, the trio returned to their residences. Like that, the second class of Wave Mastery ended. Like usual, Kane returned to his residence after the class, where he dedicated all his free time to cultivating. The feeling of growing stronger was better than any game, so he had no problem spending his entire day on that. Kane continued training deep into the night until he finally went to bed and rested for the following day. He woke up with the first ray of sunlight and raced toward the auditorium, where he sat in his usual spot alongside Levi and Bielsa. The trio did not have time for small talk as Razman soon entered the auditorium and reached the podium. The dwarf-like teacher stood silent until the virtual screen manifested above him. The last class focused on the Infernus demon race, and today we will do it on the Legio Eldritch race. Razman had just finished talking when the virtual screen showed a group of life forms with appearances resembling the combination of insects and Old World's dinosaurs. Those creatures had a ferocious appearance, but they were all respectfully surrounding two individuals at the center of the horde. One seems to be a 2.5-meter male with 4 arms and a red shell covering most of his muscular body, including his face. The second had a smaller and slender body, with a bulging, ridged, elongated head that resembled very much that of an octopus. When it comes to the Legio Eldritch race, there are 2 types of warriors, Eldritches and drones. The difference between these 2 groups is whether they have an ego and the ability to cultivate. Eldritches represented less than 10% of the entire race population, but since they are the ones with intelligence and wisdom, they are the leaders. Besides their individual fighting power, they can also control drones, manipulating them as if they were an extension of themselves. Unlike most races, there is a striking difference between their males and females. Males had muscular 4-armed bodies, while females had slender bodies and octopus-like heads. The difference does not end in their appearances, as males, while physically stronger, can control fewer drones simultaneously. On the other hand, females had weaker bodies, but the number of drones they could command was almost 3 times larger. Their lack of ego makes Legio Eldritch race's drones fearless killing machines. They will follow the commands of their Eldritch master without hesitation. Nevertheless, drones have a fatal flaw. Without the control of an Eldritch, they are no different than wild beasts, with some types so savage that they kill each other. In a fight against Legio Eldritch race members, the best path forward is to kill the Eldritches instead of wasting time with the drones. Of course, an Eldritch would not hesitate to sacrifice every drone in their control to save their lives. There are more types of Eldritches, like those in charge of generating the drones, but you will never find them on the battlefield, so we will not waste our time with them. After that explanation, Razman began to describe the anatomy of every single drone and that of the Eldritches. He explained in detail the position of the heart and vital organs. The virtual screen also displayed all sorts of simulations, showing the cadets how to take advantage of their weak points and defend against attacks. Fighting against Eldritches almost always meant fighting drones, so unless your battle power could overwhelm the enemy, humans needed to form groups. Razman also explained in detail the best battle formations against the Legio Eldritch race. Kane's focus did not slip for a single second during the class. As he saw all that, he had to admit that he liked the male Eldritch's battle style. An overwhelming brute power while manipulating drones to block the enemy's movements. Control everything with your mind. When that thought appeared, a red light flashed through Kane's eyes, but it vanished instantly. After the class ended, Kane went back to his residence. He paid respects to his father's altar, but instead of starting his cultivation immediately, he entered the Imperial Military Academy network and began to scroll through the missions. Tomorrow would be the military tactics class, and he would be free for the rest of the week, so he was planning his next move. Not much Dark Race's blood was left, so Kane needed cultivation resources. Although he still had the Dark Race's hearts, he wanted to save them for level 3, where they would benefit him the most. In the end, Kane chose a mission that consisted in collecting special herbs used in the creation of drugs. The mission paid little, but it took place in a Tier 0 danger zone where there would be a great deal of wave beast that he could hunt. Although wave beast's hearts would not be as good as Dark Race's hearts, they would be more than enough for a level 2 wave warrior like Kane. Having secured the mission, Kane began with his cultivation. Kane sat alongside Levi and Bielsa as Vice Captain Joseph entered the auditorium and reached the podium. He unleashed a fierce aura, shutting down any noise before starting with the class. The Godslayer humankind is strong. Although someone like me would not dare to assume the full might of our power, you should know that a Duke controls each sector. And there is no one with the title of Duke whose strength is beneath that of a Titan. Kane's eyes widened as he heard that. A Titan was someone whose supernatural powers defied logic. They could stand on the surface of the old world's sun. The Godslayer humankind empire controlled the Gaia continent and had 72 sectors, meaning there were at least 72 Titans. Are we that powerful? Although that information was not news for many cadets coming from noble families, it came as a shock for someone like Kane. Before Kane could enjoy the feeling for long, Apex's voice echoed inside his mind. HMPH, brat, you felt proud of that measly number? If I were a member of the dark races, I would be pleased to hear that. It would mean I need to kill 72 individuals to end your entire race. From what I have managed to gather, the population of the Godslayer humankind is more than 40 trillion. Despite that massive population, the number that became Titans is not above 100. No matter how you see it, that is pathetic. Kane frowned and clenched his fists as he felt irritated by Apex's words, but although he did not like it, he had to admit there was truth behind them. There was nothing to be happy about from a success rate beneath 0.001%. Why do you tell me all this? Simple, so you don't get too complacent. There is nothing wrong with being happy at your race achievements, but only garbage blindly relies on them. You have the absolute life form system fused with your soul, so only your power should matter. A flash of enlightenment crossed Kane's eyes after hearing Apex's words. Like every human, the threat of the dark races always loomed over his head and was a great source of inspiration to grow stronger. However, when Kane heard there were at least 72 Titans, that pressure intuitively reduced since he knew powerful life forms were protecting the Godslayer humankind empire. Luckily, Apex acted fast, or else that train of thoughts would have affected him. Instead of relying on others, rely on yourself. Your power and hard work will never betray you. Kane's eyes regained their sharp light. Still, he grew a little confused since he now knew Vice Captain Joseph's words were harmful to the young cadets. Joseph solved all of Kane's doubts the next moment. Yes, we have 72 dukes, and the number of Titans might reach 100. Joseph let the cadets show a proud smile before speaking again, this time somberly. But, the number of dark races gods easily surpasses the 400. Those last words shocked everybody, even members of the noble families. It made sense that their elders would like to brag about the power of the Godslayer humankind empire but would not be so open about the power of the dark races. Vice Captain Joseph was a seasoned soldier, and it was clear that his understanding of human psychology was not shallow. He would not have made the mistake of taking away a source of motivation for the cadets. If we were to enter a full-out war against the three dark races, the Godslayer humankind would be massacred. Luckily we are not alone. Just like the Inferno Demon race, Legio Eldritch race, and Atrox Immortus race form a coalition, we have our own with the Deus Behemoth race and Anima Mechanicus race. The mood of the cadets improved once they heard that. The dread and fear of hearing that there were currently over 400 gods clouded their minds, but now they remember the Godslayer humankind was not alone in this war. Vice Captain Joseph waved his hand, and the virtual screen above his head showed two groups of individuals. One was composed of humanoids with metallic bodies and blue flames in their crystal eyes, while the other was full of dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and all sorts of mythical creatures. I will first start with the Anima Mechanicus race. Despite humans being biological life forms and animas mechanical, we are considered brother races. The reason for that is that their ancestor is related to ours. The Godslayer humankind's ancestor is Adam, the first Titan. The Anima Mechanicus race's ancestor is no other than the first Titan's AI chip, which gains sentience and a soul. Members of the Anima Mechanicus race can only train the essence evolution path of power, but that does not mean their bodies are weak. They reform them after every advance in their cultivation. Joseph made it so that the virtual screen would display several videos of animas fighting, and everybody was amazed by their abilities. Now, let's talk about the Deus Behemoth race. They have been in ether before we even put a foot in Gaia. Some might wonder why they look similar to the old world's mythical creatures. Kane and many other cadets nodded. Dragons and phoenixes were part of the old world's fables, but they were supposed to be inventions of humans and not an actual race of another dimension. Scholars have asked themselves that question, and the best explanation was related to the power of our dreams. In a nutshell, While our bodies could not enter this dimension, we could glimpse it through our dreams. That is how the Deus Behemoth race became part of our stories and fairy tales. Although that explanation had a lot to desire, the cadets knew that would be the best they would get from Vice Captain Joseph. The Deus Behemoth race is extremely arrogant, but they are also direct and loath any form of deception. If a behemoth gives you their word, you can trust they will keep it. The amount of bloodlines in their race is immense, and those born with powerful ones have an extremely high status. When it comes to their bodies, they are incredibly gifted from birth. That is why at least 80% chose to take the astral rebirth path of power. After giving that brief explanation about the allies of the God-Salular humankind against the dark races, Vice Captain Joseph gave a lengthy description of the different types of battlefields and how to take advantage of each. The first ray of sunshine appeared in the sky when Kane got into a military truck and left the Lightning Imperial Fort. He spent the previous day preparing and resting before leaving for the Tier 0 danger zone, where his mission took place. Once the military truck crossed the gates and left the fort's line of sight, he activated his nullity armor. After setting the coordinates, he closed his eyes and began meditating, ensuring his body was in peak condition for future battles. Less than half an hour after Kane's departure, another military truck left the Lightning Imperial Fort. It drove for less than 20 minutes before its sole passenger got out and flashed into a nearby forest. The individual was shrouded in shadows, but upon a closer look, it was clear that it was no one else but Nira, the scion that fell in disgrace during the military academy secret trial. It did not take long for her to reach a small pond deep in the forest where a young man was waiting for her. Admiration and love appeared in Nira's eyes when she saw the man. Brother Dmitri. Nira's eyes almost teared up as she thrust herself into the young man's arms. There, I am here now. The young man gently caressed Nira's head. The pressure Nira's felt the past few weeks were crushing for someone so young, and it was only now that she could finally relax a little. Yet, her sadness did not last long, as poisonous hatred appeared in her eyes. Brother, let's go. I know where he will be in the next couple of days. I want to pay him back all the suffering he caused me. When the young man heard that, he frowned. Little sister, even if he is a commoner, his current status is that of a collapsing Lightning Military Academy cadet. We would be in serious trouble if we killed him and someone found out you were responsible. The young man did not see a problem with ending a life but did not want to leave any evidence behind. Don't worry, brother. I used a broker to obtain information about his mission and made sure to hide my tracks even then. I also solicited a mission far from his location, and the military truck would drive there before returning on its own, giving me a good enough alibi. Besides, that man also enraged many other scions, like Zamir Jarkin, whom I heard is currently going on a mission near him. When the young man heard that analysis, his eyes widened. They have been together all their lives, but he found it hard to reconcile the cold and calculative woman in front of him with his short-tempered and wild little sister. You have changed. Dmitri spoke so low that Nira did not quite hear those words. Nothing. Let's go. We will need to go on foot to hide any trace of our presence. Nira nodded to Dmitri, and the duo ran to Kane's location. Kane had no idea of the threat approaching, and his mind focused solely on the mission. After almost 5 hours of travel, he finally reached the Whisper Forest. In it, there was a Tier 0 danger zone with many wave beasts between levels 1 and 3. His mission consisted in gathering blood rose and dark lilies found across the Whisper Forest. Both of them were useful in the creation of all sorts of drugs. Kane got down from the military truck and got deep into the forest. He had commanded the Absolute Life Form system to use the basic scan force field to pick up any trace of the herbs. Meanwhile, he used his sense of smell to track down wave beasts. After almost 3 hours of running, he finally prepared for a battle. On the way here, he picked up many herbs and found some wave beasts, but they were all at level 1, so he chose to avoid them. Less than 100 meters from Kane, there was a pack composed of 4 level 2 earth lions. Kane took out a warrior pill and put it inside his mouth, between his checks. He could consume it in case anything unexpected happened. Slowly he approached the pack. Once he was near enough, he activated his wave cloak and triggered wave burst. The earth lions rose from the ground as they felt the burst of wave near them. Before they could get battle ready, Cain was already next to one of them and landed a punch in its neck. Cain's right gauntlet glowed as it fired a kinetic blast, destroying the Earth Lion's neck and killing the creature instantly. Roar! 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 The three Earth Lions roared as they saw their comrade die and lunged toward Cain, full of killing intent. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw the massive wave beasts charging toward him. Instead of moving back, he used his light boots burst to flash forward, bypassing the Earth Lions on his left and right and crashing with the one at the center. The Earth Lion weighed easily over 2 tons, but the moment it and Cain clashed, the winner was the human. Cain's momentum was higher than that of the Earth Lion, and he used wave focus to direct as much of his astral wave as possible into his arms, so when the punch and claw collided, he came up victorious. Ah! The Earth Lion screamed in pain as the punch pushed it back with a broken paw. Cain did not let go of the Earth Lion and jumped forward, sending a kick to its head. The beast trembled due to brain trauma and lost consciousness. Cain only needed one more attack to kill the Earth Lion but instead jumped past it, avoiding the 2 claw strikes coming at his back. Immediately, Cain turned around and concentrated astral wave in his right leg, kicking the unconscious Earth Lion toward one of the 2 still awake. With one of the Earth Lion temporarily incapacitated, Cain focused his full power on the other. Cain saw a claw heading to his head but did not dodge. He used his left arm to block it and the right to land an uppercut on the Earth Lion. The Earth Lion froze as its brain shook inside its skull and could not avoid a ferocious blow to its throat. It could not move nor breathe, and the next punch to its head ended its life. Cain had just landed a blow to the Earth Lion's temple when he turned to the right and saw the last one lunging toward him. He could not dodge it and was only able to raise his arms before the beast clashed with him. The Earth Lion pinned Cain down and attempted to bite his head off. He held onto the beast's maws with one arm before connecting a kinetic blast point blank on its neck. Crack! It was so close that Cain could hear how the Earth Lion's neck shattered. After that, the Earth Lion's eyes lost their light and perished. Cain got the creature out of him before immediately dashing to the unconscious Earth Lion and killing it. He then used his hands to open the wave beast's chests and took out their hearts before storing them in his military backpack. Not wanting to find out whether his battle drew any attention, Cain ran away. Cain kept picking up herbs and getting deeper into the Whisper Forest, finding more powerful wave beasts. After 2 days in the forest, he reached a shallow river and did not advance any further. That was the dividing line that marked the end of the Tier 0 danger zone and the beginning of a Tier 1 danger zone. Before coming, Cain had investigated the Whisper Forest and knew he could find level 4 wave beasts beyond that point. It was already night, so he rose to a tree and began to rest before going to sleep when a message startled him. Warning! 2 individuals entered the basic scan force field range. One of them is near a Kalor. Warning! 2 individuals entered the basic scan force field range. One of them is near a Kalor. Cain's eyes widened, and his heart began beating faster as his body prepared to face the incoming threat. Unknown target is a level 4 essence wave warrior. That following message from the absolute life form system made Cain's instincts scream danger. He almost ran away with all his strength. Calm down. Luckily for Cain, Apex's voice echoed in his mind, allowing him to focus and not act purely by instinct. Think, brat. Those 2 just enter the basic scan force field S range, implying they are exactly 50 meters away from you. They have not yet attacked, so they are reducing the distance to ensure they can kill you in a single blow. You can use that to your advantage. You will not win this relying on your strength, so the only path ahead is using your mind. Unlike your encounter with the Aatrox, you are their sole target, so they will not get distracted. An open fight will mean your death, but your nullity armor could endure one full power attack from that level 4 essence wave warrior if you take him by surprise. Apex paused at this point before carrying on with a solemn tone. Cain, no one will come to help you, and you can only depend on yourself to survive this. If you fail, you will be like countless others who fade away, inconsequential. However, if you succeed, this experience will be engraved in your body and soul, and you will take your first step to forge your legend. I have already helped you more than I should. From now on, I will remain silent. Good luck, brat. Kane could not help but be surprised to hear that Apex would not offer guidance now that he needed it the most, but he soon understood why. He was the absolute life form system's vessel. It was not the host or heir but a mere vessel, and if he perished, the system would jump to a new one. After all, there was no way he was the only reincarnator in the entire universe. The fact that Apex guided him out of his state of panic was already a lot. Kane knew that he failed to keep control, and if not for that voice commanding him to calm down, he would have run, and the level 4 wave warrior would have killed him. Kane took a deep breath and calmed his raging heart as he analyzed all the information at his disposal. The fact they are so careful meant they could not handle the repercussion of anyone finding they killed me. I can sense neither of their presences, so the level 4 wave warrior must be using a shadow ability similar to that of Nira, but at a higher level. Kane's eyes narrowed as he thought of that last point and communicated with the Absolute Life Form System. Absolute Life Form System. Can you mark the exact location of the duo? Apex, the system spirit, might not help him during this ordeal, but Kane could still use the full power of the Absolute Life Form System. System can show target's exact locations to vessel as long they're within the basic scan force field range. Do you wish for the system to do it? Yes. Adding sensory input to vessel. Less than a second after hearing those words, two figures appeared at the periphery of Kane's vision. The duo was slowly making their way toward the tree where he rested. Kane did not make the mistake of looking directly at the duo. System, is there a jamming signal in the area? No jamming signal has been detected. Upon closer examination, a form of interference is present. All in and out electric communication must pass through it. Basic hacking can easily overcome it, but those that put the interference in place will find out. Vessel wishes to break through it. No, Kane immediately refused that idea. If he broke through the interference, there was a good chance the duo would attack right away. Not to mention that up to this moment, he had no evidence of the duo doing anything wrong, despite their intentions being as clear as water. Besides, how would he explain the presence of the basic scan force field? The level 4 essence wave warrior alone should be enough to kill me, so Nira must have come to see me die. After analyzing everything and going through what he learned from the Whisper Forest, a plan finally formed in Kane's mind. Kane adopted a sitting position on the tree's branch before summoning his wave cloak. The cloak of astral wave made the duo suspicious, but when they saw how Kane did not activate wave burst, Dimitri and Nira relaxed. If Kane had discovered their presence, he would have unleashed his astral wave's full power and run as fast as possible. None of them could fathom that a level 2 wave warrior would be so calm after knowing that a level 4 was less than 50 meters away from him and ready to kill. Kane then used wave focus to direct most of his astral wave into his legs, leaving his chest full of openings before jumping forward. Dimitri and Nira saw how Kane jumped over the shallow river and onto another tree. Once again, some suspicion appeared in the duo's eyes as they saw the youth marching into the Tier 1 danger zone. However, in the end, Dimitri and Nira conclude that Kane was simply training his wave. Although they were angry about losing their chance, there was nothing they could do other than follow him. Kane continued advancing deeper into the Whisper Forest, seemingly training wave focus, jumping from one tree after another. Dimitri and Nira were growing impatient, not to mention that even for the young man, a Tier 1 danger zone was not somewhere he could just play around. It came to the point that Dimitri hastened his speed, diminishing the distance between him and Kane. Right then, Kane straightened his back and looked toward the duo. He did not look directly at them but instead at their general vicinity. Anyone seeing that would think that Kane detected someone but could not pin down their exact location. Damn it, Dimitri cursed in his mind. Once he saw Kane's wave cloak bursting at full power, he gathered his essence wave in his legs to chase after this one. Dimitri was sure he would catch Kane fast and land a deadly blow, but to his utter shock, this one did not run away but turned around and jumped toward his location. Although Dimitri was surprised by Kane's unexpected behavior, there was no fear in his gaze. He was a level 4 essence wave warrior and was sure he could handle a level 2 astral wave warrior in a melee battle. Since Dimitri had mobilized most of his essence wave into his legs, it took him a little longer to prepare his attack, which he would fire from a small dagger in his hand. Still, he would have more than enough time to land the attack, but then it happened. While still midair, Cain pointed his palm forward and unleashed a blinding light from bursting lightning arcs. Dmitri closed his eyes for a moment but still managed to fire his attack in Cain's direction, unleashing a barrage of shadow blades. The level 4 Essence Wave Warrior was sure part of his attack landed but still prepared to receive Cain's charge. Nevertheless, what Dmitri received was not a physical blow but a cry of help, and once he looked back, he saw Cain holding the back of Nira's neck. There was a deep cut on Cain's left leg, ribs, and shoulder, but his eyes were full of killing intent as he clenched his hand around Nira's neck. "You dare!" Dmitri roared in rage, but what answered was Cain using his free hand to grab Nira's right arm and pulling with so much strength that he tore it out. Nira's scream of extreme agony and Cain's savagery froze Dmitri. "Take one step closer, and I shatter her spine. Take one step closer, and I shatter her spine." Dmitri was about to jump forward, taking advantage of the chaotic situation to attempt to save Nira, but it was clear that Cain would not hesitate for even a second to kill the woman if he did that. Nira could not stop screaming as the pain of having her newly regrown arm torn off was just too much for her. Her mind could barely process what was happening, much less mobilize her essence wave and fight back. "Calm down, just calm down," Dmitri shouted as he saw Cain's savagism and could not decide what to do next. He had never faced a situation like this and simply did not know what to do. "Do I not look calm?" Cain said those words as he threw Nira's right arm to the ground and used lightning to cauterize the wound, stopping her from bleeding out. Cain's eyes were so cold that anyone that saw them would not think they belonged to a 14-year-old man but an ancient monster who had bathed in the blood of countless enemies. Deep inside, a red dot of light was growing stronger by the second. Dmitri did not even bother to learn more about Cain when he discovered this one was a commoner. In his mind, someone like that could never be a threat to a genius like him, but he had lost complete control of the situation. "Hear me out." Dmitri attempted to talk his way out of this predicament, but Cain interrupted him. "I don't care. I will gouge her eyes if I see you following me." Cain's voice was absolutely calm, making the apprehension in Dmitri's heart only increase. He then jumped into a large tree's branch before flashing deep into the whisper forest. Cain advanced at a shocking speed despite the deep wounds on his body and having to carry Nira with him. He could resist those large lacerations that reached to the bone so well because of the warrior pill he consumed before all this ordeal even began. Although there was no sign of Dmitri, and the basic scan force field did not detect this one, there was no doubt in Cain's mind that the man was following them. That did not bother Cain since he was counting on that. Cain was not advancing randomly in the Whisper Forest. There was a place that the reports about the Tier 1 danger zone marked as a particularly dangerous place, and he headed to it. In less than 10 minutes, Cain reached a large mountain, and his eyes noticed a large cave. System has successfully hacked into target's AI chip, preventing any communication with the exterior. That message from the Absolute Life Form system appeared just in time, making a smile appear on Cain's face. He was sure Dmitri would not ask for help, but there was no way to say what Nira would do in her current state. From the moment Cain captured the woman, he used basic hacking to stop any communication, and now the effect would remain even if she left the basic scan force field's range. Now that he shut down the communications, Cain carried on with the next phase of his plan. First, he gouged one of Nira's eyes, making her screams of agony reach a whole new level. Anyone seeing that would think that Cain was torturing the woman out of pleasure, but nothing could be further from the truth. Cain generated that gory and gruesome scene to affect Dmitri's mind, which in turn provoked a flaw in the shadow ability of this one. His eyes narrowed as he detected the young man's scent roughly 70 meters to his right. "You want to be a hero?" Cain's voice was full of mockery as he punched Nira's spine, not killing her but generating so much damage that she could no longer control her body. "Then be a hero." Those were the last words Cain said before throwing Nira into the cave and running away in the opposite direction of Dmitri. As soon as Cain threw Nira away, Dmitri's figure became visible. His eyes were burning with fury, and there was nothing he wanted more than to hunt the one responsible for harming his beloved sister. Roar. Unfortunately for Dmitri, a feral roar put his dream of revenge on hold. He turned to the origin and saw that it came from deep inside the cave where Cain threw Nira. Dimitri unleashed the full power of his essence wave, and he flashed toward Nira as fast as he could while dark armor covered his body. His eyes narrowed as he saw a figure lunging toward his sister, and he would not be able to reach her in time. He waved his dagger, unleashing two streams of shadows. One of them turned into dark blades that clashed with the beast while the other covered Nira's body and hid her presence. The creature received the shadow blades point blank, leaving several lacerations, and now it had lost its first target. Still, it did not hesitate before jumping out of the cave and charging toward Dimitri. It was a wave beast that resembled a 2.5-meter tall hyena with fur made of metal. Dimitri's shadow blades that almost killed Cain only left minor lacerations in the creature, proving its outstanding defenses. Dimitri's eyes narrowed as he saw the wave beast and recognized it as a metal hyena. By the amount of life wave in the creature, he assumed it was at level 5. Although he wanted to save Nira, if he entered the cave and fought the metal hyena in such a reduced space, he could very well die. I need to kill this beast if I want to retrieve Nira. Dimitri's eyes narrowed as he sent another wave of shadow blades toward the metal hyena. He lured the wave beast away from the cave into a forest, where he would have an easier time fighting it. Two eyes looked at the battle from the darkness, waiting for the right time. The battle between Dimitri and the metal hyena destroyed the trees around them. One was a level 4 essence wave warrior, while the other was a level 5 wave beast. Each of their full power attacks could compare with the destructive power of an old world tank, so it was easy to imagine the collateral damage they generated. Although the flora and earth of Ether were much more resilient than those of the old world, this was just a tier 1 danger zone. Dimitri had the upper hand thanks to his spells, skills, and wave artifacts, but the metal hyena was still a challenging enemy. While impressive in terms of cloaking power, his abilities had no outstanding offensive power. That, plus the metal hyena's robust defenses, prevented Dimitri from performing deadly blows, transforming this into a battle of attrition. Dimitri's battle style focused on using shadows to hide his presence and confuse the enemy, firing barrages of shadow blades, and generating shadow whips that would hinder the enemy's movements. The metal hyena had immense strength, so the shadow whips could barely hinder its movements for a few moments, but it was enough for Dimitri to put distance between them whenever the battle seemed to turn into a melee encounter. Dimitri had just fired a large shadow blade that left a deep cut on the metal hyena's shoulder when the hair of this one rose as if they were thousands of metal needles. Dimitri knew the name of the wave beast, so it was logical that he would also know the racial ability of the metal hyena. The wave beast could charge his life wave into its fur, increasing its hardness and sharpness before shooting them with immense power and speed. Dimitri had just fired a potent attack and would not be able to dodge those metal needles. He could only raise his arms before directing most of his essence wave into the frontal portion of his body to protect himself. On their own, each of those metal needles had little power, but together they could pose a deadly threat for even a level 4 essence wave warrior. If it wasn't for Dimitri's armor and him using wave focus to enhance his defenses, the damage those attacks caused could have proven deadly, forcing him to run away. The metal hyena used all its power in that attack, as its instincts warned it that the battle would soon turn deadly if it did not turn the tables soon. Although the metal hyena felt a dangerous aura coming from Dimitri when it first saw this one, its bestial nature got the best of it when it noticed someone charging into its territory. Now it reached the point where its life was on the line. A small smile appeared on Dimitri's face when he saw the barrage of metal needles about to turn off. There was not much life wave in the metal hyena, and he prepared to fire a killing strike next. Sadly for the essence wave cultivator, just as the barrage of metal needles was about to finish, someone charged to his back. Dimitri's eyes widened with pain as Cain's entire body clashed on his back. Due to him using most of his essence wave to protect the front, the attack almost shattered his spine and thrust him forward toward the wave beast. Things only worsened for Dimitri since the metal hyena saw the opportunity and lunged toward him with its maws open. Dimitri could only move his head, avoiding the metal hyena from shattering his skull, but the maws still closed down on his right shoulder, crippling his arm. Ah! Dimitri screamed in pain as the metal hyena's teeth pierced his armor and began to destroy the muscles and bones. In desperation, he started firing shadow blades from his left hand. The dagger was on Dimitri's right hand, so he could not use it, and without the wave artifact amplification, the shadow blades lost a significant portion of their power. Still, they began to worsen the metal hyena's wounds. There was still a chance Dimitri could survive if he could endure until the metal hyena succumbed to its injuries. Sadly for the Essence Wave warrior, that last glimmer of hope vanished once Cain landed a blow on the back of his head. Dimitri's mind stopped working for a second due to the massive brain trauma, generating instability in his wave cloak. Without the enhanced defenses granted by the wave cloak, Dimitri's body could not resist the power behind the metal hyena's maws. Cain saw how the metal hyena's maws shattered Dimitri's body, generating a fatal wound. After making sure the level 4 Essence Wave Cultivator did not send any message through the AI chip, he ran away from the battlefield. He and the metal hyena had fought together against the level 4 Essence Wave warrior, but there was no doubt in Cain's mind that the creature would turn on him once he finished with its current prey. Nira was still inside the cave, and her face was full of utter terror and desperation. She could not move her body due to Cain destroying her spine. The only reason she could hold a sliver of sanity despite all that happened was the belief that her brother would come to save her. Footsteps echoed inside the cave, making Nira turn her head toward the entrance. She expected to see her brother, but the only thing visible in that darkness were two eyes that glowed with red light. You. Impossible. Nira could not see his face, but she knew to whom those eyes belonged. Cain walked toward Nira before kneeling to her side. Wounds covered his body, and his face was pale due to the loss of blood, but despite all that, he showed a terrifying calmness. If Cain had shown rage or madness, Nira would not have been so scared, but the calmness in those red eyes terrified her to a primal level. It was like the fear a rabbit would feel in a wolf's presence. One was prey and the other predator. They were just different types of life forms. I can. Nira could not even beg for her life before Cain slapped the top of her head and killed her. As he stared at Nira's corpse, Cain stood up and found the situation odd. He could not stop trembling the first time he reaped a human life with his own hands, but now his heart and mind were in a state of absolute calmness. However, as the red light in his eyes began to fade away, all that calmness vanished, and his heartbeat began to rise incredibly fast. That affected his ability to think and worsened his injuries, as he had already lost a lot of blood. Calm down. You won, and now is the time to reap the benefit. Luckily for Cain, he once again heard Apex's voice inside his mind. You are speaking again. Of course I am. Actually, I am a little impressed by your scheming mind. You managed to force a fight, but instead of escaping, you returned to give the final blow, getting rid of future problems. Well done, brat. Apex spoke with a serene and rhythmic tone that helped Cain calm his heart and mind. Anyway, you not only got rid of 2 threats but also entered the cave of a level 5 wave beast and found some hidden treasures. The words hidden treasures made Cain's eyes widen with greed, excitement, and also confusion. What do you mean by treasure? Haha, brat, the reason the metal hyena protected this place so much was precisely due to those treasures I am talking about. The beast hid them, but it was easy for the basic scan force field to detect them. Take them fast and leave before something unexpected happens. Cain did not waste time, and using the basic scan force field, he found the treasures that Apex mentioned, looted anything of wealth in Nira that the wave beast might not devour, and left the cave while hiding his tracks. Although Cain was already sick with the Whisper Forest, he did not leave but instead traveled back to where the metal hyena and Dimitri had fought. He had left less than 20 minutes ago, but the wave beast had ripped Dimitri's armor to pieces and devoured most of the corpse. Just like humans saw wave beasts as an excellent source of nutrients, there was nothing a wave beast enjoyed more than the flesh of wave cultivators. The metal hyena consumed more and more of the corpse, but it was clear it was something bothering it, so after devouring the entire heart and most of the inner organs, it ran back to its cave. Cain was sure that the beast would be enraged once it saw that he had stolen its treasure, but he did not care too much. Once the metal hyena was out of sight, he flashed toward Dimitri's bloody corpse. Cain was sure that the wave beasts would do a much better job handling the corpses of Dimitri and Nira than he, but those beasts would not eat the wave artifacts of the duo, so he needed to take care of them. Nira was surprisingly poor, with Kane only finding a small bracelet that seemed to enhance the firing power of her spells, which she never had the chance to use. After some thought, Kane speculated that the woman had spent almost all her wealth paying for her arm's regeneration, leaving her only with a weak wave artifact. On the other hand, Kane found a lot more on Dimitri's corpse. He took out the metallic object attached to the corpse's spine, a dagger, and to his immense delight, a space ring. After ensuring he had everything, Kane packed things into his backpack before running away as fast as he could. Although using the space ring would have been nice, he still needed to test it and ensure everything was right. Roar! Kane had run for less than 5 minutes when a ferocious roar echoed throughout the Whisper Forest. It was clear that the metal hyena found out his treasures were gone. Although that roar pushed Kane to move even faster, it also drew a smile on his face. There was no way he could have entered the cave of a level 5 wave beast on his own, but he found a way. In essence, he turned a deadly ambush into a massive lucky chance. Kane kept running for almost 10 hours and only stopped once his body began to fail. He could still run, but that could drain every last bit of energy left in him, which could prove deadly. Before he could no longer remain conscious due to exhaustion, Kane rose to a tree's branch and began to consume Wave Beast's hearts while using Wave Focus to direct his astral wave to his wounds to enhance their healing. After almost 1.5 hours, Kane could no longer endure and fell asleep. The basic scan force field would warn him in case of any danger, so he was able to relax a little. More than 12 hours passed by the time Kane woke. All his body hurt as the analgesic effect of the warrior pill was gone, but luckily the lacerations on his body were no longer bleeding. Despite all that sleep, Kane still felt tired since everything that happened took a significant toll on his body and mind, but there was no time to waste. First was the space ring he took from Dimitri's corpse. Apex. I already analyzed it when you were sleeping. Dimitri's AI chip had branded it, which was not a problem since it was easy to override. What was a little troublesome was the failsafe that would have sent the information of any new AI chip that interfered with the space ring. Luckily, I found it and used the basic hacking tool to handle it. You can now use it without worry. Apex spoke with a calm voice, but his abilities were something it would have shocked most hackers of the Godslayer Humankind Empire. Not that the system spirit really cared about the opinion of a bunch of humans. Great! Kane shouted as he put the space ring on his hand and branded it with the AI chip module. Great! Kane shouted as he put the space ring on his hand and branded it with the AI chip module. As soon as Kane branded the space ring, the AI chip module generated a virtual image that showed the wave artifact's interior. It was not empty as it contained many wave beasts' hearts, some healing drugs, and finally, a small gray crystal the size of a palm. When Kane saw the gray crystal, surprise appeared in his eyes. That is a wave crystal. Even if it is one from the lowest grade, it is still amazing. Kane's excitement was understandable as wave crystals were indeed incredibly useful. Most people in the Godslayer Humankind Empire that fail to ascend to the true ranks of wave cultivators use paper money as currency. Still, for those who became wave champion, that was meaningless. There are two main currencies in the Godslayer Humankind. One was the Imperial military credits backed by the Empire, the other was wave crystals. As long as the Godslayer Humankind Empire stood firm, the Imperial military credits would have value, but one could say that wave crystals are even more valuable as they have worth on their own. Wave crystals are mined in unique locations known as wave mines. Each of them had an incredibly pure, thick, and refined life wave, making cultivations dozens of times faster than even the one you would achieve by consuming wave beasts' hearts. Of course, that was under the premise you could take full advantage of the wave crystal, meaning that the amount of wave you consumed during cultivation was equal to the upper levels of the wave warrior stage. That brat must have wanted to use the wave crystal after reaching level 5, enhancing his foundation all the way to level 7. Even if he had a strong background, getting hold of it would not have been easy, as this crystal should have cost around 10,000 Imperial military credits. Well, now he is dead, and all his belongings are yours. Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard Apex's words, and a flash of enlightenment crossed his eyes. I stole his destiny. Haha, that is right, brat. Belongings are part of someone's destiny. You are essentially stealing their destiny by killing and stealing. Of course, that is a very crude way of looking at things. Cain nodded as his understanding of destiny grew slightly. He did not lose time and commanded the absolute life form system to show him his current destiny force. Destiny force. 87.2. Once again, Cain was shocked, and the smile on his face grew immensely. The fact that he obtained those by killing two humans did not bother him in the slightest, since the duo came with nefarious intentions after him. There was enough destiny force to use basic genetic suppression and get rid of the emotional instability of his bloodline, but after some thought, Cain chose against it. For some reason, despite all the chaos and dangers Cain faced, he somehow managed to retain calm every second, so instead of using his destiny force, he chose to save it in case he really needed it. Did killing Dimitri and Nira get me more than 60 points of destiny force? Cain's previous destiny force was slightly over 20 points, so the fact the duo got him so much was surprising. It is not so simple. All the events that led to your conquest over the duo, stealing their belongings and the level 5 wave beast's treasures, generated that destiny force. Even I find it hard to quantify destiny. You just need to understand that the higher your achievements, the more destiny force you will get. Apex's words made it clear that destiny was an ephemeral force even for an entity like him, making Cain wonder just who the absolute life form system's creator was. Cain did not waste time before taking some medicines from the space ring, applying them to his wounds, and directly consuming some. Once Cain made sure he treated his wounds to the best of his current capabilities, he began to order things. First, he stored all the wave artifacts he stole from Dimitri and Nira in the wave ring and the wave beast's hearts in his backpack. Although it would have been possible to store the entire military backpack in the space ring, that could draw suspicion, and it was better to keep it in the open in case of anything. After that, Cain analyzed the treasures he obtained from the level 5 metal hyena's cave. They were a fruit the size of fists and a golden skull with some tissue. What are they? Cain asked Apex, and this one did not disappoint. I used the pseudo-cellular analysis tool on the fruit, which seemed to be a fire heart. It is especially useful for astral wave cultivators with fire-oriented bloodlines, capable of increasing vitality and enhancing foundation. Fully grown, they are worth even more than the wave crystal you obtained from Dimitri, but since you took it before it fully matured, it lost much of its power. Cain released a small sigh once he heard that. It was a shame that the fire heart lost most of its power, but there was no way he could just leave it there. By the time he returned with the strength to defeat the metal hyena, this one would have already eaten the fruit. I understand the fire heart, but why did you make me bring this skull? Cain could feel that the golden skull must have belonged to a powerful wave cultivator that perished a long time ago due to the radiation this one released. While that energy would have been very beneficial at its peak, it seemed many years passed after the death of the wave cultivator, and most of it was gone. As for how the corpse of someone with this power found itself in the cave of a level 5 wave beast, that was something Cain did not know. I asked you to get the skull to obtain the information in its AI chip. What? How is that possible? After your death, your AI chip deletes all its information and self-destructs, so it should only be a useless piece of metal, even if it is still there. AI chips could record every movement and action you take, so it made sense that it would erase itself the moment the host perished. The AI chip should have self-destructed but did not, possibly due to a malfunction. Most of the data was erased, with no record of the corpse's personal life, but there is a large file that is exceptionally useful for you. Cain could not control his excitement as he heard that since if Apex gave it good remarks, it should be terrific. I recovered part of an auxiliary technique called blood refinement art. Although I don't know its full power, you can train it even after surpassing the wave champion rank. I recovered part of an auxiliary technique called blood refinement art. Although I don't know its full power, you can train it even after surpassing the wave champion rank. It was common knowledge that the higher the level cap of a technique, the mightier it was. Even if it was just an auxiliary technique, the blood refinement art might be better than the fiend devourer cultivation technique. Cain did not lose time and reviewed the information already stored in the AI chip module. Blood refinement art, auxiliary technique meant to boost the body's physical capabilities. Useful for astral wave cultivators. Absorb the enemy's blood to refine and temper your own body. The stronger the enemy, the more valuable the blood obtained. 4 levels in total. First level. Focus on thoroughly tempering your flesh and muscles. It can increase your chances of achieving a high percentage of marrow washing. Second level. Focus on increasing your blood vitality and the generation of blood energy. Your cultivation must have reached the wave champion rank to enter this level. After that brief description, there was a large file with the essence of the technique. Apex, what about the rest of the information? Kane could not help but ask. According to the description, there were 4 levels, but in the AI chip module, there were only 2. The information about the 3rd level is somewhat corrupted. I will try to retrieve and fix the missing pieces with the basic data gathering and analysis, and basic virtual simulation. As for the 4th level, that is completely gone. Although Apex's words disappointed Kane a little, instead of focusing on what he did not have, he focused on what he had. His body was still tired, so he concentrated on understanding enough to begin practicing the blood refinement art. The amount of information was immense. Just the part about the 1st level took Kane more than 10 hours to comprehend the basics. After that, Kane stood up, picked the scent of a wave beast, and went after it. In less than 10 minutes, he had the beast in his line of sight. Luckily it was alone and just a level 2 wave beast, so Kane dashed at it from its blind spot and punched its neck before triggering kinetic blast. Crack! The sound of bone cracking echoed before the wave beast could even know what happened, and the light on its eyes vanished. Kane did not wait a second before burying his hand in the wave beast's body. He did not try to take out the heart, instead mobilized his astral wave according to the information in the blood refinement art. It did not look long for the wave beast's corpse to tremble as all its blood was refined and sent into Kane's flesh and muscles. In less than 10 minutes, the corpse had lost all its blood. Kane took his hand off the corpse and could not help but frown. He felt the energy nurturing his flesh and blood all the time, but he also knew that he lost a lot of blood due to his lack of proficiency during the purification. There were many ways to improve the effectiveness of the blood refinement art, but Kane reached the correct answer immediately. If I improve my comprehension of the blood refinement art, I will lose less blood during the purification, and the greater the effect of the energy would be in my flesh and blood. Well thought, brat. That is the right path. Others would have considered shortcuts like buying blood of stronger beasts, but in the end, that would cripple your training in the blood refinement art. Kane heard Apex's voice in his brain and showed a smile before nodding. Hard work would create a good foundation, which was always better than short-term gains. Before the blood refinement art, Kane wanted nothing more than to leave the Whisper Forest, but now the Tier 0 danger zone was like a paradise for him. It was not until Sunday that Kane left the Whisper Forest, got on his military truck, and returned to Lightning Imperial Fort. Once he was back inside the collapsing Lightning Military Academy, Kane left all the herbs inside the military truck and sent this one on its path. Since the mission only involved recollecting herbs, there was no need for Kane to deliver them himself. The military truck would go to the deposit, where drones would take care of the menial work. Kane returned to his residence, bowed to his father's altar, took a shower, and went to sleep. He only woke up when the rays of sunshine appeared through his window, and the first thing he received was a message from the collapsing Lightning Military Academy. Saint of Killers, you have been awarded 208 Imperial military credits for fulfilling the mission D-23. The Imperial military credits that Kane obtained from this mission were less than a quarter of what he received from the one he took with Levi. Of course, that made sense since the previous one involved investigation and fighting wave cultivators. Kane did not care about the Imperial military credits, as what he obtained from this trip was something money could not buy. The experience of surviving this ordeal was something that would accompany him for the rest of his life. A large smile was on Kane's face as he went to the auditorium for the Wave Mastery class. He was one of the last to arrive and sat between Levi and Bielsa. Kane greeted the duo before glancing around the auditorium and seeing how all the cadets were very chatty. What is happening? Kane did not hide his curiosity and asked Levi about all the conversation. Oh, have you not heard? There is a rumor that 2 level 7 wave warriors from the Kalor family came to the military academy. At first, it did not matter since they could have come for multiple reasons, but now there is no sign of Nira, so maybe things are not so simple after all. Kane's eyes widened as he heard that, and all the bliss he was enjoying faded. What the hell? Not only did they send someone to investigate incredibly fast, but they even sent 2 level 7 wave warriors. Kane's eyes widened, and his emotion went into turmoil. He knew the Kalor family would investigate Nira and her brother's demise but did not expect them to be so fast. Focus. Apex's voice echoed inside Kane's mind, and immediately all signs of distress on his face vanished. The worst thing he could do right now was to act suspicious, as that would focus the investigation on him. Even if there was no concrete evidence, if the Kalor family grew too suspicious, there was no way they would not act in the darkness to find out the truth. Kane believed in himself, but he was not so arrogant as to think he could face 2 level 7 wave warriors with his current power. The best path forward was taking things one step at a time and not rushing things. Although Kane managed to hide his shock from almost everybody else in the auditorium, 2 people saw everything. A meaningful light appeared in Levi's eyes as he stared at Kane and began to speak with this one through his AI chip. My mother used to read me fairy tales when I was little. I still remember one about a righteous king and a tyrant. They did not like each other, but there was a pact of non-aggression between them and their forces. Kane was confused by Levi's words but did not interrupt and let this one carry on with his tale. One day, a knight from the righteous king went to explore a mine, and a servant from the tyrant ambushed him. The knight was brilliant and managed to kill his enemy, but things did not end there. Even if the knight acted in self-defense and did not break the pact of non-aggression, the tyrant would not accept that. Kane's eyes narrowed, and he figured out the hidden message between those words. The righteous king was no other than the imperial military force, and the tyrant was the Kalor family. The righteous king was known for protecting his people, and as long the knight proved innocent, he would not hand him over. Unfortunately, the tyrant was an excellent liar, and even if that did not work, this one was famous for getting rid of annoyances in the dark. I don't remember very well how the story carries on. Do you think the knight was smart enough to erase any sign of his presence? Levi stared at Kane for a moment, and both nodded as they reached a silent agreement. Of course, the knight did it. He ensured the servant could not communicate with the outside and handled the corpse so no one could find a trace of his presence. The duo smiled after that, and none of them carried on. Kane already said plenty. Anything else would not benefit any of them. Nevertheless, as they were about to change the subject, Beelze sent an invitation to the duo so they could talk through their AI chips. Kane and Levi looked at Beelze's calm expression and accepted her invitation. Both expected many things, but the woman took them by surprise. Are you guys talking about Kane's involvement in the disappearance of that trash named Nira? Kane frowned as he heard that message. Unlike Levi, Beelze's words were too direct, and no matter his answer, they could put him in trouble. Beelze was not bothered by Kane's irritation and carried on as if nothing significant had happened. If the enemy is one of the level 7 wave warriors, you can count me out as I will not help you. Kane did not say a word and just nodded. Although he showed nothing on the outside, his attitude toward the woman took a sharp turn. Or at least, that was until he heard what Beelze said next. However, if the one coming at you is a wave champion, I would not mind giving you a hand. Kane and Levi were confused and surprised by Beelze's words. She had just told them to forget about her if they encountered a wave warrior but that they could ask for her help if the enemy was a wave champion. Don't you have things backward? Levi could not help but ask the woman. HMPH, you are talented astral wave warriors with powerful lineages, fully equipped with wave artifacts, and under the protection of the collapsing lightning military academy. If, with all that, you cannot handle a couple of wave warriors, then you are trash, and I am not friends with those. However, if an old geezer wants to use their age against you too, I will not mind showing them the might of my background. Beelze spoke with a righteous aura, and her dignified expression made it seem like she wanted to show might. Kane and Levi almost laughed as they saw all that, but neither of them did, as Beelze's cold gaze terrified them. In the end, the duo just nodded before smiling. Although Beelze's mentality was a little odd, neither Kane nor Levi found no problem with it. Time was precious, and thinking of forming friendships only with those that could accompany you on your journey was not wrong. That conversation between the trio was short but strengthened their bond. None of them spoke again a few minutes later as Wink entered the auditorium, And they were not the only ones to become quiet, as none of the cadets dared to disturb the Wave Champions class. Today, we will concentrate on wave focus. You will form couples. One will use the art for offense, while the other will use it for defense. We will take a break every hour, and then you will exchange roles. The cadets did not waste time and began to form teams. Kane and Levi were together, and Bielsa coupled with another female cadet. By the time the first hour went by, all the cadets were exhausted, and there was still a lot of class left. When Kane returned to his residence, he bowed to his father's altar before falling exhausted to the ground. His breathing was rough, and he was having difficulty not passing out. The training of wave focus not only made him deplete every iota of astral wave inside his body but also put his mind under immense stress. It took all of Kane's strength to wash his body and eat a meal before plummeting into his bed and falling asleep. Kane woke up in the middle of the night, and the first thing he did was eat again, but this time he devoured a wave beast's heart. As he engulfed it, he also communicated with Apex. "Apex, did you finish the investigation?" Kane was sure he covered his tracks, but there was a chance people would find out or at least suspect his involvement in the demise of Nira and her brother. He wanted to be ready for that day, so he asked Apex to investigate the Kalor family. "Yes, I did. Since the Kalor family is a noble family, I could not find information about them open to the public. Luckily, it only has a Viscount title, so it was pretty easy to hack my way into their records. The Kalor family is a noble family more than 200 years old. Their fiefdom is in the collapsing lightning sector and has more than 20 million people. It has 3 wave champions, with the patriarch being James Kalor. The other 2 are Rick Kalor and Unner Kalor, the son and cousin of the patriarch, respectively. Their family is known for practicing the silent shadow cultivation technique, and they are very good at assassination and ambushes. According to recent information, James Kalor moved away from the family head position due to his old age and handed over the role to his son Rick Kalor. Unlike his father, Rick Kalor is still in the prime of his life at only 89 years old. Since he is a wave champion, and his lifespan reached 300 years old, his body is far from starting to decline. Apex began with a broad description, giving Kane an idea of who he would be dealing with before going into details. Rick Kalor has sired many children over his life like most nobles. Nira is one of them, but there is no sign the man does care about her. She entered the collapsing lightning military academy to make a name for herself in the military, not that it worked. If you had only killed Nira, then maybe Rick Kalor would not even bother to investigate. The problem was her brother. Dmitry Kalor was a talented wave cultivator that entered the collapsing lightning university. He and Nira had a close relationship since they shared the same mother. That is why he did not hesitate to leave the university for a few days to help her deal with you. Rick Kalor had many hopes for Dominic to be his successor and had poured plenty of resources into this one. Apex's briefing ended there, but it gave Kane a lot to think about. I see. After being unable to communicate with Dmitry, Rick Kalor must have used his full power to launch an investigation. The level 7 wave warriors figured out Dmitry came to see his sister. Since their fiefdom is in the collapsing lightning sector, it is no wonder they reached this place so fast. Now that they confirmed that both are missing, they will look at Nira's life inside the military academy, and my name will surely come out. Kane frowned, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He did not know how to handle those 2 level 7 wave warriors. Actually, you don't need to be so worried. Kane was surprised when he heard Apex's words and immediately refuted them. What? How could I not worry? Even if they cannot find evidence, there is no way a noble family would just ignore some of their scions dying at the hands of a level 2 astral wave warrior commoner. That is exactly why you should not worry so much. The moment those 2 members of the Kalor family read your profile, they will discard you as a suspect. After all, who would think a level 2 astral wave warrior without any background could kill a level 4 wave warrior? Apex reasoning made Kane's eyes widen as enlightenment appeared in them. He smiled as he understood that his lack of power and background was helpful this time. Their flawed logic and the military academy will work as a shield for the time being. I plan to join the Imperial military force, so even if they were to suspect at some point in the future, they could not be so brazen with their methods. Kane made a slight pause at that point when coldness appeared in his eyes. Still, all that would just grant a frail veil of protection. I need to become strong, so strong that even Rick Kalor would fear me. By then, I could admit that I killed Dimitri and Nira, and no one would dare to say anything about it. Ha ha ha, that is right, brat. It is not wrong to hide when your enemy is too strong, but you cannot do that forever. The only way to truly fix things is to grow so powerful that even if they knew what you did, they could do nothing other than hope you will not kill them too. Apex was clearly pleased that Cain concluded that power was the answer to his problem, not hiding and just waiting until the enemy found out what he did. There were still a couple of hours until the class started, so Cain began cultivating. Although Cain could still practice the blood refinement art without fresh corpses, the effect would be minimal. Instead, he focused all his time on the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique. He had already decided to take on a mission involving wave beasts and would use that opportunity to train his auxiliary technique. Cain, Levi, and Bielza were in the auditorium as Razman headed to the podium to begin his class. There was a solemn expression on Razman's face as he stared at the cadets and waved his hand, making the virtual screen above him show two figures. The figures belonged to a man and a female with blade-like armor covering their bodies. It was a sight that drew coldness in the cadets' hearts. Razman remained silent for a moment as he wanted the pressure of those images to affect the cadets. According to ancient records, when Adam, the first emperor of Godslayer humankind, became a titan, his power was so immense that none of the gods from the Infernus demon race or Legio Eldritch race could face him. They could only run or die beneath his might. The cadets were a little surprised to see how the class started, but none dared to lose focus. It was a time of glory. Our Godslayer humankind could have conquered not only the Gaia continent but also part of the Atlas continent located north of our domains. However, when the dark races found themselves cornered, the Aatrox overlord made his move. That man traveled a distance you would find almost impossible to comprehend and fought against our emperor. Their battle was so destructive that it shattered the sky and sank part of the Atlas continent. Some cadets could not help but clench their fists as they imagined how glorious that battle was. Although our emperor was known as an absolute powerhouse and maybe the strongest entity in the entire ether world, our forces returned to the Gaia continent after that battle. Razman saw the surprise in the cadets as he uttered those words, and he understood their feelings. For the Godslayer humankind, the first titan was a divine figure. Learning our forces pull back from the Atlas continent after a battle against the Aatrox overlord came as a shock. Our emperor did not defeat the Aatrox overlord, but that did not mean he lost. The price for victory was too high, and the Godslayer humankind was too young and could not afford it. I narrate this story so you can understand how mighty the Aatrox Immortus race's overlord was. Razman nodded after seeing that the cadets understood his message, and only then did he begin with the class's core. Today's class will focus solely on the Aatrox Immortus race. Unlike us, their fertility is much lower, but they transformed that weakness into a strength. Due to their low number, each member of the Aatrox Immortus race had a much higher number of resources at their disposal. From a young age, they have a bio-armor that grows with them. Their population is roughly 1/1000th of ours, but the number of them that embark on cultivation and choose the battlefield path is also 1000 times higher than ours. One point that all should remember very well is that like devils are crafty, and demons are wild, Aatrox also have a tendency. Some of the cadets could not help but tremble as they heard that. Every one of the people present was aware of what type of tendency the Aatrox Immortus race had. If the Godslayer humankind was greedy, then the Aatrox Immortus race was cruel. I can see that all of you are aware. The members of the Aatrox Immortus race are known for their immense cruelty against their enemies. If they capture an enemy alive, they will submit that person to unbelievable pain. Scholars had studied the reason for their sadistic tendencies for a long time and concluded that it was part of their culture. Just like we humans would feel greed if faced with treasures, Aatrox felt the desire to torture all those they consider enemies. Although some of the cadets showed disdain as they heard the Aatrox Immortus race's sadistic culture, Cain did not find it that odd. Humankind was known for its desire to punish criminals with harsh sentences in the old world and even arranged chambers for people to see their executions. The Aatrox Immortus race is more open about it and with an innate predisposition. Of course, Kane would not defend the culture and mentality of one of the dark races. After that description of Aatrox Immortus race's culture, Rasman waved his hands, making the virtual screen show the two figures without their bio-armor. Aatrox had the basic male and female biological configurations. Their skin was similar to gray leather, and there was no hair on their bodies. I will now explain their weak points and how to reach them, along with the best battle formation to face members of the Aatrox Immortus race. Rasman explained all forms of facing members of the Aatrox Immortus race in the next few hours. He was incredibly detailed and answered all the doubts of the cadets. Kane, Levi, and Bielsa left the auditorium. The last one spoke just as they were about to leave for their residences. Kane, I have a mission and would like you to accompany me. Bliss would have filled the heart of any other male cadet at the chance of taking a mission with such a beautiful woman, but Kane was not like the others. I am sorry, but I already have a mission in mind. Oh, are you sure you want to take a mission on your own and not with me? Bielsa showed a beautiful smile as she uttered those words, but it froze the next second. Yes, I am sure. Levi almost began to laugh as he heard Kane's answer and saw Bielsa's frozen expression. However, when the woman glared at him, he hid his smile and walked away. He knew better than to bother her. After glaring at Levi, Bielsa turned toward Kane and smiled again. She liked that he would not blindly accept everything just because of her beauty. If possible, I want to know what mission you will take. Kane did not have a problem revealing that information, so he told Bielsa. A herb collection mission. However, my true goal is to hunt wave beasts, as I need their fresh corpses to train. Bielsa did not find anything odd with Kane's goal since a myriad of techniques required wave beasts' corpses. If that is indeed what you are after, then we can still work together. My mission involves finding a deserter hidden deep in a Tier 1 danger zone. I am sure there will be plenty of wave beasts in our path. What do you say? Bielsa did not rush Kane to answer, but she would not insist and was ready to look for someone else if this one refused. Kane considered everything for a moment before nodding. Working together would reveal some of his possessions, like the space ring he kept hidden and his blood refinement art, but Bielsa knew he killed Dimitri and Nira, so there was no real danger. I will work with you. Good, we will leave tomorrow as soon as the military tactics class ends. Vice Captain Joseph's military tactic class went as usual. He taught the cadets several battle formations and showed videos where the human armies won and lost. In each case, he explained each scenario in detail, and more importantly, he gave guidance based on his experience handling unexpected threats and changes on the battlefield. Those were insights that no book could give, and all the cadets gave it their full attention since it could save their life in the future. As soon as the class ended, Kane and Bielsa said goodbye to Levi before getting into a military truck and leaving the Lightning Imperial Fort. Just like during his mission with Levi, once the military truck left the fort's range, Kane glanced at Bielsa, and both activated their armors. Scales formed both armors, but while Kane's was black, that of Bielsa was sky blue. Saint. Lotus. The wave artifacts distorted Kane and Bielsa's voices as they uttered their code names. After that, they both went silent and focused on maintaining themselves at peak conditions. This trip was not a date but a mission where they would hunt a murderer. Kane had already familiarized himself with the mission's details. They were after a soldier who traveled to a nearby city named Koreen City as part of a squad dispatched from the Lightning Imperial Fort tasked with erasing some gangs. The deserter in question was the squad leader, a young level 4 astral wave warrior named Solar Jones. He fulfilled his mission and killed the gang's leaders, but he raped and killed a few of the gang's female henchmen. Although the Godslayer Humankind Empire was not known for its leniency toward criminals, acts like those of Solar Jones were not permitted and punishable by branding you as a Tier 0 criminal. The fact that the man was part of the military only worsened his case since the Godslayer Humankind Empire would not let anyone defile the Imperial Military Force's name, especially its soldiers. Once Solar Jones found that his acts would come to light, he fled from Koreen City and headed deep into the forest that contained a Tier 1 danger zone. Kane and Bielsa's mission did not involve apprehending Solar but only finding out his whereabouts. They were not the only ones since this was an open mission, and other teams made of cadets or even soldiers could participate. Of all the information that Kane obtained for the mission, One thing bothered him. According to Solar Jones' personal file, the man was somewhat unruly but did not seem capable of such heinous acts. There was the chance someone used Solar Jones as a scapegoat, but Kane doubted something like that would happen. After all, there should be no one in Korean City that could have the type of background needed to incriminate a level 4 astral wave warrior. I should not waste my time with useless assumptions. I will follow my heart if something unexpected happens. Kane glanced at Bielsa as the military truck led them to Korean City, and he commanded the absolute life form system to scan him and her. He scanned himself to have an accurate measurement of his power. As for doing it with Bielsa, there was no ill will behind that, but he also wanted to know just how strong she was as they would fight together. Scanning vessel, name, Kane Lorifer race, Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Astral rebirth, level 2 wave warrior. Lineage. Lightning lupus wave talent, low tier 4. Stats. Strength. 0.19 to 0.26 agility. 0.25 to 0.32 vitality. 0.23 to 0.33. Wave. 0.22 to 0.28. Kane was a little surprised by the rise of his stats, especially those of strength and vitality. However, it made sense after taking into consideration the blood refinement art. Scanning target. Name, Bielsa race, Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Essence evolution, level 2 wave warrior. Lineage. Wave talent. Stats, strength, 0.15. Agility. 0.19 vitality. 0.31 wave. 0.56. Bielsa's strength and agility were typical of an essence wave warrior with a lineage, but her vitality and wave were surprisingly high. Kane was sure that, just like him, Bielsa trained a high-level cultivation method that allowed her to have a larger reservoir of wave and an auxiliary technique to improve her vitality. That did not surprise Kane at all. After all, it was evident that Bielsa came from a strong background. Once Kane learned Bielsa's weak and strong points and knew how to help her during a battle best, he focused again on his cultivation. It did not take long for the duo to reach Korean City. Unlike Kane's experience with Roku City, this time, everything went smoothly. He and Bielsa did not even have to enter Korean City as the mayor's assistant waited for them with all the evidence and some of Solar's blood and clothes at the city's gates. Korean City's mayor's efficiency improved everything for the duo as time was of the essence. After thanking the assistant for the evidence, they entered the forest and advanced in the direction where the city's guards saw Solar escaping. Kane and Bielsa ignored the wave beasts on their path since not only were the beasts too weak to be of any value, but there were only a few hours left of daylight, and they should take advantage of them. Kane was in the lead since his body was stronger and his armor more suitable for defense in case of a surprise attack. He was following Solar's scent that he learned from the clothes the mayor's assistant gave. Solar committed his crimes on Monday and escaped the night of the same day, so his scent was clear and strong, making Kane's job very easy. The duo had run for less than 3 hours when the sun went down and night arrived. Kane had night vision, but that did not mean he could see as well as during the day. As for Bielsa, her armor helped her in that aspect, but her sight was even worse than Kane's. In that condition, running deeper into the forest at full speed was not wise, but that did not mean they could only wait. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he caught the scent of a pack of wave beasts. He made a sign to Bielsa, and the duo went after it. A few hundred kilometers from Korean City, a forest contained a Tier 1 danger zone full of wave beast. There was a pack of 5 earth lions in it, and they were devouring corpses of other wave beasts when something happened. Crack! The sound of the ground cracking echoed through the forest as a male humanoid figure stamped and propelled his body with immense momentum toward the pack. The man emerged from a blind spot and was able to reach the pack before the earth lions could get battle ready. He got near one of the level 2 wave beasts before landing a blow on its body and triggering a blast, shattering the beast's ribs and lungs. He had just neutralized one of the earth lions when the rest of the beasts lunged at him. Without hesitation, he moved back, dodging the claws that sought to dismember him. It was easy for him to dodge the level 2 earth lions, but there was one among the pack that reached level 3 and managed to keep up with his speed. He saw how the level 3 earth lion dashed forward and was about to lunge toward him with its maws open, but his gaze had no fear or concern. Just as the level 3 Earth Lion was about to reach the man, 650-centimeter long ice spears emerged from the distance and crashed on its body. Ah! The Earth Lion howled in pain due to the projectiles. The ice spears did not kill it due to its resilient body but managed to interrupt its attack and push it away from the man. Seeing the ice spears thrust its leader away disoriented the rest of the pack, something the man took full advantage of, flashing toward them and landing a direct blow on one of the level 2 Earth Lions, triggering another blast that killed the beast. Roar! Roar! The last two level 2 Earth Lions roared as they saw their comrade die and attacked the man ferociously. Unlike before, the man did not run but dashed forward, entering a melee battle with the wave beasts. The level 3 Earth Lion stood up, full of rage, as it gazed in the direction from where the projectiles emerged. The ice spears pierced its body, but they only managed to penetrate around 20 centimeters, so they did not threaten its life. It was ready to flash forward when it felt a burst of wave, this time from the opposite direction. Clearly, the assailant had moved around the forest, changing their position to take full advantage of the darkness and that their enemy did not know their location. A single ice spear almost 4 times larger than before flashed toward the level 3 Earth Lion. The projectile this time was much more powerful but lacked somewhat in terms of speed. The level 3 Earth Lion prepared to dodge it when the spears piercing its body exploded into a freezing fog that paralyzed it and hindered its sight. There was nothing the beast could do as the giant ice spear landed right between its eyes, destroying its entire head. Less than 2 minutes after the death of the level 3 Earth Lions, the man killed the other 2 wave beasts. Once all the wave beasts were killed, the hidden shooter emerged from the darkness. Beelzebub's body emitted a cold aura, and the gauntlets covering her hands glowed with blue light, each with a 30-centimeter long ice blade. Cain saw how Beelzebub got near the level 3 Earth Lion and removed the beast's heart. Since she killed the wave beast, he had nothing to say about it and instead went ahead with his training. He buried his hands into the fresh corpses and began to practice the blood refinement art. Beelzebub's eyes narrowed as she saw how Cain mummified the wave beast's corpse in just a few minutes before doing the same with the other 3. Once Cain finished with the 4 level 2 Earth Lions, he turned to the one at level 3. Although Beelzebub took the beast's heart which contained the highest purity of blood, there was still a lot left in the rest of the body. I don't have use for the corpse, so go ahead. The corpse did not belong to him, so Cain asked for permission, and Beelzebub gave it immediately. Cain devoured until the last drop of blood in the level 3 Earth Lion before the duo left the zone and continued their hunting. It continued the entire night, killing wave beasts and slowly advancing through the forest. Beelzebub and Cain were level 2 wave warriors, so spending a day without sleep was not a big deal and could not affect them. When the first ray of sunlight appeared, the duo stopped their hunting and again advanced at full speed. They used the time to replenish their wave, ensuring they were full of energy in case of anything. After another 200 kilometers, Cain and Beelzebub reached a swamp. The area affected Cain's sense of smell, but he could still perceive the general direction in which Solar went. The scent became really strong after a few more hours, meaning Solar was not far away, but since it became night, Cain and Beelzebub chose to stop their march. Together, they were not afraid of a level 4 wave warrior, but that did not mean they could take the enemy lightly, so they decided to rest and continue their chase the next day after resting properly. Since it was a fact that the enemy was close, they would sleep in turns. Despite having the basic scan force field tool, Cain went ahead with the plan. A level 4 astral wave warrior could cover 50 meters in a second, which is why Cain would not let his guard down. You take the first turn. By the way, if you try anything. Beelzebub did not finish her sentence, but she put her hand on a small branch and froze it before shattering it. Cain instinctively crossed his legs and nodded with strength. Not even if he was 10 times braver would he dare to test Beelzebub. Beelzebub had been sleeping for almost 2 hours when she felt a hand covering her mouth. Her eyes opened, and a flash of killing intent appeared in them. It did not matter the friendship that formed between her and Cain. She would never allow anyone to abuse her. However, when Beelzebub saw Cain's eyes, there was no lust in them, only an intense sense of worry and a wisp of dread. She immediately understood that things were not as simple as they seemed and focused. The first impulse in Beelzebub's mind was to use the AI chip to communicate with Cain, but she understood that there must be a reason why the young man did not do that. Kane nodded once he saw Bielsa remained calm and took his hand out of her mouth. He pointed to the distance, to a shallow swamp. Bielsa's eyes widened, and the same worry that Kane showed appeared in her eyes. Near the shallow swamp were two older men. One of them was bald and with a large body, while the other had gray hair and a skinny complexion. The reason for the duo's worry was that despite the distance, they could feel a sharp aura from them, meaning that their cultivation was, without a doubt, above level 4. It would take everything of Kane and Bielsa to face a single level 4 wave warrior, assuming this one did not have wave artifacts. However, the two men were not only above that level, but the metallic structure covering their spines made it clear they had powerful armor. There was no way Kane and Bielsa could defeat the duo. To make things worse, they had no idea why they would show themselves in a place like this. Although the mission to hunt Solar Jones was open to cadets and soldiers, there was no way something like this would draw the attention of people at the duo's level. Kane and Bielsa remained silent as they stared at the men. There were around 300 meters between them, so they should be safe from detection. Still, neither cadet used their AI chip, as there was no way to say if the men had some artifact capable of detecting electromagnetic waves. Curiosity burned in the eyes of Kane and Bielsa. Things grew odder as a man rose from the shallow swamp near the two old men. The duo immediately recognized that person as their target, Solar Jones. Solar showed no fear at the two old men and even had a cocky smile on his face as he looked at them and began to speak. Unfortunately, due to the distance, neither Kane nor Bielsa could hear what they were talking about. Kane and Bielsa looked at each other. Neither understood what was happening. Why would the two older men show such deterrence to Solar, a level 4 astral wave warrior with no background that the Imperial Lightning Fort considered a criminal? Kane's mind was extremely sharp, but even he could not clearly understand what was happening since there were simply too many missing pieces. The one clear thing was that Solar Jones' background was not as simple as the Imperial Lightning Fort made them believe. Under the protection of the two old men, Solar could leave this Tier 1 danger zone without a problem. Even if Kane and Bielsa could inform of this right now, it would be a while before someone with enough power to overcome the trio arrived at this location. The only way forward was to get away from this place and head back into the Imperial Lightning Fort. They could then inform of what they saw and let the higher-ups decide what to do. Suddenly the scrawny old man talking with Solar made his essence wave burst and raise a hand, generating a small tornado in it. The pupils of Kane and Bielsa narrowed as they saw that and were ready to push their wave to the limit and run with everything they had. However, they did not do it, as the scrawny old man shot the tornado in the opposite direction. The tornado destroyed some of the trees in its path, but the two figures that dashed from the branches and began to run at full speed were the old man's true goal. Kane could barely discern them, but they were clearly soldiers by their clothes. They were a man and a woman, and by the might of their wave cloaks, neither had reached level 4. The soldiers attempted to escape, but they were too slow. The man ran for a few seconds before a barrage of wind blades descended from the sky and cut his body to pieces. Utter sorrow appeared in the female soldier's eyes as she saw her comrade's fate, but she did not have time to worry for others as the bald old man appeared in front of her. The one that went after the female soldier was an astral wave warrior, and he was about to destroy the woman's head when a voice echoed through the forest. "Do not kill her." The one that shouted those words was Solar Jones, and there was a vicious light in his eyes. The old astral wave warrior noticed the intention of Solar, and instead of a punch, he sent a palm strike forward. The attack sent the female soldier crashing against a tree, making her puke blood, but she was still alive. Solar showed a lustful smile as he saw the wounded female soldier and began to walk toward her location. He did not hurry up as he wanted to see the look of horror on the woman's face once she understood her fate. It was all part of his twisted game. Kane's eyes widened with shock as he saw what had just happened. Even if he had wanted to help soldiers, there was no way he could have covered the distance before the man perished. Kane took a deep breath and forced himself to take control of his emotion as he focused on the woman. He knew what Solar would do to her, and it made his blood burn as a furious killing intent began to grow inside him. "I cannot allow it." Everything inside Kane told him he needed to help that woman, as he could not allow something like that to happen on his watch. The desire was so strong in Kane's mind that he almost jumped forward when a hand grabbed his shoulder. He turned to the side and saw Beelze looking at him with cold and emotionless eyes. While Kane's eyes burned with fury, killing intent, and a sense of justice, Beelze's were cold and saw the picture from an entirely pragmatic point of view. Beelze did not say a word, but the meaning in her eyes was unmistakable. Flashing forward would only mean death. Even if Kane was fine with it, her life was also on the line here. Kane knew that trying to help that woman would most likely end in his death, but the idea of letting Solar carry on with that depraved act made him sick. Rage, hatred, and finally, disappointment appeared in Kane's eyes as he nodded. He was not alone, and even if he was willing to bet his life, he did not have the right to gamble Beelze's as well. Beelze nodded as she saw Kane calm down and glanced at the trio in the distance. She signaled Kane that they should get to the ground and leave now that Solar and the other two were distracted. Kane followed Beelze's guide and quietly descended from the tree before running away. He could not believe they had just left and done nothing to stop Solar. A sense of impotence assaulted his heart, and he clenched his fists so hard they began to bleed. They had run for less than 30 seconds when Beelze's wave cloak emerged. She gathered a tremendous amount of essence wave before firing a cluster of shining ice to the sky, right above where Solar and the two old men should be. Kane was surprised by Beelze's actions and saw how the cluster burst into a glowing sphere of ice that illuminated the sky. That would draw a lot of attention to Solar's location, forcing this one to move, and there was no way he could do it while carrying a wounded woman. The female soldier would definitely die, but thanks to Beelze's actions, she would at least do it with dignity and not have her last moments of life as the toy of some depraved bastard. Kane did not hide the admiration he felt for Beelze, but along with it, there was a sense of shame. His immaturity put him and Beelze in great danger, and if not for the old men focused on the soldiers, they might have detected his killing intent and gone after them. There was nothing that Kane could do right now other than to learn from this mistake, but the look in his eyes made it clear this was not something he would get over easily. Kane and Beelze made their way out of the forest without much problem. Even if Solar and the two old men knew of their presence, they would not risk chasing after them. No matter how high Solar's background might be, it could not be higher than that of the Imperial military force, so he had to be careful since he was a wanted man. The duo went to their military truck and headed back to the Imperial Lightning Fort. Neither Kane nor Beelze uttered a word in the entire journey. Once they were back in the city, they split apart. Beelze would inform the higher-ups what happened. While they technically fulfilled their mission since they reported Solar's location, it would be a while before they got a reward. As Kane saw Beelze go away, he could not help but sigh. Although the woman did not say a word, he knew she was angry with him and did not blame her. He was selfish and risked both of their lives. Kane returned to his residence, bowed to his father's altar, and took a shower. Once he was out, he adopted a meditative position and attempted to cultivate. Unlike previous occasions, Kane felt that his wave was like mud, and it was incredibly hard to draw it into his body and make it revolve around it. He could not focus as, in this moment of silence, the picture of the two soldiers appeared in his mind repeatedly. To cultivate, you don't only need a powerful body in optimal conditions but also a clear mind. It was not odd that a traumatic event would haunt a genius mind and halt their progress. Some ancient texts from the Dark Races called that state heart nightmare. Kane's rational mind understood that there was nothing he could have done to save them, but that did not make the annoying feeling in his mind go away. From the moment he began to understand the world around him, his father engraved a sense of justice in his heart, so just running away and leaving someone who needed help was not something he could ignore. You should get used to it. The world is not a fairy tale. You will not be able to save everybody, and there will be times when the ones lost are not random strangers but people you care about. Apex offered those few words before going silent. This mental blockade was a trial that Kane needed to surpass and was just as important as his fight in the Whisper Forest against Dimitri and Nira. After 3 hours, Kane's face began to twist as rage flooded his heart, and then his wave burst with power as he began to slam the floor with his bare fists. Damn it! Kane shouted with rage. The frustration in his heart finally exploded. Cadets' residences could resist attacks from high-level wave warriors, so instead of harming the floor, Kane's fist ended up being hurt. Cain struck again and again with so much strength that his fists started to bleed, but it seemed he did not realize it and kept going. Only when a flash of red light appeared in his eyes did his emotions get under control, and he finally stopped slamming the floor. Cain's breathing was rough due to the wild release of his astral wave. He saw his bleeding hands, but there was no sign of pain on his face, and he just cleaned them up before beginning to train in martial arts. Carrying on with his cultivation would be futile, and since martial arts had a soothing effect on his mind, Cain decided to focus on them. Monday finally came, and Cain headed for the auditorium. Bags beneath his eyes made it clear he had not slept well over the past few days. Cain reached the auditorium just as the class was about to start and nodded to Bielsa and Levi before sitting down. Levi's eyes narrowed as he saw Cain's condition, and he glanced at Bielsa with a questioning gaze, but the woman just shook her head. Although he still had questions, the class had already started, and he did not dare to interrupt Wink. Today's class was about achieving synergy between the four wave arts, which was essential in determining the battle power of a wave cultivator. Every cadet paid full attention to the class except for one. Cain was doing his best to remain focused, but the days had only worsened the pressure on his mind, so he could not help but get distracted. None of the cadets noticed Cain's absent-mindedness, but it did not escape from Wink's sight. "You!" Wink's voice echoed through the auditorium, and everybody focused on the target. Cain's eyes widened, and his entire body grew tense as he felt a dangerous beast focus on him. He took a deep breath before rising from his seat. "Yes, Teacher Wink. HMPH. At least you have some manners. Anyway, since you were so distracted, I take it that you already understood all I was saying. I needed someone to do a practical demonstration, and you just volunteered. Come here." Cain did not say a word and only nodded before walking toward Wink. Many of the cadets threw him mocking smiles, but he ignored them. The harsh light in Wink's eyes grew a little weaker as he saw Cain's attitude. Of course, that did not mean he would go easy on this one. In the military, insubordination and lack of focus were not allowed, as that would mean the death of many, not just yours. Wink took a deep breath as his essence wave grew incredibly weaker until it matched Cain's astral wave in quantity. "I have sealed my essence wave to equal yours, and I will also restrict my battle skills. We will begin a melee fight, and I will show everybody just how mighty the four wave arts are, as they will allow me to defeat you." For all the cadets, it was an unwritten rule that no essence wave warrior could defeat an astral wave warrior in a melee fight, but Wink was ready to shatter that perception. "Although I am an essence wave cultivator, my body has already gone through multiple stages of tempering, so you will not be able to hurt me even without my wave cloak's protection. Attack me with all you have. As long as you connect a direct blow, you will win." Wink did not say anything more before his wave cloak emerged, and he made it burst. Although it would have been easy for him to push it to an outrageous level, he limited himself to a 400% wave burst, the standard for a genius. Cain adopted a severe expression as he saw Wink's wave cloak, which was not only bursting with great power but highly concentrated. He took a deep breath before unleashing his wave cloak and immediately made it burst. It became clear to everybody how far apart Wink and Cain were in terms of mastery over the four wave arts. Not only was Cain's wave burst weaker, but he also had a more challenging time keeping his wave cloak's form. Wink stood straight, not adopting any battle stance whatsoever, increasing the pressure he generated over Cain. Cain did his best to develop a battle strategy, but he could not find any opening. In the end, the only path was the simplest, a direct clash forward, taking advantage of his superior strength and astral wave. Cain directed as much astral wave as he could into his right fist before sending a punch toward Wink's chest. That punch carried great strength, but Wink managed to stop it with his palm. He not only did not move a single step but not even his stance changed. Wink gathered a significant amount of essence wave on his palm and morphed it, granting it a sponge-like consistency, significantly weakening the power of Cain's punch. Cain was shocked by that feeling. The fact that the four-wave arts could allow an essence wave warrior to stop an astral wave warrior's punch was shocking. Of course, it was near impossible for a level 2 wave warrior to display that level of mastery over the four-wave arts. Cain continued attacking, throwing punches and kicks with all his power, but Wink blocked all of them with his palm without any effort. As the battle continued, a sense of impotence began to assault Kane. The feeling of weakness and futility reminded him of what happened with those soldiers. Rage started to emerge in his heart again, making his attack clumsier. Wink could see Kane's lack of control and shook his head. Someone that could not keep calm had no room on the battlefield. His eyes grew cold as the cadet jumped forward and threw another punch. All of Wink's essence wave focused on his palm, and once it collided with Kane's punch, it sent him flying away with so much strength that he clashed with the auditorium's wall, hitting the back of his head. A boom! Wink sighed as he saw that. He got a little carried away as Kane's behavior reminded him of many people he met in the army who did not understand that it was not just their life on the line. Still, he was not cruel and understood that Kane was still young and could improve. Just as Wink was about to call Levi to help the unconscious Kane, he saw the cadet beginning to stand up. "Oh, you can still stand up. I guess you have a hard head, right Key?" Wink's voice froze when he saw Kane's eyes. Kane's eyes lacked focus, hinting he wasn't fully conscious, but there was a red light in them, unleashing a monstrous coldness that shocked even the wave champion. Silence reigned in the auditorium as all the cadets felt a coldness assaulting their hearts. Those with weak wills could not even look at Kane's eyes, as that red light in his eyes terrified them. However, that silence did not remain long as a blast echoed the next second when Kane's wave cloak emerged, bursting with immense power. The wave output surpassed Wink's from the beginning and kept growing stronger. 450%, 500%. What? His wave burst has already reached 600% and is still rising. Wink's eyes widened as he calculated Kane's wave burst percentage. Kane's talent could be considered among the best of the class, but it was very far from what Wink was seeing now, not to mention that red light rose along with the power. It was not only an incredible level of wave burst that Kane was showing, but his wave cloak remained steady, showing an extreme proficiency in synergy flow. The higher the wave output, the harder it would be to control it, but even when Kane's wave burst reached 800%, the wave cloak showed no sign of instability or leakage. A blast of dense air blasted in every direction once Kane's wave cloak reached 1000% wave burst. None of the cadets said a word, as they could not even process what was happening. Kane's eyes glowed with a red light, and he showed a level of proficiency over the four wave arts that seemed to surpass that of Wink. Kane's eyes were still not fully focused and seemed to be in automatic mode, but that did not affect his movements. In a second, all of his wave concentrated in his right fist, reaching a might that could destroy a level 3 wave warrior with a single strike. It's not only wave cloak and wave burst that reached a shocking level, but also wave focus. What is happening with this boy? Wink was full of curiosity, which is why he let things play out. Even if Kane began to act wild, he still could immobilize this one without a problem. A boom. A small blast echoed through the auditorium when Kane stroked the wall behind him. While that attack had great strength, it was not enough to harm the structure. It made sense. After all, the building could endure the might of wave champions, and no matter how much strength Kane had gathered in his fist, it did not reach that level. Wink and the other cadets did not understand Kane's goal with that attack, but this one was unable to explain. He looked around the auditorium before walking to the closest bench. The cadet near the bench was terrified and moved away, but Kane did not care, and with that fist that contained all of his wave, he shattered it. Unlike the auditorium's walls, the bench and chairs were ordinary and could not endure the might of Kane's fist. The confusion in their eyes of everybody only grew as they saw Kane destroying the bench before bending. The cadets and Wink could only see his back, so they did not know what he was doing, but once he rose, his hands were full of pieces of steel. All of Kane's actions became clear the next second as he turned toward Wink and shot one of those steel pieces. Wink immediately put his hand on the path of the steel piece. There was a tremendous amount of essence wave with a sponge-like consistency in his palm, so the object should not even touch his skin. However, as the steel piece reached his palm, a sense of utter awe assaulted Wink. His essence wave diminished a significant amount of the steel piece's momentum, but this one still managed to reach his flesh. Of course, there was no damage, as Wink's body was just too powerful for something like that to harm him, but that did not diminish the shock that assaulted his heart. Before Wink could get over the shock, Kane shot another piece of steel toward him. Like before, he managed to block it, reducing most of its power with his essence wave but was unable to stop it from reaching the flesh. Cain began to walk toward Wink as he shot more and more of those pieces of steel. After blocking the 10th piece of steel, Wink finally understood the reason behind their power. He used direct flow to cover the steel pieces with his astral wave before using wave transmutation to grant it lightning properties. What kind of monstrous talent is that? Wink's shock and awe have already reached an unprecedented level. Direct flow and wave transmutation were arts that astral wave cultivators found very hard to perform independently, much less simultaneously. Still, Cain was doing it as if they were as normal as breathing. The closer Cain got to Wink, the faster he shot the steel pieces. However, Wink still managed to block them with nothing more than his palms. Wink might have sealed his essence wave and restricted his martial arts, but his speed of thought was still working unhindered. Cain's attacks moved in slow motion for a wave champion like him, so it was easy to block them. Cain's face showed no facial expression from the moment he stood up, and that did not change for the fact that Wink blocked every one of his shots. Once there was less than a meter of distance between them, his wave burst grew even stronger, and he shot one steel piece from each hand before flashing forward. Wink had just used both palms to block the steel pieces when Cain appeared in front of him and sent a right punch to his face. If that punch landed, even if it did no damage, he would lose according to his rules. Cain saw how Wink managed to grab his right wrist, stopping his fist, but then he shot a new piece of steel that he had hidden between his fingers. Wink's eyes widened as he saw that, and he moved his head to dodge the steel piece, putting it in the path of Cain's left fist. Like before, he grabbed the arm's wrist, stopping the attack, and again, Cain shot a hidden piece of steel toward his head. Wink easily dodged that second sneak attack since he expected it, but then it happened. Cain's head moved forward, getting extremely close to his, and he saw it. Cain's lips split apart, showing a final piece of steel between his teeth. This one had much more astral wave infused in it, and arcs of lightning surrounded it, hinting at its extremely piercing power. He shot that hazardous project straight toward Wink's right eye. Wink's instincts began to scream danger. Even if he was a wave champion with an extremely powerful body, there was no way his eye could resist that attack. Redirecting all of his current essence wave to his eyelid would still not be enough, as that steel piece could pierce it. Damn it! Wink could not help but curse in his mind before hastily breaking the seal over his essence wave and making it explode with the full power of someone at the wave champion rank. An immense amount of essence wave blasted out of Wink's body, sending Cain flying away. Cain clashed with the ceiling before falling to the ground, and this time he seemed to have been thoroughly knocked out. When the cadets stared at Wink, they could not believe what they saw. Wink's right eyelid was bleeding. A level 2 astral wave warrior made a wave champion bleed. No one would believe such a thing to be possible, yet it happened. Wink was doing his best to remain calm, but his heart still beat like crazy. Had he not released the full power of his essence wave, that steel piece would have destroyed his right eye and possibly reached all the way to his brain. He never intended to win by landing a direct blow. Everything he did from the moment he stood up was done with the sole purpose of killing me. A flash of dread appeared in Wink's eyes as he stared at the unconscious Cain. Someone so young, with such monstrous talent, scheming mind, and ruthless heart, was destined to be a horrible monster. As the dread vanished and his heartbeat began to slow down, a vicious smile appeared on Wink's face, one that he had never shown to the cadets before. The cadets were surprised by Wink's change. Before, he gave them the feeling of a great beast in slumber, but now he resembled a monster ready to jump into a killing frenzy. That was a sight of Wink that only those that had fought by his side had seen. This brat, if he manages to survive the tribulations in his path, will become a true monster. Excellent. The reason for Wink's murderous aura was the picture he had of Cain butchering members of the dark races. There was no more beautiful scenery for a soldier of the Imperial military force than that. Cain opened his eyes, and there was confusion in them as he attempted to remember what had just happened when a horrible pain assaulted him. It was as if someone had just split his brain in two. Ah! Cain grabbed his head with an expression of utter agony. What the hell? The pain almost made him pass out again, but luckily it did not last long. After a few seconds, it was gone, and he heard a voice. "Are you fine?" Hearing a voice at any time was not odd for Cain due to Apex's presence, but the one speaking was a woman. He stood up and saw that he was in his residence, and Levi and Bielsa were with him. "What are you two doing here?" Cain was perplexed about the entire situation. The last thing he remembered was his training with Wink, but after that, everything became blurry. There were memories, but it was like trying to remember an old dream. Levi and Bielsa looked at each other before nodding. The first one adopted a solemn expression as he began to speak. "After you black out, we offered to bring you to your residence. As for what happened before that..." Levi paused before sending a video to Cain through his AI chip. Cain was full of questions, so he did not hesitate before opening the video. Shock immediately appeared in his eyes as he saw the power and skills he displayed in that semi-unconscious state. It was just too outrageous, and not just his domain over the Four Waves arts, but his scheming mind and tactics reached an incredible level. This is really me? Even though the video clearly showed him, Cain found it hard to fathom the one fighting against Wink with the current him. "You are not the only one surprised. Your actions shocked the entire class, including us. We were wondering if you had some secret skill, but by your expression, it seemed that you didn't know what had just happened." Bielsa spoke calmly, not hiding her curiosity about Cain's condition or interest in that state. Neither she nor Levi would pressure Cain to obtain information about that state, but that did not mean they would pretend they did not care or were interested. Honesty was the main pillar of any true friendship. Cain stared at the duo for a few moments before sighing. "In the past, there had been times when my mind became extremely clear, granting me absolute control over my emotions, heightening my senses, and improving my control over my astral wave. In all of them, I was conscious, and my skills never reached such an outrageous level as displayed in the video." Levi and Bielsa showed a small smile when they heard that, and their posture became much friendlier. The information Cain gave them would grant them nothing, but it was proof of their trust in each other. "You should be careful from now on. Many envious people would think that you have some secret treasure or ability due to your actions, and they could target you." Bielsa's voice grew cold as she spoke those words, and her attitude affected the other two. Being a monstrous genius and lacking background was never a good combination. It would not be that odd if some noble families attempted to kidnap Cain to look for the secret behind his abilities. Cain frowned as he heard that, since from now on, he could not simply leave the Imperial Lightning Fort. The lack of power again restrained his movements, just like with Solar Jones. However, unlike before, when he felt a crushing pressure assaulting his mind, enlightenment appeared in his eyes, and he smiled. "Ha ha ha, how did I not see it before? It is simple. I just need to grow stronger." A flash of red light crossed Cain's eyes as he found the answer to all the problems that had been assaulting him. Power. It might sound simple, but it was not. Of course, the idea of solving his problems with raw power crossed Cain's mind before, but he never truly entertained it since it was not something he could achieve by just wanting it. However, in that video, he deployed a battle power that could have allowed him to face a level 5 wave warrior. That meant he had the strength and potential to solve his problems with his fists. The blockade in Cain's mind shattered after that, and he felt an inner peace that relaxed his entire body. Levi and Bielsa had no idea what was happening in Cain's mind, but they noticed the flash of red light in his eyes and how his entire demeanor changed. It had a calm surface, but a force was ready to burst beneath it. "Since you are fine, we should be leaving." Bielsa stood up as she said that, but then her eyes caught the sight of a small altar. She and Levi had been in the room for almost an hour, but they were entirely focused on Cain and did not have the time to look around. The man had green eyes and black hair, just like Cain, but that was where the similarities ended. Bielsa even noticed physical characteristics that made her narrow her eyes. "Is that your father?" Cain noticed Bielsa's expression as she asked that question, and he smiled. "Yes, that man is my father, the only one I have. That will always be true even if we do not share blood." Cain stood and went to the altar before perming a deep bow. "I am an orphan. According to what my father told me, he found me in a forest near a battlefield. From that moment, he cared for me and raised me to become the man I am today." Levi and Bielsa were a little surprised to find out the almost mythical origin of Cain. After that, the duo did leave for their residences, leaving Cain alone. Once he was alone again, Kane adopted a severe expression. The way he behaved in the video was incredible and showed immense power. But while Kane would not hesitate to kill someone on a battlefield, he would not do it in mere training. If Wink had acted a little slower, that piece of steel would have pierced into his brain. Even a wave champion could not endure such a traumatic injury. Apex, did you or the absolute life form system have anything to do with that behavior? Apex's attitude toward Kane had always been one of superiority, but this time he did not dally or play games. The stronger you were, the more importance you gave your ego and personality. The absolute life form system cannot act without your commands. Although I have the power to kill you, I cannot directly affect your personality. The cause for your state during that video was neither of us. Kane nodded as he understood there was no reason for Apex to lie to him, not to mention that the actions displayed in the video were not exactly wise. No matter how exceptional his talent was, had Kane killed Wink, nothing good would have happened. Then what just happened? Kane had always been curious about the odd state he entered when pushed to his limits. Since they had never affected his personality, he did not worry too much, but things had changed. I have been doing some research from the moment that first happened during your encounter with the Aatrox. While I have found records in the Empire Science Academy containing some clues, the information that could give us a clearer answer is out of reach for the current, basic hacking tool. Kane could only sigh as he heard that. There was not much he could do if things were like that. He would just have to wait for the AI chip module to grow stronger or find another way to get that information. For the time being, Kane focused on the things he could control, like his cultivation. Now that his mind had finally regained its peace, he could train with complete calm. Kane felt his astral wave revolving around his body even faster than before, nurturing every cell of his body and increasing his energy pool. After a few hours, he stopped cultivating, ate a large meal, took a long shower, and slept comfortably. The next day, like usual, Kane went to the auditorium for his class, but he noticed how many people kept looking at him on the way. It was clear that yesterday's events had already spread around the military academy. Kane simply ignored their glances. None of them had the power to do anything to him, and even if they had, none would dare to attack him inside the Imperial Lightning Fort. As Kane was about to reach the auditorium, he noticed Levi in the distance. He got closer to this one and immediately noticed something odd. Levi's head had no hair left, and his skin looked smooth like a baby's. Although those characteristics could draw some laughs, Kane was actually amazed. You went through marrow washing? You went through marrow washing? Kane did not hide his amazement as he realized Levi's accomplishment. What Kane referred to as marrow washing was a process in which a wave warrior expelled the body's impurities. Not just that accumulated in the skin but those that reach the marrow. It was an excruciating process but also a tremendous lucky chance, especially for astral wave warriors. Astral wave cultivators need to pay special focus to their foundation, and in the wave warrior rank, marrow washing played an essential part in it. Ha ha ha, that is right. I entered level 3 yesterday during the night, and that rush of astral wave running through my body allowed me to go through marrow washing. Levi's face showed immense pride as he uttered those words. It made sense. After all, the sooner you begin to experience marrow washing, the greater your future cultivation prospects will be. Even talented individuals find it hard to experience marrow washing before level 4. The fact that Levi experienced it just as he entered level 3 meant that he would almost definitely become a level 7 wave warrior and would not have a hard time becoming a wave champion. Kane was not surprised that Levi managed to enter level 3, as this one already stood very close to that level once they left the secret trial. Kane and Levi did not waste time and entered the auditorium. Many cadets were already seated, and the duo immediately became the center of attention. The cadets' gazes carried many emotions. Some were curious, others amazed, but many also showed envy and jealousy. Kane and Levi ignored those gazes and went to their usual seats, where Bielsa was already waiting. Whispers filled the auditorium for a few minutes, but once Razman arrived, everybody became silent. The dwarf-like teacher stared at Kane for a moment once he reached the podium but did not dally for long and began the class. Today's class will focus on the use of poison. Since the physiology of the dark races varies, some toxins are incredibly effective against some while doing almost nothing against others. Rasmund's class about poison was not very exciting, but all the cadets understood its value. As for the notion that using those methods was not honorable, that was a foolish and naive way to look at things, and war swallowed all those that thought that way. Once the class ended, Kane returned to his residence and did the usual. He paid respect to his father's altar, trained, ate, showered, and slept until the next day. Once Kane woke up, he went to the auditorium to attend Vice Captain Joseph's military tactic class. We will focus today's class on the use of destructive methods to break apart the enemy's chain of command. Vice Captain Joseph's strict aura did not change as he began to impart his knowledge to the cadets. The chain of command was critical on any battlefield, and any flaw could cause thousands of deaths. Learning how to disrupt it was imperative, and every cadet knew it. Kane, Levi, and Bielsa paid full attention to the class. Once it was over, the trio left the auditorium. Wait a moment. Before the trio could disperse, Levi spoke to the two of them. I am going to the Pillars of Trial and wanted to know if you two would like to accompany me. The Pillars of Trial was not a foreign concept for Kane since it was in the information given to him by the military academy regarding the Imperial Lightning Fort. They were special facilities with trials that members of the military could take. The pillars were not in the cadet section of the Imperial Lightning Fort but in the central part, where soldiers resided. Cadets could test their abilities in the Pillars of Trial, and there was even a ranking designed for them, but unless you reached level 3, going there was inviting mockery. Actually, I was already planning to go to the Pillars. Bielsa allowed a wisp of her aura to reach the duo, allowing them to see that she had also achieved level 3. Levi and Bielsa turned to Kane to see what he would do. Although his strength was too weak to achieve anything in the pillars, there was no problem in checking them out, so he agreed. The trio went to the gate that connected the cadet section and the main part of the Imperial Lightning Fort. Once they reached it, they found a familiar face. The one guarding the gate was an old man with a skinny body, the same one Vice Captain Joseph addressed as Sir Oliver when Kane and Levi took part in the secret trial. Oliver opened his eyes once he saw the trio arrive, and a small smile appeared. Kane, Levi, and Bielsa felt those eyes could pierce into their souls. Even wink could not make them feel that way. You two reached level 3 and want to use the Pillars of Trial. Quadruple A, the youth. Oliver said nothing more before waving his hand and opening the giant gate. The trio gave a respectful bow to the man and were about to cross the gate when they heard him speak again. This time his target was not Levi or Bielsa but Kane. You are too weak for the Pillar of Strength, Pillar of Destruction, Pillar of Resilience, and Pillar of Speed. However, I advise you to take the Pillar of Mind. Kane was a little surprised by the advice and was full of questions, but Oliver closed his eyes the next second. In the end, he just nodded and carried on. As soon as the trio crossed the gate, they detected many powerful auras. Unlike in the cadets section, where you would find it almost impossible to see level 3 wave warriors, they were common in this place. The trio did draw attention, as Levi's sign of marrow washing and Bielsa's beauty were odd, even for those soldiers. However, the trio stayed focused and went straight to the Pillars of Trial. It did not take long for the trio to arrive at the pillars, as they were purposely placed close to the cadets section. It made sense since they were one of the few facilities cadets could use in the main part of the Imperial Lightning Fort. Kane was amazed by the Pillars of Trial. Each of them was a gigantic structure that rose for hundreds of meters, purely black and equal in every sense except for the words engraved on their surface. Each pillar had written the type of trial they performed in glowing words, and beneath them were two lists. One list was the soldier ranking, and the other was the cadet ranking. Okay, I will go first. I will use the Pillar of Strength. It won't take long. Levi showed a confident smile as he walked to the massive black pillar. There was no queue, as multiple people could use the Pillar of Strength simultaneously. Levi just put his hand over the pillar's surface before vanishing. There was no way for Kane and Bielsa to see what Levi did inside the Pillar of Strength, but they could have an idea of just how well he did by looking at the cadet ranking. The cadet ranking had 10 places, and at the bottom, there was the name Stellar Wrath with the description mid-level 3 strength by its side. Most of the names were cadets of previous generations, and since they managed to engrave their names in the ranking, they were incredibly talented. Even the Na Degree 10 position was a great honor, and it would also grant them a reward in the form of military credits. After 10 minutes, a change happened in the ranking. The name Stellar Wrath vanished, only to be replaced by Blood Inferno, and the legend by its side had late level 3 strength. There was always a great number of people paying attention to the ranking in the Pillars of Strength, so seeing a change in it drew a lot of attention, even if it was in the cadet ranking. Levi exited the pillar a few minutes later, and everybody focused on him. He just smiled as he got back to Bielsa and Kane. Bielsa did not say a word before going to the Pillar of Destruction. That trial focused on the destructive power that a wave warrior could achieve. Just like with Levi, once Bielsa touched the pillar, she vanished. Kane and Levi focused on the cadet ranking of the Pillar of Destruction, and after a few minutes, they saw how the Na degree 10 position also changed. Bielsa managed to take that spot, and the pillar classified her destructive power as late rank 3. Levi's smile froze as he saw Bielsa walking toward him. He had shown such bravado just now, and she achieved the same. Kane only smiled as he saw the duo exchange challenging glances and walk toward the Pillar of Mind. He put his hands over it and vanished. The moment Kane was teleported into the Pillar of Mind, a message arrived at his AI chip module. Cadet, prepare yourself. The trial of mind will begin in 2 minutes. The trial will submit you to increasing levels of mental pain, measuring your willpower. The test will last until you ask for the trial to stop or fall unconscious. The more you last, the higher your ranking will be. We advise you to end the trial once you feel you can no longer endure it, as passing out could lead to some minor brain trauma. Kane nodded once he heard the robotic voice and adopted a meditative position before emptying his mind and calming his heart. As he waited, he went through his understanding of willpower. It was a very abstract concept in the old world, but now that the Godslayer humankind's knowledge reached such an immense level that even embarked on the soul, many scholars have studied it. Of course, the level of information that Kane could access was too shallow, and he only knew 2 important facts. One was willpower being part of an individual's soul, and the other was that cultivation had an enriching effect on it. Wave cultivators did not suffer from ailments like post-traumatic syndrome and the like because their cultivation improved their willpower, allowing them to cope better with war trauma. Kane began to feel mental pressure after 2 minutes, just like the message said. However, it was so weak that he barely detected it. I guess it starts really slow in case a level 1 wave warrior would be so dumb as to test the pillars. Kane did not overthink the slow starting point and remained focused. However, after half an hour, Kane felt almost no real pain. For a moment, he thought that the Pillar of Mind had malfunctioned. Only when the hour mark arrived did Kane begin to feel real pain. It was not too severe but enough to make him frown. As time went by, the pain kept growing stronger until the point it truly pushed him to his limits. Kane had no way of knowing just what level he had reached, but he did not want to quit. At least, he hoped to gain a mark that would put him at level 3. 10 minutes later, when Kane's time inside the Pillar of Mind almost reached 2 hours, he could no longer endure it. Stop. The pain assaulting his mind vanished as soon as Kane uttered those words. He was pale and cold sweat soaked his body. Kane fell to the ground as he felt he had no energy left. His body was in perfect condition, but if his mind could not operate it, then there was not much he could do. Apex, exactly how long did I spend inside the trial? 1 hour and 57 minutes. Kane could not help but show an odd expression. Levi and Bielsa took around 10 minutes in each trial and reached late level 3. Although the Pillar of Mind should be different from the others, since I was inside for so long, maybe I reached level 4. A smile appeared on Kane's face as he thought of that. Once he could finally stand up properly, he sent the command, and the Pillar of Mind teleported him outside. The first thing that received Kane's sight after the teleporting was a massive crowd. Hundreds of soldiers were waiting outside the Pillar of Mind, and he became the sole focus of their eyes. Kane could see the shock in their gazes and did not understand what was happening. Levi and Bielsa immediately appeared by his side, and the duo's expressions were no different than the soldiers. An idea came to Kane's mind, and he turned to the cadet ranking to see just what level he had reached. As he saw the position of Saint of Killer in the ranking, he could almost not believe it. Na degree 1 Saint of Killers. However, that was far from enough to cause so much shock. Everybody looked at Kane as if he was a monster because of the legend next to the title. Late Wave Champion Willpower. What? Kane could not believe what the Pillar of Mind's cadet ranking had written. Even if the cultivation was not primordial in determining your willpower, it was still a core component. Finding a level 9 wave warrior with willpower at the early wave champion would raise massive havoc. So one could imagine how surprised people would feel with a level 2 wave warrior that reached the late wave champion. The only reason Kane could thank for his incredible level of willpower was his identity as a reincarnator or the fact that the absolute life form system had fused with his soul. Unfortunately, he did not have time to focus on an answer as he was in grave danger. Having a high ranking should be great for him, but it was too high and would definitely draw envy. Kane did not have a background that could act as a deterrent, and while his name did not technically appear in the cadet ranking, it could not belong to anyone else but him. Suddenly, Kane's instincts began to scream danger as a handsome soldier with blonde hair and a tall body walked toward him. "Cadet, your actions inside the Pillar of Mind raised too many suspicions. Do not resist and come with me." The man spoke those words with a righteous expression as if he was some hero of justice. The actions of the blonde man caused many soldiers to frown, as they were curious about Kane's feat, but none dared to defy him. Kane could see the greed hidden in the blonde man's eyes and knew nothing good would wait for him if he went with this one. Asking for help did not seem like a choice, as that man had some level of background by the way the other soldiers acted around him. Apex. The system spirit knew what Kane wanted and immediately used the pseudo-cellular analysis tool on the blonde man. Scan of target completed. Name, race, Godslayer humankind. Lineage, path of power, astral rebirth, level 7 wave warrior. He looks so young and is already a level 7 wave warrior. Just what kind of talent is that? Kane clenched his fist as the absolute life form system showed him that information. There was no way he could face a level 7 wave warrior. Of course, even if the opponent had so much power he could never defeat him, Kane would not just surrender. No matter how futile it might be, he would fight. Levi and Bielsa did not move from Kane's side. There was no fear in their eyes as they faced the blonde man. Although even together, the trio had no way of defeating this one, they could at least make things hard enough so the higher-ups in the Imperial Lightning Fort could not simply turn a blind eye to what happened here today. Seeing the defiance in the trio made the blonde man's eyes show coldness and a flash of killing intent. Yet, soon a smile emerged, as he was sure he could defeat them without much commotion. Unfortunately for the blonde man, a sky-blue fog flooded the terrain before he could get close to Kane. It affected all the soldiers but generated a vacuum around the three cadets. When Kane saw that fog, he remembered Wink's free flow. However, this one had greater control and power, pressuring all the soldiers while avoiding harming him, Levi, and Bielsa. Who was the one that dared to question the Pillar of Mind? Everybody focused in the distance and saw an old man walking toward them. His body seemed very weak, yet he was the origin of the sky-blue fog that restrained all the soldiers. Kane immediately recognized that old man as Oliver, who advised him to attempt the Pillar of Mind. Oliver walked until he was right in front of the soldiers and focused on the blonde man doing his best to stand straight. "You were the one that insinuated that a level 2 wave warrior could trick the Pillar of Mind?" The blonde man was not even able to give an answer before all of the sky-blue fog concentrated on him, pushing him to the ground while coughing blood. Oliver glanced at the blonde man for a moment before turning toward Kane, Levi, and Bielsa. "I think you three fulfilled the purpose of your trip here. Return to the cadets section. No one would dare to stop you now." Kane, Levi, and Bielsa stared at the old man for a moment before giving a deep bow and walking away. Things would have been much harder had it not been for Oliver's arrival, so they were truly thankful. Kane was full of questions for the old man since it seemed this one knew something like this would happen. But now, it was not the time. Just as the trio was leaving, Kane heard Oliver's voice in his mind. "Brat, I will come to visit you at night. There is someone very interested in meeting you." Kane's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He turned toward Oliver and nodded before continuing to walk. When Kane, Levi, and Bielsa returned to the cadets section of the Imperial Lightning Fort, they took a deep breath and finally relaxed. The trip to the Pillars of Trial was supposed to be fun, but it turned into a dreadful one. Kane showed an odd smile as he remembered the legend written in the cadet ranking. He had willpower equal to a late wave champion, meaning his talent in that aspect was overwhelming. Unfortunately, monstrous willpower would not offer any form of protection to the envious people that wanted to dissect him to know the secret behind his abilities. As the pressure of the world came crashing down on Kane, he remembered a phrase his father had told him. There is no way to change the past. Accept it with serenity, and find the courage within yourself to mold the future according to your will. Kane clenched his fist, and a red light appeared in his eyes as he pushed all doubts and fears away. No matter what, he would take everything the world sent him and rise above all his tribulations. You are not alone. We are with you. Bielsa uttered those words as she put a hand over Kane's right shoulder. That is right. As long as we grow powerful enough, even a wave champion would not dare to mess with us. Levi's eyes glowed with determination as he patted Kane's left shoulder. Kane could not help but show a radiant smile as he saw the duo. True friendship is very hard to get. Once you obtain it, you must cherish it with all your heart. Thank you both. I should rest. I will not take any mission for the time being. Although it would hurt my credits, it is better to be safe. Kane did not mind the lack of credits as he already had plenty, but the missions were also a great way to train. Indeed, you should not take missions, but I don't think you would need to worry about credits for the time being. After all, you took first place. Kane's eyes widened when he heard Levi's words. Indeed, entering the cadet ranking would grant military credits, and the higher you were, the more you would obtain. System, show me my military credits. The absolute life form system followed Kane's command, and soon he learned just how many military credits were in his possession. Vessel's military credits, 29,340. The Imperial Lightning Fort sent 25,000 military credits to Vessel 22 minutes ago. Kane could hardly believe what he saw. 25,000 military credits were more than most cadets would gain in their entire journey in the military academy. Just as a framework, some wave champions' cultivation techniques cost less than 20,000 military credits. It is almost 30,000. Levi and Bielsa were surprised by that number, and an odd expression appeared on their faces the next second. Good luck with your riches. Yeah, we won't entertain your filthy rich grace. The duo left but not before uttering those mocking words to Kane. Kane almost laughed when he saw the duo's comic behavior and shook his head before returning to his residence. He bowed to his father's altar before focusing. Apex, are you or the system the reason for my abnormal willpower? My presence and that of the absolute life form system do have some effect on your willpower and mind, but the real reason should be your identity as a reincarnator. Your soul and mind are special since you are an entity that managed to endure the purging force of the eternal river of the afterlife. So it makes sense for your willpower to be outrageous. Kane nodded since Apex's words made sense. There was no way the soul of something that managed to reincarnate would be simple. There were many things Kane could do right now, such as training or searching through the Imperial Military Academy network for treasures to assist his cultivation, but he did not. Instead, he closed his eyes and calmly meditated. It was already midnight when Kane opened his eyes and walked toward the door before opening it. Oliver stood on the other side with a smile as he stared at the young cadet. Are you ready? Would it make a difference if I say no? Oliver was surprised to hear Kane say that with such a carefree attitude. He smiled before shaking his head. Kane nodded, and the duo left the residences. Once they were outside the building, Oliver grabbed Kane's clothes, and before he could say anything, they rose into the sky. Kane was shocked to see that. Although flying did not seem that impressive considering all the strength powerful wave cultivators could unleash, it was still an amazing feat. He focused on Oliver and saw how this one slightly kicked the air with his feet, allowing him to move in a three-dimensional frame. Although Kane would have liked to analyze that skill in more detail, Oliver flashed through the sky at an incredible speed once they were high enough. The duo left the cadets section in less than a minute and crossed into the main part of the Imperial Lightning Fort. Once there, Oliver continued flying, and Kane's eyes widened as they saw the direction they were heading. The Titan Tower. Kane was shocked to see their destination. Although the tower had more than the Titan, anyone who could reside in it was a powerhouse capable of destroying entire cities. Most of them focused solely on their cultivation, and while they marched into war, They only took part in battlefields containing millions of soldiers and were considered trump cards. Oliver remained silent the entire trip and only spoke once they reached the Titan Tower. "The one you are about to meet is my master, Lord Zarok. Just answer truthfully, as there is no way to hide anything from him." Kane could feel the respect and awe in Oliver's voice as he spoke about Lord Zarok, making it clear just how imposing that person was. The duo descended to the ground and entered the Titan Tower through the main gate. There was no one in there, only a large hall. Oliver and Kane walk forward until they reach a teleportation matrix. It glowed before making the duo vanish. The teleportation forced Kane to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a massive room. The wall to his right had hundreds of skulls belonging to different creatures, and on the left were all kinds of broken weapons. The skulls and weapons unleashed an aura that made Kane feel immense pressure. However, they were nothing compared to the middle-aged man sitting on a large throne at the end of the room. The man had blue hair, a large body roughly 2 meters tall, and wore a red martial robe that perfectly fit his muscular complexion. He stood there with his eyes closed, but the pressure of his existence made the surroundings tremble. Lord Zarok. It was clear to Kane that the imposing man was Oliver's master. Lord Zarok slowly opened his eyes, and when Kane saw them, he was shocked. He is blind. That thought crossed Kane's mind when a blue light emerged from Zarek's eyes, and he felt an immense pressure on his mind. It was so powerful that he immediately fell to his knees and almost passed out. Luckily for Kane, the pain faded again in less than a second. He was gasping for air on the ground when a terrifying realization struck him. That man could kill me with just his gaze. Whatever Zarok did, it did not involve wave and struck directly into Kane's mind. So your willpower truly equals that of a late wave champion. Interesting. That voice echoed through the room, making Kane feel they were spoken directly to his ear. That was a test. Had I cheated on the Pillar of Mind, who knows what could have happened. Although Kane did not enjoy being put on trial, he did not let his emotions get out of control and calmly stood up. Anyone else would have vowed in the presence of someone with so much power, but Kane remained straight. What kind of man would he be if he lowered himself with a man that almost killed him? Despite Zalar's eyes being those of a blind man, it was clear he had perfect awareness of his surroundings. When he saw Kane's refusal to vow in his presence, a smile appeared on his face. "Good, you have an unwavering spirit. By the way, I would not lower myself by killing a mere level 2 wave warrior. If you had cheated somehow in the Pillar of Mind, I would only have sent you to prison." Kane's eyes narrowed when he heard that, and after a moment, he performed a small vow out of respect for such a warrior of the Godslayer humankind. "I am very busy and like to get straight to the point. I made Oliver bring you here since you are 1 in a billion. You are a life form born with a sacred organ other than the evolution core and the rebirth heart." Kane was shocked to hear those words. The sacred organs were the most incredible gift humankind possessed and were what made them rise above beasts and other lower life forms. The essence evolution core and the astral rebirth heart allowed a simple mortal to rise to a level where they could unleash the same power as a weapon of mass destruction. Access to a third sacred organ could only be considered a divine lucky chance, especially if it could achieve synergy with the other two. Kane focused and made sure to engrave every word of Zarok in his mind. "Before I tell you about the third sacred organ, I would like to know your understanding of willpower and its importance in cultivation." Zarek's voice was calm, but there was solemnity in it, making it clear just how important that question was. Kane did not answer immediately and took a moment to review all the information he had gained up to this point. Only after 5 minutes did he speak. "Willpower is related to our mental fortitude and born of the hardship and tribulations a man experiences through his life. It can improve our ability to endure spiritual and mental attacks. And from a certain point of view, it is necessary to endure the long and solitary journey through cultivation." Kane's words made sense and were what most cultivators believe regarding willpower. A practical force for defense against mental attacks and which would make the cultivation path easier. "Wrong!" Zarok shouted with so much strength that it almost burst Kane's eardrums. Kane felt his surroundings tremble, and Zarek's power again shocked him. There was no wave fluctuation, yet those sound waves almost made him pass out. "Your answer is extremely flawed. If willpower only helped us defend against mental attacks and persevere through our cultivation journey, why would we waste so many resources to create the pillar of mind? Zarok took a deep breath as he raised his right hand, and the next second, a massive sphere of astral wave emerged on top of it. Cain was shocked to see the massive sphere of astral wave and was sure that if Zarok fired it at him, there would not be a single trace of his body left. Focus! Zarok shouted that word before his eyes glowed with blue light again. The next second, that sphere of astral wave transmuted into raging water streams, and immediately after that, it became a blazing fireball. It began to change between the 5 elements at a shocking speed, but that was far from all. Zarek's eyes glowed with even greater blue light before that massive sphere morphed into a mighty serpent dragon that flashed through the room. Cain's eyes widened as he saw the level of control that Zarek's had over his wave, especially over the wave art that astral rebirth cultivators found most difficult of all, wave transmutation. Suddenly a sense of enlightenment appeared in Cain as he saw that the mightier Zarek's control over his astral wave became, the more blue light appeared in the eyes of this one. Cain's eyes glowed with red light as his wave cloak emerged and began to burst with incredible might, instantly reaching 450% wave burst and rising faster and faster. Oliver's eyes widened as they saw Cain's actions, and not even the mighty Zarok could hide his shock. With that simple demonstration, the cadet figured out one of the key secrets behind the importance of willpower. The red light in Cain's eyes vanished after a few seconds, leaving his wave cloak in disarray and reducing the might of his wave burst. A sharp pain assaulted his mind, but that did not stop him from smiling as he finally figured it out. Willpower can be considered an energy wave born from the soul and can grant you overwhelming control over your wave. The force that saved his life when he faced the Aatrox inside the secret trial, allowed him to overcome Dimitri and Nira's scheme, and granted shocking mastery over the 4 wave arts was his willpower. Ha 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 ha, not only are you incredibly talented, but your mind is also extremely keen, and with a simple demonstration, you figured it out. You are right. Willpower can allow you to display an incredible mastery over the 4 wave arts, which would translate into a massive boost in battle power. Zarok smiled as he uttered those words and was pleased with Cain's capabilities. However, that is just the beginning. Zarok made the serpent dragon disappear before raising a single finger and generating a small sphere of astral wave. Cain focused on the sphere and saw it had so little astral wave that he could easily form one. The small sphere of astral wave morphed into a fireball. It had so little power that even a level 1 wave warrior could take it head-on. However, everything changed once Zarek's eyes glowed, and that blue light began to fuse into that tiny fireball. That fireball burst with immense power, and just the heat waves it unleashed forced Cain to trigger his wave cloak. I can infuse my willpower into the astral wave to strengthen any spell or ability. If his willpower is strong enough, a level 2 wave warrior could easily shoot a fireball that could kill a level 7 wave warrior. Zarok made the sphere disappear after a second before taking a deep breath. Up to this point, I have shown you how your willpower can help your wave show greater power, but what comes next involves a radical change. Cain felt how every trace of Zarek's wave vanished, and the blue light in his eyes reached its zenith. Zarok opened his palm before slowly beginning to close it. Rumble! Cain's eyes widened as the entire room began to tremble as if an invisible force was crushing it. It did not take long for cracks to form in the walls. They were in the Titan Tower, a structure that, in theory, should be able to endure the destructive power of a nuclear bomb. Yet, Zarok generated cracks on it by simply closing his fist. If your willpower is strong enough, it can affect the world around you, allowing you to display a power that could crush a peak wave champion to a pulp. Cain could not hide the awe assaulting his heart. There was no reason for Zarok to lie to him, which meant that if he developed his willpower to a certain point, he would be able to achieve that same level of destructive might. Zarok relaxed his fist, and the room stopped trembling. His face grew a little pale, making it clear that achieving that level of might by only relying on his willpower was not simple. I have shown you the might of willpower, and now I will explain how to train it. Zarok sent a stream of astral wave that formed a giant brain with flaming pathways that crossed every corner of it. Everything revolves around the 3rd sacred organ. I am talking about the one in our brain, the ego-eternal matrix. With it, we have access to the ego-eternal path of power. Kane could see that those flaming pathways were intertwined with the brain to such a point that it was impossible to split them apart without destroying both of them. In theory, every human has access to the ego-eternal matrix, but to activate it, one needs to achieve willpower equal to a late wave champion. Almost everybody needs the help of their essence evolution path of power or astral rebirth path of power to improve their willpower to reach that level. Kane listened to Zarak's words attentively, as he knew they were crucial for his future cultivation. However, unique cases like yours exist where the ego-eternal matrix is activated from birth. That meant that the energy wave unleashed from your willpower was at the late wave champion level from the beginning. For those that train the ego-eternal path of power, the strength of our willpower takes the name of ego wave. Our eyes usually glow with a strange light when we use it. Kane saw Zarak and Oliver's eyes glowed with blue light, making him remember the red light that appeared in his from time to time. Although your ego-eternal matrix is activated, you have yet to enter the first realm of the ego-eternal path of power. That is why your ego wave acts erratically, and when you use it for too long, your brain is hurt. Zarak waved his hand, making a crystal card appear before throwing it toward Kane. Kane focused on the crystal card and found out it had overwhelming information. In it, you will find the basis for the ego-eternal matrix and ego-eternal path of power. Once you enter the first realm, I will take you as a core discipline. Thrill filled Kane's heart when he heard that. Having a powerful master was always a good thing. For those who focus on the ego-eternal path of power as our primary source of strength, tribulations are not just important but fundamental in our growth. I already spread the news that you are under my protection, so no powerhouse would dare to put his hands on you. Of course, that will only protect you from attacks in the open. You will have to depend on your own strength for the rest. After those final words, Zarak signaled for Kane and Oliver to leave. The duo performed a deep bow toward Zarak before walking back to the teleportation formation. Zarak's eyes glowed, and a flash of blue light reached Kane's body before this one vanished. A meaningful gaze appeared on his face before he returned to his cultivation. Kane and Oliver left the Titan Tower and returned to the cadets' residences. Both of them remained silent the entire trip, which was fine for Kane as many things were going through his mind. It was after they were back at Kane's residence that Oliver spoke again. Lord Zarak is an extremely important character in the Empire, and becoming his student is a great lucky chance. That is all I can say about that. Good luck, young man. Oliver rose to the sky and vanished after that. A meaningful light appeared in Kane's eyes as he analyzed Oliver's words and entered his residence. Less than an hour had passed since he left, so nothing had changed. Apex, have you found any record of Zarak? Kane was not someone that blindly trusted people. While having a powerful master would be good for him, following someone without knowing anything about them could lead to disaster. Unfortunately, no. Whoever that man is, there is not a single public record of him, so he is very reclusive and powerful. Kane expected such an answer and nodded. There was still some time to sleep, so he began analyzing the crystal card Zarak gave him. There was a systematic approach to the ego-eternal path of power in that crystal card. The first line he read made it perfectly clear how essential willpower was for those who trained on that path. Willpower is your limiter. No matter how high your talent or how fast your ego wave increases, without strong willpower, you will never thrive in the ego-eternal path of power. It was not hard for Kane to understand the meaning of those words. He could access the first realm of the ego-eternal path of power at such low cultivation because his ego-eternal matrix was activated, granting him willpower equal to a late-wave champion from birth. If Kane does not increase his willpower beyond that point without external help, he will be stuck in the first realm until his cultivation in the astral rebirth path of power surpasses the wave champion rank, improving his willpower. Nevertheless, taking that path would drive his ego-eternal path of power to a supplementary role. According to the information in Zarak's crystal card, most wave cultivators use the ego-eternal path of power as a supplementary one, not having access to it before reaching the middle or late wave champion rank. You would have lost most of your potential if you accessed the first realm at that point. Wink must be one of the wave cultivators that doesn't take the ego eternal path of power as a primary power source. He should not even be aware of the ego eternal matrix, or else he would not have been baffled by my use of ego wave during the training. Kane spent the next 5 hours going through the information in the crystal card, and even then, he only scratched the surface, but the most important part for him was how to access the ego eternal path of power's first realm. There were 2 requirements, the most simple yet hardest being the activations of the ego eternal matrix. One must develop willpower through hardship and pain until the energy wave it generated could match that of a late wave champion. Your cultivation in either the essence evolution path of power or the astral rebirth path of power would immensely help develop your willpower. Nevertheless, if you overly rely on them, your ego eternal path of power will never be more than a side path. Kane was incredibly lucky since he was born with his ego eternal matrix activated from birth, most likely due to his identity as a reincarnator. However, the second requirement had nothing to do with luck and all with self-realization. You must detach yourself from all outside perceptions and find your true nature. Most people see themselves as reasonable and fair, but that is because they live in a world with rules, laws, and cultures that stop them from allowing their true nature to flourish. What would you become if nothing stopped you from following your deepest heart's desire? After understanding that, Kane put the crystal card away. He knew there was no way he would reach the level of enlightenment needed to enter the ego eternal path of power's first realm by simply meditating. As Zarak said, tribulations are fundamental in the growth of those who want to have the ego eternal path of power as a primary source of strength. I need to take on missions that push me to my limits. However, I must not be careless either. The first thing should be improving my battle power. Kane used the military network to search for 2 things. One was a skill that could improve his speed, and another a treasure that could improve his cultivation. It did not take him long to find what he was looking for. Lightning armament. Transmutate your astral wave into lightning that can cover your body. It also uses lightning to stimulate your nervous system to improve your reaction speed. A total of 3 levels. Useful up to the early wave champion rank. Cost: 2,500 Imperial military credits. Kane was very pleased with lightning armament. Although costly, it was among the best skills for wave warrior as it improved speed, offense, and defense. Although Kane already had lightning conversion, a skill that helped transmute his astral wave to lightning, it was too rigid and could only cover the body's outer layer. If Kane were to use it to affect his nervous system, he would end up severely harmed. Lightning armament was the skill that would improve his speed. As for treasure that would assist his cultivation, that was much more expensive. Dragon blood grass. Herb nurtured by the blood of a dragon. It has immense blood vitality and blood energy. Excellent for tempering the body of those that follow astral rebirth path of power and has a high chance of triggering marrow washing. Due to the calm nature of its energy, anyone above level 1 wave warrior can use it. Normally used for level 7 wave warriors to improve their chances to advance into the wave champion rank. Cost: 25,000 Imperial military credits. The dragon blood grass was a single-use item, yet it cost more than 10 times what lightning armament, but Kane did not find it odd. Cultivation was the base of all strength, and something that could help you rise from a wave warrior to a wave champion was bound to be costly. Of course, Kane did not intend to buy it just to keep it locked until he could advance to the wave champion rank. He would use it now, hopefully triggering his marrow washing, and improving his strength and talent. It did not take long for a drone carrying a crystal card and a small chest to arrive at his residence after Kane paid for the articles. Kane took the crystal card and branded it, transferring all the information into his AI chip module. Thanks to his lineage improving his talent regarding lightning, it was not hard for him to learn lightning armament's first level, allowing lightning to cover his legs and affect his nervous system, improving his reaction speed. There was still a long way before Kane mastered the first skill level, but his current proficiency improved his speed by at least 20%. Although he wanted to keep training and take a look at the dragon blood grass, it was already too late, and he was exhausted. Only after a long sleep and waking up refreshed and full of energy did Kane pick up the small chest and open it. As soon as he did that, a strong smell of blood inundated his residence, and he saw 3 slivers of red grass. Originally Kane intended to consume the slivers of grass immediately, but when he detected the blood energy flooding the room, an idea came to his mind. Kane made sure to shut down his room tightly, so no iota of the blood energy coming from the red grass could escape before adopting a meditative position and using the blood refinement art. A large smile appeared in Kane as he felt how the blood energy in the room was entering his body under the blood refinement art's guidance and began to nurture his flesh and blood. Just the residual energy that the dragon blood grass naturally released proved to be better than what Kane would obtain from using the hearts of level 3 wave beasts. Kane kept practicing the blood refinement art for over 19 hours until he finally consumed all the residual energy released from the dragon blood grass. There was a feeling in Kane's heart that if he consumed just one of the slivers of grass, a massive change would happen to him, and without hesitation, he did it. The moment that sliver of red grass entered Kane's mouth, he felt a wave of blood energy reaching every corner of his body. Kane did not waste a second before circulating his fiend devourer cultivation technique to handle the sudden rush of energy that flooded his entire body. He was doing his best, but there was simply too much energy, and he could not use it fast enough. It made sense that Kane would face such a problem. After all, the dragon blood grass was a cultivation resource meant for level 7 wave warriors. Those were individuals with much higher energy consumption than someone at level 2. If Kane did not do something fast, a significant amount of the energy flooding his body would begin to disperse. That was something he could not accept. Using the blood refinement art could help Kane handle that excess energy, but he was already focusing all his mental capacities on the fiend devourer cultivation technique. Determination appeared on Kane's face as he took a deep breath and focused on his brain, trying to perceive the ego eternal matrix. Although he was still far from achieving real control over his ego wave, now that he knew its location and principles, Kane found it much easier to use its power. Of course, since he had yet to reach the ego eternal path of power's first realm, there would be side effects, but that was not something that worried him. After a few seconds, a red light appeared in Kane's eyes, and everything around him became slower. His speed of thought and cognitive abilities rose to a new level, allowing him to achieve what a typical level 2 wave warrior could never do. Kane made his fiend devourer cultivation technique revolve at an even higher speed, driving even more energy into his rebirth heart, pushing his cultivation higher. At the same time, the blood refinement art took all the excess energy, allowing Kane to temper his flesh and blood. With both top-tier techniques working in conjunction, not even an iota of the dragon blood grass energy went to waste. Kane felt how the energy reached deeper and deeper into his bones, all the way to the marrow. For Kane, it was as if hundreds of tiny needles pierced his bones. It provoked excruciating pain, making the process harder, but he kept focus and revolved both techniques with even greater force. A black and foul substance soon emerged through Kane's pores. The pollution entered his body through the air he breathed from the sky and the food he consumed from the ground, and now he was finally beginning the process of purging it. Seeing the black substance leave his body only pushed Kane's determination higher. Blood leaked from his ears and nose due to mental stress, but he refused to take things slower. According to the information in the fiend devourer cultivation technique, marrow washing was classified according to percentages. It was impossible to eliminate all the body's pollution in the first one, so a wave warrior must go through it multiple times. That is why the sooner you begin, the better your cultivation prospects will be. If a wave warrior achieved a flawless marrow state, meaning they had completely purged all pollution from their body, they would have built a foundation capable of driving their cultivation to the peak wave champion rank without a problem. However, the flawless marrow state was incredibly difficult to achieve, with geniuses from powerful noble families finding it almost impossible to obtain without great lucky chances. The red light in Kane's eyes would vanish from time to time as he stopped using the ego wave. The mental distress was too great, forcing him to shut it down for a few moments before triggering it again, or else he would pass out from the pain. That meant there would be small windows of time when the blood refinement art stopped working, but the energy loss was minimal. If it were up to Kane, nothing would be lost, but he could not achieve perfection in every task. He was not a divine existence after all. Finally, after an hour of excruciating pain and feeling that his head would split in two, Cain consumed all the dragon blood grass, energy and could rest. Cain wanted nothing more than to jump into his bed and go to sleep, but his enhanced sense of smell could not tolerate the black substance spread all over his body. He dashed to the bathroom and began to wash his body. It took him over an hour to clean every spot. When he looked into the mirror after that, he almost found it hard to recognize the person in it. All his hair was gone, and his skin was like a newborn's. Although somewhat comical, Cain could not stop smiling, as the feeling of freshness in his body was overwhelmingly relaxing. As soon as Cain's body touched the bed, he fell asleep. The mental and physical pressure was too much, and he needed to rest before anything else. Cain slept for more than 10 hours, a very long time considering that thanks to the strength of his body, he needed less than half of that to be fully alert during the day. The first thing Cain did after waking up was figuring out his current marrow washing percentage. There were special facilities that could help Wave Warrior do that, but he had a tool capable of achieving that engraved in his soul. System, show me my current marrow washing percentage. Like always, the absolute life form system carried out Cain's command without delay. Scanning vessel's marrow. Marrow washing. 8% completion. Although 8% sounded very small, Cain could not stop smiling when he saw that number. A 4% completion was considered very good for your first marrow washing, with 6% something only geniuses could achieve. As for 8%, that was a feat reserved for the best of the best. Cain's talent in the astral rebirth path of power was good but far from exceptional. However, using his ego wave allowed him to undergo marrow washing using the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique and blood refinement art. This feat only made the desire for Cain to thrive in the ego eternal path of power even greater. System, scan me. Scanning vessel. Name, Cain Lorifer. Race, Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Astral rebirth, level 2 wave warrior. Lineage, lightning lupus. Wave talent. Low tier 4, greater than middle tier 4. Stats. Strength. 0.26, greater than 0.27. Agility. 0.32, greater than 0.32. Vitality. 0.33, greater than 0.38. Wave. 0.28, greater than 0.31. Destiny Force. 157.2. Waves of shock assaulted Cain as he saw the information granted by the system. First was the rise of his wave talent to the middle tier 4. There was no fundamental change in his bloodline, but marrow washing improved the ability of his body to draw life wave. Then came the boost in his stats. The last time he checked them was a week ago, yet it rose so much, especially his vitality. Cain figured out it had to do with a combination between his marrow washing and the fact it was the first time he had used a treasure like the dragon blood grass. He was sure that while the other 2 slivers of red grass would help his body, they would not have such an impressive effect. Finally, the greatest shock came from his destiny force, which had increased almost 2-fold. It did not take a genius to figure out the reason behind such a massive improvement. Even though Lord Zarak had yet to formally take me as a discipline, I am under his protection. That made my background, which was virtually non-existent, rise to the sky. The background was an important factor in an individual's destiny, and Cain now had a very powerful one. It would be easy for Cain to use part of that destiny force to fix the emotional instability, but he did not do it before, much less now. Fighting his instinctive desire and keeping a cold head would help Cain's willpower. Cain could still use the destiny force to improve his bloodline by using basic genetic enhancement, but he did not let his sudden wealth blind him. Apex, how do I improve the tools of the system's modules? The system spirit had told him many times before that his AI chip module would improve along with the force of his soul, but he never said that the same thing would happen with his other modules like the genetic coder module. Other than the AI chip module that will grow with your soul, you must improve the other modules using destiny force. Cain's eyes narrowed when he heard that answer. It was clear to him now that he should only use destiny force when absolutely necessary. Why did you not tell me that before? Why should I? I am not your babysitter. If you are too stupid to ask questions and prefer short-term benefits instead of looking at the bigger picture, that is your problem. Kane could only sigh as he heard that very apex-like answer. The system spirit would not stop him from making mistakes. Kane knew arguing with Apex would be futile, so he did not waste his time on it. Besides, he knew this one was right, and it was up to him to figure things out. He spent the next few days cultivating and increasing his astral wave. There were still 2 slivers of the dragon blood grass, but he was not ready to use them yet. When Monday came, Levi and Beals were surprised to see Kane's appearance, as it told the duo that he underwent marrow washing. Although they were astonished because Kane was still a level 2 wave warrior, it made sense once they connected it to the massive reward from the Pillar of Mind's cadet ranking. Kane did not hide the information about the ego eternal path of power and Zarak from the duo. There were no downsides in sharing it, as his unique ego eternal matrix only belonged to him, and no one could take it. Besides, the events in the Pillar of Mind were public knowledge, and he was sure that every powerhouse in the collapsing lightning sector already knew of his uniqueness. The fact that up until now, no one from any noble family even dared to contact him gave Kane an idea of just how powerful Zarak was. Of course, he never thought of blindly trusting his safety to a stranger. Not to mention that for those that focused on the ego eternal path of power, being under the constant protection of someone else was diametrical, as if crippled their willpower. With all the major problems handled, Kane began a sort of routine. He would go to the auditorium from Monday to Wednesday, improving his understanding of the wave, dark races, assassination, and military tactics. As for the rest of the week, Kane focused all that time on missions in which he would have to face strong and ferocious wave beasts. He made sure to pick the ones that would push him to the limit and where there was a real chance of death. If Kane wanted to push his mind and ego to a point where he could achieve the first realm of the ego eternal path of power, he needed to put himself in a position where his life was truly in danger. The only way Kane could free his mind from all external perception and find his heart's desire was through life and death trials. More than once, the enemies were so powerful that they forced him to run away. As the weeks passed, Kane's aura became sharper, and a sense of dangerous bloodlust emerged from his body due to all the death he unleashed. Kane returned to the Imperial Lightning Fort in the middle of the night. His hair had grown back, and while his skin kept its smoothness, there were minor wounds around his body due to the multiple battles. Kane got down from the military truck in which he arrived and sent it on its way with several corpses that he hunted down for his mission. As he saw the vehicle going away, a reflective light appeared in his eyes. Next week will mark 6 months since I arrived at the collapsing lighting, and the academy curriculum will change. The first 3 months of the military academy involved cultivation and physical training, but people like Kane took a different path through the secret trial. Next came the formative stage, which involved the 3 major classes Kane took every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. After 3 months, he had already learned everything Razman and Vice Captain Joseph could tough him regarding dark races, assassination, and military tactics. Wave cultivation classes were different as you would never have enough training in the 4 wave arts, and the ones imparted by Wink carried on. However, it was no longer mandatory for the cadets to assist them. People like Kane, who had already mastered his astral wave, did not need more classes as it would prove futile. It would be better for Kane to train his abilities with enemies that truly went after his life. The following 6 months were known as the Golden Months, as the collapsing Lightning Military Academy's cadets got access to great wonders. There were all kinds of courses available for them that would allow them to embark on professions, such as wave crafters and the like. If you proved talented in any profession, a fate full of wealth awaited you. Anyone could take those courses and prove their abilities and talent, but while they accepted everybody, they also asked for payment. Other than the access to professional courses, the Gold Months also granted a chance for the cadets to train in military specializations. Unlike the professions courses, which you would enter just by paying the fee, the military specialization courses would also test your talent in that field, and only the best of the best would be allowed to remain in them. For the cadets who neither had the money to take the professions courses nor the talent for the military specializations, They would spend the rest of their time in the military academy doing missions before returning to their homes. Kane ignored the profession courses as he did not have time to spend on them, nor the desire to learn them. However, things were different when it came to military specializations. There was one that really drew his attention. Military specialization. Assassin. According to the course description, the class would teach you how to infiltrate secure locations, keep a low profile, and the best and more practical ways of killing a person. Kane did not forget what happened in his first mission and how he swore to take Mayor Clacius's life. And since he did not want the Imperial military force branding him a criminal, he could not leave any evidence. He was walking toward his residence when his eyes widened. The reason was that light began to shine over the entire city, and was the middle of the night. A feeling of utter and absolute danger assaulted him as he looked to the sky and saw something he would never forget. A man was standing in the sky, bathed in golden flames that illuminated everything around him. Despite the immense distance between Kane and that man, this one unleashed such a terrifying presence that he felt they were right next to each other. However, what truly frightened him was the fact that the person in the sky was not a human but an Aatrox. Less than a second after his golden flames shone over the entire Imperial lightning fort, that man raised his hand and generated a massive meteorite. That meteorite was not only more than 500.000 meters wide, almost half the size of the fort, but golden flames also covered every corner of it, setting the oxygen in the sky ablaze. Kane could only watch as the Aatrox waved his hand down, firing that massive golden meteorite toward the Imperial lightning fort. A boom. It moved so fast that it instantly broke the sound barrier, generating a sonic boom. Kane had already faced death multiple times and found a way to survive every obstacle in his path. Still, seeing that golden meteorite about to crash into the Imperial lightning fort, he found no way out. There was nothing Kane could do. He would die once that meteorite clashed, regardless of how much he wanted and strived to survive. I am dead. That was the last thought that crossed Kane's mind when the golden meteorite was an instant away from crashing into the Imperial lightning fort. A boom. A massive explosion occurred, but unlike what Kane expected, the meteorite could not reach the Imperial lightning fort, as it crashed into an invisible force field that covered this one. Golden flames blasted in every direction as the meteorite shattered into thousands of pieces. Crack. Although the force field managed to endure that attack, cracks still appeared on its surface, making part of the blast's power and heat reach the Imperial lightning fort. The blast sent Kane crashing toward a building as fires started all over the fort. There was a metallic taste in his mind, but that mattered little as he could not take his eyes away from the sky. The Aatrox raised his hand and was about to form another one of those city killer spells. Kane's brain was still having a hard time processing what was happening when a stream of black lightning emerged from the highest level of the Titan Tower. It moved too fast for Kane to discern anything from it, but it clashed with the Aatrox, generating a blast of golden flames and black lightning before shooting into the distance. Kane was just rising from the ground, still having difficulty figuring out what to do next, when explosions and flashes of light appeared in the distance, far from the fort. A sense of utter dread assaulted Kane as he understood what was happening. Powerhouses of the dark races invaded Gaia. Brian Ing. The sound of alarms echoed through the Imperial lightning fort. Black lightning emerged from the Titan Tower, generating a dome over the fort. The next second, that same lightning formed hundreds of thunderbolts that flashed around the fort at a speed wave warriors could not follow with their eyes. Kane's eyes were glued to the Titan Tower as he saw this one activating its true power, and then dozens of figures emerged from it and flew into the distance. A boom, a boom, a boom. Every individual generated several sonic booms as they instantly achieved a speed many times faster than sound. All cadets must return to their residences and remain there until further notice. Anyone that disobeys this rule will be considered a traitor to the Godslayer humankind empire and executed on the spot. Kane was still trying to figure out what to do when that message arrived through his AI chip module. His mind was in shock, so he could not analyze that command but did not dare to defy it and dashed to his residence. It did not take him long to reach the building, and just like other cadets, Kane ran to his residence and only relaxed once the door closed behind him. The windows were now covered by a wall, shutting down any connection with the outside. That was done for two reasons: to protect the cadets and make sure none could leave. Until proven otherwise, everybody was a possible traitor. Kane would have noticed that if not for his current state of mind. He almost plummeted once he entered his room, and even then, he only had the strength to sit on the ground. The sight of that golden meteorite crashing toward the Imperial Lightning Fort did not leave his mind. Kane's greatest life and death tribulations up to this point were when he faced the Aatrox in the secret trial and Dimitri in the Whisper Forest. However, everything was different in those cases. Although the Aatrox and Dimitri were more powerful than Kane, he was not hopeless. He still had the power to face them or at least put up some resistance. Nevertheless, there was nothing Kane could do against that golden meteorite. His life was in the hands of others, and if not for the Lightning Imperial Fort's force field, he would have died. If my last mission had taken longer and I had not returned to the fort in time, what would have happened? That thought crossed Kane's mind, and his body began to tremble. Understanding how little control he had over his life was a hard blow. Apex was aware of Kane's mental state and was about to speak when he saw the hands of the young man stop shaking. Kane's eyes glowed with monstrous red light as the fear in his face vanished, and he began to clench his fists with so much strength that blood began to leak from his palms. I need to become stronger. Kane had already found the answer to these feelings and engraved them in his mind and soul. After a few minutes, he relaxed his hands, went to his father's altar, and bowed before beginning to train. He took out a small chest from his space ring. In it, there was the last of the slivers of dragon blood grass. Without hesitation, he consumed it, and by tapping into his ego wave, he revolved the Fiend Devourer cultivation technique and the blood refinement art simultaneously. Once the energy of the dragon blood grass was over, Kane took dark races, hearts from his space ring and began to consume them. He had purchased those through the military network. As his astral wave soared and blood energy tempered his body, Kane's mind began to relax, allowing him to analyze his surroundings. He noticed the state of his residence, making it impossible for him to leave. That, plus the previous message, made things clear for him. There is no way a cadet could have the power to damage the Imperial Lightning Fort, but there is a chance one of them could be a spy or traitor working for the other side. Since there is too little information up to this point, the higher-ups decided to be decisive and ruthless. Kane had not a problem with that, nor did he care about the cadets that did. He focused his mind solely on his training. 2 weeks passed before the walls covering Kane's windows were lifted, and the artificial intelligence controlling the building unlocked his doors. Kane was so focused on his cultivation that he barely noticed the change, but a message arrived that he could not ignore. Kane Lorifer, report with Vice Captain Joseph in the south gate of the cadets section. A sharp light appeared in Kane's eyes as he read the message. He calmed his revolving astral wave and bowed to his father's altar before leaving the building. Although Kane did not activate his wave cloak, he ran at an impressive speed toward the designated location. There was no way the collapsing lightning sector could have achieved peace in just a few weeks, and every minute counted in times of war. It did not take long for Kane to reach the south gate, and he saw many cadets already there. He quickly located Levi and Beals and headed to the duo. Of course, other than nodding, none of them said much since this was definitely not the time for small talk. The Titan Tower's lightning dome and thunderbolts were still protecting the fort, but the cadets couldn't say just how well it would resist attacks with the power of those golden meteorites. Safety was not something any cadet could say they felt right now, which explained the worry on their faces. Vice Captain Joseph stood in silence as the cadets formed in front of him. Although he seemed fine, Kane noticed burning cuts near his neck, making it clear how dangerous the last few weeks were for him. Unlike the cadets who remained in their residences, the Imperial Lightning Fort dispatched soldiers to the affected areas. Joseph was close to Wave Champion rank, hinting to Kane at the level of danger beyond the fort's walls. Once all the cadets were in formation, Joseph unleashed his aura, making all of them focus. Powerhouses of the dark races invaded the collapsing lightning sector and attacked all major cities. It was an extremely well-coordinated effort, and the one leading the assault was the one that attacked the Imperial Lightning Fort, an Aatrox god. When the cadets heard those last words, a monstrous fear assaulted their hearts. A god was a terrifying figure capable of killing millions in a matter of seconds, but one of the Aatrox Immortus race was a nightmarish monster that was virtually invincible in their minds. If the one leading the assault was an Aatrox god, what chance did they have to survive? Just how many people had already perished? Would they be next? Joseph remained silent as all those questions began to assault the hearts of the cadets, threatening to shatter their spirits. He spoke again when despair was about to break some of them. Luckily for us, the collapsing Lightning Duke was in the Titan Tower at the moment of the attack. He fended off the Aatrox god and, after a long battle, Joseph paused and waited for the cadet's expectation to reach the limit before showing a cold smile. The collapsing Lightning Duke killed the Aatrox god. Silence, utter and absolute silence reigned among the cadets after Joseph shouted those words. The Dark Races invasion of the collapsing lightning sector was a display of weakness by the Godslayer Humankind Empire, but a Titan killing an Aatrox god proved absolute power. Yes, we did. Some of the cadets could not control their excitement and shout. Joseph would usually reprimand that behavior but allowed it this time as he understood the pressure everybody had felt during the last few weeks. Even he, a seasoned soldier, felt his blood burning when the higher-ups informed him that the collapsing Lightning Duke killed the Aatrox god. The shock in Kane's heart was even stronger when he heard that news. That Aatrox bathed in golden flames standing in the sky was like a divine existence capable of unleashing city-killer spells with a wave of his hand, yet now he was dead. That black lightning. Kane had not forgotten the stream of black lightning that emerged from the Titan Tower and drove the Aatrox god away from the Imperial Lightning Fort. Until now, Kane had just assumed the one inside the black lightning had at most forced the Aatrox god to escape, but the fact he took that monster's life was incredible. Killing a Dark Races god was an incredible feat, but killing an Aatrox god was something only the greatest figures of the Godslayer humankind could claim credit for. Without even realizing it, absolute respect and immense admiration filled Kane's heart as he thought of the collapsing Lightning Duke. Vice Captain Joseph allowed the cadets to cheer for a few moments before raising his hand, making silence return. A severe expression appeared on his face as he carried on. Killing the Aatrox god took a tremendous toll on the collapsing Lightning Duke. He suffered severe injuries, and while his life was not in danger, he would have to spend a long time in secluded cultivation to recover. Otherwise, he would have already obliterated every trace of Dark Races warriors in the collapsing lightning sector with his own hands. Although that piece of information was not good, it did not surprise any of the cadets. A great battle was bound to leave wounds, especially if your enemy was a member of a race known for their incredible battle skills. No matter how amazing the collapsing Lightning Duke was, he was still a living entity and needed to heal after a great battle. During these last 2 weeks, soldiers from the Imperial Lightning Fort had traveled the entire sector, killing most of the Dark Races, powerhouses that came with the Aatrox god, but many remain at large. Of course, it is not your mission to hunt them down, as that would be suicide. Your job will be going to the cities affected by the incursion, enforcing military law, and establishing a perimeter where civilians can remain safe. Leaving the fort did not make the cadets happy, as they understood that there were still great dangers looming in the darkness, but none complained. All those here took part in the military academy's secret trial, so they were not foreign to dangerous battles. Besides, they were all smart enough to understand that the chances of finding a Dark Races powerhouse during their missions were almost null, as all those monsters were running away now that the Aatrox god had perished. Form groups of 10 according to your affinity. Vice Captain Joseph gave that command and waited. Usually, in the military, you don't have the right to choose your teammates, but that did not matter since they knew their roles and could adapt to any other soldier. But Kane and the others were cadets and had yet to reach that level of synergy. Kane, Levi, and Beals only glanced before giving a slight nod. That was all the trio needed to know they would be working together. They trusted each other, and none of them was so weak that it would become a burden. The trio was not very friendly with the other cadets. They simply joined a random group with 7 members to make the team. It was easy since everybody wanted the 3 Mighties cadets in their group. Once the cadets formed the teams, Vice Captain Joseph sent a file with their destination and with whom they would have to report once they arrived. Kane was a little surprised to find out that the city his group had to help would be Korean City. The mission involving that place gave birth to his first heart nightmare, and he had no pleasant memories of it. Of course, it never crossed Kane's mind to ask to be assigned to a different city. Since when did a soldier have the right to choose his battlefield? Less than 10 minutes after Vice Captain Joseph gave them their instruction and destination, all cadets groups boarded military trucks and left the Imperial Lightning Fort. Kane, Levi, and Beals were in the military truck heading to Korean City along with the other 7 members of their teams. The trio was the center of attention. Levi and Beals were the first cadets to reach level 3. Even among those at that level, they showed incredible battle prowess. As for Kane, while his cultivation was not that high, the killing skills he displayed when he faced Wink were still clear in all cadets' minds, and none dared look down on him. After a few minutes on the road, a young man with black hair and blue eyes broke the silence. Since this will be a long trip, it will be an excellent chance to learn more about each other. Most of you already know me, but I will still introduce myself. My name is Luren Siner, second son of Count Siner. Luren gave a short description of himself that mostly involved personal information. The other cadets did the same and showed friendly smiles as they spoke. The group of 7 had formed around Luren and was mainly composed of talented cadets from humble backgrounds. Finally, it was the turn of Kane, Levi, and Beals, but the trio remained in meditative cultivation with their eyes closed. A heavy atmosphere formed in the truck as the trio did not seem interested in taking part in the conversation, and there was nothing the other 7 could do about it. Kane opened his eyes a little and glanced around the room before shaking his head. Kane, Level 2 Astral Wave Warrior. Specialties are lightning, speed, and strength. Kane only said that before closing his eyes again. The description that Kane gave was different from the other cadets. It involved no personal information and focused on the one that would be useful on the battlefield. Beals, Level 3 Essence Wave Warrior. Specialties are ice, crowd control spells, and speed. Levi, Level 3 Astral Wave Warrior. Specialties are fire, strength, and defense. The other cadets turned toward Levi and Beals when they heard those words and saw that the trio remained with their eyes closed. Luren could not help but sigh as he saw their attitude. The trio had no intention of forming any friendship, and if he went down that road again, they would simply ignore him. Luren, Level 3 Astral Wave Warrior. Specialties are earth, defense, and defensive spells. After Luren did it, the other 7 cadets followed his lead. They were all Level 2 Wave Warriors, with 4 following the Essence Evolution Path of Power and the other 2 the Astral Rebirth Path of Power. Now that we know our abilities, it would be wise to form a battle formation. We could make deadly mistakes if we enter the battlefield as individuals. And even in the best case scenario where we are not a burden to the others, we will lose much of our battle potential. Luren's voice was grave, making it clear he was not playing around. Levi and Beals opened their eyes and focused on the young man before nodding. The duo did not have time or the desire for meaningless chatter, but if it involved the battlefield, they would pay their full attention. Luren smiled as he saw that the duo focused on him. He knew he was not the strongest in battle power since even if his level was the same as Levi, he did not go through marrow washing yet. However, if there was something he was confident about, it was his skills regarding military tactics. It was not a secret that Luren's skills in military tactics were good, as he proved it many times during the interactions in Vice Captain Joseph's class. That is why Levi, Beals, and the other cadets did not have a problem with him taking the lead in that field. Luren smiled as he saw that, but an odd expression appeared on his face the next second when he saw that Kane did not seem to be paying attention. Even if Luren's sense of superiority was not as obnoxious as that of other Saiyans, that did not mean he did not get angry when someone ignored him. Of course, Luren knew that if he lost calm and shouted, it would not help him. If things went south, he was sure Levi and Beals would side with Kane. Kane, you should focus on this. We will work as a team and need to consider the safety of everybody. Although subtle, Luren's words hinted that Kane's lack of attention proved an absence of care for his fellow cadets. Levi and Beals looked at each other and just showed a small smile before softly shaking their heads. They knew that while Kane was a little impulsive regarding his bottom line, he also had an exceptionally keen mind, and anyone who attempted to play games with him would regret it. Kane opened his eyes and focused on Lurin before a message arrived at everybody's AI chips. It had the title Battle Formation Team X. Who does he think he is? Lurin was furious when he read that message. He knew just how difficult it was to make a battle formation that involved a group of individuals you knew nothing about. Lurin almost barked out, and he was not the only one angry, as the cadets that came with him were also dissatisfied. A bad battle formation was way worse than none at all. Some of the cadets that came with Lurin did not have the restraint that their leader, but someone else spoke first. Ha ha ha, that brain of yours is truly special. I am fine with it and will fulfill my role. Levi laughed after seeing the file Kane sent and closed his eyes again. I also have no problem with it. We'll follow your guidance. Beals nodded and also closed her eyes. Lurin did not know what was happening, and then he saw how the cadets that came with him also began to show expressions of shock and awe. What is happening? Lurin had not bothered to open the file since, in his mind, there was no way Kane could come up with a proper battle formation in such a short time and with so little information. After a moment, Lurin took a deep breath and opened the file. Just like everybody else, shock and awe appeared on his face. Inside the file that Kane sent, there was a thorough description of the role everybody would take. It left nothing to chance, and there were all sorts of backup plans and contingencies. There were even secondary roles they would take in case someone was hurt so no flaw would arise in the battle formation. The file also contained diagrams that made it easier for everybody to understand the battle formation and get familiar with it. No matter how much Lurin analyzed the battle formation, he could not find any flaw or way to improve it. There was also no favoritism in it, as Levi and Kane would be taking the lead, facing the greatest danger, which made sense as they were astral wave warriors. As for Lurin's role, he would be at the back of the formation, which was neither bad nor good. He would not face much pressure during most battles but would have to remain on high alert to avoid sneak attacks. And if they needed to retreat, it would be his job to lead their way through the enemies on their back, a fitting role for a level 3 wave warrior with robust defenses. Lurin saw how the cadets that came with him looked at Kane with awe and respect. He had battle skills that could kill a level 3 wave warrior and was also a master strategist. What was there not to admire? Lurin was not narcissistic or stupid enough to reject the battle formation just because it did not come from him. He turned toward Kane and gave a deep nod before closing his eyes. Kane returned the nod and did not care about the gazes the other cadets were showing him, as he knew there was no reason to feel proud about it. He was not a master strategist, and the one that truly came up with the battle formation was the absolute life form system. He used the AI chip module to scan everybody when they entered the military truck. That, plus the information they shared, was enough to generate several simulations of different battle formations. Kane just picked up the best that adapted to their team and sent it. That is why he closed his eyes when Lurin began talking about battle formations. Now that everybody was aware of the abilities of their teammates and had a way to work together, silence returned to the military truck. The cadets either studied Kane's battle formation or revolved their wave, ensuring they would be in perfect battle condition. After a few hours of travel, the group finally reached Korean City. Once they got out of their military truck and saw the condition of the city, shock appeared on their faces. The Imperial Lightning Fort had suffered damage due to the attack of the Aatrox god, but it was just some fires and cracks on weak structures. However, Korean City was devastated, with most buildings reduced to debris. The worst thing was not the destruction, but the intense smell of blood, making it clear how many people had perished. Korean City had a population that surpassed the millions, most of them civilians, but it would be lucky if a fraction of them were still alive. Levi, Beals, Lurin, and all the other cadets could not hide their rage as they saw that. Deaths on the battlefield were one thing, as those in them were soldiers ready to kill and die, but butchering cities full of innocent people was entirely different. Boom! A blast drew the cadets' attention as they saw Kane's wave cloak bursting with power, and a ferocious killing intent appeared in his eyes. The idea of hundreds of thousands of women and children dying made Kane's rage reach its zenith, triggering his bloodline's emotional instability. However, it lasted less than a second as a red light appeared in his eyes, transforming all that rage into coldness. Although it was not at the same level that during his encounter with Wink, the coldness in Kane's red eyes drew fear in some of the cadets' hearts. "Let's go." Kane said nothing else before walking forward. He deactivated Wave Burst but kept his wave cloak in place. Clearly, the place they were heading was far from safe, and lowering his guard was not wise. As for activating his armor, Kane did not do that, as soldiers could mistake it as him wanting to hide something. Levi, Beals, Lurin, and the other cadets followed Kane's lead, activating their wave cloaks. Without even realizing it, the entire group began to take Kane as their leader. Part of the reason was his skills and composure, but the main reason was that when he activated his ego wave, his aura overwhelmed the others. The group ran past the broken building and noticed blood everywhere, but there were no corpses. The soldiers must have already given them a proper burial. Kane's nose twitched as they advanced. He felt the scent of human blood covering the entire city but also detected that of the Infernus demon race. Although the Aatrox god led the incursion into the Empire, the continent controlled by the Aatrox Immortus race, the Chronos continent, was incredibly far away from the Gaia continent. It made sense for the bulk of the Dark Races, army that infiltrated the Gaia continent to belong to the race that controlled the Atlas continent, the Infernus demon race. Nevertheless, it was not the scent of the Infernus demon race that drew Kane's attention but the one belonging to Wave Beasts. The scent of Wave Beasts' blood was almost as strong as the one belonging to humans, so the number that perished in the city must have been astronomical. Although blood could incite the wild and ferocious nature of weak Wave Beasts, those creatures acted based on instincts and would not get near a place with life forms capable of destroying entire cities. There is no reason for a stampede unless. As Kane's mind figured out things, his eyes' coldness grew even stronger. He wanted to research to prove his hypothesis, but there was no time as they had already reached the military camp formed at the core of the destroyed city. "Stop and identify yourself." A soldier at the entrance of the camp spoke to the group. Although she was just a level 2 wave warrior, there was no fear in her gaze as she faced Kane and the others. Kane's red eyes usually infused fear in people, but the woman was a seasoned soldier, and despite her weak cultivation, her will was strong. He had his ego wave activated all this time, despite the pain it caused, because without it, he would not be able to control his bloodline's emotional outburst. Kane did not hesitate and complied with the soldier's command. He looked at Lurin, and this one immediately moved forward, giving the woman a crystal card that contained their assignment and identifications. The soldier corroborated the card information before nodding to the group and leading them to a large tent at the camp's center. As they walked, they saw soldiers moving from one direction to the other, all displaying great coordination. There was no one slacking down in a moment like this. "Wait here," the soldier said before walking into the main tent. Kane stared at the tent, and while it did not look like much, he knew it was a powerful artifact. It isolated everything inside, could act as a force field detecting any incoming threat and was resilient enough to resist the sneak attack of a wave champion. 10 minutes later, the soldier came out of the tent and signed for them to enter. Inside was a group of 5 individuals, all with ferocious auras, and there was one Kane and the other recognized. Razman, who had taught them the Dark Race's assassination class for the last 3 months, was also here. Leading that group was a tall young woman with gray hair, tan skin, and silver eyes. Not many clothes covered her body, showing her well-defined muscles and large scars. The moment the woman saw the cadets, a golden light appeared in her eyes, and a ferocious and terrifying aura emerged from her, overflowing the cadets. Levi, Beals, Lurin, and the others could not help but frown as they felt that ferocious aura. However, in Kane's case, the red light in his eyes only grew stronger, fighting off the mental pressure. At first, the woman had not noticed it as she could barely bother to pay attention to some cadets, but when she saw the red light in Kane's eyes, interest appeared on her face. She no longer pressured the other cadets and focused entirely on Kane, but it could not affect him no matter what. As the woman focused on Kane, he also did the same with her. She was clearly a wave champion, and the golden light in her eyes made it clear she had already entered the first realm of the ego-eternal path of power. Kane analyzed the woman and was sure she was at wave champion rank, and the physical strength she projected hinted that she followed the astral rebirth path of power. What drew his curiosity were the two small swords around her waist. No rule said that an astral wave cultivator could not use melee wave artifacts, but unless they could extend their wave cloak into the weapon flawlessly, it would be more practical to just rely on their arms and legs to fight. Since she already entered the ego-eternal path of power's first realm, her ego wave should be able to allow her a domain over direct flow as great as that of an essence wave warrior. Kane could analyze all that since no matter how much pressure the woman unleashed, it did nothing to him. Finally, the golden light in the woman's eyes vanished, and she showed a smile. So you are the divine genius. Interesting. The woman's voice was calm, but it made everybody in the tent focus on Kane. Lurin and the other cadets were confused. Although Kane's talent in the astral rebirth path of power was not low, it by no means gave him the right to have the title of divine genius. Only Levi and Beals understood that the woman referred to the ego-eternal path of power. Kane did not care about those gazes and simply clasped his hands and bowed. Cadet Kane Lorifer, presenting himself for duty. Levi, Beals, Lurin, and the other cadets did the same. They all looked at the woman with cautious eyes since she was not only very powerful but also somewhat frivolous. The woman seemed to have lost interest again and only nodded before turning toward the Razman. Vice Captain Razman, you are familiar with these brats. Give them a task according to their abilities. Yes, Major. Razman bowed to the woman before turning to the cadets. Follow me. Kane followed the dwarf out of the tent but not without giving the woman one last glance. Just when they left, the soldier at the right of the woman spoke. Major Luma, if that brat is a divine genius, should we allow him to enter the battlefield without protection? Although the man did not know why Luma used the term divine genius with Kane, in his mind, anyone with such high appraisal should be protected as they would rise to be a great asset to the Empire. Luma saw that the rest of the soldiers in the tent also shared that idea, but she immediately shook her head. His path differs from the rest of the astral rebirth or essence evolution geniuses. If we protect him against danger, we would actually be harming him. And if that happens, that man will kill all of us. Shock appeared in the gazes of the soldiers when they heard that. They saw the dread in their fearless commander's eyes and immediately changed the subject. As for the name of that man, none dared to ask it. Razman guided Kane and the others out of the main tent and headed to a desolated part of the camp. He stared at them for a moment before waving his hand and making a metal ball appear. From the metal ball, a virtual image emerged, showing the current Korean city. The cadets immediately noticed that beneath the broken city, there was a set of tunnels. We moved all the civilians to the underground tunnels. Initially, the task of cadets like you would be to establish order, but we are currently in need of manpower here, and you are strong enough to fulfill those tasks. Kane and the others nodded as they heard that. Although there were many soldiers in the camp besides Major Lumu and the ones in the main tent, none had impressive strength. Those with true power were hunting down the dark races, powerhouses. Razman smiled when he saw that none of the cadets complained and accepted the change of mission. Before I assign the mission, are you capable of killing level 4 wave beast and facing those at level 5? That question confused the cadets. Some thought that Razman would ask them to hunt wave beasts, which made no sense considering they were in an active state of war. However, Kane's eyes narrowed when he heard that question. The reason why there was so much wave beast's blood became clearer. Although they were confused, Levi, Beals, and Lurin turned toward Kane to answer that question. Kane had already proved his military skills and had a proper assessment of their battle strength as a group, so if someone could evaluate their chances, it would be him. Kane closed his eyes as he used the AI chip module to simulate several battles against level 4 and level 5 wave beasts he had scanned in the past. Against level 4 wave beast, our chances of survival are 99%, forcing it to escape are 86%, and killing it is 45%. If the enemy is at level 5, the percentages change to 82%, 43%, and 7%, respectively. I cannot estimate what will happen if we face wave beasts with long-range skills. Rasman was honestly surprised by Kane's analysis. Although there was a chance the cadet could be lying, he did not believe so. That information satisfied the vice captain. Rasman was about to give their command when he saw Kane raise his hand. Yes. Are the wave beast stampedes occurring at a specific moment of the day? Rasman's eyes widened when he heard that. Kane's words contained a question but also made it clear this one already knew there was a problem with wave beast stampedes. Elaborate. Rasman's voice was solemn. Yes, sir. I detected several scents of blood inside the city. One belonged to humans, a weaker one to members of the Infernus demon race, and the third to wave beasts. This last one is fresher, meaning the stampedes are still happening. Those beasts would not attack a broken city where they would die unless someone higher in the food chain commanded them. Wave beasts with that power are wise and would not attack blindly. Kane's words surprised not only Rasman but also the cadets that came with him. One of them, a young girl, could not contain her curiosity. Why would strong wave beasts send their minions to attack? As soon as she opened her mouth, her body trembled due to Rasman's sharp gaze focusing on her. They were not in a classroom but in a military camp, and a soldier should only speak when allowed. Although it might seem exaggerated for Rasman to react so fiercely to something so trivial as a cadet speaking out of turn, it made perfect sense. How could you be expected to obey the important rules if you don't obey the small rules? Luckily for the young girl, Kane took a step between her and Rasman before bowing. I am sorry about that, sir. Rasman was not so petty as to push things out of proportion for a small mistake as long as it would not happen again. He gave a slight nod before signaling Kane to raise. A small smile appeared on the dwarf face as he stared at Kane. A leader, even a de facto one, must bear the responsibility of the ones following him. The attacks happen at night. The bulk of the stampede comes from the northeast position. You will head to the southwest position where things are calmer, and take command of the 100 soldiers there. Most are level 1 and 2, with a few at level 3. Their previous commander perished 2 days ago. Rasman took out a crystal card with the assignment and handed it over to Kane before returning to the main military tent. Kane did not waste time and immediately headed toward the southwest position with the others. As they walked, he felt the gaze of the young girl that had awe, but there was also curiosity. It doesn't matter why. Kane did not look back, but it was clear to whom he spoke. The young girl was surprised by those words, and the curiosity in her eyes did not decrease at all. But, although our current position is cadets, we are currently taking the role of soldiers. Our task is to defend the city and kill any wave beasts coming our way, as simple as that. There is definitely a reason behind the wave beast stampedes, and I already have a hypothesis, but it doesn't matter. Kane stopped walking for a moment and turned to the young girl. The red light in his eyes generated an invisible pressure on everybody. Unless the command given to us is something we cannot bear to follow under any circumstances, we will carry our orders without question or hesitation. Kane saw that the girl understood his words and nodded before focusing on Lurin, startling this one. Yes. Lurin did not know what was happening. Before he could say anything else, Kane handed him Rasman's crystal card. You will take the lead. Handle things with the soldiers. After that, Kane walked to the back of the group, and everybody saw blood leaking from his nose, eyes, and ears. He had already reached the limit his brain could endure by forcefully triggering his ego wave. Without it, while he would not fall into a mad frenzy, he would have a hard time focusing his mind, so he handed the lead to Lurin. Although Levi and Beals were stronger, the duo was not precisely known for the people's skill, so Lurin was the best choice. Lurin was happy to take the lead, but he found it odd. However, Kane lowered his head after reaching the back of the group and did not explain that strange behavior. It did not take long for cadets to reach the southwest position. Lurin was at the lead and immediately noticed the nearly 100 soldiers resting around a broken building. All of them looked exhausted and had all sorts of wounds on their bodies, making it clear just how hard the last few days had been for them. The soldiers also detected Lurin, Beals, Levi, and the other cadets. Most of them showed curiosity in their eyes, but some did not react so friendly seeing a group of young cadets coming their way. Lurin noticed that, but not even for a second did he show a flash of hesitation or weakness. He might not have Kane's imposing aura that pushed everybody into compliance, but he had trained his entire life for a moment like this. Once Lurin was 100 meters away from the broken building where the soldiers rested, he raised his hand, stopping everybody. All the cadets, including Beals and Levi, followed his command. Beals and Levi did not show any rebellious behavior. Soldiers needed a leader in a moment like this, and while they felt more comfortable following someone they knew, Kane handed the leadership to Lurin, and they trusted their friend's instincts. Lurin did not look back but saw how everybody followed that simple command the instant he gave it, allowing his aura to rise even mightier, making his next move easier. I am Lurin Signer. Vice Captain Razman sent us to this location to provide reinforcement and take leadership. Lurin then took out the crystal card Razman handed to Kane and sent a copy of the information to all the nearby soldiers. Kane was still looking down, enduring the mental pain of using his ego wave and restraining his bloodline's emotional outburst. A small smile appeared on his face as he heard Lurin's words. Good. He spoke clearly from the beginning, stating our role and position to everybody. Lurin gave the soldiers a few seconds to read the information he had just sent before a sharp light appeared in his eyes. All soldiers adopt a formation 50 meters in front of me. Now. Lurin's imposing aura was growing with every action he took, and that shout was all it was needed for the level 1 and level 2 soldiers to immediately dash out of the broken building and form in front of him. All those soldiers were equipped with wave rifles, as they lacked the proper skills to fight on a battlefield with their own abilities. Most of them showed large smiles as they stared at the cadets since powerful reinforcements made them feel more secure, especially after the death of their previous commander. However, not everybody was so happy about the changes. The look in the 6 level 3 wave warriors made it clear they were not thrilled that a group of cadets would take the lead. An incompetent commander could do more damage than not having one at all. Although the level 3 wave warriors still joined the formation 50 meters in front of Lurin, they all walked calmly, showing no real respect. That was enough to tell everybody how they felt about their new commander. Lurin could ignore that defiant behavior and slowly show the soldiers his aptitudes, gaining their trust and respect. However, they would soon face hordes of wave beasts that wanted nothing more than to kill all of them, so time was a luxury he did not have. He focused on the strongest of the level 3 wave warriors, a tall man with a bulky body who followed the astral rebirth path of power. What is your name, soldier? The bulky man did not bother to hide his boredom and almost yawned when he answered Lurin's question. Jamal. Lurin's eyes narrowed when he heard the way Jamal spoke to him. The soldier did not show respect even after knowing he was the leader. In all fairness, most soldiers of the Imperial military force follow the chain of command without hesitation, but obeying a cadet scion who most likely never had put a foot on the battlefield was not something soldiers like Jamal could easily accept. Lurin took a few steps forward, leaving the rest of the cadets behind before focusing on Jamal. Soldier, come here. Jamal showed a small smile as he heard that command. He was smart enough to understand Lurin's goal, but there was no fear in his eyes. Lurin showed no emotion on his face as Jamal approached him. The soldier was almost 2 meters tall, much higher than his 1 meter and 75 centimeters, but that meant little to him. I will ask one last time, what is your name? Lurin's voice was calm, but there was a force beneath it ready to burst, just like a dormant volcano. Jamal shrugged his shoulders and smiled before speaking. Jamal Hearn. After that answer, Lurin did not wait even a second before unleashing his wave cloak and making it burst with all his power. He made the first move and tapped Jamal's chest. That touch had no strength, but according to the military rules, it meant that Lurin initiated the altercation, allowing Jamal to defend himself with all his power. Jamal smiled as he unleashed his wave cloak at full strength and sent a blow forward. Not only that punch had immense power, but the skill behind it was very good. Unfortunately for Jamal, Lurin dodged that blow by lowering his body. Jamal could not do anything to stop Lurin from tackling him to the ground. His eyes were full of surprise, as he did not understand just how a scion could read his movements so easily. Lurin immediately positioned himself on top of Jamal before unleashing a barrage of punches, pinning this one to the ground. No matter what tactics Jamal attempted, Lurin could counter all of them. Although Lurin unleashed dozens of punches over Jamal, he controlled the power behind them so they would not provoke real damage. Yet, after 30 seconds, that changed. A flash of coldness and killing intent emerged in Lurin's eyes as he gathered an immense amount of astral wave in his right arm. Brown scales formed around the arm, making it grow almost twice larger. Jamal's eyes widened as he saw that draconic-like right arm, and dread filled his heart. Not only had the physical strength exponentially improved, but there was also a massive amount of astral wave enhancing it. Jamal was not alone in his shock. The fight was not out of line with the military. It was quite common to establish discipline this way in a society that cherished strength above all. However, killing a soldier for small acts of disobedience was over the top. Boom! A small blast echoed when the fist landed, but there was no blood. Jamal's eyes showed terror as he looked to the side when he saw the hole that Lurin's fist left on the ground. If it had landed on his head, he would have perished. Lurin's face was pale, making it clear how much energy that attack took from him, but the aura he unleashed became even stronger. He rose from the ground and focused on the soldiers. I am your commander, and you will speak to me with respect. I have my orders, and you have yours. I will not allow any disobedience. Yes, sir. All the soldiers spoke in unison. Kane raised his head, and he was surprised. He had chosen Lurin to take the lead because he was the best of the current options, not because he saw something special in this one. There were actually several plans on Kane's mind already to handle the soldiers if Lurin failed, but this one did everything great. Curiosity appeared in Kane's eyes as he stared at Lurin and did some quick research on Lurin County. Although the Empire protected sensitive information about noble families, he was only looking for some common knowledge. Oh, so that is why. Kane's research showed that Siner County was established less than 40 years ago by Ronir Siner, a commoner who gained fame for his military exploits. If Ronir Siner took an important role in the upbringing of his children, it made sense for Lurin to be so familiar with the military. That also explained Lurin's preference to form teams with people of humble backgrounds, his proficiency against military battle skills, and his leadership skills. Lurin almost smiled when he saw the look of respect and awe in the soldiers, but he could not break his dignified stance. He gave one sharp glance at Jamal, making this one rise from the ground and hastily return to the formation. Just as he was about to give the commands, Lurin's eyes narrowed due to a message that reached his AI. Chip. All soldiers, speak your names, levels, and battle specialties. The soldiers did not find anything odd about that request since it was normal for a commander to ask for that information, but the cadets knew from whom it came. Some were not subtle and looked to the back of the group. Kane frowned when he became the center of attention for those soldiers. That was the last thing he wanted, as he had already decided not to take a leadership position during the ensuing battles since his bloodline's emotional instability could kick in at any moment. In all fairness, someone like Kane, who could use Ego Wave, was a great leader, as that power could allow him to see everything from an objective point of view and think much faster. However, extended use generated a backlash, which he could not tolerate in battles that could stretch for hours. Kane remained silent, but not before glancing at the cadets that turned to him, allowing a flash of his red light to appear in his eyes, scaring them. Those young people were too naive and lacked situational awareness, something he could not tolerate on the battlefield. According to what Kane learned from Zarak's information, people felt afraid when he activated his ego wave because it forced all who looked directly into his eyes into a clash of wills. It provoked the same feeling an average human would feel when looking directly into the eyes of a tiger about to jump toward them. Begin. Lurin saw that the soldiers were distracted, so he shouted with a stern voice, forcing them into action and pushing their thoughts about Kane to the back of their minds. Kane gave a soft nod when he saw how Lurin handled the situation, and his impression of the young scion improved. Knowing how to adapt to an unexpected problem was a fundamental skill for a commander. One by one, the soldiers gave their descriptions. While they were doing that, Kane used the AI chip module to scan them, improving his data pool. None of the soldiers was above level 3, so the system was able to analyze them at a fast speed. However, designing the battle formation for them was a challenging task. The more moving pieces, the harder it was to make a battle formation. The AI chip module could generate a battle formation involving 100 soldiers, but it would be too hard for them to learn it with the little time they have until the next fight. That is why Kane decided to divide the soldiers into 10 groups instead. Each group would have the same overall battle power, with members that could cover each other's weaknesses and enhance their fortes. Then, he would make a second battle formation that taught the 10 groups to act together. Lurin did not simply wait in silence as Kane worked. He acted immediately, guiding the soldiers to modify the terrain to the best of their abilities, so it would make it easier for them to face the wave beast's stampede. The help those tactics could provide was not much, which is why some commanders did not pay too much attention to them. Still, Lurin's father taught him that every single advantage, no matter how little, could generate a ripple effect with immense repercussions in the battle's outcome. As the system constructed those battle formations, Kane began to analyze their future battlefield. 5,000 meters in front of their position there was a forest, and it would be from there that the wave beasts would come. Kane could feel the scent carried on by the wind and was sure those trees hid hundreds of wave beasts, ready to emerge at any moment. It would be easy for Major Luma or even Razman to march into the forest and massacre those beasts, but that would be a deadly mistake. If Luma or any vice captain abandoned the northeast position, it would allow the truly powerful wave beasts to march into Koreen City. Once there, those beasts could make their way into the underground tunnels and butcher the civilians in minutes. Everybody had their jobs. Kane and these 100 soldiers had to reduce the pressure Major Luma faced, as simple as that. The passage of time helped Kane a lot. His brain finally recovered from the backlash of using Ego Wave, and his heart calmed down, no longer forcing him to suppress the wild rage that burned through his blood. Battle formations ready. Kane smiled when he heard that, and without wasting a moment, he sent them toward Lurin so that this one would pass them down toward the soldiers. Although he could have done it himself, soldiers needed a clear chain of command on the battlefield. Lurin was in the middle of helping the wounded soldiers to heal with the medicine stored in his space ring when the message arrived. He glanced at Kane and nodded before passing the battle formations. Kane saw that and nodded. He was not afraid that someone else could take the credit for his actions since the Imperial Military Network recorded everything they did. Although thinking of merits during a situation like this could sound selfish, the truth was that everybody wanted their hard work recognized. That is why the merit ruler was such a great tool, as it allowed soldiers to do their best without worrying about taking the spotlight or securing recognition for fear it would be overlooked. Kane and the other cadets focused on getting to their peak condition while the soldiers had time to familiarize themselves with their new battle formations. Finally, night came, and they heard it when it became pitch black. Ah! It was a feral roar that made all the soldiers and cadets tremble. It was so loud that it harmed their eardrums. The power of that beast was something none of them could imagine. Of course, that roar did not come from their position but from the northeast, where Major Luma would be fighting. Kane looked toward the origin of that mighty roar, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes as his understanding behind the stampedes grew even deeper. However, he did not have the luxury of distraction as roars emerged from the nearby forest. Less than a second after that roar, hundreds of wave beasts emerged from the forest and marched with wild and furious gazes toward the broken city. Level 1 and 2 wave beasts made the bulk of the horde, but there were also dozens at level 3. Kane focused, and soon red light appeared in his eyes as he managed to activate his ego wave. Using it, he focused a significant amount of his astral wave into his eyes, allowing his vision to grow exponentially stronger. In a moment, Kane's eyes focused on a group of 6 wave beasts that remained at the forest entrance. They all were horned flame boars, boar-like wave beasts with flaming horns. Kane focused on them because the aura they unleashed was much greater than the other wave beasts, especially the one at the center that measured almost 2.5 meters tall. Lurin saw how the hundreds of wave beasts marched toward them, full of maniacal wildness, and it would be a lie to say it did not affect him. However, he knew if he showed any form of fear or weakness, it would break the soldiers' battle spirit, and that was not something he could allow to happen. Lurin raised his hands, signaling the soldiers to point their wave rifles toward the horde, but only commanded them to fire once it was 500 meters from their position. Wave rifles were not very precise, but the horde was so densely packed that every shot found a target. The soldiers worked according to the battle formation that Cain gave them, dividing the battlefield into different parts and spreading their firepower. That way, the effect it would have on the overall battle power of the horde would be more significant. Once the wave beasts reached the 200 meters mark, some of them began to fall into hidden pits and were forced to split into smaller groups due to the debris in their paths. Finally, the cadets marched forward in full armor once the wave beasts reached the 100-meter mark. Cain and Levi led the group. Beals took the middle with the other cadets around her and Lurin in the back. Raging flames covered Levi's body while lightning coated Cain's extremities. Levi's fire had grown stronger after his marrow washing and advancing to level 3. As for Cain, he had already reached lightning armament's 2nd level, allowing the lightning to coat his legs and fists. The duo could kill with a single blow all the wave beasts in front of them, and the other cadets made sure to rain destructive spells on the horde at point blank. Those actions diminished the number of wave beasts even more while also drawing the attention of the others, decreasing the amount that reached the soldiers. Of course, many wave beasts still reached the soldiers' location, but the wave warriors capable of melee battle took care of them. That was how the first night of Cain assuming the role of a true soldier began. The soldiers fired dozens of beams from their wave rifles every second, killing more and more wave beasts, slowly thinning down the horde. Those soldiers who followed the astral rebirth path of power or were strong enough to fight with their own power were in a close-quarter battle against the wave beasts that made it to the city's periphery. Among them was Jamal, who showed impressive battle skills as he shattered the bones of the beasts in front of him. Soldiers carrying wave rifles and the ones battling with their own power helped each other. Those with wave rifles decreased the horde, reducing the pressure on Jamal and the others and allowing them to do a better job stopping the horde from advancing further. Although the collision between the soldiers and the wave beasts was impressive, the one that truly drew awe was the clash between the cadets and the horde. A small group of just 10 people advanced deeper and deeper into the horde, leaving a trail of blood and corpses in their path. Most of the beasts' corpses had their heads blew up, holes in their skulls, and their blood frozen. That group entered so deep into the horde that they were attacked from every direction, but they kept moving forward, and no wave beasts could pierce into their formation. Levi and Cain were like death machines, killing all the wave beasts in front of them. The first unleashed an explosion every time his fists or kicks landed, while the second transformed his arms into lightning spears. Levi sent all the wave beasts that faced him flying away with their bodies blown to pieces. As for Cain, he was much more subtle, with his fingers piercing the heads of the beast before scorching their brain with lightning. The focus in the duo's eyes reached their zenith, as any failure on their side would mean that the entire battle formation would shatter to pieces. Beals and 6 more cadets stood behind the duo, blasting more and more spells into wave beasts attacking from the flanks while also at the same time sending some of those powerful spells to the front of the formation, diminishing the pressure Levi and Cain faced. The soldier and cadets faced immense pressure, and the threat of death was present every second. Still, thanks to their teamwork and battle formation, even after more than 3 hours of fighting, no casualty appeared on their side. Rage began to appear in the largest of the horn flame boars. Hundreds of its pawns had already perished under those humans, yet they achieved nothing other than draining their energy. Ah! It roared, sending a signal to one of the smaller horn flame boars. The smaller horn flame boar showed no hesitation as it marched forward. Every stomp had so much power that the ground beneath its feet cracked. There was a fierceness in the beast's eyes as it advanced faster and faster, increasing its momentum. Cain and Levi noticed the horn flame boar marching toward them, crushing some of the weaker wave beasts in its path. The duo knew waiting for the boar to reach them was not wise. It would have generated such immense momentum at that point that it could force them to stop advancing. Wave beasts surrounded the cadets. If they stopped moving, they could overwhelm them. Cain and Levi looked at each other and nodded. Levi made his wave cloak burst with all his power, increasing his battle strength while also depleting his energy at an accelerated rate. Cain did the same, pushing his wave cloak to its highest level, achieving a 300% wave burst. He then focused his astral wave on his legs before dashing forward at full speed. Thanks to lightning armament and his bloodline, Kane's speed was even higher than that of Levi, making it easier for him to navigate the sea of wave beasts toward the horned flame boar. Of course, the wave beasts in Kane's path attacked with maniacal fury, but he either killed or avoided them, not stopping for even a fraction of a second. Just slowing down would mean certain death. The horned flame boar saw the small human marching toward it, but the only thing that appeared in its eyes was an even greater fury. It perceived no threat from a level 2 astral wave warrior like Kane and was even offended if someone like that would dare to face it. Kane saw that the horned flame boar suddenly marched with even greater strength. He did not bother with the reasoning of the beast, as they were already close enough for him to use that pseudo-cellular analysis tool. Target scanned. Race. Wave beast. Lineage. Horned flame boar. Path of power. Wave beast level 4. Stats. Strength. 1.2. Agility. 0.70. Vitality. 1.5. Life wave. 1.4. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw those numbers. The horned flame boar he was about to face was a level 4 wave beast, and its raw stats surpassed him in every single way. If it weren't for his lightning armament achieving level 2, exponentially enhancing his speed and reflexes, he would have never dared to try something like this. Once Kane and the horned flame boar were less than 50 meters away from each other, the wave beast roared, and the flames from its horns spread all over its body. 0.7 points in agility meant that horned flame boar was 14 times faster than an old world athlete. It could cover those 50 meters in less than a second. Kane felt immense pressure as he saw that massive beast coming his way, but right then, red light emerged from his eyes, pushing all fear and hesitation away. When the horned flame wave boar saw those red eyes, a feeling of dread assaulted it, and it knew that the man in front of him was extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, it realized that piece of information too late. Kane triggered his ego wave in the last second to maintain the facade of weakness and make the wave beast lower its guard. He did not wait for an instant before pushing his wave burst to an even higher level and, using his enhanced senses, slid down between the legs of the horned flame boar. The level 4 horned flame boar was shocked to see the human show such incredible speed and battle skill, dodging its charge, sliding down between its legs, and positioning himself beneath it. A feeling of doom assaulted the level 4 horned flame boar as Kane focused all his astral wave into his arms, striking at the same time while also using his kinetic gauntlets, level 2 kinetic blast. Boom! An explosion echoed through the battlefield as Kane's attack landed point blank in the wave beast's belly. The level 4 horned flame boar was more than 2 meters tall and weighed over 8 tons, yet Kane's attack sent it flying away, crushing many wave beasts on its path. Blood leaked non-stop from its maws, and there was no light in its eyes. Silence reigned on the battlefield for a moment as both humans and wave beasts turned toward the clash with shock and awe. Although one might think there was not much difference between level 3 and level 4, that division was a major bottleneck. Although it was not impossible, it would not be easy for a level 3 wave warrior to kill a level 4 wave beast. Yet, Kane, who was just at level 2, did it with a single attack. There were plenty of wave beasts around Kane, but they froze for a moment as dread assaulted their hearts. That dreadful power and those red eyes stopped them from attacking. Kane did not waste that opportunity, rising from the ground and immediately dashing back to the cadets' formation. He did not rejoin the front with Levi but entered the middle and stood beside Beals. Although he seemed fine, Beals could see how Kane's face was ghastly pale, and his arms did not stop trembling. Clearly, the last attack not only drained most of his astral wave but also harmed him. Kane said nothing and focused on recovering as fast as possible. He could feel the micro-fractures on the bones of his arms, but that was something he expected to happen. Level 2 kinetic blast was something only level 4 astral wave warriors should use. Not only did it drain too much astral wave, but the backlash was not something weaker cultivators could handle. Kane could do it thanks to his ego wave, allowing him to focus an immense amount of astral wave on his arms, and reinforce the bones. The blood refinement art also played an important role, as it enhanced the resilience of his muscles and other tissues. Ah! After overcoming the initial shock, the horned flame boar leader roared with rage. It could not believe one of its strongest pawns could die at the hands of a mere level 2 wave warrior. Although it seemed ready to march forward, in the end, it did not. Kane noticed that, and his mind began to work. Still, he maintained his focus on the battlefield, and under his guidance, the cadet formation made its way back to the city. Once the cadets group moved back to the city's edge, they helped Jamal and the others reinforce the perimeter while the soldiers carrying wave rifles kept raining fire over the horde. The horned flame boar leader saw how more and more pawns perished, and the rage in its eyes grew stronger. There was a clear desire to march forward, but although it had not fully developed wisdom yet, it knew how to follow commands. The one in command of these wave beast stampedes made it clear that it should not enter the city and only attack the soldiers outside it. Personally, the horned flame boar found that command stupid, since if he were to charge into the city, it could go on a killing spree. Of course, it did not dare to defy that order. What the beasts did not understand was that while the dark races, powerhouses destroyed most of Korean City's defenses, the city still had a scanning force field in place. With it, Major Luma could know the exact location of any wave beasts that enter the city. Although it would not be easy, she could send an attack from the northeast position to any part of the city. Of course, performing such an attack would drain a lot of power and distract Luma, putting her in danger. She would only do it if the target were worth it. The cadets and soldiers kept fighting with all they had until the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon. Ah! A mighty and feral roar echoed through the city, emerging from the northeast. It came from the same wave beast whose roar triggered the stampede, and this time it marked its end. The horned flame boar also roared, commanding its pawns to move back. Today's fight was over. However, not everybody thought that way. On me! Kane shouted from the center of the cadets' battle formation, and his astral wave burst with might that sent blasts of air around him. He had used the last few hours to recover on the center of the formation, and now that the wave beasts were moving back, it was the perfect time to unleash his power one last time. Those words should not be enough to move more than 100 people who were beyond exhausted by this point, but the sight of Kane killing that level 4 horned flame boar was still clear in their minds. Seeing that ferocious astral wave compacted around Kane's body while lightning coated his arms and legs made their blood burn with excitement. Kane marched forward at full speed, and he was not alone since Levi was right by his side. The duo began a massacre as they killed the wave beasts close to them. The rest of the cadets also attacked with all the power they had left. As for the soldiers, they moved forward, firing their wave rifles on the horde. A tactical retreat was a highly complex maneuver, as it left the army full of openings, and only the best commander could do it flawlessly. A wave beast horde couldn't achieve such a level of coordination. Usually, it would not be a problem as the soldiers would be too exhausted to pursue the retreating wave beast horde, but things were different now. There were no casualties thanks to Kane's battle formation, and although some soldiers were wounded, none were in critical condition. That already left them in high spirits, and the sight of such a mighty warrior marching forward was all they needed to keep fighting. Ah! The horned flame boar leader roared with rage as it saw how the humans kept attacking its forces even after they pulled back. Boom! It stamped the ground, breaking the earth beneath its pawns as a blazing fire covered its body. When the soldiers and cadets detected that aura blast, they all grew worried. Luckily, there was a sharp voice that washed away their fear. It won't attack. Keep going! Kane shouted, and there was a sense of absolute confidence in his voice that helped the soldier and cadets. They kept moving forward, killing more and more wave beasts. It was a true massacre, as those beasts were so focused on running away that they neglected their defenses. Only when Kane and the others were 400 meters away from Korean City, he raised his hand and shouted again. Stop! Although the thrill of battle almost blinded some of the cadets and soldiers, Kane's voice was enhanced by his astral wave, harming their eardrums and forcing them to focus. Kane's eyes glowed with massive red light as he used his ego wave to the highest level possible. An agonizing pain had already assaulted his mind, but that was not why he stopped the group. The 400 meters mark may seem arbitrary, but it was far from that. At this point, Kane and the others could return to Korean City before the horned flame boar leader could get to them, even if the beast marched with all its power. Despite the immense distance and the hundreds of wave beasts between them, the horned flame boar leader and Kane exchanged glances. One was full of mad fury, while the other was cold and calm. The horned flame boar leader stomped the ground repeatedly, but in the end, it turned around and moved back to the forest. Kane's eyes did not relax until he was sure the horned flame boar had left. Although wave beasts were not known for their scheming abilities, it was better to be safe than sorry. He took a deep breath and deactivated his ego wave, allowing the raging pain to calm down. If I could use my ego wave without limiters or backlash, I could face level 4 wave beasts with confidence. Kane only shook his head and knew it would still be a while before he found his true nature. He was still too young and experienced too little. Not wasting more time with unnecessary thoughts, Kane dashed toward where the level 4 horned flame corpse had landed. He was about to send it toward his space ring when a voice interrupted him. Wait. Kane frowned as he heard that and turned to the side. The one that shouted at him was Jamal. He was not alone since all the other cadets also sent sharp glances at the soldier. A level 4 wave beast was valuable, but since Kane killed it without any help, there was nothing wrong with him taking possession of the corpse. Jamal almost trembled as he saw those gazes and immediately raised his hands. I am not trying to steal anything from you, however, according to the rules given by Major Luma, we must hand over all the carcasses of level 3 and above. She will reward us with Imperial military credits in exchange for them. The cadets calmed down when they heard Jamal's explanation, and they all nodded. If the order came from Major Luma, they could do nothing. A soldier must respect the chain of command. Kane's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He could not blatantly disregard the order of a major in the military, but he wanted this body. As long as we hand over the corpse, there is not a problem with the state of this one, right? I guess so. Jamal found the question somewhat odd, but he answered. It was obvious that the corpses would be riddled with injuries since they were on a battlefield. Kane nodded before focusing his astral wave into his right hand and piercing the level 4 horned flame boar's corpse. His entire arm entered the beast's body until he finally reached the heart. As the cadets and soldiers wondered what Kane's plan was, they saw how the horned flame boar's corpse began to tremble. Slowly, the blood inside its body began to vanish. All that vitality flooded Kane's body, helping him recover the energy used in the battle while at the same time nurturing his flesh. Kane noticed how his actions drew the attention of the others. He would have preferred to use his blood refinement art away from everybody's sight, but he had to adapt. Lurin was also surprised by Kane's abilities, but he did not waste time and began to mobilize the soldiers. The first thing was to tend the wounded before taking care of the hundreds of wave beasts' corpses spread across the battlefield. A group of soldiers began to move across the battlefield, storing all the corpses in space rings. Those artifacts did not belong to them but to the military. While Kane consumed the blood and tempered his body, he also analyzed his battle tactics. Although today he managed to kill a level 4 wave beast, he knew the only reason he achieved such a feat was the beast underestimating his abilities. I need to be prepared. Today's battle was worth celebrating, as they damaged the wave beast's horde and suffered no casualties. Yet, Kane knew that expecting things to carry on that way was too naive. The following nights went on as expected. Wave beasts' hordes would march out of the forest and attempt to reach the city, with the soldiers doing their best to stop them. There were open channels between the leaders of the squads guarding the different battlefields. Lurin was technically the southwest leader, but this one was smart enough to share all the information he got with Kane. All the cadets and soldiers showed respect for Lurin, and none of them questioned his orders, but the one that was the true leader in their mind and who they would follow in case everything went south was Kane. A powerful will had a magnetic effect on people, especially on the battlefield, where everything was uncertain. For the cadets and soldiers, every time they saw the red light in Kane's eyes, they felt all doubt vanishing. In their hearts, as long as they obeyed Kane's orders, they would survive. Lurin knew how the cadets and soldiers looked at him, and there was nothing he could do. He did most of the work, but it was Kane's commands the one that had the greatest effect on the battlefield. Although he would have liked to take the undisputable role of leader, Lurin accepted that his skills had yet to reach that point. Instead of getting bitter about it, He learned from this experience. He focused all his mind on studying every command Cain gave and how this one analyzed the battlefield. Personally, Cain liked this arrangement. Lurin was intelligent and capable enough to take care of the soldiers and cadets 95% of the time, leaving him with only the 5%, which were critical points where no flaw was allowed. Cain saw how the sun was setting down when Lurin reached his side. This one began to inform him about the latest news of the other battlefields, making him frown. 10 days have passed since Cain joined forces with the soldiers, and the number of wave beasts they killed had already reached 6,000. Yet, the size of the hordes marching kept increasing, and that was not only in the southwest position but in all others as well. It won't be long before the Empire warriors finish their hunt for the Dark Race's powerhouses hiding in the collapsing lightning sector. Once that happens, they will be able to rejoin the main forces and butcher the wave beasts. I assume the one behind the stampedes knows that and is going all out at this last stretch. Lurin's eyes narrowed as he saw Cain's eyes glowing with enlightenment from time to time, as if this one could analyze those hundreds of moving pieces and give them order. He had seen that before, but never in a cadet. It was the light that would glow in his father's eyes when this one analyzed information about the battlefield before marching to war. Cain did not notice the look in Lurin's eyes. As long as there was no resentment or other negative emotions, he had no time to worry about the thoughts of the Scion. The expression on Cain's face grew somber as he understood that the danger they would face in these last few days would exponentially rise. Our current fighting force? Just asking that question made Cain's expression grow even more severe. To make things worse, while their enemies' number increased, theirs diminished. Like a miracle, they have yet to suffer a single casualty, but many soldiers endured life-threatening wounds and had to leave the battlefield. We have 79 soldiers left. Lurin made a slight pause at this point before continuing. Regarding the wounded, some. Lurin could not finish his sentence as he saw two red eyes focusing on him, which directly pressured his willpower. Were you saying something? Cain's voice was eerily cold as he uttered those words. Despite him being a level 3 astral wave warrior and Cain only at level 2, Lurin felt immense danger. Just like the other cadets, he remembered the tactics Cain used against Wink, and there was no doubt in his mind that he would not have survived. Nothing. Lurin took a deep breath and spoke. Cain nodded and made the intent behind his actions clear. He had used the pseudo-cellular analysis tool on the wounded soldiers before they left and knew some would not survive, but he did not share that information as it could affect morale. Do you have the things I asked? That question drew Lurin back to reality, and his gaze grew sharp as he handed a space ring to Cain. Since he was technically the Southwest leader, it was his job to take care of supplies or acquire battle equipment. As Lurin saw Cain analyze the content of the space ring, a troubled expression appeared on his face. Are you sure you have to do this? The dangers are too great, and a single wrong step could mean your death. Although Lurin's words might sound like that of a close friend worried, they were those of a commander who analyzed everything objectively. A true military commander should have the strength of character to ask a soldier to do a mission that he knows would result in this one's death. Lurin worried about Cain's life because of the role this one had in the hearts and minds of the others. Seeing Cain march into battle and butcher powerful wave beasts raised the morale of all the soldiers, allowing them to fight beyond their limits, but if he were to die, their spirits would crumble. Those were the pros and cons of having your leader take the lead on the battlefield. If I don't do it, who else? Cain spoke calmly, and his eyes did not leave the space ring. Those words shook Lurin. His eyes went to Cain's ribs and shoulder, and he saw their deep wounds. In the last battles, 2 level 4 horn flame boars always marched into the battlefield, and it was Cain's job to handle them before they could achieve a momentum that could shatter the cadet formation or, even worse, reach the soldiers. Although Levi was the strongest in the group in terms of offensive power, only Cain had the speed and reflexes that would allow him to march out of the battle formation into a sea of wave beast. Although Cain had suffered severe wounds, everybody else would have perished, so no one else could do the job. Lurin gave one last glance at Cain before nodding and going back to the soldiers. Cain put the new space ring on his right hand before closing his eyes and using the AI chip module to perform simulation after simulation. Ah! Deep into the night, a feral roar made Cain open his eyes. He turned to the forest and saw wave beasts marching toward them. Kane joined the cadet formation, and the clash between humans and wave beasts continued. The cadet formation went deeper into the horde while the soldiers rained fire on them, gradually diminishing their numbers. Less than 2 hours after the initial clash, Kane heard the Horn Flame Boar leader roar and sent 2 of the level 4 Horn Flame Boars into the battlefield. Kane's eyes narrowed, and red light burst from his eyes as he pushed his ego wave to its limit before dashing forward. Although it might seem dumb on the Horn Flame Boar leader not to send all its strongest warriors together, it was not willing to risk them. If the 4 level 4 Horn Flame Boars were to enter the battlefield, there was a chance the humans could activate some trump card that could take them all down. The Horn Flame Boar leader reached that conclusion based on past experiences. Korean City had those trump cards, but the assault of the Dark Race's powerhouses destroyed most of them, and the ones left were positioned in the northeast position. Kane had already figured out the Horn Flame Boar leader's apprehensions and thoroughly used them. However, he also knew that they would not work for much longer since the moment the one behind the stampedes gave the order, the Horn Flame Boar leader and the 4 level 4 Horn Flame Boars would march together with all their power. That day could come very soon, which is why Kane was ready to attempt something dangerous. Kane advanced faster and faster, not allowing any of the weak wave beasts on his path to interrupt his momentum. When the 2 level 4 Horn Flame Boars were 100 meters away from Kane, they lowered their bodies, preventing this one from dashing beneath them. Even if wave beasts were not smart, that did not mean they were stupid, and they could learn. However, what happened next filled the 2 level 4 Horn Flame Boars with utter confusion. They saw the human close his eyes. They were about to clash, and the enemy chose to shut off one of his more important senses. It made no sense for the level 4 Horn Flame Boars. The next instant, they saw the human throw a rectangular device into the air, and before they could do anything, it exploded, unleashing a blinding light that burned their eyes. The blinding light was extremely powerful. It wreaked havoc on the horde as it burned the retinas of many level 1 wave beasts, producing immense pain and temporarily blinding them. Cadets and soldiers knew that Kane would use such wave artifact, so they closed their eyes in time, avoiding severe damage. The distance mitigated some of the effects, so the Horn Flame Boar leader and the 2 level 4 did not endure any injury. Still, none of them could see what had happened after that flash. Just as the Horn Flame Boar leader's eyes adapted to the blinding light, he heard the sound of 2 explosions. A boom! A boom! The Horn Flame Boar leader was shocked to see how the first explosion consumed one of the level 4 Horn Flame Boars while the second threw the other flying away. Kane had faced a couple of level 4 Horn Flame Boars multiple times in the past few days. However, he was dancing on the razor's edge every time, barely distracting them or doing enough harm to the beasts so they could not affect the cadet formation. It was never like this, triggering explosions that simultaneously neutralized 2 level 4 wave beasts. Lurin saw those explosions and knew better than anyone just how dangerous they were. He had obtained the explosives that went by the name of Sea Blasts. Those Sea Blasts were one-time use wave artifacts that could trigger massive explosions with the power to take the lives of level 3 astral wave warriors. Despite their power, they were not very popular since you had to adhere them to the enemy's body and move away from the explosion's range before they detonated. Throwing those Sea Blasts to the target was not useful. If you threw it too slow, anyone could dodge them, but if you used too much strength, they would detonate mid-fly. Kane put himself in great danger by using those Sea Blasts, as it forced him to right next to the level 4 Horn Flame Boars and then move away fast, or else he would get caught in the explosion. The Horn Flame Boar leader's eyes were glued to the explosion when an ominous feeling assaulted it. The wave beast realized it could not find the human and did not believe for a second that the blast had swallowed him. It was only in the last second that the Horn Flame Boar leader noticed a figure 10 meters above the ground, covered by the smoke of the 2 explosions. Kane reached that height by channeling a massive amount of astral wave into his legs to jump up, avoiding the brunt of the explosion. However, burn marks on his armor and a deep cut in the chest made it clear that the last exchange between him and the 2 level 4 Horn Flame Boars was not easy. Despite the obvious pain that those wounds would generate in him, Kane's eyes, which glowed with a monstrous red light, showed nothing but determination as he carried on with the final phase of the plan. Every iota of Kane's astral wave focused on his back, right arm, and finally, the gray spear he held in his hand. He enhanced every muscle involved in the throwing, and other than reinforcing the gray spear, he also transmuted the astral wave in it, granting it lighting-like properties. Cain used every ounce of strength in his body as he threw the gray spear covered in lightning arcs while in the air. Whoosh! The gray spear flashed through the air at a shocking speed toward the horn flame boar leader. Regarding its strength and defenses, the horn flame boar leader was very gifted, but its speed was mediocre and having a massive body did not make it easier. The horn flame boar leader moved in the last second, dodging the spear from piercing its head and instead making it land on its right leg. Ah! The horn flame boar leader shrieked in pain as the spear pierced its muscles. The wave beast had impressive defenses, but Cain not only enhanced the weapon with a massive amount of astral wave but also transmuted part of that into lightning, increasing its penetration force. Cain was falling back to the ground as he saw that the flamehorn boar grabbed the spear with its maws and removed it from its leg. While that tore some of the wave beast's muscles and enlarged the wound, it was far from a lethal injury and barely affected its battle power. Despite knowing perfectly well just how little damage that spear did to the horn flame boar leader, there was a smile on Cain's face. Nevertheless, that content expression did not last for long as Cain finally reached the ground, right between the two blasts that happened a few seconds ago. That was the only place that was not full of wave beasts, but it wouldn't last long as they immediately lunged toward him. Cain's entire body was hurting, and he used most of his astral wave in that last attack, so he could barely hold on. He just wanted to lie down and rest, but he could not do it. Using his last bit of strength, Cain rushed back to the battle formation. Levi saw that, and according to the plan, he guided the cadet formation toward Cain as fast as possible. The lower the distance between the two, the higher the chances Cain could reach the cadet formation before being overwhelmed by the wave beasts. As the cadet grew closer to Cain, they all saw with awe how this one maneuvered through the ocean of wave beasts. The beasts attacked from every direction, but Cain managed to dodge all of them, even the ones coming from blind spots, and carry on dashing forward without reducing his momentum. The truth was that Cain had a perfect awareness of the surroundings as the basic scan force field tool showed him everything coming his way. Thanks to his ego wave, his speed of thought and reflexes were high enough to use that information during a battle. Of course, more than once, claws and fangs reached Cain, but the nullity armor blocked most of the damage, allowing him to carry on. Cain was about to reach the cadet formation when his eyes narrowed since he detected 3 level 3 wave beasts lunging toward him, full of killing intent. Before the beasts could shred him to pieces, he activated his light boots burst, generating a propelling force to emerge from the sole of his feet, pushing him forward. Levi's eyes narrowed as he grabbed Cain's body midair and threw him into the center of the formation, where Beelze caught and put him on her back. The cadet formation immediately made a U-turn, returning to the city at full speed. Although being carried by such a beautiful woman like Beelze might sound like a dream for any man, Cain's eyes still glowed with red light, and the only thing on his mind was the battlefield. Even though there was little strength left in his body, he needed to be ready to move in case something unexpected happened. Luckily, the cadet formation made their way back to the city without a problem, and after leaving Cain, they went back into the fray. Cain no longer had enough strength to fight and would only be a burden if he remained on the battlefield, so it was better for him to rest. No one had a problem with that, as the feats he just performed left everybody with a deep sense of awe and respect. Cain noticed the glances in the soldier's eyes but did not waste his time on them and immediately headed to a tall building before taking a set of binoculars. They were not very useful if he wanted to follow a moving target, but he focused his sight solely on the horn flame boar leader. 20 minutes later, Cain saw the horn flame boar leader begin to tremble, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Confusion appeared in the horn flame boar leader as it felt a sense of weakness and nausea invade its body. It had experienced the feeling before when it was very young and ate some strange fruits. Suddenly, the horn flame boar's leader's eyes widened as it looked at the gray spear on the ground and the wound on his right leg. That gray spear was not a simple object. It was a wave artifact, and while it did little to enhance raw destructive power, it was laced with potent venom. Cain smiled, knowing that venom could take care of a level 5 wave beast. If the spear had pierced the chest, the effect would have been much faster, but there was little he could do about it. Still, he was delighted with the outcome. Unfortunately, while Kane was ruthless, the horn flame boar leader did not fall short. Without hesitation, the beast bit off the place where the spear had landed. Even while using his ego wave, Kane could not help but show surprise. By extirpating the origin of the contamination, the horn flame boar diminished the amount of venom that would reach its bloodstream. Now the beast gave its immune system a chance to fight back and recover. Damn it! Damn it! Kane was furious, but his ego wave was still active, allowing him to control his facial expression and hide his emotions, preventing any soldiers from noticing that something went wrong. Even if the cadets and soldiers did not understand the great picture, they all saw a rise in the wave beast's numbers and a decrease in their own. The notion that the plan worked allowed them to carry on with this fight despite the immense pressure assaulting them. Although Kane performed the monumental task of neutralizing 2 level 4 horn flame boars, he failed to take care of the horn flame boar leader, so their prospects did not seem very good. The trick with the sea blast and the flash grenade artifact would not work again, and he knew facing them head-on on the battlefield would not be wise. The horn flame boar leader felt extremely dizzy and nauseous, but there was a burning fury in its eyes as it focused on the city. Kane could feel the beast's murderous intent and put down the binoculars before closing his eyes and shutting down his ego wave. He was exhausted and wanted nothing more than to sleep, but he could not allow himself that small pleasure until the current battle was over. I did my best. I hope the venom that reached the beast's bloodstream is strong enough to neutralize it for at least a few days. These stampedes will be over once the Empire warriors return, which should happen any day now. Unfortunately for Kane, while his thoughts were optimistic, the reality was about to take a very bad turn over the next few hours. Kane opened his eyes as he felt a massive burst of life wave at the northern position and saw storm clouds filling the sky. That amount of life wave, it is immense even for someone at the wave champion rank. Kane could not elaborate on that thought when a massive lightning pillar fell from the storm clouds. Boom! A blast echoed through the city the next second, generating a small earthquake. Kane clenched his fists as an ominous feeling assaulted his heart. He knew that the last attack would not have good repercussions on his side. Luckily, before things could get any worse, the first rays of sunlight emerged on the horizon. Ah! A feral roar came from the northeast position, reaching all the battlefields and marking the end of today's stampedes. Kane's eyes narrowed as he felt much less vigor in that roar than on previous nights. Still, he did not jump to conclusions and focused on his battlefield. The horn flame boar leader was in bad condition but still managed to give the command to retreat to its pawns once the stampede's leader unleashed its roar. The cadets and soldiers did not pursue the retreating horde due to the presence of the 2 level 4 horn flame boars and the fact they were beyond the point of exhaustion. The increasing number of enemies meant they had to work even harder, draining their stamina much faster. Kane used the binoculars one last time on the horn flame boar leader before this one vanished into the forest. A sharp and cold light appeared in his eyes as he noticed how the beast kept all its minions away, not letting anyone get near. A chance? A train of thought began to form in Kane's mind as he got down from the broken building and called Lurin to his side. The duo then moved to a place far from everybody's sight and began investigating the situation in the northeast position. It took a while, but they finally got an answer from Vice Captain Razman and discovered that the Stampede's leader had injured Major Luma. Things were not so horrible since Major Luma's wounds were not deadly, but they limited her battle power. The only silver lining was that the Stampede's leader did not come unscratched and received some severe wounds. In summary, while Major Luma's wounds diminished her battle capabilities, the situation in the northeast position remained the same. Lurin smiled as he cut the call since that news calmed his heart. He was worried that the Stampede's leader would have overwhelmed Major Lumar since that would have meant the end of Korin City. Wave warriors like him and the soldiers could have escaped if that was the case, but that would have meant leaving the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the underground tunnels to die under the maws of the wave beasts. It seems everything is. Lurin was not able to finish his sentence as he saw the somber expression on Kane's face. What is wrong? Kane could march into a fight with 2 level 4 wave beasts while carrying explosives that could blow him to pieces with a calm and composed expression on his face, so for something to affect him to that level, it must be awful. The situation on the northeast position remains the same since both Major Lumar and the Stampede's leader have weakened each other. However, now that our wave champion's battle capabilities are diminished, there is no deterrent for the Horn Flame Boar leader to march into the city. Lurin's eyes widened when he heard that, and a cold feeling assaulted his heart. If it came to it, they had the power to take care of the Horn Flame Boar leader and its 2 remaining level 4 pawns, but they would suffer massive casualties. Vice Captain Razman knew that the next battle would be hard but did not find the need to explain or give a reason for them to continue fighting. A soldier must be ready to die on the battlefield if the cause is right, and what better cause than to protect hundreds of thousands of innocent souls? All sorts of plans formed in Lurin's mind as he attempted to figure out what to do next. The best path forward was combining a form of siege and guerrilla warfare, allowing the horde to enter the city and take advantage of the terrain. However, even though that plan was impressive, especially for someone so young and with little experience like Lurin, it only improved their chances of success. There would still be many casualties among the soldiers and cadets. In the end, Lurin could not help but turn toward Kane, hoping this one would have a better plan. Kane noticed the hopeful gaze of Lurin, and he indeed had a plan. Make sure everybody gets a good rest. Gather Bielsa, Levi, and the soldier squad's leaders in 6 hours. Lurin nodded and left, fulfilling that command while distributing medicine to the wounded. Kane returned to the battlefield. After some search, he found one of the level 4 Hornflame boars. The corpse was scorched, and part of its skull was missing. As for the other, he could not find it. The sea blasts were powerful, but one of them only endured the blow in the side of its body. It most likely had the strength to flee into the forest, but it will be impossible for that beast to enter the battlefield again. Kane did not waste too much time worrying about the wounded level 4 Hornflame boar and used his right hand to pierce the body of the one that remained on the battlefield. The blood refinement art filled Kane's body with vitality, mending his wounds and improving his condition. Once he finished with the corpse, he returned to the city and finally got some rest. As soon as Kane woke up, he gathered with Lurin, Levi, Bielsa, Jamal, and the other squad leaders. Everybody focused on him, and their eyes glowed with expectation, hoping he would give them another miracle. That sort of pressure could affect anyone, but Kane had acclimated to the commander role incredibly fast and felt extremely calm with everything. Maybe I led armies in my past life. Kane shook his head, not wasting time with unnecessary thoughts, and went straight to the point. If we don't do something now, during the next stampede, the horde will attack with all their power, including the Horn Flame Boar leader and the 2 level 4 Horn Flame Boars that are still alive. I assume all of you understand what will happen then. A somber aura assaulted everybody that heard those words as the image of the bodies of cadets and soldiers spread across the battlefield appeared in their minds. Once Kane saw that everybody understood the danger they faced, he spoke again. I have a way to solve that, and it is quite simple. A small group will infiltrate the forest, and while the rest launch a lightning strike toward the wave beasts to draw their attention, they will kill the Horn Flame Boar leader. Silence reigned for a moment as everybody looked at Kane as if he was a madman. Even on the battlefield, with dozens of soldiers firing their wave rifles, killing the Horn Flame Boar leader would be a monumental task. Doing it in the beast's territory, surrounded by its pawns, was simply impossible. Kane saw their expression, but a confident smile appeared as a flash of red light crossed his eyes. Just the idea of assassinating the Horn Flame Boar leader in its territory should have been outrageous enough for the group to no longer hear anything that came from Kane's mouth. However, this one had repeatedly proven himself, elaborating and performing incredibly dangerous plans with massive effects on the battlefield. The Horn Flame Boar leader is currently harmed and in a weakened state. The beast knows that the other wave beasts would perceive any form of weakness as a chance to kill it and take control over its territories. I am confident that the beast isolated itself, not allowing anyone to be anywhere near it until it could fight back the effect of the venom on its bloodstream. We can use the fact that the Horn Flame Boar leader put itself into self-isolation to kill it. Kane's words greatly affected the soldier and cadets present, as his plan made perfect sense and could indeed work. However, one question in everybody's mind needed an answer. Who would enter the forest and perform the assassination? The one that spoke was Jamal, and he expressed the worry in the heart of many of the squad leaders. Soldiers cannot refute rational order. Although there would be immense danger and a great chance of death, infiltrating the forest for the opportunity to kill the Horned Flame Boar leader was not an irrational order. If Kane commanded Jamal or any other squad leaders to perform the assassination, they had no choice but to obey. Kane could see the worry in the eyes of the soldiers but did not mock or look down on them for that. The fear of death was something everybody felt, and he was not an exception. The ones forming the assassination party will be Levi, Bielsa, and me. Shock assaulted Lurin and the squad leaders when they heard that. On the other hand, Levi and Bielsa stared at Kane for a moment before nodding, accepting that task. I don't think you should go. That is right, one of us could take your place. Lurin and Jamal spoke a second after Kane and immediately attempted to change this one's mind. Although the duo did not begin on the right foot, the brotherhood of the battlefield was more potent than any minor grievance. It was not that Jamal and Lurin did not trust Kane's battle power since it was among the best of the Southwest battlefield. However, they could not allow themselves to lose such a promising commander. Kane saw the worry on their faces and showed a small smile before shaking his head. I am the one with the greatest chance of carving a safe path toward the Horned Flame Boar leader. Levi and Bielsa have the highest destructive power, so they are the best choice for an assassination. It must be the three of us, and adding anyone else would only make things harder. Lurin and Jamal saw that there was no way to change Kane's mind, so they had to follow his guide. Now, as I said before, your job would be to perform a lightning strike on the horde. You will do it the moment I say it, not a second before and not a second later, right when I say it. Kane allowed a flash of red light to emerge from his eyes as he spoke those words, making it clear to Lurin and Jamal just how important timing was. The duo adopted a solemn expression as they nodded, showing that they understood their responsibilities. Do not get too deep into the forest. Your mission is not killing wave beasts but wreaking as much havoc as possible. The more noise you generate, the better. I will inform you once it is over so that you can pull back the soldiers to the city. Levi, Bielsa, and I will find it impossible to leave the forest due to the state of the horde, so we will find a hidden place to lay low for the night and return the next day. Kane then focused on Lurin and sent a file to the AI chip of this one. Lurin saw the file with a cadet battle formation with him at the lead. He understood that his responsibilities would be much greater during the next stampede since Kane would not be present. Although taking control of the entire group made him somewhat nervous, it was also what he had wished for a long time. Lurin did not say a word, but the look in his eyes told Kane he would give everything he had on the battlefield. Once the plan was finished and everybody knew their role, Lurin called Vice Captain Razman and informed him of their next moves. The dwarf was worried about the immense danger in which Kane, Levi, and Bielsa would get in, but he also knew what would happen if they did not weaken the horde, so he authorized it. However, Razman did not just authorize their mission but also sent them a wave artifact in the form of a red ring. When Kane saw it, a large smile appeared on his face since he knew the chances of success grew exponentially. Kane, Levi, and Bielsa marched less than an hour later after having packed enough medical supplies and battle drugs. They moved to a corner of the forest, far from the horde's perception, and began to make their way in. Kane took the lead, using his sense of smell to search for Horned Flame Boar leader's resting place. As for why he, Levi, and Bielsa did not have to worry about some beast picking their scent, it was that their wave armors could hide it. The trio moved extremely fast through the forest as they knew time was of the essence, but they were also careful. If the horde were to detect their presence, then forget about killing the Horned Flame Boar leader. It would be a miracle if they could run away alive. Kane's eyes glowed with red light from the second they entered the forest. He had rested properly, so his brain could endure the pressure of his ego wave for the time being without too much backlash. Levi and Bielsa silently followed Kane as this one guided them through the forest, away from the sight of every wave beast. Suddenly, they showed some surprise as this one dashed forward. The next second the duo saw Kane's fingers piercing the skull of a level 2 Earth Lion, killing the creature instantly before storing the body in his space ring. At first, Levi and Bielsa were confused, but then they saw that the only way forward without alerting the bulk of the horde was through the path occupied by that Earth Lion. That happened multiple times, with Kane having to borrow Levi and Bielsa's space rings since they could not leave any corpse, or they risked altering the horde. As the trio moved closer to the horn flame boar leader, they noticed that the number of wave beasts diminished significantly. That realization made them smile since everything went according to Kane's hypothesis. Finally, after almost 1 hour of running, Kane raised his hand and stopped the other two. His eyes narrowed as he focused on a small cave on the side of a mountain. The horn flame boar leader was in there, and since Kane detected a single scent, he was sure the beast was alone. Now comes the hard part. Kane took a deep breath as that thought crossed his mind. Making their way through a forest with hundreds of wave beasts ready to kill them was not easy, but killing the horn flame boar leader before this one could alert anyone was a truly monumental task. The horn flame boar leader should be a level 5 wave beast. The venom should have weakened its vitality and reflexes, but since it knows that other beasts could attack, it must be ready to fight at any moment. Kane looked at the red ring that Razman gave them, and it was a one-time use wave artifact. It would fire a level 5 wave warrior fireball. Although incredibly powerful, the fireball was very slow, so anyone at level 5 could easily dodge it. Razman knew the red ring would not be much help against a strong level 5 wave beasts, but the venom weakened the horn flame boar leader, and it would be up to Kane to figure out a way to use it. Kane focused on the cave and understood why the horn flame boar leader chose it. There was only one way in and out, and its narrow path made it perfect for the beast's flaming charge. However, unknown to the beast, it also provided the perfect terrain to use the red ring. Kane could get near the cave entrance and shoot the fireball, but he immediately shook his head. He decided to save the ring as a trump card in case anything went wrong and carry on with the assassination using his original plan. He stared at Levi and Bielsa, and a cold expression appeared on their faces. They all understood that failure could mean death. The horn flame boar leader slept soundly at the back of the cave, but its posture and the way its ears and snout twitched from time to time made it clear it was still fully alert and ready to battle at any time. A scorching heat filled the cave, not because of the horn flame boar leader but due to the large red ores embedded over the walls. They unleashed powerful fire energy, which benefited the wave beast. Suddenly the horn flame boar leader opened its eyes as an ominous feeling assaulted its heart, but although it managed to unleash its life wave, it could not dodge the dozen ice arrows that landed on its face. Ah! The horn flame boar leader shrieked in pain as the ice arrows harmed its eyes and snout, hindering two of the most important senses. That shriek of pain was deafening, and despite the cave being in an isolated location, some wave beast should have heard it, alerting the entire horde that someone was attacking the horn flame boar leader. However, the horn flame boar leader's shriek did not alert anyone since something else had happened just as those ice arrows landed on its face. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. Multiple explosions echoed through the forest as the cadets and soldiers unleashed all sorts of loud spells and explosives into the horde, harming many wave beasts and making them scream in pain. The horn flame boar leader was not exactly wise, but when it heard the explosion and cries of pain from the horde, it knew that no one would come to help it, no matter how hard it shrieked. That realization only filled the wave beast with resolution and killing intent. Wave beasts did not live in a structured civilization like humans and faced the law of the jungle from the moment they were born. The horn flame boar leader had faced countless life and death fights over its life, and it kept rising until it became a mighty level 5 wave beast. The horn flame boar leader's horn began to glow, and blazing flames covered its body as it stomped the ground, ready to march forward. Even if the ice arrows had temporarily hindered its sense of sight and smell, its body fitted perfectly in the cave, so its flaming charge would strike anything in front of it. However, just as the horn flame boar leader was about to march forward, it noticed that two individuals dashed toward it. If it was at full power, the wave beast could have handled the duo, but powerful venom still ran through its bloodstream, greatly restricting its physical might. Once again, the horn flame boar leader could not dodge the attack, and two fists landed on its throat, one on the right side and the other on the left. Kane and Levi attacked simultaneously, each having charged that right fist to the horn flame boar leader with all the power they could muster. The duo's punches not only landed at the same time, proving their outstanding teamwork but also enhanced the destructive might of the other. Levi's punch had a massive amount of explosive power that burst the moment it landed, pushing the horn flame boar leader to the other side and helping Kane's lightning fist pierce even deeper into the flesh. Ah! The horn flame boar leader shrieked even louder this time. A blast destroyed a part of its neck while a lightning arm pierced into its neck, burning all the blood crossing through it. Kane's eyes glowed with red light as he put as much energy as possible into the lightning flooding the inside of the wave beast's neck. If he could keep it like that for just 20 seconds, it would be enough to end the life of the horn flame boar leader, but this one would not just lay down and wait for death. After unleashing that agonizing shriek, the horn flame boar leader clenched its teeth and charged toward the left, trying to slam Kane against the cave's wall. Kane acted fast, taking his arm off the horn flame boar leader's neck before moving back, avoiding having his body crushed between the wall and the wave beast's body. The horn flame boar leader felt weak as the wounds made the effect of the venom on its body flare up, but that did not stop it from making his life wave burst, increasing the might of its flames. It had already regained full use of its sight and could see the two humans in front of it. Although it could still charge forward, they were too close and would fail to generate enough momentum. If it was at level 4, there was nothing else it could do, but the horn flame boar leader had reached level 5. Its eyes glowed with bestial might as its flames began to compress around its body. Levi and Kane narrowed their eyes as they saw that and knew what would come next. Luckily, they had prepared, immediately moving back. Roar! The horn flame boar leader roared as all the flames densely compressed around its body burst out, flooding the cave. The horn flame boar leader's blazing flames were about to reach Levi and Kane when an ice wall formed in front of them. It did not endure for long, shattering after less than a second, but took the brunt of the flame's power. The attack just pushed Kane and Levi back a few meters, leaving a few burn marks in their armor but without really wounding them. Immense rage appeared in the horn flame boar leader as it saw that the duo survived one of its most powerful attacks. It focused on the distance and saw a woman looking back at it. Beelz's breathing was ragged, making it clear how much energy she put into those two last spells. She was a new level 3 essence wave warrior, so it was impressive for her ice arrows to harm a level 5 wave beast. And the ice wall she conjured was even more powerful, having drained a significant amount of her essence wave. However, despite her exhaustion, Beelza made her essence wave burst again as she put her hand on the ground, using it as a conduit to trigger her spell right in front of the wave beast. The horn flame boar leader's eyes widened as it saw massive ice spikes emerging from the ground and moving toward it. Roar! It roared again, increasing the might of its flames and stomping against the ice spikes, shattering them to pieces. Unfortunately for the horn flame boar leader, while it took care of the threat, Levi unleashed a blast from the sole of his feet that drove him forward as he increased the explosive might of his flames and used his entire body like a battering ram. Levi's body clashed against the horn flame boar leader's face, pushing the beast back and disorienting it. Kane did not lose that opportunity. He dashed forward an instant after Levi, and a massive amount of astral wave and lightning coated his right leg. He jumped toward the horn flame boar leader and connected a downward kick on the top of the beast's head. That kick impact caused brain trauma to the horn flame boar leader, and to make things worse, the lightning affected its nervous system. The threat of death made the horn flame boar leader go mad, and it began to roar as it made the flames covering its body go wild, trying to push away the duo that was harming it. Kane and Levi saw those blazing flames, but instead of moving away, they made their astral wave explode with all the power they had left, choosing to carry on with their attack. Levi's lineage granted him a certain level of fire resistance, while Kane used the Nullity Armor's special ability to nullify 35% of the damage of those flames. Still, while they endured the fire, it would not last long, so they needed to be quick. Levi grabbed the wave beast's horn and used all his strength to immobilize it while Kane put his legs around the beast's neck and began to punch the back of its head. Less than a second after the duo began with their final bash, the heat in the cave reached an unbearable level, but a blast of frozen air emerged from beneath the horn flame boar leader, helping them. Kane and Levi did not look away, but a smile appeared on their faces as they knew that Beelza was using all her power to help them fight back against the horn flame boar leader's blazing flames. Levi's muscles bulged as he used all his strength to immobilize the horn flame boar leader while Kane ferociously punched. Kane's punches had immense strength as he used 800% wave burst, and the lightning coating them granted tremendous penetrating force. The back of the horn flame boar leader was a bloody mess, but he kept striking with more and more power. Crack! A cracking sound echoed through the cave, making a large smile appear on Cain, Bielsa, and Levi. That crack excited them so much because it came from the horn flame boar leader's skull. Cain's eyes showed a burst of killing intent that grew more ferocious combined with the red light in them. He pushed his wave burst to an even higher percentage before focusing almost all of his astral wave into his arms, leaving just enough for the horn flame boar leader's flames to not kill him on the spot. Cain intertwined his fingers, forming a hammer with his hands before bringing it down on the horn flame boar leader's skull. Crack! The cracking was even stronger as the fractures on the horn flame boar leader's skull grew larger. Ah! The horn flame boar leader screamed in agony, having already lost the ability to think. It attempted to run away with all its strength, but someone firmly grabbed its horn, immobilizing it. Cain felt his legs burning despite the protection of his nullity armor, but the red light on his eyes only grew stronger as he kept hammering on the horn flame boar leader's skull. Finally, after the 15th strike, Cain's fists broke the horn flame boar leader's skull, allowing his hands to reach the beast's brain, where he unleashed a blast of lightning, consuming almost all of his astral wave. Levi felt his arms would break at any moment due to the immense pressure they endured by holding down the horn flame boar leader, but then he saw the beast tremble for a moment before losing all of its strength. A large smile appeared as he saw the light vanish from the beast's eyes. However, Levi did not have time to relax as Cain's shout reached him, and he knew what to do. He jumped onto the beast's head and grabbed Cain's body before throwing this one with all his strength toward the cave's exit. Cain moved through the air as his body lost the protection of his wave cloak and the nullity armor's ability. The horn flame boar leader's flames burned his legs so much that they could barely work. Even if the horn flame boar leader had perished, its flames were still active. Cain might have died if he had remained on top of the beast after his astral wave drained. Levi used all his strength to throw Cain toward the cave's exit. Still, instead of crashing against the hard ground, a gentle embrace caught Cain. Cain felt Bielsa's aroma, and he smiled. He wanted nothing more than to rest in this embrace right now, but his eyes still glowed with red light. They were in enemy territory, and the dangers were far from over. Bielsa did not say a word before putting Cain on her back and flashing toward the cave's exit. Levi saw the duo flashing away without him but did not say anything to that. They needed to leave this place fast and were slower than him, so waiting made no sense. He was also ready to run, but before that, he threw several bodies out of his space ring before sending the horn flame boar leader into it. Bielsa exited the cave, and as she looked into the distance, she heard the sound of explosions and fighting growing weaker and weaker. The instant the horn flame boar leader perished, Cain sent the command for Lurin to retreat. Although returning to Korin City would have been the best, raging wave beasts filled the entire periphery of the forest, and it was impossible to pass through without alerting them. The only path was to head deeper into the forest and find a secluded place where they could rest until things calmed down. Of course, moving blindingly into the forest would be extremely dangerous, but Cain had already studied the place's geography and marked several locations where they could spend the night. 8 o'clock. Advance for 900 meters until finding a small river, then follow its current north. Bielsa did not hesitate before following Cain's guide and flashed into the forest at full speed. She moved incredibly fast despite having to carry someone. Her eyes narrowed as she felt a presence approach her, but she relaxed when she saw it was Levi. The duo nodded to each other before flashing forward with all their strength. They followed Cain's instructions and soon reached the river. The trio changed their paths more than once since Cain detected packs of wave beasts in the surrounding area. Although those beasts were not strong, with most at level 2 or 3, none were in a condition to fight. Cain could barely move, and Levi's arms did not stop trembling due to the torn muscles. Although Bielsa was a little better, she had almost no essence wave left, and unlike the duo, she could not rely on just her body to fight. It took them around 3 hours before the trio finally reached their destination. A lake formed at the bottom of a cascade carrying toxic waters. Although hiding in a place like this might seem stupid, as they would get sick, the water's toxins were not that potent. They could affect level 2 wave beast at most. but the scent kept all beasts away, making it perfect for laying low. Cain, Levi, and Beelze took some of the drugs they had prepared for this trip, one of which would counter any negative effects of the toxins before diving into the lake. Of course, the trio did not just plan to rest at the bottom of a poison lake. According to Cain's research, there was an underground cavern in it, and they planned to use it. It did not take long for the trio to find the entrance to the cavern. Beelze gently lay Cain down on the ground as this one retracted his wave armor. When Levi and Beelze saw the state of Cain's legs, shock appeared in their eyes. They knew that Cain used his legs to hold onto the flame horn boar leader's neck so he could use his arms freely, but they had no idea he would suffer so much damage. The flesh and muscles around Cain's thighs were scorched, and the pain he must have endured during that time should have been excruciating. Cain saw the expression on the duo's faces and smiled before shaking his head. Using Ego Wave, I can diminish to a certain measure my sense of pain. Besides, it is not as bad as it looks since I have been tempering my body with enormous vitality over the last few days. Levi and Beelze nodded as they heard that, but secretly, they could not help but think of the rapid evolution of Cain's character. From the moment he entered that trance state in his battle against Wink, he had been growing faster and faster.
Oh, right, you could use it, Levi shouted as he remembered how Cain always used his blood technique after the battles. He waved his hand, making the body of the horn flame boar leader appear next to Cain.
Cain's smile grew wider as he saw Levi taking out the horn flame boar leader's body. A level 5 wave beast was valuable, but Levi did not hesitate to take it out if it could help him. Cain did not waste time since even if his wounds were not deadly, they severely restricted his battle power, which put all of them in danger. He used the astral wave he had regained over the last few hours to enhance his right arm before piercing the horn flame boar leader's body until reaching the heart. The vitality Cain could draw from the horn flame boar leader was almost twice as potent as the one coming from the level 4 horn flame boar. Levi and Beelze remained silent as Cain used his technique, and surprise appeared in their eyes as they saw that in just 20 minutes, the scorched skin on his legs began to fall off before being replaced by a new one. Incredible! What an amazing technique you have! Levi could not help but say as he saw the power of Cain's technique. It would still take hours for Cain's thighs to heal fully, but the speed at which he did it was still amazing. Cain just smiled and chose not to comment. The blood refinement art was potent, but it had such a remarkable effect because he used his ego wave. It allowed him to increase his proficiency, improving the amount of energy he obtained while at the same time focusing solely on his legs instead of his entire body. I will take the first watch. Beelze and Cain nodded toward Levi, and they saw him diving back into the lake and moving to the shore. Not because this place was commonly empty and wave beasts avoided it meant that they could lower their guard. Beelze did not waste time and rested on the ground, relaxing and falling asleep fast. Cain smiled as he saw Beelze's sleeping face. He also wanted to rest but could not do it before finishing with the horn flame boar leader. A complicated expression appeared on Cain's face as he looked at the massive body of the level 5 wave beasts that he killed with his own hands. Am I strong? Am I strong? That was a crucial question for Cain, as it involved a core belief. For him, power was everything. With it, he would never feel hopeless, like when the Aatrox god fired that spell against the Imperial Lightning Fort, or impotent against injustice like with Solar Jones. For most people, power was a means to a goal, but Cain's mind worked differently. His goal was to obtain such a monstrous power he would not have to wish for anything, as he could do it all. So strong that nothing could stop him, and he could destroy every obstacle in his path. Power on its own was neither good nor bad, and it depended on the hands of the user. A righteous man would bring forth a period of justice, while a wicked man would unleash a wave of sin and corruption. Cain was not so narcissistic as to believe he would be a champion of justice after gaining enough power, but he was sure that he would butcher all evil in his path. Giving their entire heart and soul to a cause was hard for humans, but it was much easier against something. Cain focused on the horn flame boar leader's face and saw its rage and resentment. You believe yourself to have been strong, ruling over thousands of wave beasts and controlling a large territory, but in reality, you were nothing more than a small fish in an even smaller pond. Your desire to grow stronger must have stagnated long ago, So the moment you entered a larger playfield, you were doomed. Kane's eyes became cold as he engraved the face of the Horn Flame Boar leader in his mind, reminding himself never to be content with his current power. There would always be a higher mountain and a stronger monster. The mental pain kept growing as he used his ego wave more, but Kane did not stop and continued using his blood refinement art with the level 5 wave beast's blood. Ah! Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard that feral roar. It had great power but was so distant that it lost most of its might when it reached the cavern. Bielsa also woke up, and her body grew tense, ready to fight at any second. It was an involuntary response since, over the last few days, a long period of fighting would begin every time she heard that roar. You should go back to rest. We already did our part, taking out the Horn Flame Boar leader, which would make everything easier for Lurin and the others. Even if we wanted to join the battlefield, we are not in a condition to fight. Bielsa turned to the side after hearing those words. The calm and composed expression on Kane's face relaxed her heart, and she nodded before going back to sleep. Kane saw that Bielsa fell to sleep again, and the calm expression on his face vanished, replaced by a cold and pragmatic one. Ideally, killing the Horn Flame Boar leader would generate a massive effect on the southwest battlefield, considerably weakening the might of the horde. Still, things did not always go according to plan. Although Kane wanted to know what happened on the battlefield, he could not distract Lurin amidst a battle, so he would have to wait until tonight's stampede was over. Suddenly, an expression of utter agony appeared on Kane's face as his mental pain from using his ego wave grew too high. He was forced to deactivate it, or else the pain would make him lose consciousness. As the red light in Kane's eyes vanished, he also took his hand out of the Horn Flame Boar leader's body before using lightning to cauterize the wound, preventing any blood loss. Kane could still use his blood refinement art without the assistance of his ego wave, but the effect would be subpar at best. It was better to rest and carry on when he was better. The fact he could not freely use his ego wave bothered Kane a lot. If he reached the first realm of the ego eternal path of power, there would be no drawbacks, and he could use his ego wave without worries. Unfortunately, there was nothing Kane could do about it since enlightenment over his true nature was not something he could force. Kane closed his eyes and went into a deep state of sleep. Bielsa and Levi were taking guard, and he had the basic scan force field tool keeping surveillance, so there was no need to be on high alert. He was exhausted, so he fell asleep very fast. Ah! Another feral roar reached the cavern, waking Kane up. He knew that meant the stampede was over, and he could finally ask about the situation on the southwest battlefield. How did it go? Kane went straight to the point the moment he was able to establish communication with Lurin. His face was stern as he prepared for everything. It went great. Lurin did not hide his thrill as he answered Kane's question. Kane relaxed, and he took a deep breath. He still needed details, but Lurin's words and tone of voice made it clear that nothing terrible had happened. Elaborate. Yes. Without the Horn Flame Boar leader, the ones that took the lead in the southwest battlefield were the two level 4 Horn Flame Boars. There were problems with the horde from the beginning since it seemed both level 4 wave beasts wanted absolute control over the pawns, causing them to split into two groups. The horde's march was wild and unorganized, even for wave beasts, and neither of the level 4 Horn Flame Boars dared to enter the battlefield. Maybe, they were worried about suffering some injury and that the other would take advantage of that. We were able to kill hundreds of wave beasts, and although some were wounded, no one had to leave the battlefield. It was a great night. Lurin could not be happier with the outcome. Last night was the first time he truly took control of the soldiers and cadets, and everything went great. Of course, the Saiyan knew that comparing the current horde with the ones they faced under Kane's leadership was like comparing a mighty tiger with a starving hyena. Both were depredators, but the imposing might and strength of one could not hold a candle to the other. Kane nodded as he heard Lurin's words, and it made sense that the level 4 Horn Flame Boars would behave like that. In the military, there was a strict chain of command. If a superior perished, there was always someone ready to take the leadership role. However, you could not expect that level of organization from wave beasts, and that flaw proved deadly on the battlefield. Although the internal fight between the wave beasts was great for Lurin and the soldiers protecting Korin City, it was not good for Kane, Levi, and Bielsa. Both level 4 horn flame boars must be wary of the other and ready to fight, meaning that both sides are on high alert at every moment. Cain knew that something like this could happen if he killed the horn flame boar leader, but it was a small price to pay. How did things go on the northeast battlefield? Of all the battlefields besides the southwest, the one that mattered the most to Cain was the northeast, which had Major Luma. I did not get a detailed report, but it seems that everything went as usual. Major Luma and the Stampede's leader fought the entire night, but none could overwhelm the other. I see. If everything goes well, we will leave this forest in the night and rejoin you as you face the horde. Keep me informed of any change in the city. Yes. Cain shut down the communication channel before turning toward the horn flame boar leader. He used his hand to pierce the beast's body and activated his ego wave and blood refinement art. The sound of water drew Cain's attention, and he saw Beelze climb into the cavern. She and Levi changed turns of surveillance while Cain was sleeping. We will wait until the night to move. The forest is in turmoil right now, and it would be dangerous to move through it. Besides, I still need a few more hours before being battle ready. Levi and Beelze nodded when they heard those words. Originally they were supposed to leave now, but both of them had complete trust in Cain's plans, and if he said they had to wait, they would wait. Cain gained the duo's confidence through his hard work and flawless plans. Since they would not leave immediately, Beelze went to rest, and Levi returned to the shore. Cain did not participate in the surveillance since he needed to focus all his strength on healing as fast as possible. 3 hours after waking up, he drained every drop of the horn flame boar leader's blood, forcing him to use the bodies of other wave beasts in his space ring. Although the weaker wave beast's energy could not compare in quality or quantity to that of the horn flame boar leader, they were better than any drug or medicine he had. By the time night was approaching, Cain's legs had fully healed. Although he still had other wounds on his body, they could not hinder his battle power. Cain, Beelze, and Levi calmly waited inside the cavern for the signal. The trio could already deploy their full battle power. Although the first was still wounded, those would not affect him in a fight. Ah! The feral roar from the Stampede's leader made a sharp light appear in the trio's eyes. It meant that the wave beasts in the forest would leave for Korean City, generating openings in the forest's periphery that they could use to escape. Beelze and Levi were about to rush out when they saw Cain raise his hand, stopping them. They were confused by the solemn expression on his face. Cain knew the duo was confused, and he could not give them a proper explanation. He stopped them because he felt something terrible would happen very soon. It was an instinct and had no objective evidence, but he knew that a wave cultivator should never ignore his instincts. You two wait here. I will go alone first and explore the path we will take. I need to be fast and silent. More people would make things harder. Levi and Beelze frowned when they heard that. It was clear that something was wrong, and Cain wanted to go alone so they would be safe. However, it was also true that he would be better off moving on his own if the task was solely exploration. Although the duo knew it would be dangerous for Cain to go alone, they also knew that they would not be able to change his mind, so they only nodded. Be careful. Cain showed a small smile as he heard Beelze's words and nodded before leaving the toxic lake. He immediately found the best path out of the forest and flashed in that direction. Now that Cain did not have to worry about the presence of anyone else, his speed reached an impressive level despite hiding his aura. His sense of smell and basic scan force field gave him a good understanding of his surroundings, allowing him to move even faster. The more Cain saw of the forest, the more relaxed his heart became. The number of wave beasts had decreased immensely as almost all formed part of the horde assaulting Korean City, making the path out of the forest a straightforward journey. Cain began to smile as the ominous feeling assaulting his heart grew weaker the closer he got to the forest exit. I might have been overreacting. That sinister presence weakened more and more. It must have been because the horde left the forest. Wait, Cain's eyes widened as a thought crossed his mind. It was entirely possible that the sinister feeling assaulting Cain's heart vanished because the horde left the forest. Yet, it could also be because he got away from the place where that ominous event would happen. A boom. Cain had not even finished his thought when an explosion echoed through the forest. He turned to the origin and saw it came from the toxic lake where Levi and Beelze were hiding. Kane was trying to process what was happening when two messages reached him through the AI chip module. Run. Korean City. Dark Race's warrior. The first one to reach him was Levi's, and there was a great deal of interference. Leave the forest. Beals's message was also ragged. After a second, the last part reached him. Goodbye. That last word made Kane's body tremble, and he felt like something squeezed his heart. His blood began to burn as his astral wave exploded with power, and he flashed at full speed toward the lake. Kane's eyes began to glow with red light as his ego wave, the embodiment of his willpower, burst with all its force. He did not bother to hide his presence and pushed his wave burst to 900%, the highest percentage possible, increasing his speed more and more. Even in that state, Kane did not lose focus and sent a message to Lurin and Razman, informing the duo of the Dark Race's warrior in the forest. He knew the enemy must have some sort of jamming device, so he had to do it before it was too late. Lurin and Razman were shocked by that information and attempted to communicate with Kane, but he had no time for them and focused on running faster. Are you sure of this? Kane could ignore the messages of everybody else but not of the entity that resided inside his soul. Apex, who had remained silent for most of this journey, spoke again. The system spirit spent most of his time increasing his knowledge and collecting information for Kane, but he was aware of everything. They ask you to leave because they know there is no way for them to survive. If you go there, the only thing that awaits you is death. I can't abandon my friends, Kane shouted back and kept running faster and faster. Those who abandon their friends are the worst type of garbage, but you are not doing that. Leaving now would be following their wish for you to live. Unlike Kane, Apex spoke with complete calmness and had absolute certainty in his voice. Kane's body trembled again when he heard Apex's words. He knew Levi and Beelza wanted him to exit the forest and find refuge in Korean City, but he could not just leave them. I already told you before. This world is not a fairy tale and doesn't allow heroes. The only thing you will gain by going to that place would be dying. All the good you could do, all the people you could save, all will be lost because you can't make the tough choice. Kane clenched his fists as he heard Apex's words. He knew they were right but could not accept it. The truth is that your friends have already perished. You going there would only delay things a few moments, but the final outcome would remain the same. Kane's body froze, and a sense of loss appeared on his face. The red light in his eyes began to act erratically, indicating the chaotic state in which his willpower found itself. It is happening again. Kane realized that he once again found himself in a situation where he was powerless to change things, just like when Solar Jones forced him to run and leave those two soldiers to die. However, things were much worse now since the ones that would die were people he truly cared about. The erratic state of the red light in Kane's eyes only grew stronger, and it seemed it would shatter at any second. Just as the chaotic state of his willpower reached its zenith, something happened. Kane's body stopped trembling, and he began to smile. He looked toward the toxic lake, and his doubt and fear began to vanish. Apex, you say this world doesn't allow heroes, right? The system spirit was surprised to hear those words from Kane in a moment like this. Yes, you are wrong. For the first time since they met, Kane blatantly refuted the system spirit's words. Apex was shocked to hear that and even more as he saw that the erratic red light in Kane's eyes became calm. I have wondered for a long time about my true nature. I knew what I wanted to do, but the ideas of others, the cruelty of this world, and even my own prejudice affected my mind, stopping me from embarking on that path, but no more. The red light in Kane's eyes grew stronger, surpassing its previous level and finally evolving. I don't care if people mock me or call me naive, I will become a hero. Kane shouted those words from the tops of his lungs, making sure the entire world would know it, and as he did that, his ego eternal matrix grew stronger, finally achieving a level where he could use his ego wave without limitation or backlash. Now that Kane found his true nature, he reached the first realm of the ego eternal path of power. A boom, a small blast occurred as Kane flashed forward, reaching a speed almost 3 times faster than his previous limit. Kane's ego wave enhanced his speed of thought and cognitive abilities but did not directly improve his physical capabilities. However, it did enhance his control over his astral wave and his dominion over the 4 basic wave arts to an outrageous level. Right now, Kane's wave burst reached 1500%, and he concentrated every iota of astral wave into his legs using wave focus. It did not end there since the lightning arcs around his body were even stronger due to his flawless wave transmutation. Such a massive output of astral wave would usually mean that your energy would drain extremely fast. Nevertheless, Kane's synergy flow was so powerful that it diminished the amount lost over time, allowing him to keep it longer. The abilities Kane was showing right now could allow him to face a full power Horn Fame Boar leader alone. Hold on. I am coming. Bielsa jumped back and generated an ice shield in front of her just as a figure crashed into the place where she was a second ago. The impact was so strong that it generated shockwaves that reached the ice shield, shattering it to pieces. The shield saved Bielsa from the shockwaves, and as it shattered, she gained an unobstructed view of the enemy. Of all the Dark Race's warriors she could be facing, the one in front was the worst type. The enemy was a large man, more than 2 meters tall, covered with blade armor. He was a member of the Aatrox Immortus race. All sorts of deadly wounds covered the Aatrox's body. There were gaping holes in his legs and deep lacerations that reached the bones. The worst injury of all was the one in the center of his chest, resembling a burning fist imprint that had left a deep indentation, surely having provoked massive internal damage. A fraction of those wounds would have been enough to kill a level 7 wave warrior, yet the Aatrox could keep fighting. It was clear just how formidable he was. Not all injuries in the Aatrox's body were old. A new one manifested in the form of an ice sheet that froze the muscles and bones in the left arm, incapacitating it. That wound was left by Bielsa when she utilized her trump card. As the scion of a powerful noble family, she had artifacts and treasures that could save her life, but unless it was absolutely necessary, she never planned to use them. If she were to rely on external power, then that would defeat the purpose of her joining the military academy. Of course, when faced with a monster like the Aatrox in front of her, Bielsa did not hesitate for a moment before activating her trump card, firing an extremely powerful frost missile. Bielsa had intended for the frost missile to land on the Aatrox's head, which could have killed this one, but while the spell was faster than the enemy, she was not. By the time Bielsa had aimed and fired the spells, the Aatrox had already moved, making the frost missile land on his left arm instead of his head. The Aatrox's golden eyes showed a single intent as he stared at the woman in front of him. Kill. He was not using his wave and simply relying on his physical might, yet that was enough to pressure Bielsa to death's door. Just as the Aatrox was about to dash toward Bielsa, his eyes narrowed, and he noticed a young man jumping toward him with massive explosive power gathered on the right fist. Levi had several wounds all over his body, left due to his physical clashes with the Aatrox. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes since he had already hardened his heart for this to be his final battlefield. There was an immense amount of astral wave in his right fist, and he had also used his special ability, which allowed him to charge it with explosive power that would detonate on impact. Due to his position, the Aatrox could not dodge that fist. There was no worry in his eyes as he raised his right palm and slightly bent his knees. A boom! An explosion echoed through the forest when Levi's fist collided with the Aatrox's palm, but before the flames could disperse, a kick landed on his stomach. Levi felt that kick would make a hole in his stomach. It made him puke blood while sending him flying through the air. The Aatrox's right hand trembled for a moment due to the explosion, but his expression remained the same as he focused ahead and used his arm and legs to shatter the barrage of ice spears coming his way. Bielsa clenched his teeth as he fired those projectiles with all her strength, but the Aatrox was not only able to shatter them all with his right arm and legs, but he began to move forward slowly, narrowing the distance between them. Ah! Bielsa shouted as she pushed her essence wave to the limit, increasing the power of her projectiles. The enhanced strength of the projectiles hindered the Aatrox's advance, but that did not last for long. His golden eyes grew resolute as he conjured his wave cloak. An expression of agony appeared on the Aatrox's face when he used that small amount of astral wave, but he endured it. His power reached the level where Bielsa's projectiles were like pieces of paper. The Aatrox easily shattered all the projectiles as he dashed forward, but before he could reach Bielsa, Levi moved back into the fray. An annoyed expression appeared on the Aatrox's face as he saw that human interfering with his plan again. He clenched his right fist and struck forward. The Aatrox was aware that the power in his right punch would be enough to shatter Levi's fist, but just as they were about to collide, he saw the human open his hand. Levi knew there was no way he could win a direct confrontation now that the Aatrox activated a wave cloak, so instead of going for a clash of fists, he unleashed a sea of flames toward the Aatrox. Levi smiled as he saw the flames consuming the Aatrox, but that did not last long as a fist emerged from the fire. He was barely able to raise his guard before the attack landed. Ah! He could not help but release a scream of pain as that punch almost broke his arms, sending him flying away, crashing against many trees on his path. A sense of dizziness assaulted Levi's mind, but the threat of death drove him back to reality as he saw the Aatrox coming down from the sky, about to crash on him. With the momentum that the Aatrox's body carried, Levi knew that crash would be enough to kill him. Luckily for Levi, before the Aatrox could land, dozens of ice pillars rose from the ground and charged against this one. The Aatrox's dash was able to shatter the pillars on his path, but it delayed this one long enough for Levi to unleash explosions from the sole of his feet, pushing him away from danger. Beelze's face was pale and bleeding from her eyes and mouth due to the immense pressure that such a powerful spell generated on her body. We have only fought for a few minutes, and I already feel my body so heavy that I can barely move it. That thought just appeared on Beelze's mind when she saw the Aatrox focusing on her and how the small amount of astral wave on his body morphed into arcs of black lightning. A feeling of doom assaulted Beelze as she saw the Aatrox using that black lightning, and she raised her hand, intending to use all her power in the next spell. However, before Beelze could even charge her spell, the Aatrox vanished from her sight. Beelze's eyes widened, and she immediately generated rows of ice shields around her. They should have been strong enough to stop the Aatrox, but she only detected a shattering sound before a claw charged with black lightning flashed toward her heart. There was nothing Beelze could do to stop that attack, and it had the power to kill her on the stop. As she felt death coming closer and closer, the image of a man appeared in her mind, making a small smile appear on her face. Even in death, Beelze would face everything with her eyes wide open. That is how she saw a figure bathed covered in arcs of blue lightning clash against the Aatrox, sending this one flying away and saving her life. A sense of utter disbelief assaulted Beelze's mind as she stared at the one that managed to push that monster away and save her life. Cain. Beelze uttered that word, and her heartbeat began to rise as she saw that man standing between her and the Aatrox as if telling her that he would protect her. I am sorry for taking so long, but I am here now. Cain showed a small smile as he spoke to Beelze, but his eyes never left the Aatrox. A single lapse of attention against an enemy like that would mean death. As he stared at the Aatrox and focused on all the wounds, he commanded the absolute life form system to scan this one. If the Aatrox were at full power, his astral wave alone would unleash radiation hindering the pseudo-cellular analysis tool. Still, in his current state, he could not stop the absolute life form system from scanning him. It did not take long for the absolute life form system to show the Aatrox's stats to Cain, and when this one saw them, he clenched his fist. It is even worse than I imagined. Cain's willpower had reached an impressive level after the rise to the first realm of the ego eternal path of power, but the data that the virtual screen was enough reason for his solemn attitude. Target scan successful. Race. Aatrox Immortus race. Lineage. Path of power. Astral rebirth, early wave champion. Stats. Strength. 4.1, Agility. 2.9, Vitality. 1.1. Astral wave. Note. Target's vitality is feeble, and there are severe internal wounds, making him only able to express a fraction of his power. Cain took a deep breath as he focused on the Aatrox, blocking everything else. He went through all the information that the pseudo-cellular analysis tool gave him about his enemy, including the condition of the body and inner organs. Of all the Aatrox's wounds, the worst is in his rebirth heart. The damage is so massive that it can no longer release its astral wave without worsening its state. There are also injuries in his legs that greatly limit his speed. Cain's eyes were cold as he planned how to make the most of the information the system recollected. Things did not end there, as he came up with another idea. Apex, can you use the basic virtual simulation tool to show me a live simulation of the Aatrox's next move? Usually, basic virtual simulation could only be used before the fight, as Kane's mind could not work fast enough to see the simulation and act on it during a battle. However, his current speed of thought was much faster than his body, so there was a chance his plan could work. Of course, that was only on the premise that the basic virtual simulation tool could predict the Aatrox's movements fast enough. Apex understood the severity of the situation and provided Kane with every bit of help possible. An hour ago, the AI chip module power would not have been enough to fulfill that task, but now that you reached the first realm of the ego eternal path of power, things have changed. Kane understood the meaning of Apex's words. Unlike the other modules, the AI chip module power depended on the strength of his soul, and since his willpower is part of his soul, a rise on the ego eternal path of power helped this one. After a second, Kane saw a small transparent screen appear in the right corner of his vision. It showed the Aatrox, but this image was a virtual simulation that would predict his movements. Since the Aatrox was an intelligent life form, the simulation predictions would not be flawless, but they would still help Kane immensely. Just like Kane was analyzing the Aatrox, this one also did the same with his enemy. Kane's kick pushed the Aatrox almost 20 meters away from Beelze but did minor damage, so this one remained standing without a problem. The Aatrox's eyes widened as he detected that the human in front of him was a level 2 astral wave warrior, and the reason for the immense astral wave coming from this one was an outrageous wave burst. A flash of enlightenment appeared in the Aatrox's eyes as he noticed the red light coming from Kane's eyes. Although he attempted to hide it, envy appeared on his face. Suddenly, the Aatrox's face contorted in agony, and a horrible pain forced him to rescind his astral wave, as his rebirth heart could not endure the pressure. The loss of the wave cloak drastically reduced the Aatrox's physical might, but this one still had more than enough brute strength to make every punch deadly. Like Kane, the Aatrox took a deep breath, and his eyes grew colder and sharp. He considered the human in front of him a proper opponent, unlike the other two, which were just pests in his mind. Kane saw the Aatrox walking toward him, not wasting any time with meaningless words, which worked perfectly for him. Even though his synergy helped him diminish the amount of astral wave used, he was still employing a 1500% wave burst, so his energy pool would deplete very soon. Blue lightning coated Kane's arms and legs, and that same power reinforced his nervous system, allowing his reaction speed to reach an impressive level. The Aatrox, on the other hand, had no ability activated, but he had tempered every part of his body. The Good Slayer human and the Immortus Aatrox walked toward the other with complete calm and serenity, showing no sign that they were about to enter a life and death battle. The instant they were at arm's length, they burst into battle, attacking with pure killing intent. The sole goal in their hearts was to kill the other. Kane saw the Aatrox firing a blow toward his head with enough power to shatter every bone. While his speed of thought allowed him to see that attack, that did not mean his body would be fast enough to dodge it. Luckily, Kane had already predicted the Aatrox's attack, thanks to the virtual simulation in the corner of his vision. That allowed him to move his head before the Aatrox even fired the attack, allowing him to dodge the blow narrowly. The Aatrox's eyes widened as he saw the human dodging his attack. He was much faster than his enemy, yet this one still managed to evade his fist, and things did not end there. Kane moved forward, sending a kick with all his strength toward the Aatrox's right knee. Although Kane's strength was formidable for a level 2 astral wave warrior, that kick lacked the brute power to harm the Aatrox. However, Kane's kick landed on one of the many gaping holes in the Aatrox's right leg. By taking advantage of the old wounds, Kane's attack weakened the Aatrox's balance. The Aatrox felt his right leg bending when another kick landed on his jaw. Like before, Kane's attack lacked brute power but managed to shake the Aatrox's brain slightly. The Aatrox's vision grew blurry for a moment, hindering his ability to react, and before he could get hold of himself, he felt a heavy blow land on his chest, right on top of his heart, that sent him flying away. His eyes regained their focus mid-fly, allowing the Aatrox to land on his feet, but there was a sense of confusion and shock on his face. He did not understand how Kane's brute power rose to such a shocking level that it managed to send him flying away. However, the answer presented itself for the Aatrox immediately, as he saw how the human had gathered every ounce of astral wave on his right fist. Kane's wave burst was currently at 1500%, and his flawless synergy flow avoided any leak. Gathering all that astral wave into his right fist allowed his punch to reach the destructive power of level 5. The Aatrox's body trembled, and he could not resist puking a mouthful of blood. Shock, absolute and utter shock appeared on the Aatrox's face when he saw that blood coming from his mouth. He was an early wave champion from the Aatrox Immortus race, yet a level 2 wave warrior from the Godslayer humankind made him puke blood. Honor meant everything for the Aatrox Immortus race, and this was the greatest shame of his life. If he did not crush the human right now, he had no right to return home. A burning rage emerged from the Aatrox, unleashing an aura that could freeze the heart of anyone. However, Kane's only answer to that wrath was greater killing intent. Kane flashed forward, arching his back at the last second, dodging the Aatrox's kick that aimed at his neck before sending a powerful punch to the right knee, worsening the wound in it even more. The Aatrox felt his kneecap almost shatter, but he resisted the pain and sent another attack at the top of Kane's head. The attack came from a blind spot, but Kane again showed incredible martial skill and battle awareness, dodging the punch and countering it with his own. An impressive display of martial skills started next to a toxic lake as a human and an Aatrox attempted to kill each other. Despite the human's weaker body, this one managed to come victorious in each encounter. Of course, if anyone thought Kane was having an easy time, then it was clear they were not really paying attention. He was pushing his mind and body to the absolute limit, with his ego wave reaching such a high level that blood began to leak from his eyes. Had he not entered the first realm of the ego eternal path of power, his brain would have shut down due to the information overload. As for his body, even with the tempering of the blood refinement art, using a 1500% wave burst generated so much stress that his inner organs were beginning to shut down. Despite the protection of the nullity armor, there were all sorts of lacerations and cuts on Kane's skin. He had managed to dodge all the Aatrox's attacks, but some still managed to brush him, leaving those wounds. If a brush of the Aatrox's attack could leave those types of injuries, one could imagine what a point-blank strike could do to Kane. Kane faced immense danger every second of the fight, and a single mistake would be enough to end his life, but his eyes showed serenity. He followed his nature as he entered this life and death battle. Whatever happened, he would face it without regret. Levi and Bielsa were able to calm their breathing and regain some strength while Kane fought against the Aatrox wave champion. They were exhausted but still had enough wave inside their bodies to fight. The duo looked at each other and nodded, ready to join the fray and help Kane against the Aatrox wave champion, when his voice reached their minds through the AI chips. Do not enter the fight yet. Take advantage of every second you have to regain as much strength as possible. I cannot depend on only my blows to finish the Aatrox, and I am already preparing something special. However, for it to work, I will need the help of you too. Detailed instructions of when and what they should do reached Levi and Bielsa's minds, and a sense of utter awe assaulted the duo's hearts. Kane sending messages through the AI chip despite the Aatrox's jamming device was not surprising for them since they knew his hacking ability and were very close. What shocked Levi and Bielsa was that even while fighting an Aatrox wave champion, Kane still had the mind power to give them instructions. The plan Kane showed them was extremely dangerous, but Levi and Bielsa were ready to die a few minutes ago, so the threat of danger could not affect their hearts. What kind of monster did I befriend? That thought crossed Levi's mind as he smiled, and a burning fighting spirit emerged in his heart. This forest no longer needed to be his final battlefield. They could kill the Aatrox wave champion. The duo followed Kane's instruction as if it was a divine decree, engraving each word in their minds and using every second to regain as much strength as possible. Whether they left this forest alive depended on if they could fulfill that task. Kane continued fighting against the Aatrox, unleashing everything he had. He connected a blow to the temple, paralyzing the Aatrox for a moment before gathering all of his astral wave in his elbow and sending a ferocious strike. The Aatrox puked blood once again as that elbow strike harmed his heart. As he saw the human rushing toward him, a sense of absolute rage overwhelmed him, but that was not all since there was also worry in his gaze. Since Kane reached this place, people outside were aware of his presence. The Aatrox wave champion knew he was nothing but an ant compared to the Godslayer humankind's powerhouses, so he needed to finish this fight soon and run away. The Aatrox clenched his teeth as he summoned his wave cloak once again. He felt his heart would shatter to pieces at any second but endured the pain and went even further, morphing the astral wave into black lightning. Levi and Beelz's eyes widen with dread as they see that black lightning since they know it granted the Aatrox a speed so immense that they could barely follow it with their eyes. Even if the Aatrox could only maintain that state for a second, it would be more than enough to send a killing blow. The duo was not able to speak a word before the Aatrox vanished from their sight, appearing beside Cain before firing a monstrously powerful right punch. Cain! Beelza could not help but shout Cain's name as fear and worry overwhelmed her. Boom! That punch had so much strength that it unleashed a blast the moment it connected. However, there was no happiness in the Aatrox's eyes. That punch could have obliterated the head of a level 4 wave warrior, but not only did it fail to kill Cain, this one did not even move. Thanks to the basic virtual simulation tool, Cain could predict the trajectory of the Aatrox's punch. He used his left arm as a shield, gathering 90% of his astral wave in it and using the other 10% on his feet, helping him remain stable. Of course, Cain did not come intact, as that blow shattered most of the bones on his left arm. Although he could still move the extremity, placing any strength in it was impossible. A fair exchange. That was the only thought that appeared in Cain's mind as he felt the state of his left arm. The pain and everything else did not matter. The Aatrox had yet to overcome the shock that his sure kill strike failed when his rebirth heart began to convulse, generating a horrible pain that deactivated his wave cloak and paralyzed him. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw the backlash affecting the Aatrox. His killing intent exploded, and he gathered every ounce of astral wave on his right arm. What Cain did was extremely dangerous as it left his body unprotected, but it also allowed his offensive power to reach an incredible level. Not willing to waste a single second, Cain unleashed a barrage of strikes with his right arm. Every single punch had an immense amount of astral wave and lightning charged in it. The martial skill in those punches was superb, with every punch landing right on top of the Aatrox's heart, weakening the astral wave's reservoir more and more. Cain carried with that onslaught for over 20 seconds, unleashing more than 60 full power punches on the Aatrox wave champion. Half of those strikes would have been enough to kill the Hornflame Boar leader, but the Aatrox remained alive, and while his wounds weakened his life force, it was still far from depleted. Cain saw on the virtual simulation that the Aatrox was about to overcome the backlash. Instead of moving back to avoid a counterattack, he allowed his wave cloak to cover his entire body before gathering massive lightning on his right palm. The Aatrox's eyes grew sharp as he regained control over his body, but before he could attack, a hand settled over his eye sockets and blasted a massive amount of lightning. Ah! The Aatrox screamed in pain as that lightning scorched his eyes, but he still managed to send a punch. Cain managed to direct most of his astral wave into his stomach before the Aatrox's punch would land, but the strike still made him puke blood and pushed him away. He used all his strength to remain on his feet, and while severely harmed, he could still fight. However, unlike before, when he would never leave the Aatrox's side for more than a second, Cain did not instantly dash back into the fray. The Aatrox's vision was blurry and bloody, but he could still see Cain's figure a few meters in front of him. He saw that the human was wounded and intended to take advantage of that, but someone grabbed his right arm before he could even take a step. Confusion appeared on the Aatrox's face as he looked to the side and saw the human that used explosions grab his arm and pull down with great strength. Before the Aatrox could even process that, the female human appeared on his left, less than 5 meters away from him, and unleashed an ice storm that froze his wounded legs. The Aatrox had almost forgotten about Levi and Beelza since the duo was so weak that he never considered them a threat, but things had changed. His wounds were so severe that the two humans were strong enough to contain him. Although Beelza and Levi could temporarily restrain him, the Aatrox knew he would manage to free himself in a matter of seconds, but the moment the duo held his right arm and froze his wounded legs, a feeling of doom assaulted him. The Aatrox looked ahead and saw the red ring in Cain's left hand starting to glow. As a wave champion, his battle experience was massive, and he noticed the wave artifact in the form of a red ring a while ago. He was not too worried before since it seemed that it could fire a level 5 spell at most. It had the power to harm him severely but was far from enough to kill him. Nevertheless, now that the Aatrox saw the red ring, he noticed how the wave artifact began destabilizing, and its energy grew stronger. The Aatrox looked at the duo holding onto him as if their life depended on it and understood that Cain did not intend to fire the spell inside the red ring but destabilize the wave artifact, making it explode with much greater power. Cain looked at the ring about to explode on his left hand and knew he would suffer a massive wound, but there was not even a wisp of hesitation on his face as he focused on the Aatrox's chest and flashed forward with a bloody smile on his face. A feeling of absolute doom assaulted the Aatrox as he saw Cain about to reach him. 3 wave warriors that had yet to reach level 4 were about to kill him. The basic virtual simulation tool had exceptional foretelling capabilities, but it could not predict what a life form could achieve when pushed to death's door. Ah! The Aatrox roared and unleashed a small stream of astral wave. It would be too little to free his right arm or legs, so he concentrated all on his frozen left arm. Agony appeared on the Aatrox's face as his muscles and tendons shattered due to their frozen state, but he managed to move the left arm and then gather black lightning into his hand, making a blade. Please like this video if you want more.